9 Sun God King Chapter 2809 to Chapter 2885. Qin also knew that Yu Shangyun would not agree, so she did not say anything to Yu Shangyun and directly set off with Xiao Yuan. "Xiaoyun, are you ready?" Xiao Yuan asked. "What big guy?" Qin thought for a moment but he could not guess what big guy Xiao Yuan was talking about. "If we enter the zombie demon palace, we will definitely destroy it." Xiao Yuan chuckled and said, "Big guy, it's something that can blow up the entire devil palace in one breath. Do you have one?" "We still don't know how big the zombie demon palace is." Qin said with a smile, "Don't worry. As long as we can enter, I guarantee that this zombie devil palace will be blown to smithereens." Xiao Yuan knew that Qin had a way. She said, "I heard that you entered the moon's core of the heaven's divine moon and blew it up. I'll use little divine sun to blow it up. Those little divine suns are very precious, I can't bear to use them again." Qin does not plan to use little divine sun to blow up the zombie devil palace because it would be a waste. Toes for what to use, he had not thought of it yet. If it really didn't work out, he would do it when the time came. It was very simple to make something that could cause an explosion. He just had to pour in a large amount of sun and moon divine fire liquid into the pill-melting heavenly cauldron. Then, he would draw in the divine power of a few divine suns and place in a large amount of divine universe metal stones. Most after that, he would let Yang inject her divine power into the pill-melting heavenly cauldron. Qin also instructed Ling Yuner to do it. She was more familiar with it and could communicate with the spirit of the Dan-melting heavenly furnace. In this forest, there is an illusory array. If we don't break this illusory array, once we enter, it will be very difficult to come out. We might even be seriously injured by the traps and killing arrays inside. Qin opened his heavenly eye and saw the illusion array. It was obvious that it was not simple. Furthermore, it was absorbing the divine power of the myriad realms' divine suns to circulate. If we enter the zombie devil palace and destroy it, will the illusion formation disappear? Xiao Yuan asked. He should be able to. Xiao Yuan also has the mysterious penetration divine ability and invisibility technique, so she doesn't need Qin's help. Very soon, the two of them burrowed deep underground, outside the demon zombie palace. A large number of zombies must have been transported here from various places through teleportation formations. Qin touched the sturdy outer wall of the zombie fiend palace and took out the divine mirror of primordial beginning. Then, he took out the godly king heavenly seal and placed it behind the mirror. He activated the divine mirror of primordial beginning to shoot out a beam of light formed from runes. Tusher's main body is in the divine king heavenly seal, it contains a large number of runes. Grand Prime's consciousness was in the divine mirror of primal beginning. Therefore, when Qin wants to borrow Grand Prime's powerful rune power, he needs to use the divine king heavenly seal. Qin the Cloud quickly tore a crack in the outer wall of the demon zombie palace, and it was done silently. After Xiao Yuan saw this, she said with envy, "Xiaoyun, your divine king heavenly seal is truly awesome." "Of course." Qin smiled and entered the rippling crack. Xiao Yuan also followed them in. Both of them were wearing black clothes and black masks. Even if their invisibility technique failed, no one would recognize them. Whereafter passing through the outer wall, they arrived at the underground palace. It was like an underground manor, and there was a huge dark red bead hanging from the ceiling, shining with a dark red glow. There are a few small mountains, rivers, and all kinds of simple and crude stone houses inside. Is this the demon zombie palace? Why does it look so shabby? Xiao Yuan secretly transmitted her voice to Qin. After they entered, they did not discover anyone. It really doesn't look like it. I wonder where those evil devil zombies are. Qin did not release the heavenly eye clone, afraid that someone would detect it. He can open his heavenly eye to check the situation ahead. There's a huge mountain in the middle, let's go take a look. Qin pulled Xiao Yuan and carefully walked over. They walked over so that they wouldn't make too much noise. Just like that, when they were about to go over, they discovered that they stepped on something soft. They are immediately alarmed and floated up. They saw the black ground suddenly squirm and then black people drilled out. Could it be that the underground is filled with this kind of stuff? Xiao Yuan is extremely astonished. They thought that this was black soil, but after stepping on it, they discovered that it is actually evil devil zombies. These evil devil zombies all have dense evil devil aura, they do not have any life aura. Furthermore, this place is filled with evil devil aura, so it is very difficult to discover them. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan floated in the air and looked at the spacious ground below. It is pitch black everywhere and the ground is filled with evil devil zombies. If one looked carefully, they would see that those stone houses are floating on the bodies of the evil devil zombies. To be exact, this group of evil devil zombies are under a black mud, the mud has already gradually solidified. Qin Yan carefully observed the ground and discovered that the mud is mixed with a large amount of blood, all kinds of blood, it is unknown where it came from. This is corpse refining. Taisher's voice suddenly appeared in Qin Yan's mind. Corpse refinement? Qin Yan frowned. It should be the 9 Sun evil spirits' guidance. That mud is not only blood, it also contains the powder of Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun fragments. Taisher said again, after these zombies are refined, their bodies will become even more sturdy. Only now did Yun realize how terrifying this demon zombie palace is. Come, let's go to the center. Qin Yan wants to go to the center and place a big guy that can explode. He previously thought that there was no need to use Little Divine Sun, but seeing the situation here, he has no choice but to use it. Old brother Taisher, is there any way to make the explosion of Little Divine Sun produce even stronger power? Qin Yan asked. You want to use Little Divine Sun to blow up these guys? It won't work. The most terrifying thing about Heavenly Devil Divine Sun and Heavenly Evil Divine Sun is that they are not afraid of other Divine Sun's divine power and can even turn other Divine Sun's divine power into evil devil. Taisher said, if you want to kill these guys, it's best not to directly use Divine Sun's divine power. Xiao Yuan saw Qin Yan's tightly knitted brows and sent a voice transmission to him, Xiao Yun, we just need to destroy this demon zombie palace. Leave the rest to the Divine Palace and the Divine Moon Alliance. She is very clear that with their strength, they are indeed unable to exterminate the evil devil zombies here. Qin Yan nodded, he and Xiao Yuan have already arrived at the top of the mountain. At this time, the primal beginning divine mirror in his hand suddenly trembled, specks of light appeared on the surface of the mirror. To a hint, it means that there are people inside the mountain and there are quite a few of them. There are a total of 7 guys and they are not weak. Qin Yan said, there aren't many people inside the demon zombie palace. Just as Qin Yan took out a bead from the Dan transformation heavenly furnace, a few people suddenly flew out from the small black mountain they are on. One of the bald old men looked at the surging evil devil zombies in front of him and shouted in pleasant surprise, the evil corpse king is about to be born. When Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan heard about the evil corpse king, they knew that it was a very powerful thing. After placing the exploding pearl, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan hurriedly retreated far away from those people to avoid being discovered. They kept their distance from the hill in the middle and took out their telescopic devices to look at the place where the corpses were surging. A large number of nefarious devils and zombies were pitch black, their flesh rotting and dripping black liquid. It was a disgusting and frightening sight. The evil corpse king had not come out yet, and was still under the evil demon zombie. It was only stirring up a lot of activity, and no one knew what it was doing. Qin Yan held the divine mirror of grand beginning in his hand and shone it at the evil corpse king in the distance. Before long, Taisher's stiff voice rang in Qin Yan's mind. The evil corpse king is the strongest of this group of evil demon zombies. It relies on devouring a large number of evil demon zombies to become stronger, and has a certain level of self-awareness. Then how strong is it? Qin Yan asked. He was somewhat worried that the evil corpse king was too strong and difficult to kill. I'll take a look when we come out. Taisher replied. Xiao Yuan transmitted her voice to Qin Yan and asked, Xiao Yun, do you want to detonate the things you placed here? Or should we wait for the evil corpse king to come out and detonate it, blowing up the evil corpse king as well? It's impossible for the things I placed here to blow up all the zombies. At most, they can only destroy the zombie palace from the inside so that the Divine Inquisitor and the others can come in and clear this place. Qin Yan shook his head. The bodies of the evil fiend zombies are not weak. It is impossible to destroy them all in one go. Then let's detonate it. Xiao Yuan said, we should be able to block it with the Sun Heavenly Shield, right? Why don't we go out and detonate it? Xianxia knew that Xiao Yuan wanted to stay here and take a look at the evil corpse king. Xiao Yuan recalled that Qinyan's cultivation level was not very high. For safety's sake, she nodded in agreement. She would detonate it after leaving. The few people guarding this place were extremely excited when they saw the evil corpse king come out. This made Qinyan and Xiao Yuan feel somewhat uneasy. The two of them soon reached the ground. After detonation, the commotion won't be small. Qinyan contacted Divine Judge and others before detonating, telling them to be ready at any time. Xiao Yuan had already taken out a long saber, ready to fight at any time. She was also contacting Yu Shengyun. Boom, with a muffled sound, the area covered by the illusory array suddenly collapsed. Then, a large amount of violent flames sprayed out from the sunken pit into the sky. The sky had just brightened, and the pillar of fire was enormous. It could be seen from the distant Heaven Fox City, and the faint tremors could be felt. Then, a few more loud noises were heard. The few people guarding the zombie demon palace all rushed out in anger. They were all people who had surpassed Shen Tianjun, so naturally, they were not killed by the explosion just now. The zombie demon palace could be considered to have been destroyed. The core of the barrier that protected the zombie demon palace was inside the demon palace, and the inside was very fragile. The explosion from the inside also meant that the entire zombie demon palace was completely destroyed. The illusion array on the surface also disappeared. After the illusion array disappeared, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan saw a large area that was enveloped by the illusion array. They could not help but feel their scalps go numb. There are countless corpses here. There were human corpses, as well as beast corpses, covering a range of several dozen li. Moreover, they were piled high, all of them. Badly decayed, their blood sucked dry. Great Divine Lord, this group of beasts, they actually killed so many people to refine corpses. Qin Yan could not help but become angry. They will be punished. Xiao Yuan's voice is also filled with killing intent. They floated in the air and looked at the mountain of corpses and sea of corpses below. Only then did they realize that the great Divine Lord and the others had spent a lot of effort on the evil demon zombies. This meant that after being refined, the overall strength of the evil demon zombies would definitely not be weak. The few people who were in the zombie demon palace earlier had already flown out. Although they looked somewhat miserable, none of them were injured. After the demon palace was blown up, the evil demon zombies were not exterminated. At this moment, they all jumped out of the deep pit. After the flames that gushed out from the deep pit ended, a large number of evil demon zombies sprayed out. It was as if they had poked an ant nest, densely packed, and quickly jumped out. The pitch-black evil demon zombies let out all kinds of strange cries. Furthermore, as soon as they came out, they began to gnaw on the human and beast corpses on the ground. The corpses on the ground were not only drained of blood to refine corpses, but their flesh and bones would also become food for the evil demon zombies. When Qin Yan saw this, he immediately took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and placed it behind the Primal Beginning Divine Mirror. Then, through the Primal Beginning Divine Mirror, he released a special flame that shot into the sea of corpses below. The blue flames are extremely fierce. Using the corpses as fuel, they quickly spread out. Who the hell is causing trouble? Get the hell out here. This place is under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, you are going against the great Divine Lord. The bald old man said angrily. Qin Yan frowned. The great Divine Lord and the Heavenly Court had done such a thing, yet they were still shouting so loudly. It was as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know. Captain, the evil corpse king is coming out. Suddenly, a middle-aged man said excitedly, when the evil corpse king comes out, all the fellows hiding nearby will be finished. Cut the crap, hurry up and extinguish the flames. We have been hoarding the food here for a long time. The bald old man shouted. A black shadow suddenly leaped from the ground into the sky. In the distance, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan noticed the extremely fast black shadow. The evil corpse king has appeared. The bald old man and the others were immediately excited because they could sense the powerful aura of the evil corpse king. So fast. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked at the evil corpse king flying into the sky. The evil corpse king has a pair of black bat wings and its entire body is covered in black scales. It looks like a person who is more than 2 meters tall. Its eyes emitted a dark green glow and it also has a very big mouth. Its mouth revealed two long red fangs. The evil aura on the evil corpse king's body is very heavy. Even from afar, one could feel the ruthless and terrifying evil aura on his body. Evil corpse king, there are enemies nearby. Hurry up and find them and destroy them. The bald old man shouted. The evil corpse king is very high up in the sky. He coldly looked at the people below and then swooped down. In almost an instant, he arrived in front of the bald old man. The evil corpse king is much taller than the bald old man and its body is very large. The evil corpse king's entire body erupted with a baleful aura, causing the bald old man to immediately realize something. However, just as the bald old man was about to react, his head was suddenly grabbed by the evil corpse king. The evil corpse king grabbed the bald old man's head. It looked like a huge palm grabbing a small apple. The bald old man screamed in fear. The corners of the evil corpse king's mouth curled up as a cold smile flashed across his face. On his other hand, the tip of one of his fingers suddenly grew longer. Like a sharp blade, it slashed across the bald old man's neck and beheaded him. Complete book update: the latest chapter of the Nine-Sun Divine King as soon as possible. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan frowned in shock. They never expected that after the evil corpse king came out, it would immediately kill its own people. The evil corpse king cut off the bald old man's head and then lifted the bald old man's feet. It opened its large mouth and caught the blood that spurted out from the bald old man's severed head. It drank the blood as if it was drinking water. This guy actually drinks blood like this. Xiao Yuan said with a frown, the evil corpse king must be very savage. We must get rid of this evil creature. The evil corpse king sucked the bald old man like a coconut. This kind of evil demon wouldn't even let its own people off. If it met anyone else, it would definitely be even more brutal. Seeing that their captain was killed by the evil corpse king, the other people from the heavenly court were all terrified and immediately fled. However, as the evil corpse king drank the blood, it opened its black claws and grabbed at the few people who were fleeing. With a whoosh, something flew out of the evil corpse king's palm. Qin Yun hurriedly opened his heavenly eye and saw a few black bats flying out. They looked like they were condensed from black blood. These black bats are not small. They have a wingspan of more than a meter and their flying speed is very fast. In an instant, they caught up to those people. Although those people had just surpassed Shen Tianjun, they were not weak. However, their necks were bitten by those bats. The few people who had their necks bitten struggled for a while before becoming motionless. Their souls flew out. The black bat flew back with the corpses of those people. At this moment, the evil corpse king had already sucked the bald old man's blood dry. Then, it grabbed a person from a bat, cut off his head and started drinking blood. No wonder they only sent a few people to guard the zombie devil palace. It seems like the great divine lord and the other upper echelons definitely know that this evil corpse king wants to drink blood. Xiao Yuan snorted, Great divine lord, this group of bastards, they really want to trick their own people. Just how evil are they? Qin Yun said, Yuan, the divine judge and the others are already on their way. They will be here soon. Before they come, we will join hands to kill the evil corpse king. The heavenly court definitely knows about the situation here. The people they sent will arrive very soon. The evil corpse king should be very important to them, we can't let them get the evil corpse king. The bats released by the evil corpse king were already so powerful. If the heavenly court released a fellow like the evil corpse king into a big city, the consequences would be very serious. It might even turn an entire city of people into evil zombies. Xiao Yuan nodded, she also had the same thoughts. Let me take a look at this guy's situation first. Qin Yun used the divine mirror primordial beginning to illuminate the distant evil corpse king. The evil corpse king was drinking blood and seemed to know that someone was nearby, but he was not in a hurry at all. A large number of corpses below had already been ignited, turning into a sea of blue flames. The flames could only burn corpses, not evil demon zombies. Brother Taisher, do you have a way to restrain the evil corpse king? Qin Yun asked anxiously. The body of the evil corpse king is very sturdy. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to break through that black scale armor. Taisha replied. My myriad heaven divine saber is fused with the bloodline heavenly rune box. What can't I cut through? Qin Yun is extremely astonished. Taisher knows about his myriad heaven divine saber, yet he said that it would be very difficult to injure the evil corpse king. The evil corpse king's scale armor is also formed by bloodline heavenly rune. The power within his body is even stronger, so the scale armor is even stronger and can block your saber. It is true that your saber is fused with the bloodline heavenly rune box, but that box is sealed. In addition, you need to be strong enough to unleash even stronger power. Taisher said. Then do you have a good way to kill the evil corpse king? Can I use the inscription fungus queen or something like the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to trap the evil corpse king? Xianxia hastily asked. Only now did he realize how strong the evil corpse king is. If even his myriad heaven divine saber can't do anything to the evil corpse king, then it would be very difficult for other people's weapons to break through the evil corpse king's defense. Other things are useless. Your divine power is too weak, you can't unleash the full power of the myriad heaven divine saber. But your wife can. However, even she needs to use a lot of power to attack. Taisher said again, seize the opportunity and lend her the saber. Let her use 70% of her divine power to attack. Xianxia felt a lot more at ease. Soon after, Taisher guided him again. When the time comes, he can use the star-fixing divine art, but the time is very limited. It might only be for an instant and it will consume a lot of energy. Taisher also said that even if it was the great divine king and the others, it would not be easy to kill the evil corpse king. The evil corpse king was created by the 9-sun evil spirit under the guidance of the great divine king and the others. However, the great divine king and the others do not know how terrifying the evil corpse king is. The 9-sun evil spirit made the great divine king create the evil corpse king to bring disaster to the divine desolate. At that time, even the great divine king would not be able to control it and might even be devoured by the evil corpse king. Xianxia cursed the great divine king in his heart for being so naive to believe in the 9-sun evil spirit. Yuelan, your saber is not good, use mine. Xianxia handed over the myriad heaven divine saber to Xiao Yuelan. The myriad heaven divine saber was originally blue, but after Xiao Yuelan held it in her hand, it suddenly turned golden red. Moreover, runes that Xianxia has never seen before appeared on the surface of the saber. How could this be? I only injected divine power into it. Xiao Yuelan said in shock. Why didn't this kind of reaction when this broken saber was in my hand? Truly valuing love over friendship. Xianxia muttered. Actually, it is because Xiao Yuelan's divine power is very strong. Yuelan, the evil corpse king is very strong. We will first go and fight with him. After that, you will seize the opportunity and use 70% of your strength to cut him down. Remember, there is only one chance. Xianxia warned in a very serious tone. I got it. Xiao Yuelan is also very scary when she is serious. The evil corpse king drank a total of 3 people's blood. There are still 2 people he did not drink and they are being held in the air by the 2 bats. This stinky blood is too unpleasant to drink. The evil corpse king looked at the sky where Xianxia and Xiao Yuelan are and laughed loudly. Your blood is very tasty, it emits a fragrance. Evil devil, the stinky blood you drank just now is the last blood you will drink. You better savor it for a while because you are about to be finished. Xianxia said with a sneer. You humans are the lowest level living beings in the divine desolate. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? As the evil corpse king spoke, his body shot over like a black beam of light. He instantly arrived in front of Xianxia and Xiao Yuelan. His palm suddenly became very large. After opening it, it looked like a black devil claw. Furthermore, his fingernails are like 5 black sharp blades as they whizzed towards Xianxia. Xianxia and Xiao Yuelan simultaneously thrust their palms forward, releasing 2 powerful divine powers. Moreover, they fused together and attacked the evil corpse king. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. The reason why Xiao Yuelan wants to join hands with Xianxia is because their divine power can fuse together. The main reason is because they often cultivate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together. Xianxia did not know that when he saw the divine power he shot out naturally fused with Xiao Yuelan's divine power, he is also very astonished. The 2 divine powers fused and struck the evil corpse king's body, exploding with an extremely powerful might, and the evil corpse king was also sent flying. What happened just now? Qin Yan asked in surprise. That's the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, I'm leading it. After Xiao Yuelan finished speaking, she immediately flew towards the evil corpse king. Qin Yan followed. He is holding the 9-sun divine hammer in his hand, wearing a sky hat and heaven-trampling divine boots on his head. His defense is strong enough. His crown hat and heaven-trampling divine boots were mainly for defense. He needed to fuse with bloodline heavenly pattern materials before he could obtain better abilities from the godly monarch heavenly seal. This was what Grand Prime had told him. If not, he would have tried it a long time ago. The 9-sun divine hammer had already obtained the bestowed ability, so it would become extremely heavy. Taisher said that this ability was called Heaven's Fall, and at its strongest, it would be as heavy as the heavens. Back then, Qin Yan had only casually thrown the 9-sun divine hammer and it had smashed through many floors. Although the evil corpse king was sent flying, the black scales on his body had a very strong defense, and it was difficult to injure his body. You humans, why don't you just stand there and let me drink your blood? The evil corpse king shouted angrily. Xiao Yuelan's speed is not slow either, she is even faster than the evil corpse king. She flashed behind the evil corpse king and slashed down a few times before immediately dodging. She did not stay for long. The evil corpse king was very confident in the scales on his body, but after suffering a few slashes on his back, he realized that the blade was a great threat to him. Die! The evil corpse king roared angrily. Waves of black baleful aura surged out from his body, forming a domain around him. When Xiao Yuelan saw that the black domain is extremely powerful, she sent out a ball of divine power from afar. After that ball of divine power entered the black state, its speed suddenly slowed down a lot. This meant that she couldn't teleport behind the evil corpse king to attack, otherwise she wouldn't be able to leave in an instant. After Qin Yan saw Xiao Yuelan test the domain's ability, he planned to give it a try himself. Then, he grabbed the 9-sun divine hammer in his hand and threw it towards the evil corpse king. The 9-sun divine hammer flew towards the evil corpse king. When Xiao Yuelan saw Qin Yan attack, she felt that there was no need to throw the 9-sun divine hammer. However, when she saw the 9-sun divine hammer fly out, it exploded with a very heavy power, causing space to fluctuate. She felt extremely shocked. The 9-sun divine hammer spun as it charged into the evil corpse king's domain. Because it was very heavy and very fast, it created a very strong shockwave that forcefully shattered the domain. This broken thing! The evil corpse king was also very angry. He clenched his black fist that was covered in scales and struck at the 9-sun divine hammer. Boom! The incomparably heavy 9-sun divine hammer smashed into the evil corpse king's fist, causing a loud explosion. The evil corpse king also let out a painful cry and was sent flying by the 9-sun divine hammer. Qin Yan waved his hand and the 9-sun divine hammer returned to his hand. His expression is extremely grave because the evil corpse king's body is truly very strong. If anyone else was hit by the 9-sun divine hammer, their arms would definitely be torn apart. However, the scales on the evil corpse king's fist did not fall at all. It was only his arm that hurt from the impact. This guy is indeed very difficult to kill, Xiao Yuelan said with a frown. She knows very well that if she used her previous saber, even if she used all her strength, she would not be able to cut open the evil corpse king's scales. Qin Yan nodded and said, Yuelan, let's continue attacking. When he becomes flustered and shows a big flaw, we'll give him a painful blow. Xiao Yuelan nodded, then together with Qin Yan, they once again charged at the evil corpse king. Not to mention that the evil corpse king's defense is very strong, its own evil devil power is also very tyrannical. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan's defense is naturally not as strong as the evil corpse king. If they were hit, they would definitely be seriously injured, so they need to be extremely careful. Yuelan, remember not to use the sun heavenly shield to block. Qin Yan suddenly warned, the evil corpse king has the power of bloodline heavenly rune, this guy can easily pierce through the sun heavenly shield. When Qin Yan faced Mu Jin earlier, the sun heavenly shield was pierced through because Mu Jin has a very strong bloodline heavenly rune. Alright. Xiao Yuelan responded and then fiercely attacked the evil corpse king. Qin Yan is also watching with fear and trepidation. Because Xiao Yuelan is attacking at close range, the evil corpse king is very agile, it almost hit Xiao Yuelan a few times. Xiao Yuelan roamed around the evil corpse king and fought in close range. It is filled with danger. As long as she is slightly careless, she would be pierced by the evil corpse king's nails. Qin only found a gap and then used Void Step to flash over. He used the 9-Sun Divine Hammer to ruthlessly smash the evil corpse king's head. Every time the evil corpse king's head was smashed by Qin, its body would be smashed deep into the ground. Qin hammered the evil corpse king 7 times, but the evil corpse king's head is still intact. He did not cause any injuries to the evil corpse king, he only angered it. The evil corpse king is indeed very angry. He is like a mole being hammered by Qin, but he can't do anything to Qin. Taisha previously said that the evil corpse king's body is very sturdy. Qin did not have any idea at that time. Now, after fighting with the evil corpse king, he finally understood why Taisha said that even the great divine lord and the others were unable to do anything to the evil corpse king. This guy must have a 3rd or even 4th generation bloodline heavenly rune. Who gave it to him? Qin thought to himself. After possessing a bloodline heavenly rune, all aspects would improve. For example, Mu Jin, her current strength is extremely terrifying. If she received the right guidance, she might be as powerful as the evil corpse king. Qin held the hammer in one hand and the divine mirror of primal beginning in the other. He has been waiting for an opportunity to lock down the evil corpse king and then create an opportunity for Xiao Yuelan to attack. Yuelan, prepare to accumulate power. Qin has been sensing the evil corpse king's aura. The evil devil power on the evil corpse king's body has already weakened to a certain extent. It is time to attack. Xiao Yuelan immediately accumulated the divine power in her body and warned Qin to be careful. The evil corpse king can also tell that the divine power aura overflowing from Xiao Yuelan's body is gradually becoming stronger. It is extremely likely that she is about to launch a very strong attack. At this moment, Qin sensed a familiar aura surging over. It is the aura of the Great Divine Lord. Not only the Great Divine Lord, there is also the Law Enforcement Realm King and the Sunning Race's Emperor. It's those bastards from the Great Divine Lord. Xiao Yuelan also sensed it and hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Yun, I can do it." Qin immediately activated the divine mirror of primal beginning and shone it on the evil corpse king's body. The evil corpse king's body suddenly became unable to move. Xiao Yuelan suddenly slashed out with her saber, chopping straight down from the head, splitting the evil corpse king in half from the middle. However, at this moment, the evil corpse king's abdomen exploded and a large group of bats flew out. Complete book update the latest chapter of the 9-Sun Divine King as soon as possible. Be careful. Qin shouted. He is currently somewhat weak. Because he just used the star-fixing divine technique, he consumed a lot of energy. Although Xiao Yuelan used a very strong divine power and used the myriad heaven divine saber to hack apart the evil corpse king's body, she still looked very ferocious. She hacked at the incoming bats a few times. The bats are as big as pigeons and there are many of them. They originally wanted to attack Xiao Yuelan but they were scared off by the saber in her hand. Xiao Yuelan came to Qin side and Qin stored the evil corpse king's body. The scales on the evil corpse king's body are all bloodline heavenly rune materials. What's going on with that group of bats? Xiao Yuelan looked at the bats that flew all over the place and did not chase after them. Those bats ran very fast, as if they were fleeing for their lives. They must be related to the evil corpse king. This group of bats should be carrying the soul of the evil corpse king. The evil corpse king is not completely dead. Qin said in a low voice, "Let's go quickly, the Great Divine Lord and the others are coming." That group of bats just now also flew towards the Great Divine Lord and the others. Xiao Yuelan immediately left with Qin. At the same time, she contacted Yu Xiangyun and told them that the Great Divine Lord had arrived. What the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms and the Divine Moon Alliance needed to do next was to exterminate those evil demon zombies and prevent them from escaping to other places. Hu Xiangquang was the first to arrive. He brought thousands of fire tribulation mad race people with him. When he saw those evil demon zombies, he started killing them. When the divine judge found out that the great divine lord was here, he was not afraid at all. Qin and Xiao Yuelan flew to a tall mountain outside the zombie devil palace. From here, they could see the people in the sky above the zombie devil palace. the divine judge and Yu Xiangyun had already rushed over. They brought many people with them and they were all extremely strong. After they arrived, they began to clear the evil demon zombies on the ground. The great divine lord, law enforcement realm king and the emperor of the sun-moon race. They arrived on a cloud and floated in the air. They looked at the divine judge with cold and arrogant eyes. Great divine lord, that bastard's arm has already recovered. Xianxia cursed in a low voice when he saw from afar. Xiao Yun, look at the little evil corpse king beside great divine lord and the others. Xiao Yuan suddenly said. Xianxia also immediately saw the little corpse king Xiao Yuan. The little evil corpse king was the size of a teenager. Its body was covered in black scales, but those scales looked very soft. The evil corpse king's eyes were filled with anger because his powerful body had been destroyed. His current weak body was formed by those bats. This guy really didn't die. His body is very weak now. If we meet him again, he will definitely die. Xianxia groaned. Emperor of the Divine Master. You as, divine king as he you said, long divine it's actually you, old thing, who's behind this? How many times have I said it? There's no longer any myriad realms divine court in the divine wasteland, and you're no longer a divine court elder. Great divine lord's angry old face was filled with coldness, his eyes filled with killing intent. There is only the heavenly court in the divine wilderness. The emperor of Sun-Yin tribe shouted at the divine judge, old thing, what you have done today has angered the Nine Suns Law Spirit. Not long from now, you will definitely be punished by the Nine Suns Law Spirit. Xia Wufeng said coldly, we are eliminating the evil demon zombies that are harming the divine desolate and these evil demon zombies were created by you, right? Since the Nine Suns Law Spirit does not punish you, then let us, the divine court of myriad realms, do it. Ha ha ha. The emperor of Sun-Yin tribe laughed out loud and shouted, idiot, the appearance of the evil demon zombies was created under the guidance of the Nine Suns Law Spirit. Why should the Nine Suns Law Spirit punish us? Yu Xiangyun, who was wearing black armor, said in a deep voice, the one guiding you is the Nine Suns Evil Spirit. The Nine Suns Law Spirit is no longer able to communicate with the outside world. What nonsense are you talking about? How can there be any Nine Suns Evil Spirit? The great divine lord angrily rebuked, you have ruined the Nine Suns Law Spirit's plans. Today, we will not let you off either. All of you must die. Xianxia and Xiao Yuan knew that the Nine Suns Evil Spirit guided the great divine lord and the others to create a very powerful evil corpse king. With the strength of the evil corpse king, even the great divine lord would not be able to do anything to it. Maybe it would be able to kill the great divine lord. However, this great divine lord naively thought that as long as they did this matter well, they would be rewarded by the Nine Suns Law Spirit. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly felt that living beings are still too insignificant. Even a peak existence like the great divine lord would kneel down and lick the Nine Suns Law Spirit. It can be seen that in this universe, there are still many transcendent and powerful existences. And currently, the reason why their group of living beings were able to surpass Shen Tianjuan's realm is also because of the change in the environment, allowing them to surpass this limit. And before the appearance of the divine desolate, it was extremely difficult to break through, let alone surpassing Shen Tianjuan's cultivation. Now that the divine desolate has been formed, the environment has changed greatly and the resources are becoming more and more abundant, all kinds of living beings can advance by leaps and bounds. Some strong races are born and their strength surpasses Shen Tianjun. As for those humans who cultivated step by step for many years to become Shen Tianjun, when they found out that some living beings were born as Shen Tianjun or even surpassed Shen Tianjun, they all had the urge to vomit blood. The divine judge immediately took out the heaven's divine punishment flag. After injecting divine power into it, the heaven's divine punishment flag released a very strong red light. He waved the heaven's divine punishment flag, divine light rippled and set off a strong light wave. At the same time, the 6 myriad realms' divine suns in the sky released their divine power and entered the heaven's divine punishment flag. The power of the heaven's divine punishment flag suddenly increased. That terrifying divine power caused the great divine lord and the others to be moved and their faces turned grave. Your broken flag, how did it recover? The Sun Moon Tribe Emperor shouted in shock. It was Divine King Qin who helped me recover it. The divine judge shouted coldly and then crazily waved the heaven's divine punishment flag towards the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor. "What are you doing?" The Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor's face changed greatly. Boom boom boom, suddenly, 6 streaks of lightning flew out from the 6 myriad realms' divine suns and instantly landed on the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor's body. The Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor screamed. Although he could endure it, it was extremely painful. The divine judge's attack was not over yet and thunder came again. "Break!" The great divine lord shouted and formed seals with both hands, as if he used a heavenly law divine ability. As he formed hand seals, a strong blue light shot out from his heart and wrapped around the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor's body, forming a protective shield. A few bolts of lightning descended and when they struck the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor's body, they were directly shattered by the protective shield. "This guy is so strong. Could it be that he improved again?" Xianxia said in surprise. "Xiaoyun, you haven't recovered yet, don't go and fight with him." Xiao Yuan warned, "When you are better, I will go with you." Xianxia said, "I don't plan to go. I will let the divine judge test the great divine lord's current strength." The great divine lord easily broke the divine judge's attack on the Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor. The divine judge snorted and continued to wave the heaven's divine punishment flag. The 6 myriad realms' divine suns released a strong light and turned into 6 huge swords. They descended from the sky and pierced towards the great divine lord and the others. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the 9 Suns Divine King as soon as possible. The Sun-Moon Tribe Emperor had already retreated because he was no match for the Grand Divine Judge. Even a law enforcement world king would have no choice but to concede defeat in the face of a divine judge. Great Divine Lord floated in the air with a solemn and cold expression. Looking at the few light swords that pierced towards him, he could feel that this kind of divine power came from the depths of the myriad realms' divine Sunday. Logically speaking, the all heavens godly punishment flags of the divine chief judge should have been destroyed. However, not only had they been restored, they had also become much stronger. Back then, the 9 Yan Law Spirit had promised to retract the divine chief judge's power. Great Divine Lord no longer had a weapon in his hands, but his strongest weapon was not the myriad heavens divine sword, but the heart of the heavenly universe divine sun in his body. When the divine power of the myriad realms divine sun condensed into a few light swords and pierced towards Great Divine Lord and the others, a blue light flickered on Great Divine Lord's chest. The divine power of the celestial universe divine sun's heart was extremely powerful. The blue light it released froze a few light swords. "Destroy!" Great Divine Lord sneered, and threw a palm strike towards the light sword floating in front of him. With a whooshing sound, the light sword formed by the strong divine power directly dissipated, turning into a mist of light that drifted away. "Although I don't know how Xianxia helped you restore the divine punishment flag, no matter what, you are not my match." The Great Divine Lord looked coldly at the divine judge. Great Divine Lord's aura was very strong at the moment. This was mainly because the Sky Divine Sun's heart in his body was releasing a very strong power. Xianxia could not help but frown when he saw this from afar. The last time he fought with the Great Divine Lord outside the 4 Divine Suns, the Great Divine Lord was not that powerful. The Great Divine Lord's Sky Divine Sun heart was sealed. Now that the Great Divine Lord had become stronger, it was said that he had obtained an even stronger divine power from that heart. If the Great Divine Lord were to unseal that heart one day, then his strength would definitely be extremely terrifying. The divine judge's aura wasn't weak either, especially the deity punishment flags in his hands. They were currently absorbing the divine power of the 6 myriad realms divine suns, releasing waves of powerful aura that turned into ripples of light. Don't think that just because you're the great divine king, you're invincible. The deity punishment flag in the divine judge's hand suddenly flashed and released an intense light. Everyone's eyes were pierced by the light. The divine judge held the long flagpole in his hand and rushed towards Great Divine Lord. He raised the flag and slapped it towards Great Divine Lord. A wave of scorching hot air immediately whistled in all directions. Great Divine Lord also did not expect that the divine judge would actually rush over to fight in close combat. He was also hit by the light beam released by the godly punishment flags. As he was the target, not only did his eyes hurt, but his soul was also attacked. "Scram!" The Great Divine Lord shouted angrily. He was struck by the heavenly punishment flag and his body was immediately enveloped by berserk lightning. The white robe he was wearing was overflowing with a blue energy wave. The powerful sky divine sun power gushed out, dispersing the violent thunder and lightning entangling his body. The divine judge held onto the thick and long flagpole, and fiercely slapped it towards the great divine lord. Every time it struck, there would be a loud dong 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 sound in the sky, as if someone was beating a drum in the air. The flashing light was also like ripples, forming circles in the air. In the blink of an eye, Great Divine Lord was attacked several times by the Divine Judge using the God's punishment flag. Great Divine Lord was not someone to be trifled with. His body's defense was extremely strong, and even though he was beaten up, he did not show any signs of injury. At this moment, the light beams of the 6 myriad realms divine sun suddenly became stronger. Xiao Yuelan's expression changed, she gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "The 9 suns evil spirit has made his move. Or rather, the great divine lord is borrowing the divine power of the myriad realms divine sun." Although the great divine lord has the heart of the sky universe divine sun, the amount of divine power he can use is limited. Furthermore, he does not want to use the power of the heart. He is the great divine lord and he has obtained the approval of the 9 suns law spirit. That means he can borrow the divine power of the myriad realms divine Sunday. Previously, when he fought with Qin Yun, many people questioned him. Now, many people are watching this battle. If the great divine lord was unable to borrow the divine power of the myriad realms divine sun and was beaten up by the divine judge using the divine power of the myriad realms divine sun, then he, the great divine lord, would definitely be regarded as a fake. After the light beams of the 6 myriad realms divine sun suddenly became stronger, they each shot out a strong beam of light and entered the great divine lord's body. The great divine lord suddenly laughed maniacally. It was as if a white fire liquid had been injected under his skin. His eyes flashed with a strong light and his entire divine power aura suddenly rose sharply. Let's see who will be taken care of by the 9 suns law spirit more. At this moment, the great divine lord looked invincible, as if he was invincible. When the divine judge waved the divine punishment flag and smashed it, it was directly blocked by the light barrier released by the great divine lord's body. This guy has become a lot stronger. Qin Yun never expected that after his battle with the great divine lord, the other party would become so much stronger. If they were to fight again, it would not be that easy for him to break the great divine lord's arm. There are quite a few people present. They are all puzzled as they watch the battle between the great divine lord and the divine judge. This is because the great divine lord and the divine judge are currently borrowing the power of the myriad realms divine Sunday. It is clear that this was lent to them by the 9 suns law spirit. However, they are using this power to fight. Since the 9 suns law spirit had lent their divine power to them, they should have joined hands. But now, they are fighting to the death. Many people from the divine desolate land are also watching the battle through the magic mirror. They are also puzzled. Some people have already guessed that the 9 suns law spirit's consciousness has split. No one knows. Only Qin Yun and company know that the ones controlling the myriad realms divine sun are the 9 suns law spirit and the 9 suns evil spirit. The 9 suns law spirit can protect the core and the 9 suns evil spirit can control the outside. The internal situation of the myriad realms divine sun is also very grim. The power outside wants to break through the core and occupy it. The reason why Xiao Yuelan came out from the core is to eradicate the evil spreading in the divine desolate land and weaken the power of the 9 suns evil spirit. Otherwise, the 9 suns law spirit in the core would be suppressed. The more evil power there is in the divine desolate land, the stronger the 9 suns evil spirit will become. Because the power of most of the living beings in the divine desolate land comes from the myriad realms divine Sunday. Therefore, the power of those living beings is also a part of the myriad realms divine Sunday. If a large number of living beings turn into evil spirits, the 9 suns evil spirit will become stronger and stronger. After the great divine lord obtained the divine power bestowed by the myriad realms divine sun, he began to counterattack. He is no longer being beaten up by the divine judge like before. The divine judge is not weak either. After all, the 9 suns law spirit appointed him to be the divine judge. Previously, he was taken care of by the 9 suns law spirit and was not weak in all aspects. Now, facing the great divine lord whose strength had increased explosively, he could still fight very steadily. Great Divine Lord, how long are you going to F***king fight? My zombie army is about to be annihilated, when will your heavenly court's reinforcements arrive? The evil corpse king, who was watching the battle from afar, suddenly shouted. Because when the great divine lord and the divine judge were fighting with their lives on the line, their strengths were evenly matched. If they wanted to determine the victor, they would definitely have to fight for a period of time. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Great Divine Lord also knew that he had hit his head. The reason they came here this time was to find out who killed the zombie demon palace and save a portion of the evil demon zombies. It wasn't easy for the evil demon zombie legion to develop to its current scale, and it would be difficult for it to develop in the future because the Myriad Realms Divine Court already knew about it. However, it was no longer up to the Great Divine Lord because it was the Myriad Realms Divine Court that destroyed the zombie demon palace. If they wanted to save some of the evil demons and zombies, they would have to start a war with the Myriad Worlds Divine Court. The strength of the Heavenly Court was limited. Most of them were from the Law Enforcers world and the Sun Moon Divine Tribe. Even if they participated in the battle, they would not be of much help. It's the Fire Tribulation Madman Tribe. Sun Moon Tribe Emperor suddenly shouted, Xianxia is also below, Xianxia should be nearby. The Law Enforcement Realm King shouted, Great Divine Lord, what should we do now? Those guys from the Fire Calamity Tribe are not human at all. It's very difficult to kill them. Xianxia joined in the extermination of the demonic zombies, and it was as if he was cutting grass, killing a large number of them in a short while. Why didn't the Enforcers and the Sun Moon Divine Tribe send more people here? Oh right, where did the bastard from the Xianxia clan die to? Great Divine Lord shouted as he fought. Xianxia was not fighting on the ground. Instead, Xianxia were in the air. If the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor and the Law Enforcement Realm King were to take action, they would have to stop the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor from going down. Xianxia and Xiaoyuan suddenly arrived beside Xianxia. Great Divine Lord, I have to say, you are all a bunch of idiots. Xianxia said with a sneer, the Xiao Ancient Clan is the heaven-splitting ancient clan. They know how powerful the Evil Corpse King is and escaped long ago. If we hadn't destroyed the Evil Corpse King's true body, I'm afraid all of you would have become his blood pot by now. Xiaoyuan smiled and said, you guys are really stupid, you were almost killed by the Nine Sun Evil Spirit. Bullshit. Great Divine Lord shouted angrily. You guys definitely don't know how strong the Evil Corpse King's true body is. Fortunately, he just came out and his condition isn't very good, so we killed him ahead of time. Xianxia laughed. If the Evil Corpse King is really powerful, how could he be killed by a weak chicken like you? The Great Divine Lord mocked. Great Divine Lord, are you saying that I'm not even as good as a weak chicken? The little Evil Corpse King immediately shouted, you bunch of blood jars, just you wait. Evil Corpse King, Great Divine Lord doesn't mean that. The Law Enforcement Realm King quickly explained. That's exactly what he meant. Let me tell you, if my real body wasn't destroyed, I could have cut off your heads with one finger. The little Evil Corpse King pointed at the Great Divine Lord and shouted, Great Divine Lord, you can fight, but you better remember this. When I regain my true body in the future, the first thing I'll do when I return will be to settle the score with you. The Law Enforcement World King and the others were all dumbfounded. This Evil Corpse King wasn't something they could control. It actually wanted to kill them. Stop him. Great Divine Lord suddenly shouted. The Law Enforcement Realm King and the Sun Moon Tribe Emperor immediately took action. However, the little Evil Corpse King's body suddenly wriggled and then exploded, turning into many bats. Those bats were very fast and it was very difficult to catch all of them. Just like that, the Law Enforcement Realm King and the Emperor of the Suning clan could only watch as the little Evil Corpse King ran away. This bastard. The Great Divine Lord shouted angrily and threw out a powerful punch. After knocking the Divine Judge away, he was about to charge at Xianxia. Xianxia, the Divine Judge and Xia Wufeng immediately arrived near Xianxia. The Great Divine Lord naturally knew that he was no match for the three people in front of him, so he could only forcefully retreat. You have ruined the Nine Sons Law Spirit's plan. Punishment will descend soon. Just you wait. The Great Divine Lord laughed coldly, I won't kill you today, only the Nine Sons Law Spirit will punish you. This is what the Nine Sons Law Spirit wants to do, I don't dare to steal his job. After he finished speaking, the great divine lord flew back to the emperor of the Sunin clan and the others. Great divine lord, do you believe that you will all be devoured by the Nine Sons' evil spirit in the end? Xiao Yuan said coldly, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. Let's go. The great divine lord immediately left. He wanted to find the evil corpse king as soon as possible. Building the zombie devil palace to refine corpses was not only to refine a powerful army of evil demon zombies, it was also to refine the evil corpse king. The evil corpse king was the most important. Now that the evil demon zombies could no longer be protected, they could only save the evil corpse king. Otherwise, the great divine lord and the others would have failed too much. Soon after, Xia Wufeng, the divine judge, and Yu Xiangyun also landed on the ground and participated in the killing of the evil demon zombies. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan had fought the evil corpse king before and were now exhausted. Only they knew how dangerous this process was. The divine judge and Yu Xiangyun had only just heard of the evil corpse king and did not know how strong it was. In fact, even the great divine lord and the others did not believe that the evil corpse king was strong enough to fight against them. I wonder if the evil corpse king can really cultivate his true body. Xiao Yuan said worriedly. No matter what, this crisis has been resolved for the time being. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuan's hand and said with a smile, leave this place to them. Let's go back. Xiao Yuan nodded and returned to the Heavenly Fox City with Qin Yan. Great Elder Ling is still in the Heavenly Fox City. He has been watching the magic mirror the entire time, and he has also sent many scouts to the scene. After understanding how terrifying the zombie devil palace is, he is secretly alarmed. Fortunately, their Ling family did not participate. Although the great heaven divine race participated, no one came this time. This divine desolate is about to enter a chaotic period. Great divine lord and little divine king. It seems like little divine king is a bit stronger. Great elder Ling nodded. The divine judge should be boss Qin's subordinate. His subordinates are on par with the great divine lord. Not long after, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan returned to the Ling clan's golden stone shop. They entered the luxurious suite to take a bath and wash away the evil aura from the zombie devil palace. Then, the two of them hugged each other and slept. They cultivated the third level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra and recovered their previous losses. The news of the zombie devil palace spread very quickly. Furthermore, this was done by the heavenly court led by the great divine lord. The law enforcement realm, great heaven divine race and great Yin divine race participated. This matter caused public anger because many small cities had been destroyed by nefarious demon zombies. The people who escaped from the small cities all talked about how terrifying the evil devil zombies are. They never expected that this kind of evil devil thing was actually created by the heavenly court. Furthermore, the heavenly court is not only targeting small cities, they are also targeting large cities. However, this plan was seen through and was stopped by the divine court of the myriad realms and the divine moon alliance. This matter immediately caused many people to have a very bad impression of the heavenly court. In the divine desolate, the large and small cities are not only the habitats of humans but also the places where a large number of non-human races gather. And the heavenly court actually wanted to turn them into evil devil zombies. This time, the divine court of the myriad worlds took action to exterminate a large number of evil spirits and zombies from the zombie demon palace. This made many living beings and powerful races in the divine desolate feel a lot more at ease, and they all applauded. The reputation that the great divine lord had accumulated not long ago was gone in an instant. Now, most people started to question and hate the great divine lord. And this was because the evil demon zombie was very dangerous, and great divine lord was the mastermind behind the creation of this batch of evil demon zombie. This made everyone treat him like a devil. Big after the divine king and the others found out about this, they were all very angry. However, they did not think that there was anything wrong with them because they were just following the instructions of the Nine-Yang law spirit. One must know that there were millions of people who had been turned into nefarious demonic zombies. As for the relatives and friends of these millions of people, as long as they were still alive, they would all know how terrifying the evil spirit zombie was. Therefore, at this moment, they all hated the great divine lord to the core. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan rested for an entire day. The two of them enjoyed a rare moment of peace and were intimate in a sweet world of two people. Then when they were cultivating together, they tried to open the Nine Sun Divine Soul's eighth pearl together. However, they did not succeed. Furthermore, when they are cultivating together, Qin Yin can clearly sense that his and Xiao Yuelan's divine power is not equal. This is mainly because of the difference in cultivation. Xiao Yuelan's cultivation is higher than his, so it's normal for her divine power to be stronger than his. These as a result, when they cultivated together, their divine powers did not fuse harmoniously. Recently, too many things have been bothering me, causing me to not have time to cultivate. Qin Yin hugged Xiao Yuelan and gently rubbed her hand. Xiao Yuelan got up from Qin Yin's bosom, put on her clothes and said with smile, "Then I won't disturb your cultivation. I will go to the 6 myriad realms divine sun and see the situation inside." "Will it be dangerous?" Qin Yin also got up from the bed worriedly. "What danger could there be? If the Nine Suns evil spirit really wanted to attack our Nine Suns goddess, it would have done so long ago." Xiao Yuelan said, "The Nine Sun Law Spirit and the Nine Sun Evil Spirit are fighting. Although the Nine Sun Law Spirit is at a disadvantage, protecting our Nine Sun Divine Maiden is not a problem." Although Xiao Yuelan said so, Qin Yin is still worried. "Yuemei should be coming out soon. I'll go ask her first." This little girl, after staying in the Myriad Realms Divine Sun Core for so long, she must be bored to death. Xiao Yuelan chuckled. "After she comes out, she won't be as strong as you, right?" Qin Yin curled his lips. These 9 Yang Divine Maidens did not need to cultivate much. All they needed to do was stay in the Divine Yang Core for a period of time. Their strength was frighteningly powerful. It made Qin Yin very envious. "Of course, we are the 9 Sun Divine Maidens. It is normal for us to receive such treatment." Xiao Yuelan smiled and gently caressed Qin Yin's cheek. She said, "My little husband, if you don't want to cultivate diligently, it's fine. Our 9 Sun Divine Maiden will protect you." Qin Yin said with smile, "It is not certain who will protect who. I'm the strongest. Just wait and see. No matter how fast you break through, you're not as strong as us. In this new realm, our 9 Sun Divine Maiden can go even further." Xiao Yuelan said with great confidence. "No matter how strong you are still my little wife." Qin Yin got up, hugged Xiao Yuelan and kissed her. "It's a pity that I didn't get to see the #1 beauty of the 9 Sun sacred ground. The next time I come back, I must see her." Xiao Yuelan knows that Ling Daixin is cultivating, so it is not good for her to enter the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to disturb her. Want otherwise, she would have already run in. "Oh, that's right, where's Yu Xiaoling?" Qin Yin suddenly asked. He is not used to the fact that this rogue elf is not here. Yu Xiaoling is Xiao Yuelan's personal elf, she is not a clone. However, their souls have fused together before, so their memories can be interlinked. Qin Yin was once tormented by Yu Xiaoling and Xiao Yuelan together. "Xiao Yun, you are dead for sure. I have been back for so long and now you are asking about Yu Xiaoling. Hee, after I tell her, let's see how she will deal with you the next time we meet." Xiao Yuelan said with a naughty smile. Qin Yin pinched her face and said, "I didn't forget her. I've been thinking about her all this time." "Is that so? Then when I see her, I will tell her that you miss her very much." Xiao Yuelan smiled tenderly and said, "Xiaoling's long legs are very perfect. It is normal for you to miss her. Quickly tell me, where is she? Didn't you say that you can't be separated from her for too long?" Qin Yin looked at Xiao Yuelan's wrist. She also has a 9 divine spirit hidden there. She is in the core of the 2nd Divine Sunday. Don't forget, she is a sun fairy. I will go back and find her now." Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, "I really can't be separated from her for too long. Furthermore, I miss her too." When Xiao Yuelan was about to leave, Ling Yin'er also ran out and hugged Xiao Yuelan for a while. These two female hooligans quarreled endlessly, Qin Yin could only pull them apart. "Great beauty Yin'er, take good care of Xiao Yun." Xiao Yuelan rubbed Ling Yin'er's charming face and helped her tie up her hair. "Big sister Yuelan, you have to be careful too." Ling Yin'er is also very worried about Xiao Yuelan. After Yin sent Xiao Yuelan away, Ling Yin'er also returned to the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. There are a few beauties inside, so she won't feel bored. Qin chatted with great elder Ling in the Ling clan's metal stone shop for a while before hurriedly returning to the secret room. In the secret room, Qin set up multiple barriers. Then, he took out the heaven-leaping shuttle and entered one of the multiple barriers. Indeed, after ensuring that there are no problems with the barrier, he took out the evil corpse king's body. The evil corpse king's body is very tall. The black scales on its body are each the size of a palm, so there are quite a few of them added up. I have to say, Yuelan is truly strong. She actually used the myriad heaven divine saber to split open this kind of solid black scales. Qin took out the primal beginning divine mirror and illuminated the evil corpse king's body. He plans to use these scales to make a set of armor for himself. Taisher said, although the defense of these scales is very strong, without enough evil devil power to support it, the effect won't be very good. What? This is related to one's own strength? Qin is startled. He thought that after wearing it, his defense would explode like the evil corpse king. Bloodline heavenly rune materials are all like this. Did you see the might of your wife's myriad heaven divine saber? If you used it, would you be able to unleash that kind of might? Qin looked at the myriad heaven divine saber in his hand and said with smile, then wouldn't I be able to easily cut off these scales now? No. Taisher said. Qin didn't believe it and immediately gave it a try. After spending a lot of effort, he only managed to cut off a bit of the black scale's skin. Old brother Taisher, didn't you say that the scales need to be supported by formidable power to be very hard? Why can't I cut them? Qin said with an unconvinced expression. Because you are too weak. You can't even do anything to a scale that isn't supported by formidable divine power. Taisher's voice is very mechanical and ice-cold, but Qin can hear a trace of ridicule in it. Double Qin, who suffered a blow, immediately became motivated and shouted, I want to become stronger. Next time I meet the evil corpse king, I will tear it apart with my bare hands. Qin took out more than 10 mature transformation stage purple ginseng and put one into the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Then he put in some divine universe goldstones. Stage transformation stage purple ginseng is unique to Sun Yin divine race. This kind of pill is very rare because even the Sun Yin divine race can't grow transformation stage purple ginseng in large quantities. Not only does it require a lot of time, it also consumes a lot of resources. Sun Yin divine race has transformation stage purple ginseng, so even the great heaven god race has to be polite to them. Qin learned from Ling Daixin that stage transformation stage purple ginseng is very effective for divine heaven lord realm cultivators. After surpassing divine heaven lord realm, stage transformation stage purple ginseng is still very useful. Qin can only grow transformation stage purple ginseng in small quantities. He has not started to grow them on a large scale yet. Not with Taisher's help and Momo's fusion with the strongest white Godyang totem, it will not be a problem to quickly grow them. Qin refined 10 stage transformation stage purple ginseng and ate them. Stage transformation stage purple ginseng's energy is very special. It can increase divine Tao heavenly pills. This is also the reason why it can increase cultivation so quickly. Qin is now trying to evolve his divine Tao heavenly pills. He wants them to undergo pill tribulation inside the sacred tribulation gate so that they can evolve and become stronger. Each of his divine Tao heavenly pills is different, their strength is also different. Therefore, the number of stage transformation stage purple ginseng is different. Most of the time, eating 2 or 3 stage transformation stage purple ginseng is enough to attract pill tribulation. Qin cultivated in seclusion for more than 10 days and ate all 10 stage transformation stage purple ginseng. Now he has a total of 7 divine Tao heavenly pills. Not yet. The divine Tao heavenly core still hasn't crossed pill tribulation yet, it still lacks imperial heaven rune image, imperial heaven Tao image and divine dragon Tao image. The imperial heaven rune is an evolution of the original heavenly Tao divine rune. Qin is very unfamiliar with this Tao image. The imperial heaven rune image is evolved from the original heavenly Tao divine rune image. Qin is very unfamiliar with this Tao image. As for the Tao image of the divine dragon, it was very easy. He just needed to eat 2 more purple pills of the transcendent stage to cultivate it. Qin is now a 7-star divine heaven lord. He can feel his divine power increasing, but compared to those who have surpassed divine heaven lords, he is still a bit lacking. He took out the magic mirror to see if anything major had happened recently. The ancient Heavenly Moon clan had already gathered 100 billion Divine Universe Goldstones and deposited them into Xianxia's Divine Universe Gold card. This sum of Divine Universe Goldstones was stored in the Ling clan's Goldstone shop. Xianxia was in Heavenly Fox City's Ling clan's Metal Stone shop. He called Hu Shengquang over and handed over the seventh elder of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan to him. Back then, he had said that he would return the seventh elder. Mingyong Tian and Great Elder Ling had contacted him a few times, asking him if he wanted to buy the transcending divine stone. Xianxia originally planned to hoard some, but after seeing the ridiculously high price of transcendental divine stone, he decided not to buy them. The price of transcending space divine stone is getting more and more expensive. Even several 100 million can only buy a little bit. Xianxia cursed in low voice, "Is there someone controlling the price of transcending space divine stone?" He had contacted An Wukong and learned that the Divine Court of Myriad Worlds had a huge demand for transcendental divine stones. In order to strengthen the cooperation with the other cities, the Divine Court Heavenly City in the Divine Sun City needed to set up a teleportation formation. This required transcending space divine stones. The other outside, the space where the Divine Desolate is located is still constantly becoming stronger, causing the space inside the storage magic tool to slowly shrink. Now that they need to make a large space storage magic tool, the amount of transcending space divine stone required is increasing. Moreover, many experts are buying transcending space divine stone from everywhere in order to make their storage magic tool bigger. Xianxia took out the divine mirror of primal beginning and asked, "Old brother Taisher, how exactly are transcending space divine stone formed? Where are there more?" The conditions for the formation of transcending space divine stone are very complicated. Let's put it this way, there are 9 ranks of Super Divine Sunday. After the highest rank 9 Super Divine Sun self-destructs, the space inside the core is torn apart. Coupled with the powerful energy impact during the explosion, only a little bit will be born. Ah? In that case, what rank is the 6th Divine Sun of the All Heavens Divine Wilderness? Xianxia also discovered that the 6th Divine Sun is indeed ridiculously big, causing the few divine suns that were born before to look like tiny dots. The 6th divine sun is only a rank 1 super divine sun. Taisher said. What? Xianxia was alarmed. Such a huge divine sun was only at the 1st level. How big was the 9th level? Also, in other words, among the 6 myriad worlds divine suns, except for the 6th divine sun that had just appeared, the rest were all mediocre divine suns. Xianxia looked at the divine sun inside his 9-sun divine spirit. It is pitifully small, otherwise he would not have been able to obtain it. Such as if he could control 9 top-notch super divine suns, just the thought of it was terrifying. How is that super large nether sun formed? Xianxia asked. It's formed by multiple super divine suns devouring each other. Taisher said, right now, the space in the entire universe is strengthening. This means that this universe is being threatened by another universe and is strengthening itself. Xianxia had heard from An Wukong that the speed at which the space was strengthening had increased. I thought it was only the space of Heaven's Divine Desolate that changed. Xianxia said with frown, don't tell me it is synchronized with this universe? Doesn't that mean that the passageway in the middle of the 9-sun sacred ground might be blocked? It won't be blocked. The other universe will also increase its energy to keep the channel open. The reason why our universe is strengthening the space is to prevent other channels from appearing. If it was only one channel, it wouldn't be a threat to this universe. Xianxia said. After hearing Taisher's words, he became even more worried that the 9-sun sacred ground would be in danger at any time. He still hasn't surpassed Shintianjun realm. Old brother Taisher, does the universe we are in have consciousness? Xianxia suddenly asked. Otherwise, there wouldn't be something like the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. The Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box devoured too much energy from the universe, causing it to be sealed. The Super Divine Sun will become the Super Nether Sun, and after the Super Nether Sun devours energy, it will form its own universe. After reaching a certain point, it will leave this universe's space, so it is restricted. Taisher said. Xianxia nodded and said, this is like cutting off flesh. Taisher said, you should quickly surpass Shintianjun and reach a new realm. I will guide you in cultivating in the new realm. Qin is startled, he suddenly said excitedly, "Old brother Taisher, what do you know about the new realm?" Taisher's ice-cold voice is filled with pride. "I started cultivating from dust, turned into a small star, then became a divine Sunday. After cultivating for many years, I finally became a super divine Sunday. Then I began to devour other big and small divine suns, then became a super nether sun and finally opened up my small universe. Before I became a super divine sun, my power already far surpassed 10-star heavenly monarchs." Hearing this, Yun immediately felt that this Taisher is truly awesome. He cultivated from dust to this stage. You must quickly become stronger and snatch the great divine lord's divine king heavenly seal. Taisher has always been thinking about this matter. The Grand Prime in Qin Yun's hand was not the true Grand Prime. The real Taisher was still with the great divine lord, and that was the Taisher who grasped an extremely strong power. Therefore, Qin Yun only has the Grand Prime's memories. Moreover, he has a new consciousness as well as a large number of runes. We must destroy the Divine King Heavenly Seal in the hands of the Great Divine Lord. Only then can we be completely safe. Taisher transmitted his voice to Qin Yun again. Even if you didn't say it, I still wanted his godly monarch Heaven Seal. Qin Yun understood that if the Great Divine Lord's Divine King Heavenly Seal was unsealed, it would mean that the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box would be unsealed. There would be an ancient and powerful spirit body that would control the sealed small universe. Once the Great Divine Lord grasped this power, it would be very terrifying. On top of that, the Grand Prime in Qin Yun's hands did not want him to be devoured by the Grand Prime himself. He believed that he could become a substitute for the ancient Grand Prime and work together with Qin Yun. Great Divine Lord's alliance suffered a huge loss in the matter of the Zombie Devil Palace. Not to mention losing the Zombie Devil Palace, their reputation also plummeted because of this. However, because they controlled the interior of the sixth divine sun, it could be said that they had won back a little. Everything that happened during this period of time revolved around the sixth divine Sunday. In order to redeem his reputation, the great divine lord started to establish his own sect called the Heavenly Divine Palace. It was located within the 600,000 universe god sun, and once he passed the assessment, he would become a disciple of the Heavenly Divine Palace. In the future, the entire heavenly court would be managed by the Heavenly Divine Palace. The Law Enforcer world, the Heavenly Mystery Sect, and the Sun Moon Divine Tribe had merged into the All Heavens Divine Palace. In the deity's wilderness, there were the Law Enforcement Hall, Heavenly Secret Hall, and Sun Moon Hall. The original Law Enforcement Realm King, Heavenly Secret Sect Leader, and Sun Moon Tribe Emperor's titles remained the same. The Heaven Secret Sect was quite famous, but many people didn't know much about the Heaven Secret Sect. They only knew that it was a very powerful organization in the law enforcement world, and it operated independently. The Law Enforcement World King and the Heaven Secret Sect Master were on equal footing. There were rumors that the Heaven Secret Sect Master was stronger than the Law Enforcement World King. In the Heaven Secret Sect, there was also Yu Shiji. Yu Shiji now had a large territory in the divine moon of the heavens. No one knew what she was going to do with it. Qin Yun contacted Xianxia and asked about the Heaven Secrets chapter situation. "Boss, I don't even dare to go out now. The Heaven Secrets sect is hunting me everywhere." Black Killer's bitter laughter came from the magic mirror. "Are you uncomfortable staying inside the four divine suns?" Qin Yun said with smile, "Bear with it for now. I will deal with the Heaven Secrets gate as soon as possible. I also need more detailed information about the Heaven Secrets sect." Xianxia said, "It's fine if I'm inside the four divine yang, but I have to go out. Once I go out, I'll be in danger of being killed. I'm scared. Wait till I destroy the Heaven Mystery sect, then there will be nothing to be afraid of." After Qin Yun surpasses Shen Tianjun, he will first go to the Heaven Secrets sect and save the real Blood Moon and Dark Moon. "Boss, as long as you can exterminate the Heaven Secret sect, I will wait as long as it takes." Xianxia also knows that Qin Yun wants to exterminate the Heaven Secret sect. Qin Yun had previously contacted Xiao Yuelan and learned that Yu Xiangyun's mood had improved a lot. However, she still missed the Blood Moon and the Dark Moon. She just didn't say it out loud. Hua Yu, Shui Yu, and Feng Yu, the three of them have already recovered. Now they are seizing the time to cultivate and catch up with everyone's progress. Xiao Yuan also said that the little girl Mu Jin really wants to meet him and apologize to him face to face. After contacting his friends, Qin Yun began cultivating again. Old brother Taisher, is my Imperial Heaven Divine Rune Spirit the Imperial Heaven Inscription Spirit? What's the use of it? In the past 2 days, Qin Yun already let the Divine Dragon Dao Image's Divine Dao Heavenly Core undergo tribulation and evolve. And next, he will begin cultivating the mysterious Imperial Heaven Divine Rune Spirit. If you cultivate it well, this inscription spirit will be very useful. It can allow you to form runes with a thought. With a thought, the blood spirit's power can transform into runes you want. Taisher said, the premise is that you must have the corresponding inscription spirit. For example, if you have the Moon Lady inscription spirit, you can use it. Qin Yun still hasn't finished cultivating the Imperial Heaven Divine Rune Spirit, but it won't be long before he can finish it. Although the Imperial Heaven Divine Rune Spirit is mysterious and the divine power it can erupt with is not very strong, he can still cultivate by eating the purple core. 2 days later, the Divine Dao Heavenly Core of the Imperial Heaven Divine Rune Spirit finally crossed the pill tribulation. After the evolution, Qin Yun immediately sensed a very subtle feeling. Forming runes with a thought? Qin Yun frowned. With a thought, he urged the blood spirit's power. Suddenly, a golden lion condensed from runes appeared in front of his eyes. This is a heavenly lion transformed from a heavenly lion totem. This is indeed forming runes with a thought. If he uses runes to fight, it will greatly increase his strength. Because it will allow him to quickly release many complex and formidable heavenly runes and totems. Very good. In the future, when you fight, you must use these formidable runes more. Taisher's voice arrived. But I still feel that the power of runes is somewhat weak. Qin Yun sighed and said. Using runes to fight is mainly for support, it can't be used as the main battle power. Wait until you surpass Shintianjun, you will feel that everything will have a heaven and earth flipping change. At that time I will guide you in your cultivation. Taisher said. Because Qin Yun doesn't have anyone to guide him, his cultivation situation is very complicated. He has to rely on himself to cross the river. Now the only thing missing is the Divine Dao Heavenly Core of the Imperial Heaven Dao Image. This Divine Dao Heavenly Core is a bloodline heavenly rune egg. When Qin Yun ate the purple core before, he tried to let the egg absorb it but it didn't work. This is a 3rd-generation bloodline heavenly rune, moreover it comes from the Tai Long bloodline. Taisher's voice came out from the divine mirror on the table. After the Tai Long cosmos was sealed, the Tai Long bloodline was continuously spread, which is the current dragon race. So it's like this, then is it suitable for my Imperial Heaven Dao Image to use this thing as a Divine Dao Heavenly Core? Qin Yun knows that Taisher knows a lot about other bloodline heavenly rune boxes. It's not suitable. I can help you and let your energy body become the Divine Dao Heavenly Core of the Imperial Heaven Dao Image. These two are the most compatible. Taisher's words caused Qin Yun to jump in fright. Qin Yun touched his heart, there is a very powerful energy body there. This energy body almost exploded from the small cosmos but Taisher guided Qin Yun to capture it. At that time, many heaven-opening ancient race people were searching for it. Alright, how do we proceed? Qin Yun asked. Place the Divine King Heavenly Seal on your heart, leave the rest to me. Oh that's right, this requires a large amount of Divine Universe golden stones. Taisher paused for a bit and reminded, around 2 billion, maybe even more, it would be best to prepare 3 billion. Qin Yun's heart is aching, he has not even started collecting interest yet he has to use it all. He used several 100 million before, later Divine Judge helped him fill in the money, only then did he have 2 billion. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version, Qin Yun could only contact Great Elder Ling immediately because not only did he want to take away the Divine Universe goldstones he also wanted to borrow another billion. Of course, if he asked Yu Xiangyun for it, Yu Xiangyun would definitely not refuse and would immediately lend it to him. When he thought about how the Divine Moon clan no longer had the Divine Moon of the Heavens, and how they would need a large amount of Divine Universe metal stones for their cultivation in the future, and how Yu Xiangyun had to raise so many little sisters, he did not intend to ask her to lend them to him. That 100 billion Divine Universe metal stones was the entire Divine Moon clan's wealth. Ling Wen Grand Elder learned that Qin Yin suddenly wanted so many Divine Universe Goldstones, he was rather astonished. Boss Qin, how about this? Why don't you come to our Ling residence? It will be faster to obtain the Divine Universe Goldstones here. The Heavenly Fox City's metal stone shop has limited stock. Great Elder Ling readily agreed to lend Qin Yin. After all, most of the Divine Universe Goldstones stored in the Ling clan's Goldstone shop belong to the Divine Moon clan. He did not charge interest for lending 1 billion to Qin Yin. Qin Yin had originally planned on bringing Ling Daixin along. After all, it would not be good to return to the Ling mansion without the number one beauty of the Ling family. No, however, he learned from Ling Yun'er that Ling Daixin was still cultivating with Zi Qingqing and the others and had made some progress. Such as if everything went smoothly, Zi Qingqing and the others might even possess the power of bloodline heavenly patterns. Yes, after learning of the good news, Qin Yin was overjoyed. He did not disturb Ling Daixin and company and headed for heaven-towering Divine City. Qin Yin originally planned to find Humayr to greet her, but he found out that the tempting little fox went to the 4 divine sons and was invited by Xiaoyuan. Ling Tian Divine City, Ling Mansion. The last time Qin Yin came, it was not finished. But now, it has been completed. The entire Ling residence occupied a vast area, and there were all sorts of grand and imposing buildings built within. There were also many gardens and courtyards, as well as many individual houses and streams. Ling Great Elder saw Qin Yin and said with beaming smile, "Boss Qin, you can treat this place as your own home. You're the son-in-law of our emperor." Elder Ling, have you received any information regarding the 9 Sun Sacred Ground recently? Qin Yin asked. Many experts have gathered in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground, and they are building a passageway. Once they open it, our peace will be broken. Great Elder Ling's smiling face suddenly turned serious. Even if they don't come, our Divine Desolate will not be at peace either. Great Divine Lord and the rest of them, who knows what other crazy things they will do. Qin Yin shook his head and said. Ling Great Elder brought Qin Yin to a basement and asked, "Boss Qin, it seems like you have become stronger." "I am about to surpass the Divine Heavenly Lord realm, I am now a 9-star Heavenly Lord," Qin Yin said. "Ah? So fast?" Grand Elder Ling is astonished. He thought that Qin Yin was only a 4 or 5-star heavenly monarch. "You should know that I have cultivated 10 Tao images. Now the last Tao image's Divine Tao Heavenly Pill requires a large amount of Divine Universe Goldstones." Qin Yin helplessly waved his hand. Great Elder Ling said in shock, "You cultivated 10 images, it was originally very difficult for you to break through, but your current speed is very fast." "Oh right, you can use the Divine Universe Goldstones to cultivate? What's going on? My Divine Tao Heavenly Pill needs to absorb a lot of energy, it can swallow Divine Universe Golden Stones." Qin Yin said with bitter smile, "In short, this is a waste of money. To be able to swallow billions of Divine Universe Goldstones, this is very powerful." Great Elder Ling is looking forward to Qin Yin's breakthrough. Previously, Qin Yin's cultivation was still very low, but he could already fight against the Great Divine Lord. If he broke through, taking down the Great Divine Lord would be just around the corner. Seeing the Great Elder's expectant gaze, Qin Yin waved his hand and said, "Great Divine Lord has also improved very quickly. He has a Heavenly Universe Divine Sun heart and his strength is unfathomable. Especially now that he is in the 6th Divine Sun, he will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. I heard from our clan emperor that he has comprehended a completely new path. Now, many big shots are begging to see him. Even the Heavenly Dragon Emperor and the other clan emperors of the heaven-splitting ancient race have sent him generous gifts to celebrate his entry into the 6th Divine Sun." Great Elder Ling said again, "Even our clan emperor is somewhat shaken." "Oh right, isn't your clan emperor the disciple of the Great Divine Lord? Their relationship doesn't seem to be very good." Qin Yin has already arrived at the teleportation formation above the basement. Only through the teleportation formation could one enter the most important basement. Our clan emperor's favorite son was secretly killed by the Great Divine Lord. However, our clan emperor has never expressed his anger. He only gradually alienated the Great Divine Lord. Great Elder Ling brought Qin Yin through the teleportation formation and entered the basement. He treated Qin Yin as one of his own, so he told Qin Yin these secrets. Why did the Great Elder kill the Great Divine Lord's son? Qin asked, slightly surprised. Because the great divine lord's son was too strong. When he grew up, he would be a threat to the great divine lord, so he found a reason to kill him. And it was the great divine lord who ordered the Sun Moon Emperor to do it. Great Elder Ling was also very angry. Such as this way, the great divine lord would hate the Sun Moon Emperor. And the Sun Moon Emperor was afraid of revenge, so he could only crazily kneel to the great divine lord. This was the only way the great divine lord would protect him. The great divine lord was not strong enough and did not dare to fight against the great divine lord, so he could only endure. Such as today, many clans in the great heaven god tribe wanted to unite against the Ling family. As long as the Ling family was pushed out of the great heaven god tribe, the great divine lord would no longer be the great divine lord, but only the Ling family head. Qin only sighed before surveying his surroundings and observing the underground vault. The basement was very big and the walls were purple-red. Divine Universe Amethyst? Qin said in surprise, your basement is built inside the Divine Universe Amethyst? Boss Qin, even if it's you, you can't steal our basement, right? Great Elder Ling chuckled. Qin smiled and said, if there is a chance in the future, I will try. Great Elder Ling smiled and said, yes, this can test our defense. Qin took out 3 billion Divine Universe golden stones and placed them into the Divine King Heavenly Seal. From after coming out of the basement, Great Elder Ling brought him to a quiet place in the Ling Mansion. There was a large mountain here and the entire mountain was protected by a barrier. Inside the mountain, there was a very spacious cultivation room. This was Great Elder Ling's own cultivation room. Qin released the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda and then entered the pagoda. He took off the clothes on his upper body and placed the divine mirror of ancient beginning beside it. Then he took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and pressed it on his heart. Old brother Taisher, will it be dangerous to cultivate like this? Qin lied on the ground and looked at the Divine King Heavenly Seal. He suddenly felt worried. There won't be any danger. Although this is my first time trying it, I have a lot of experience and can deal with all kinds of danger. Don't worry. Taisher's stiff voice came out. Qin became even more worried because this old brother Taisher was clearly taking one step at a time. At the beginning, Taisher did not warn Qin. Qin sensed that the Divine King Heavenly Seal suddenly became very hot and realized that it has already begun. His heart is an energy body, the Imperial Heaven Heart is inside the energy body, it will be very safe. And, now, the Great Divine Lord wants to transfer the Imperial Heavenly Tao image into the energy body and make it the Divine Tao Heavenly Core of the Imperial Heavenly Tao image. Qin is still not sure about the specific process. He only feels that if he succeeds, he will definitely become very strong. Thinking about how he will soon surpass Shen Tianjun, he is secretly excited. When the time comes, he will immediately go find Xiao Yuelan and show off to her. Old brother Taisher, if my Imperial Heavenly Tao image cultivates a Divine Tao Heavenly Core, wouldn't I become a 10-star Divine Heavenly Lord? Then how do I go up a level? Qin asked. If I succeed, I will directly surpass Shen Tianjun. Taisher's voice came, I plan to fuse all of your Tao images and Divine Tao Heavenly Core together. What? Qin, who was lying on the ground, shouted loudly, he almost sat up in shock. 10 Tao images, 10 Divine Tao Heavenly Cores, 10 Sacred Tribulation Gates, it's too complicated. The Great Tao is the simplest, so it must be fused. Taisher said, it has already begun, wait patiently. Where's Yuner? She's my Tao image. This is also the reason why Qin shouted earlier. Then I'll split her out. Her power is just like that anyway, it's dispensable. Taisher said. Qin feels that if Ling Yuner heard this, she would definitely throw the grand beginning divine mirror in anger. Then Yuner will always be in the 9-sun divine spirit from now on? Qin said. She possesses the nether sun, she can manage those divine suns inside the 9-sun divine spirit and communicate with the divine sun spirit, allowing them to grow. Taisher said, she is very suitable for this kind of work. Alright, fuse all of my Tao images and Divine Tao Heavenly Core together. Qin can only listen to Taisher and asked, if they are all fused, what will happen in the future? It won't affect your use of Divine Saber, Divine Cauldron and Divine Hammer. When you use these divine tools in the future, you will become even stronger. Taisher said, the Tao of those Tao images have already fused with your soul, so you no longer need them. Qin Yin was still somewhat puzzled. He asked, they have all fused, what kind of Tao image is that? After you surpass Shen Tianjun, you will no longer have a Tao image, nor will you have a divine Tao heavenly Dan. Taisher said, you will change to another form of existence. Qin Yin laid down. He only felt his heart burning. He had no idea what was happening inside because the energy body was sealed. Only Grand Primes could see what was inside. What realm will it be after surpassing Lord Shintian? Brother Taisher, do you know? That great divine lord seems to have already grasped this realm. Qin Yin said with some worry. Surpassing the heavenly lord realm is the divine space realm. Therefore, once you reach the divine universe realm, you will need a lot of divine universe goldstones, Taisher said. Divine space realm? Qin Yin suddenly thought of something. Is he trying to cultivate a small universe in his body? That's right, your divine Tao heavenly core is an energy body, and now I want to fuse all of your Tao images together and open up a divine universe within your energy body. As long as you can open it up, you will be able to obtain divine heavenly power. The stronger your divine universe is, the stronger your divine heavenly power will be. Qin Yin quickly understood Taisher's words. Yun quickly understood Taisher's words. The divine universe wasn't a true universe. It was just something that the human body could store energy, transform energy, and increase energy. After I cultivate the Imperial Heaven Divine Universe, what use will that energy body have? Qin Yin is still worried that the energy body will explode. Tu Taisher said, the use of the energy body is to ensure that your Imperial Heaven Divine Universe will not be destroyed. If you encounter an extremely strong attack, your soul and 9 Sun Divine Spirit can immediately withdraw into the energy body. Even if your body is destroyed, you won't die. As for other uses, you don't need to know right now. Qin Yin curled his lips. However, thinking that his soul has a place to stay, it is also extremely good. At least at the critical moment, he can protect the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Everything inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit is too important to him. He absolutely can't lose it. He said that this is his first time and that there is no danger. Qin Yin didn't really believe it before. However, and now, after a period of time, he doesn't feel any discomfort. It's just that his heart is very hot, but this is nothing to him. Namely, no matter how painful it is, he can still endure it. Don't worry, this process will take time. Only 300 million Divine Universe Golden Stones have been consumed. Taisher's voice rang out. Is that 3 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones enough? Qin Yin suddenly became somewhat worried. If he had known earlier, he would have taken a few billion more. It's not like the Ling family doesn't have a basement. Enough. The energy body itself also has a certain amount of energy. Taisher's words made Qin Yin feel a lot more at ease. Qinhua Yun was in seclusion, Great Elder Ling was also guarding outside the mountain. He knew that Qin Yin was attacking the final bottleneck and was extremely attentive. He wanted to see if Qin Yin could break through Shen Tianjun in one go and step into that brand new realm. Great Elder Ling planned to wait here for a few days and try his best to wait for Qin Yin to come out. However, at this moment, Ling Taiyun arrived. Great Elder, I sent a message to your magic mirror, why didn't you reply? Ling Taiyun seemed to be very anxious. The matter of the 6th Divine Sun, right? I got it, what's there to be anxious about? Great Elder Ling said indifferently. How can I not be anxious? The Great Divine Lord announced a brand new realm. He said that he created it and it's called the Divine Space Realm. Right now, all the big shots, as long as they don't have any conflicts with the Great Divine Lord, have all run over. Ling Taiyun sighed, Divine Space Realm. How can one cultivate like this? Did Father go find the Great Divine Lord? Great Elder Ling snorted, I don't believe that an idiot like the Great Divine Lord can comprehend this realm. Even if it's true, we have to keep our distance from him. This guy once wanted to kill us all. Great Elder, what are you doing here? Ling Taiyun looked at the tightly shut door of the cave. Boss Qin is inside. Great Elder Ling said in a low voice, he's cultivating. Cultivation? The key to breaking through? In that case, Boss Qin will soon become a 6-star heavenly lord? Or 7 stars? Ling Taiyun said with some excitement, his cultivation speed is really fast. It's a 10-star heavenly lord. Boss Qin is a person with 10 images. His 10-star heavenly lord is genuine. Great Elder Ling said, maybe he can even directly surpass the heavenly lord. Ling Taiyun said with a face full of shock, Isn't this too fast? Did this guy use a secret technique to reverse the flow of time? Could it be that one day for us is a few hundred years for him? It was like this in the 9-sun sacred land. The time inside was different from the outside. I don't know. We'll wait for him to come out. Great Elder Ling shook his head. When Qin Yun was cultivating, it was not particularly strenuous. He also did not need to concentrate his mental power. All of this was led by the godly king heavenly seal and grand prime's consciousness. He took out the magic mirror and suddenly saw the great divine lord announce that he had comprehended a new realm and named it the divine space realm. Qin Yun cursed in a low voice, that bastard great divine lord, he also knows about the matter of the divine space realm. He even said that he was the one who comprehended it. How shameless, he's probably bluffing people by saying that he has a divine space realm cultivation technique to attract people to join his all heavens deity palace. To cultivate in the divine space realm, just having cultivation methods isn't enough. You also need a large amount of divine space goldstones. Great divine lord might not be deceiving people. Even if he imparted cultivation techniques, without enough divine universe metal stones, it would be very difficult to improve. Taisher said. What about the pills? Are there any good pills that can allow me to quickly break through the divine space realm? Qin Yun asked. There is, but it needs to absorb a large amount of divine universe goldstones. So many divine universe goldstones have appeared in the heavens divine desolate one after another, all for the sake of letting you enter the divine universe realm. Qin Yun's cultivation is consuming large amounts of divine universe goldstones. He now knows how much divine universe goldstones are consumed when cultivating in the divine universe realm. Fortunately, there were many living beings in God Desolate and there were large amounts of divine universe metal ores that could produce large amounts of divine universe metal ores. Only when there are enough living beings in Deity Desolate can I earn more divine universe goldstones. Qin Yun was secretly glad that he had developed flowing mist early on. It would be his main source of divine universe goldstones in the future. Therefore, all the powerful forces or powerful races in this universe will enter the divine desolate one after another to obtain a large amount of divine universe golden stones to cultivate. In the future, in order to fight for the divine universe golden stones, there will definitely be many conflicts and competitions. The divine mirror of absolute beginning suddenly floated up and floated in front of Qin Yun. Many light spots appeared on the surface of the mirror. There were about a dozen of them, and they were scattered all over the place. What is this? Asked Qin Yun. In our universe, civilizations that once appeared were all as big as divine wasteland. However, they were all destroyed later on. The amount of divine universe metal stones produced by these places added together is not as much as divine wasteland. Taisher said. There were so many civilizations in the past. Qin Yun is astonished. The appearance of Deity Desolate has gathered a large portion of the universe's energy. That's why so many divine universe metal stones have appeared. The divine mirror of primordial beginning floated by itself and circled around the godly king heavenly seal. Although those civilizations don't have many divine universe metals, it doesn't mean they don't have powerhouses. Qin Yun had previously guessed that with the vastness of the universe, it was possible that even stronger beings existed. Did those fellows from the ancient heaven-splitting clan touch the divine universe realm a long time ago? Qin Yun was suddenly very curious. How did the Grand Prime know of this realm? Because the great divine lord also knew that this had definitely appeared before, but it had disappeared later on. The heaven-splitting ancient clan should have been the first to comprehend the divine space realm, but there was a huge gap in their inheritance. As for the reason, I'm not too sure, because even they didn't know. Qin Yun suddenly recalled the lost imperial heavenly talisman. Back then, the Yu family's patriarch was able to create such a powerful talisman like the imperial life heavenly talisman. That was in ancient times. Back then, resources were scarce, unlike now. If they could all reach the divine space realm in the past, that would indeed be extremely terrifying. The universe is too big. We don't know what happened back then. In the universe, there might be an existence like the divine desolate land. If they knew that the divine desolate land has a large amount of divine universe golden stones, they would definitely come over. The Grand Prime said. It's so far away, how could they possibly know? Just as Xianxia finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that the divine universe golden stones could release a very strong spatial fluctuation that could be transmitted very far. The vault that stored the divine universe golden stones, as well as the storage magic treasures, could isolate this kind of fluctuation. However, the divine universe golden stones scattered across the divine desolate land and the divine moon land would still continuously release weak fluctuations. Whether it was humans or beasts, they all had a way to sense this weak fluctuation and then dig out the divine universe golden stones that were buried deep. With so many divine universe golden stones in the divine desolate land, the mysterious ripples released into the universe would definitely attract all kinds of civilizations in the universe. If there really is a powerful foreign power, then the one who will have a headache should be the great divine lord. After all, they are the #1 power in the divine desolate land. The Grand Prime continued, the final situation is that the most powerful beings in this universe will gather in the divine desolate land and fight against another universe. The Nine Sun Sacred Land has a passage that connects to the outerverse. It is a great threat. The divine universe golden stones inside the divine king heavenly seal are rapidly being consumed. Xianxia can also feel a great change in his body. In the Nine Sun divine spirit, Ling Yuner sensed a subtle change in the connection between her and Xianxia. She immediately asked about the situation. Xianxia only told her that if he wanted to break through the bottleneck, fuse with all the Tao images and ascend to Maotai, there would be a great risk. Ling Yuner understood that from today onwards, she would become a true living being and no longer be someone else's spirit body. After severing this relationship with Xianxia, Ling Yuner felt somewhat melancholic. However, when she thought about how she could still play with the beauties inside the Nine Sun divine spirit in the future, her mood immediately became better. A few days later, Xianxia could feel his own energy body releasing a very strong power. As it flowed through his entire body, he felt full of energy. This power is so strong, is this the divine universe heavenly power? Xianxia said somewhat excitedly. He believed that with his current strength, he could use the myriad heaven divine saber to chop the evil corpse king. Yes, you have only just entered the divine space realm, but you are still very far from the first level of the divine space realm. Taisher said. What? I am not at the first level of the divine space realm? Am I not at the divine space realm? Xianxia asked doubtfully. It is the divine space realm, but it is only at the initial stage. Of course, if you have enough divine universe golden stones, coupled with your super heaven divine body, you can quickly cultivate to the first level of the divine space realm. Taisher said. What is the great divine king's current cultivation level? Xianxia felt a headache when he heard that he needed a large amount of divine universe golden stones. Taisher was silent for a moment before replying, it might be the second or third level of the divine space realm. His cultivation speed is very fast. After all, he is the great divine king. Now that he has finished cultivating, Xianxia sighed inwardly because he did not do anything at all. It was all done by Taisher. He held the divine king heavenly seal and looked at the divine universe golden stones inside. Immediately, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. There were only a few tens of millions of divine universe golden stones left. I am in debt of almost 1 billion. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. The divine desolate is so big, the divine universe golden stones can be said to be almost infinite. Every once in a while, a batch will appear underground. As long as you have enough strength, it is not a problem to have as many as you want. Taisher said. Xianxia put away the divine king heavenly seal and put on his clothes. He has become a lot stronger, but he feels that something is missing. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Complete. Update the latest chapter of the Nine Sun Divine King as soon as possible. Xianxia walked out of the Nine Sun sky-raising pagoda. He held the divine mirror of absolute beginning in his hand and looked around. At this moment, he also had a new feeling. So the myriad realms divine sun is also releasing the divine universe heavenly power. It's just that I couldn't sense it before. Although Qinyan could absorb the divine universe heavenly power of the myriad realms divine sun, it was extremely thin. Previously, after Heavenly Ghost Ancestor stepped into the divine universe realm, he became very weak because he was unable to replenish his lost divine universe heavenly power. Later on, Qinyan placed the divine universe golden stone into the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine and let Heavenly Ghost Ancestor absorb it. After opening up the divine universe in your body, you can absorb the divine universe power. Your current upper limit of divine universe power is 30 and the available divine universe power is 20. Taisher suddenly said. What do you mean? Qinyan looked at the divine mirror of absolute beginning and said with a frown. It means that your highest divine universe power is 30. Now that you've already used up 10 points of divine universe power, you only have 20 points left. Taisher said. Ah? Then how high is the divine universe power of the great divine lord and my wife Yuelan? Qinyan asked anxiously. When the divine universe power reaches 100, you can attack the first level of the divine universe realm. After breaking through, the divine universe power is usually around 150. Your wife and the great divine lord are both at the first level of the divine universe realm and above. Of course, if you enter the extreme evil devil state, your divine universe power can suddenly rise to 50. Taisher helped Qinyan step into the divine universe realm, so he had a very clear understanding of Qinyan's situation. He also knew that Qinyan could enter the extreme evil devil state. The gap between me and them is so great. Qinyan already had a rough understanding of his own strength. Taisher said again, if you want to achieve the best effect when using the myriad heaven divine saber, every time you strike, you will have to consume at least 5 divine universe power. You can only slash out 6 times in total. Then can I use these 6 slashes to kill the great divine lord? Qinyan thought that the great divine lord's divine universe power was above 150 and immediately felt a lot of pressure. Myriad heaven divine saber can increase the divine universe power by several times. Every time you attack, you can unleash about 20 to 30 divine universe power. If great divine lord uses a divine artifact to block, you won't be able to break through his defense. Taisher said. Alright, it seems like a battle between divine cosmos realm experts requires sufficiently powerful divine cosmos power, then will my inscription battle technique be of any use? Qinyan secretly tested, he can still release blood soul power. The power of his blood soul had also become much stronger than before, and this required the consumption of divine cosmos energy. It's quite useful, but the prerequisite is that you need to master it well enough. Moreover, this also consumes divine cosmos power. Taisher said. Qinyan looked at the divine mirror of primordial beginning in his hand. His divine cosmos power value appeared on it. There were 2 lines. The upper line was his upper limit of 30 points. The lower line was his remaining usable divine cosmos power, only 19 points, previously, it had been 20. Just now, he had only tested the power of the blood soul and had consumed a bit of divine cosmos force. What the hell? Is the divine cosmos energy being consumed so quickly? How do I replenish them? Qinyan wanted to fill it up immediately. Only by doing so would he feel safe. I need to consume about 1,000,000 divine cosmos golden stones to replenish a bit of divine cosmos power. I can use the divine king heavenly seal to replenish it. Taisher said, I suggest that you place the divine king heavenly seal inside your own divine cosmos. This way, you can quickly replenish it when you need it. Holy shit. Qinyan is stunned. He needed to replenish 11 points to fill it up. That would be 11,000,000 divine cosmos golden stones. Is there a way to not use divine cosmos golden stones? For example, Yuelan, great divine lord and other divine cosmos realm experts, they should be absorbing the power of the myriad realms divine sun to replenish it, right? Qinyan does not need such a wasteful method. Yes, but it will take time. About 2 hours will be enough to replenish a bit of divine cosmos power. The divine cosmos in your body has the ability of the nether sun and its devouring power is very strong. You can replenish a bit of divine cosmos power in an hour. Taisher said. Then I'll use this natural replenishment method. Qinyan still had 50,000,000 divine cosmos golden stones in his hands. They were all inside the divine king heavenly seal. If he was in urgent need, he could replenish it through the Divine King Heavenly Seal. He took out the magic mirror to take a look. Many friends were contacting him, asking him what he thought about the matter of the Divine Cosmos Realm announced by the Great Divine Lord. Xianxia only replied that he already knew about the matter of the Divine Cosmos Realm and it was not created by the Great Divine Lord. It had existed many years ago. When he walked out of the cave, he saw Ling Taiyun and Great Elder Ling outside. "Boss Qin, you broke through? You stepped into the Divine Cosmos Realm?" Great Elder Ling hastily ran over with a face full of shock as he pinched Xianxia's shoulder. Ling Taiyun is also very shocked, he said, "I can feel that you have the same divine power as us." "It hasn't been long, how did you surpass the Divine Heaven Lord Realm?" Xianxia said with a smile, "I have just entered the Divine Cosmos Realm. My Divine Cosmos Heavenly power is still very weak and is far from being as strong as the two of you." "Boss Qin, how much do you know about the Divine Cosmos Realm?" Great Elder Ling hurriedly asked. That Great Divine Lord is unwilling to say anything. Only by joining his heavenly divine palace will he impart the relevant knowledge of the Divine Cosmos Realm. Xianxia said, "After entering the Divine Cosmos Realm, one will possess Divine Cosmos Heavenly Power, also known as Divine Cosmos Power. The strength of the Divine Cosmos Power is determined by a numerical value. One needs to reach 100 Divine Cosmos Power to enter the first level of the Divine Cosmos Realm. After entering the first level of the Divine Cosmos Realm, the Divine Cosmos Power can increase to around 150. Then how do you know how much Divine Cosmos Power we have?" Ling Taiyun hastily asked, "Boss Qin, quickly help me see how much I have." Xianxia used the Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning to illuminate Ling Taiyun and said, "You have 50 points of Divine Cosmos Power." What about me? What about me?" Great Elder Ling is also very excited and promptly shouted. Xianxia illuminated Great Elder Ling and said with a frown, "Old Ling, you have 120. It seems like you haven't broken through yet. If you break through, maybe it will increase by 40 or 50. How do I break through? I don't know how to cultivate in the Divine Cosmos Realm. Everyone is blindly groping." Great Elder Ling shook his head and sighed. "Didn't your 9 Sun Holy Lands already master the cultivation method? I thought you guys knew how to cultivate." Xianxia already knew that the Greatest Heaven sect said that they would transmit the related cultivation method. "That's all a lie, we only know how to refine the divine power we need from the Divine Cosmos Golden Stone." Great Elder Ling vigorously grabbed Xianxia's hand and said, "Boss Qin, you must guide us in cultivation. We gave Xianxia to you, if you don't think she is good, then I will immediately gather all the women in the Ling mansion." Xianxia promptly waved his hand, curled his lips and said, "Old Ling, what kind of person do you think I am? Don't worry, I will do my best to guide you in breaking through." "Oh, that's right, I want to earn some Divine Cosmos Golden Stone during this period of time, I owe you 1 billion. As long as you teach us the method to break through, I will exempt your 1 billion. Then I will give you 1 billion. Great Elder Ling said with smile, "Boss Qin, help me break through now. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the 9 Suns Divine King as soon as possible." Xianxia was currently in dire need of Divine Universe Goldstones because raising the upper limit of the Divine Universe power required a large number of Divine Universe Goldstones. "That's fine. You rest well for half a day. Wait for me to prepare, then we will begin. The process will be very fast, I just need you to be in a good state." Xianxia said. Alright, I'll go in and rest." Grand Elder Ling immediately entered the cave. This was his place to meditate. Ling Taiyun immediately pulled Xianxia's hand and said with smile, "Brother-in-law, Xianxia is my good little sister, I have many little sisters like her." Xianxia could not help but roll his eyes. Why did the people from the Ling family like to give him girls? "Xianxia is very good," Xianxia said. "Brother-in-law, then how can I quickly increase my Divine Cosmos force? Are there any good cultivation techniques?" Ling Taiyun said, "Right now I only have 50 Divine Cosmos force. With another 50, I will be able to step into the first layer of the Divine Cosmos realm. I have to break through quickly. There's no rush. After I help old Ling break through, I will teach him the relevant techniques and then let him guide the younger generation of your Ling family in cultivation," Xianxia said. This is 200 million Divine Universe Gold Stones, brother-in-law, please kindly accept it. Ling Taiyun immediately took out a Divine Universe Gold card and transferred 200 million to Qin Yun. Seeing how enthusiastic Ling Taiyun was, Qin Yun also smiled and took out the Divine Universe Gold card, accepting the 200 million Divine Universe Gold Stones with a smile. Ling Taiyun excitedly left. Qin Yun immediately announced the details of the Divine Space Realm's cultivation on the Magic Mirror's platform, such as how much Divine Space Force was needed to break through. This immediately caused a great sensation. These days, after the Great Divine Lord announced the Divine Universe Realm, there were many people who were very curious about it and wanted to know more details. However, there was no need to mention the Grand Divine Lord unless he joined the Heaven Divine Palace. Hence, many big shots joined the Heaven Divine Palace or cooperated with it. After Qin Yun announced the details of the Divine Cosmos Power, he also said that he would announce the method to raise the Divine Cosmos Power in the future. Finally, he mocked the Great Divine Lord for deceiving the entire Divine Desolate Land. This was because the Divine Space Realm was not created by the Great God King. Instead, it had existed since the time of the ancestors of the Heaven-Opening Ancient Clan. Later on, he released a story about the ancestors of the ancient Heaven-Splitting Clan, saying that there had been a lapse in the ancient Heaven-Splitting Clan, which had caused the cultivation of the Divine Space Realm to be lost. He also said that the ancestors of the ancient Heaven-Splitting Clan might have gone to the Outerverse. It was very likely that he would return from the Outerverse soon and receive his inheritance. What Qin Yun said was not nonsense. It was what Taisher had said. The ancient heaven creators had been very powerful in the past, but a large number of their strongest members had suddenly disappeared. It was highly likely that they had entered the Outerverse. The Grand Prime guessed that a passageway to the Outerverse had appeared many years ago, which was why a large number of Heaven-Splitting Clan experts had entered. After Qin Yun released a lot of news, the entire Divine Desolate burst into an uproar. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not believe it. However, Qin Yun's words were extremely credible. Even Imperial Yao Yao immediately contacted Qin Yun to ask if it was true. As for the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan, they tried to contact Qin Yun to ask for more details. Yu Luanhui believed it was true because he had seen Qin Yun use the Imperial Life Talisman. Next, Qin Yun planned to refine a tool to test divine space power, which could be sold for a very good price. The Grand Prime said that to quickly raise the upper limit of divine space power, he could only rely on a large number of Divine Universe Gold Stones. If he did not have Divine Universe Gold Stones, then he could only waste time and spend a lot of energy on cultivation. In this half a day, Qin Yun learned about the cultivation of the Divine Space Realm from Taisher. There were no cultivation techniques to cultivate in the Divine Space Realm. The main thing was to absorb all kinds of divine space power in the world and refine it into the body, transforming it into divine space power. When the divine space power was full, one could constantly expand the divine space power in the body and increase the upper limit, allowing one to store even more divine space power. For example, Qin Yun's upper limit was 30 points, but he had already used up 11 points, leaving him with only 19 points. If he wanted to cultivate, he would need to replenish it and then use up 20 to 30 points of divine space power to expand and strengthen the divine space in his body. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to raise the upper limit by a little. Sometimes, he would need to try many times in a row to raise the upper limit. Only by replenishing it could he cultivate and raise the upper limit. This meant that after every cultivation, he would need to replenish it before he could cultivate again. If he wanted to cultivate quickly, he would have to use a large number of Divine Universe Gold Stones to replenish it. The consumption of Divine Universe Gold Stones would definitely be enormous. Other than that, there was another condition, and that was that his body had to be strong enough. Otherwise, no matter how he tried, he would not be able to raise the upper limit of the divine space power. Instead, he would injure his body. When Qin Yun announced what he knew, it infuriated the Great Divine Lord. The Great Divine Lord also stopped a group of people from scolding Qin Yun on the magic mirror. They slandered Qin Yun's cultivation technique, saying that it would lead people astray and cause them to go berserk. Of course, this was all deleted by An Wukong. Now, everyone in the Divine Desolate wanted to know how much divine space power they had. Qin Yun only said that he needed a special tool to test it. He would produce this tool in large quantities as soon as possible and the price would not be too expensive. Everyone could afford it. Qin Yan had to quickly make it and sell it. Otherwise, when the great divine lord and the others made it and sold it, this road to wealth would be cut off. Also, if the first batch of heaven-opening ancient race returned from the outerverse, they would definitely have this kind of tool. At that time, no one would buy it. In order to make his tools sell well, Qin Yan even said that when he sold them, he would include a secret manual to step into the first level of the divine space realm. Making tools was also very simple. Qin Yan had already contacted Mingyong Tian and asked him to purchase a large amount of mirrors made from crystal moon divine iron. At that time, he only needed to use the God King heavenly seal to imprint on those mirrors and he would be able to create one. If he were to mass produce it, it would be very tiring for him to use the God King heavenly seal to do it himself. Therefore, he planned to make a tool that could automatically inscribe runes, just like how he could automatically make cigarettes. To Qin Yan, it was very important to get rich now. With enough divine universe goldstones, he would be able to walk further and faster in the divine space realm. One had to know that the upper limit of his divine space power was only 30. If he used it up, he would need to consume 30 million to replenish it immediately. As his divine space power increased, he would need to replenish it in the future. Half a day later, Great Elder Ling also rested well. After Taishi's appraisal, Great Elder Ling's condition is very good in all aspects. Moreover, he could already step into the first level long ago, which would increase his divine space power by 50. Helping Great Elder Ling step into the first level of the divine space realm is also very simple. All he needed was a talisman. This talisman is not an ordinary talisman. Qin Yan used the God King heavenly seal to imprint it. Taisher can control the God King heavenly seal to combine special runes and can combine different abilities. Qin Yan entered the cave and took out the golden talisman. He handed it to Great Elder Ling and said with a smile, "Old Ling, I want to announce the process of your breakthrough. You don't have any objections, right? This way, I can sell talismans in the future." "No objections, let's begin immediately." Great Elder Ling is very excited because being able to walk forward in this completely new realm means that he will stand even higher. Complete. Update the latest chapter of the 9 Sun Divine King as soon as possible. Qin Yan had already prepared the talisman. He controlled the magic mirror to float up and record the entire process. "Elder Ling, if the great divine king knows that our relationship is not bad, will your Ling family be in trouble?" Qin Yan suddenly asked with some worry. "What will happen?" "The great divine king has long wanted to kill our Ling family. It's not like you don't know the hatred between him and our emperor." Great Elder Ling was not afraid at all. He sneered and said, "He wants to destroy my Ling family but he doesn't dare. Otherwise, he would have already done it." The great divine king had killed the emperor's favorite son and the emperor had always endured it. He had not completely fallen out with the great divine king. The great divine lord naturally knew that the emperor of the Extreme Sky clan wanted revenge. There was only one reason why he hadn't done anything to the emperor of the Extreme Sky clan. Killing the emperor of the Extreme Sky clan would cost him a lot. "Alright, let's begin." Qin Yan placed the talisman on Great Elder Ling's heart. After activating the talisman, it immediately ignited with a golden flame and flickered with a strong multicolored light. Great Elder Ling immediately sensed something and consciously controlled the divine universe power that was circulating in his body. After stepping into the divine universe realm, there would be a divine universe within one's body. Everyone's divine universe was different and their location was also different. Most people did not know that it was a divine universe and only found out now. Great Elder Ling's own divine universe power was already enough. Now, under the guidance of the talisman, the divine universe in his body had been strengthened by a lot, which meant that he could contain even more divine universe power. This process was very fast and simple. Even Great Elder Ling found it inconceivable. In less than an hour, the talisman stuck on Great Elder Ling's heart was burned to ashes. Great Elder Ling put on his clothes. His face was filled with excitement because he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. Qin Yan used the primal beginning divine mirror to look at Great Elder Ling and said with a smile, "Old Ling, your current divine universe power is 175. Very good, very good. After breaking through, your explosive power increased by 55. Great Elder Ling originally only had 120. That's great. Thank you, Boss Jean. Great Elder Ling said with a smile because he should be one of the few people in the Great Heaven God clan who had stepped into the first level of the Divine Universe realm. Xianxia immediately posted the video he had just recorded. However, not long after he posted it, Xianxia's friends contacted him one after another, begging him to take a look at the divine cosmos power or help them break through. Xianxia replied to them in unison, telling them not to worry. He would impart the divine judge's dermic formulation in this area to the divine court of myriad worlds to help. When Ling Taiyun saw their great elder break through on the magic mirror, he excitedly ran over. Outside the cave of the mountain that great elder Ling used to cultivate, there were already many elders and a large group of middle-aged and young people of the Ling clan gathered. Because they knew Xianxia was here. At this moment, everyone in the Ling family was in awe of great elder Ling. Back then, they had invested so much in Xianxia. Now, not long after, they had received such a huge return. After Xianxia and Grand Elder Ling went out and saw so many people outside, he told them that breaking through is not a problem and told them to go back and wait patiently. In the end, there were still a few elders. These were all Ling family's elders. Their divine cosmos force all exceeded 100, all of them about to break through. Xianxia still had a few talismans in his hands, so he readily gave them to them. These elders did not take Xianxia's talismans for nothing. 6 elders each transferred 500 million divine cosmos goldstones to Xianxia. In addition to Great Elder Ling's 1 billion, it was a total of 4 billion. In order to step into the divine cosmos realm, Xianxia had spent 3 billion, but now he had returned it in the blink of an eye. Of course, Xianxia's mood was only a little better, because these billions of divine cosmos goldstones would soon be used up. Mingyong Tian was currently purchasing a large number of mirrors made from crystal moon divine iron. He mainly purchased them from the Divine Moon Clan, Bright Moon Sect, Nine Yang Divine Palace, as well as a few factions he was familiar with. He knew that a big business was coming. Instruments that could detect divine cosmos power would definitely sell very well. There were also those talismans that could allow one to step into the first level of the divine cosmos realm. There would definitely be many people frantically fighting over them. Ming Yongtian's actions were very fast. He immediately produced 1,000 mirrors for Xianxia. Xianxia used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to stamp on the mirrors one by one. One stamp was enough to complete one. As for how much he wanted to sell it for, he was still unsure. The first batch of mirrors he refined was to be distributed to his friends. The Myriad Realms Divine Court would definitely want a batch, followed by the Nine Yang Divine Palace and the Divine Moon Alliance. Although these factions had an extremely good relationship with Xianxia, they would definitely give Xianxia a sum of divine cosmos goldstones according to the market price. They would definitely not take Xianxia's things for nothing. Xianxia stamped until his hands went limp. The consumption of divine cosmos power was also very large. Currently, he only had 1 point of divine cosmos power. In order to fill it up to 30 points, he had spent nearly 30 million divine cosmos goldstones. He calculated that by consuming 1 point of divine cosmos power, he could roughly make 10 mirrors. 30 points was equivalent to 300 mirrors. The cost was 30 million. And the cost of buying the mirrors themselves was negligible. Crystal Moon Divine Iron was now a cabbage. In other words, the cost of making a mirror was 100,000 divine cosmos goldstones. 100,000 divine cosmos goldstones, then selling it for 1 million shouldn't be too much, right? After all, only I can make this kind of mirror. Wait until it is popularized in the future or when there are other competitors, then I will lower the price. Xianxia calculated the price in his heart. Because in the future, he would use automatic tools to make this kind of mirror. At that time, he might need to use even more divine cosmos goldstones and the cost would increase by a lot. Therefore, he set the price a bit higher now. Even if the cost went up in the future, he wouldn't need to raise the price. After Xianxia thought of the price, he contacted Mingyong Tian and asked him about the price. Boss, you are only selling this thing for 1 million? Are you giving it away for free? Mingyong Tian was very shocked when he heard the price. He said, "Boss, I heard that you have a nickname called Honest Qin. I didn't believe it before but now I do. Is 1 million cheap?" Qin Yan did not tell Ming Yongtian how much the cost was. "So what if your cost is 10,000 divine cosmos goldstones? Right now, all the big shots need this thing, especially those powerful races that control treasure lands. They don't lack divine cosmos goldstones at all. You should sell it for 10 million. Right now, there are a lot of people who are willing to spend 10 million to buy it. When these people have it in their hands, you can gradually lower the price and lower it level by level. This way, you can continue to maintain the sales." Ming Yongtian said. "This? Originally selling it for 10 million, then selling it for 5 million in the future, wouldn't that be bad?" Qin Yun hesitated. "Even if I sell it for 10 million today and 1 million tomorrow, what can they do to me? Doing business is shameless." Ming Yongtian said with a smile, "Boss, let me sell the mirror. You just sit and collect the divine cosmos goldstones. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible." It was not easy for Qin Yun to make these mirrors. Although he could use the Godly King Heavenly Seal to expend large amounts of Divine Universe goldstones and rapidly replenish them, it was still very taxing on his mind. Using the Divine King Heavenly Seal to seal is equivalent to carving a set of complex runes. This requires mental power consumption. Qin Yun estimated that he could only do 600 of them a day. Although his divine cosmos power recovered quickly, it was difficult for his mental strength to recover quickly. In one day, Qin Yun made 600 of them. 300 of them were given to the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms and the Mystic Moon Alliance, as well as the Nine Yang Temple and other powerful forces that had a good relationship with Qin Yun. The other 300 were for sale. Not only did Qin Yun want to sell these mirrors, but he also wanted to sell talismans that could help people step into the first level of the Divine Space Realm. Ming Yongtian came over and took the 300 mirrors. He immediately left and returned to the 4 Divine Sons. He wanted to sell them in the 4th Divine Sun because it was the safest there. Qin Yun contacted the Divine Judge and gave him 100 mirrors. As for the Mystic Moon Alliance, Xiao Yuelan came over. When Xiao Yuelan arrived at the Ling Mansion and saw Qin Yun, she immediately went over to touch and pinch Qin Yun's body. "Xiao Yun, how did you break through so quickly? It hasn't been long since we parted and you've already stepped into the Divine Space Realm." Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun as if she was looking at a monster. Qin Yun said with a proud smile, "Xiao Yuelan, it's not like you don't know that your little husband is a genius." Qin Yun had his own small manor in the Ling Mansion. After all, he was the son-in-law of the Arch of the Extreme Sky tribe, so he was considered half a member of the Ling family. After Xiao Yuelan arrived at the Ling Mansion, she could not help but complain because she could not see Ling Daixin. "Yuelan, let me see how much divine cosmos power you have." Qin Yun took out a large pile of mirrors and handed them to Xiao Yuelan. He told her to take them back to the Mystic Moon Alliance and then distribute some to the Nine Yang Divine Palace. After Xiao Yuelan used the mirror to check herself, the value that appeared was 150. "Yuelan, you are now at the first layer of the Divine Space Realm, right?" Qin Yun said in astonishment. "I'm not too sure. Are there any obvious characteristics of the first level of the Divine Space Realm?" Xiao Yuelan also doesn't understand this realm. Grand Prime had previously told Qin Yun that if he was unable to break through to the first firmament of the Divine Universe realm, he would not be able to raise his Divine Universe power. The upper limit was only 100. Of course, there were other special circumstances. If one tempered their body to a certain degree, they could increase the upper limit of their divine cosmic force. Under normal circumstances, if one didn't temper one's body, the upper limit of one's divine cosmos energy would at most reach 100. For example, Great Elder Ling had not stepped into the first tier of the Divine Space Realm, but his upper limit was 120, and that was because he cultivated his body all year round. At this time, Taisher's voice arrived. "Qin Yun, your wife has not entered first layer. Her divine cosmos power is so high because she has tempered her body to the limit." "Are there any obvious characteristics of the first tier of the Divine Space Realm?" Qin Yun asked. At the first level of Divine Cosmos Realm, the divine cosmos within one's body will clearly pulsate, just like a beating heart. This will help one absorb the divine. Cosmos power of heaven and earth or refine the power within the divine cosmos. Taisher said, Yuelan's divine cosmos is not pulsating, so she is not at the first level. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Xiao Yuelan has actually tempered her body to the limit. Before stepping into the first level, her divine cosmos power was already 150. Qin Yan told Xiao Yuelan about the characteristics of the first level of divine cosmos power. After she finished listening, she said, I don't have that kind of feeling, it seems like I'm not at the first level. Then I'll help you break through. Qin Yan took out a talisman and stuck it on Xiao Yuelan's heart. Great Elder Ling broke through very quickly before, but Xiao Yuelan took a lot of time. After Xiao Yuelan successfully stepped into the first level of the divine space realm, her divine cosmos power soared to 230, an increase of 80, and Great Elder Ling only increased by 55. Qin Yan immediately understood something. The higher the divine cosmos power, the more divine cosmos power one can increase when breaking through. 230? I'm very strong now, I feel like I can hack the great divine king to death. Xiao Yuelan's confidence immediately increased, her heroic spirit soared to the sky and she shouted, Xiao Yun, lend me your saber. My wife, I'll go and exterminate the great divine king right now. Qin Yan pinched her face and said, Great divine king's divine cosmos power might be 300. This bastard is not easy to deal with. First, help me send this batch of mirrors to the Divine Moon Alliance. Remember to distribute some to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Oh, got it. Xiao Yuelan puffed up her cheeks. She really wanted to find the great divine king and kill him. After she received the mirror, she asked, Xiao Yun, then when will I be able to step into the second level of the divine space realm? I'll need about 500 divine cosmos power. We'll talk about it when the time comes, it's still far away. Qin Yan said. Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yan were intimate for a while before returning to the four divine suns. Qin Yan also discovered that when he cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's third level with Xiao Yuelan, the speed at which they recovered their divine cosmos power was much faster. For example, he originally recovered 1 point in an hour, but when he was with Xiao Yuelan, he recovered 3 points in an hour. It could be said that it was much faster. The next day, Qin Yan continued to be busy making those mirrors and breakthrough divine talismans. He planned to be busy for a period of time and collect 10 billion divine universe golden stones. After that, he would go into seclusion and cultivate until he stepped into the first level of the divine space realm. The mirrors in Ming Yongtian's hands are selling very well. They were all sold out in a single day. After selling them, he earned a total of 3 billion. Qin Yan's divine space gold card also has 3 billion more. That was transferred to him by Ming Yongtian. Adding the 4 billion from before, he now has a total of 7 billion. After selling today's batch, 10 billion is definitely not a problem. Qin Yan will sell some to the Ling family at a low price and then continue to sell some to the Myriad Realm's divine court. In the short span of 2 days, the topic of the divine space realm was everywhere. Many big shots of powerful powers have already bought the mirrors made by Qin Yan. Yu Yaoyao knows that the Divine Moon Clan definitely has them, so she immediately rushed to the Divine Moon Clan to test her divine cosmos power. And today, he sold another 300 mirrors. Qin Yan earned another 3 billion, enough for 10 billion divine universe golden stones. It's only at the beginning that it's easy to earn money, so boss, you should be tired during this period of time. Plunder a wave first. Ming Yongtian contacted Qin Yan with a smile. He is preparing to sell those breakthrough divine talismans. Soon, someone will definitely be able to make a tool to test divine space power. At that time, Qin Yan's mirrors will not be able to sell for a high price. Therefore, Qin Yan must take advantage of this opportunity to do as much as possible. Ming Yongtian has been gathering information from everywhere. Xianxia is with him. Moreover, there are also Chu Wuxing, Tian Rui, and Tian Yu, these secret agents of heaven's secrets. Therefore, he can grasp a lot of information. For example, right now, there are not many big shots who can afford to spend 10 million divine universe golden stones. The bosses of other small and medium powers are all watching from the sidelines, waiting for the price to drop. In addition, the great divine lord also announced that he would sell a tool to test divine space power, priced at 5 million. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible. When Xianxia learned of this news, he secretly cursed the Great Divine Lord a few times. That was because the Great Divine Lord had only stated a price and did not actually start selling. This caused many people to no longer use 10 million Divine Universe Goldstones to buy Xianxia's mirror. This bastard, he hasn't even made it in batches yet, and he's already shooting randomly. Mingyong Tian was also cursing the Great Divine Lord. Not long after the living beings of the Divine Wilderness learned about the Divine Universe realm, various people with high Divine Universe force appeared on the Magic Mirror's platform. For example, the All Heavens Dragon Emperor measured 350 Divine Universe force, while the Great Divine King only measured 320. Yu Xiangyun of the Mystic Moon Clan was 310. The Emperor of the Great Sky Tribe was also at 310. The Emperor of the Sun Moon Tribe, who was also the disciple of the Great Godly King, was only at 170. Although Hu Xiangquang of the Fire Tribulation Clan wasn't a human and his body was very special, he was measured to be 270. The Heavenly Moon Tribe's Emperor ranked 360, higher than the All Heavens Dragon Emperors. The Yu Tribe Emperor and the other tribe emperors of the Heaven-splitting Ancient Clan were all around 350. Xianxia is also trying to understand his friend's divine cosmos power. Xia Wufeng has 230, which is considered pretty good. There were more than 10 gods in the divine court of the myriad realms with more than 200. Even the divine chief judge had a little more than 200, which was even lower than Xia Wufeng. Long Shu and the Monkey King's divine cosmos force was also very frightening, actually reaching 300. What surprised Xianxia the most was that Mu Jin had 220. The people who announced their divine space power had all stepped into the first tier of the divine space realm. Some had used breakthrough divine talismans to break through, while others had accidentally stepped into it. Although there were only 200 Imperial Yao Yao, her 9 sons Kuan Peng was very powerful. It had 310. This was what she told Xianxia. After Xianxia looked around, he curled his lips and said, "Why is everyone looking at my divine cosmos power? I'm only 30. What's there to look at?" Taisher said, "Divine cosmos force is only a reference, it cannot completely determine a person's strength." Strange, this girl Mu Jin's divine cosmos power is so strong, but when I fought her before, I didn't feel it. Xianxia is very puzzled. She just broke through recently. She was originally only around 100. Taisher said. Xianxia was more concerned about the Heaven Secrets sect master because he was preparing to attack the Heaven Secrets sect. However, he did not gather any relevant information. Only by meeting him would he be able to determine it. Someone on the demonic mirror had also created a divine cosmos strength ranking. Currently, the person with the highest ranking was the Heavenly Moon Race Emperor, followed by the All Heavens Dragon Emperor. In short, those ranked in the top 10 were all very famous experts. The Great Divine Lord's abilities weren't small either. In just a few days, he had made a mirror that could test the divine space force and sold quite a few of them. He sold 5 million divine space golden stones, which also made many of the big shots feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Xianxia gritted his teeth and followed immediately. He was selling for 4 million. After competing for a few days, the price finally dropped to 500,000 yuan. The reason why Xianxia created those mirrors so quickly is because he has the Divine King Heavenly Seal. For the Great Divine Lord to be able to do it so quickly, he must have mastered some kind of technique. In the past few days, Xianxia had only earned a total of 2 billion. This was all because of the competition from the Great Divine King. The Ling family, the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms and the Divine Moon Alliance had given him a total of 3 billion. The number of divine space golden stones in Xianxia's Divine Universe Gold card was more than 15 billion. In the past few days, the demand for the Divine Space Force detector had also decreased by a lot. As for the various big shots, they gradually grasped the method to step into the first level of the Divine Space realm, so they didn't need to buy the breakthrough Divine Talisman. Although he wouldn't be able to make a huge profit in the future, Xianxia had still earned the first wave. He had earned more than the Great Divine Lord. Those heaven-opening ancient clan were not to be trifled with. After all, they had a solid foundation. They had continuously created tools to test the Divine Space Force. As a result, the price would continue to fall. Qin Yan secretly admired Ming Yongtian. Back then, he was the one who said that he would sell it for 10 million each. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to earn the first wave. In the next few days, the waves regarding the divine space realm gradually subsided. Now, everyone was desperately trying to earn divine space golden stones. Ever since Qin Yan started, the various big shots quickly figured out the method to raise the divine space force. They mainly relied on the divine space golden stones. In order to make their divine space force stronger, those big shots didn't stay idle. They were all cultivating in seclusion. Only they could afford to use up the divine space golden stones. Only when the boss was strong enough could he lead a large group of people to make a fortune. In the divine desolate, without sufficient strength, even if they found the divine space golden stone mine, it would be snatched away by others. Especially in this brand new realm, the difference in strength between the various big shots was not great. If they were slow, they would be left behind very quickly. Qin Yan contacted Yu Xiangyun. He wanted to ask her about her situation, but he found out that she was in seclusion. She was the Divine Moon Clan's empress. Furthermore, she was one of the few female big shots in the current top group. She couldn't fall behind. Otherwise, if the 4 divine sons were in danger, they wouldn't be able to continue staying within the 4 divine sons. Their Divine Moon Clan would be in great danger. Qin Yan learned from Great Elder Ling that they were all searching for a way to quickly raise the divine space force. What troubled them the most was replenishing the divine space force. Because after exhausting the divine space force, even if they used a large amount of divine space golden stones, they would still need to absorb for a period of time to replenish it. This would greatly affect the speed of improvement. Almost everyone faced this problem. At this time, it depended on each family's perception. If they could find a faster method, they would be able to take the lead. I can use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to replenish it in an instant. Then wouldn't I be able to quickly stack up the divine space force? Qin Yan was secretly delighted. He immediately began cultivating in the secret room of his small manor. His current divine space force was full. He had a total of 30 points. With a thought, he used 30 points of divine space force to attack the divine space within his body. It increased. Now I have a limit of 31 points. Qin Yan frowned slightly. He thought that he would be able to increase it by several points. He never expected that it would only increase by 1 point. He placed the Divine King Heavenly Seal on his heart and instantly consumed 30 million divine space golden stones to replenish it. Raising 1 point of divine space force required more than 30 million. Qin Yan felt his heart ache. Furthermore, as the upper limit of divine space force increased, the consumption of divine space golden stones would definitely increase. He suddenly felt that divine space realm cultivation was simply a bottomless pit. While Qin Yan was cultivating, the All Heavens Dragon Emperors suddenly announced that their Dragon Peach Divine Tree had produced a kind of Dragon Peach King. They also said that eating a Dragon Peach King could increase the upper limit of divine space force by several tens. This caused many big shots to immediately come out of seclusion and rush to the Heavens Mandate Holy Land to ask for a Dragon Peach King. Qin Yan, who was cultivating, naturally knew of this matter. He immediately asked Taisher if it was true. If it's the Heavens Mandate Dragon Lake's Dragon Peach Divine Tree, then it's possible. But this kind of Dragon Peach King is very rare, definitely not as many as the previous ones. Taisher said, try your best to get one. Only the first time will have an effect. Being able to eat it is a profit. Qin Yan's relationship with Long Shu and the Monkey King is pretty good. He believes that he can definitely get 1 or 2. The latest chapter of 9 Sun Divine King, eating a Dragon Peach King can increase several tens of divine cosmos power. This is indeed very tempting. Many people have just broken through Divine Heaven Lord and are still in the initial stage of Divine Space Realm. They only have around 10 divine cosmos power. Many people have just broken through Divine Heaven Lord and are still in the initial stage of Divine Space Realm. They only have around 10 divine cosmos power. As for those who broke through earlier, they have several tens of divine cosmos power. As long as they increase it by a few tens and reach 100 divine cosmos power, they will be able to step into first level of Divine Space Realm. Qin Yan is now 31, if he wants to increase it to 100, he will need to consume many divine cosmos golden stones. If I can really get a Dragon Peach King, I should eat it later. Xianxia is currently thinking about how to eat Dragon Peach King to maximize his benefits. Dragon Peach King can suddenly increase people's divine cosmos power by several tens. There must be a limit. Let's talk about it after we understand it, Taisher said. Xianxia took out the magic mirror and contacted Long Shu. Queen Long Shu, is the matter of Dragon Peach King true? Xianxia directly asked about this matter. It's true, I ate one and increased my divine cosmos power by 35. Long Shu said with smile, Boss Qin, what is your current divine cosmos power? You might not believe it, but my divine cosmos power is only 31. It's not as good as eating a Dragon Peach King. Xianxia laughed at himself. Don't look at how much I understand divine space realm, my divine cosmos power is still very low. Long Shu and Xianxia's relationship is very good, especially when Xianxia helped her carve runes on her body and even let her fuse with Bai Suxin's bloodline heavenly rune. Back then she trusted Xianxia very much, that's why she dared to let him carve dangerous runes on her body. Is it really only 31? That's too low. Long Shu said, our All Heaven's Dragon Emperor already has 400 divine cosmos power. 400? So fast? Xianxia is greatly shocked. Before, the first place was still Heavenly Moon Clan's Dragon Emperor. Not long after, there are already 400 Heaven's Dragon Emperors. Of course, the All Heaven's Dragon Emperors did not announce it. It wasn't just the All Heaven's Dragon Emperor who didn't want to announce it. The others wouldn't announce it either, in case others found out about their true strength. Don't worry, I will help you get a Dragon Peach King. No matter what, you saved the Dragon Peach Divine Tree, it is not difficult to get one for you. Long Shu knows that Xianxia is looking for her because he wants the Dragon Peach King. Thank you very much. Xianxia said with smile, if that's the case, I won't go to the Heavens Mandate Sacred Land. I must seize the time to increase my divine cosmos power. Alright, after I get the Dragon Peach King, I will personally deliver it to you. Long Shu knows Xianxia's ability, she will try her best to have a good relationship with him. Oh right, if you meet the Divine Moon Clan's Emperor, can you help her get a few? Xianxia thought that Yu Xiangyun might also go. I'll try my best. Long Shu said, the reason why our Dragon Emperor has invited all the big shots here is to carry out an exchange of benefits. I will talk to our Dragon Emperor and have him give a few more Dragon Peach King to the Divine Moon race. Many thanks. Xianxia promptly expressed his thanks. He was also planting a Dragon Peach Divine Tree, but he didn't know when it would bear a Dragon Peach King. Let alone a Dragon Peach King, even an ordinary Dragon Peach had yet to form. Xianxia continued to consume Divine Cosmos Goldstones to increase the upper limit of his Divine Cosmos power. Old brother Taisher, do I have to consume all of my Divine Cosmos power every time to increase the Divine Cosmos within my body? Xianxia feels that if this goes on, the consumption will definitely be great. Not necessarily, you can try using 10 points, 15 points, 20 points. If 20 points doesn't work, then 25 points. Taisher said, if you consume all of your Divine Cosmos power to develop and strengthen your Divine Cosmos, the benefit is that you can have 1 or 2 more points. Xianxia has now filled up his Divine Cosmos power to 31 points. Then, through the mirror, he used his mental power to enter his body's Divine Cosmos. After carefully sensing it, he can sense 31 points. They are like 31 weak small stars in the boundless dark universe. He used his mental power to lock onto 11 points of light and then controlled them to explode. This way, he consumed 11 points of Divine Cosmos power in a short while. Didn't succeed. Xianxia withdrew his mental power from the mirror and took a deep breath. Then he tried using 15 points again, but he also didn't succeed in increasing the upper limit of Divine Cosmos power. He now only has 10 points left. He used 10 million Divine Cosmos Goldstones to replenish 10 points and then consumed 20 points of Divine Cosmos power in one go. This time, his upper limit of Divine Cosmos power has increased to 32 points. So it turns out that I only need 20 points of Divine Cosmos power to develop and strengthen my body's Divine Cosmos and increase the upper limit by 1 point. Xianxia is somewhat amazed. If you use more than 30 points of Divine Cosmos power in one go and your luck is good, you can explode a little more or even 2 points. Taisher suggested Xianxia to use up all of his divine cosmos power in one go and increase his divine cosmos power by relying on his luck. Xianxia feels that this is not worth it. If his luck is bad, wouldn't he suffer a great loss? If he uses 20 points at one go, he can save a lot of points over time. I'd better use 20 points to cultivate. Xianxia believes that his luck is not that good. The higher your divine cosmos power is, the higher the chance of exploding. Anyway, you have a lot of divine cosmos goldstones, so give it a try. Taisher said. Xianxia replenished 32 points of divine cosmos power and used up another 30 million. This time, he directly used up 32 points of divine cosmos power to develop and strengthen his body's divine cosmos. What surprised him is that his upper limit increased by 2 points. He now has 34 points. Finally exploded. Xianxia happily laughed. He immediately replenished 34 points of divine cosmos power and continued to cultivate. However, this time he only increased by 1 point, which made him very disappointed. Next few times, Xianxia did not explode. Every time he increased it by 1 point. Even Taisher thought that his luck was not good and told him to use 20 points each time to cultivate. This way he can save a lot. Xianxia's current upper limit of divine cosmos power is 40. He is cultivating in the Ling Mansion. If he runs out of divine cosmos goldstones, he can go to the underground warehouse to take them out. Ling family's goldstone store has a lot of divine cosmos goldstones. If the Ling Mansion's underground warehouse lacks them, they can transport them from other goldstone stores. Raising the upper limit of divine cosmos power by 1 point requires 20 million divine cosmos goldstones. Will it be like this in the future? Xianxia asked Taisher. I'm not too sure either. After all, your human's cultivation method and the current environment is not the era I was familiar with. Taisher said, let's take one step at a time. Xianxia plans to raise the upper limit of divine cosmos power to 100 first. He still needs to raise the upper limit by 60 points, which is 1.2 billion divine cosmos goldstones. 1.2 billion, not bad. Xianxia has more than 10 billion in his hands, so he can still accept it. Previously, he thought that every time he increases a bit, he would have to consume his highest upper limit of divine cosmos power. That consumption would be very terrifying. Now after testing it out, he only needs 20 points of divine cosmos power to develop and strengthen the divine cosmos within his body. Raising the upper limit by 1 point is acceptable. When divine cosmos power reaches 100, you can step into first level divine cosmos realm. But I suggest you raise your divine cosmos power to the limit before breaking through. This way, after breaking through, the increase in divine cosmos power might be a bit more. Taisher is also guessing. Even if it is not, there is no harm in doing so. Xianxia raised the upper limit of divine cosmos power very quickly. Even if others had large amounts of divine cosmos golden stones, they did not have the help of divine king heavenly seal. In half a day, Xianxia consumed 1.2 billion and raised his divine cosmos power to 100. After reaching this stage, he realized that it was not easy to raise his divine cosmos power anymore. Even if he used 50 divine cosmos power to develop and strengthen the divine cosmos in his body, he would not be able to raise the upper limit. Could it be that 100 is my limit? Xianxia looked at the number that appeared on the mirror in disbelief. He has super heaven divine body, which is much stronger than Great Elder Ling's body. And Great Elder Ling's divine cosmos power reached 120 before he stepped into the first level of divine cosmos realm. Is it because my body is not strong enough? Xianxia did not continue to raise the upper limit of divine cosmos power. Instead, he calmly examined his body. He has super heaven divine body, his body is not his limit, but the divine cosmos in his body is unable to raise the upper limit of divine cosmos power. Taisher couldn't find the problem because it was just too strange. Xianxia planned to raise his divine cosmos power to 200 before he reached the first level of divine cosmos realm and then break through. This way, he might be able to erupt with even more divine cosmos power. After some investigation, Taisher found the reason. It is indeed because your body is not strong enough. That it is restricted. Taisher said, the divine cosmos in your body is a very powerful energy body. If you want to surpass the limit, the energy body will also become stronger. Xianxia touched the energy body in his heart. That is his heart and also the divine cosmos in his body. Exceeding the limit of divine cosmos power would indeed affect this heart. If he directly broke through to the first level of divine cosmos realm, it would be done within the divine cosmos and would not affect the energy body. If he did not want to step into the first level of divine cosmos realm and wanted to raise the divine cosmos power, he must raise the energy body. After the energy body is raised, the fluctuations that it will erupt with is not something Xianxia's body can bear. Old brother Taisher, my super heaven divine body is only at the initial stage, there is still room for improvement, right? Xianxia suddenly said. He decided to improve his body and temporarily not step into the first level of divine cosmos realm. The divine mirror of great beginning suddenly floated up and circled around Xianxia's body. It constantly illuminated Xianxia's body and carefully examined it. Before long, Taisher said, you can first refine 108 divine universe golden tendons in your body. With the divine universe golden tendons in your body, it can make your body even more resilient. Divine universe golden tendon? How do you refine this thing? Xianxia had never heard of it before, but he guessed that it definitely required a large amount of divine universe goldstones. You have to consume a large amount of divine universe goldstones and then combine it with divine universe power to condense your blood and stimulate the tempering of your muscles. That way, you can cultivate divine universe golden tendons. I can help you through the God King Heavenly Seal. As expected, Xianxia knew that this would definitely require a large amount of divine universe goldstones. He still had more than 13 billion divine universe goldstones in his possession. Although Yu Xiangyun had 100 billion in her hands, that was the wealth of the entire Divine Moon clan. As for Xianxia himself, he controlled more than 10 billion. Even the powerhouses of other factions would have to hold an internal meeting if they wanted to use such a sum of divine universe goldstones. Old brother Taisher, after the first level of the divine universe realm, the upper limit of the divine universe power can be raised a little. Is it the same as before, only 20 million? Xianxia wanted to figure it out. He was considering if there was a need to surpass the limit. It's not the same. After the first level of the divine universe realm, the divine universe power will be much stronger than before. Let's put it this way, your divine universe power's energy quantum doesn't have a nucleus. If you step into the first level, then your energy quantum will have a nucleus. If you step into the second level of the divine universe realm, there will be 2 nuclei inside. As for how many divine universe goldstones will be needed to raise the upper limit, I'm not sure right now, but you will definitely need more divine universe goldstones. When Xianxia heard what Taisher said, he understood that the divine universe power of the first level of the divine universe realm would be much stronger. This meant that cultivating a little upper limit would require even more divine universe goldstones. Also, under normal circumstances, after stepping into the first level of the divine universe realm, reaching 500 divine universe power is the limit. Then, you will need to step into the second level. If you surpass the limit now, then when you reach the first level of the divine universe realm, the highest limit might be 600 or 700. Taisher said again. He was only guessing. Then what does this mean? Xianxia said with a frown. If you step into the second tier of the divine space realm with 702 nuclei of divine space force, then after you step into the second tier, you will have at least 703 nuclei of divine space force. In addition to the upper limit explosion obtained from breaking through, you may immediately have 800 or even 900 divine space force, and others who break through with 500 nuclei of divine universe power might only have 600 divine universe power. Once you break through to the second level of the divine universe realm, you will leave others far behind. Because you have built a good foundation in the divine universe realm, every time you break through, you will have a lot more divine universe power than others. Taisher carefully analyzed. He was suggesting that Xianxia break through the limit at all costs. Alright, then let's start now. Xianxia knew that he was much weaker than those big shots, but in the future, he might not be able to. If his foundation was solid, among the same level, his divine universe power would be a level higher than others. In addition to his powerful body, he would be invincible. Xianxia made a trip to the Ling Mansion's basement and asked for more than 3 billion divine universe gold stones. He still had 10 billion on his card. after he returned to his manners training room, he learned from the magic mirror that the great divine lord's divine universe power had already reached 420. This was a sharp increase after eating the Dragon Peach King. In other words, he would soon be able to step into the second level of the divine universe realm. He was only 80 away. To the great divine lord, it wouldn't take long for him to raise this 80 divine universe power. This guy, how can he be so fast? Xianxia secretly gritted his teeth. Don't worry, there might be other reasons for them to hurry up and improve. Don't forget about the 9 Sun Holy Land. Taisher said, and the reason you raised your divine universe power is not to surpass these powerhouses, but to solve the 9 Sun Holy Lands crisis. From Taisher's point of view, once the 9 Sun Holy Lands crisis erupted, it would bring about a great disaster. Taisher did not expect Xianxia to be able to solve the 9 Sun Holy Lands crisis in an instant. He only hoped that he could survive and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Taisher had already prepared for the worst, but Xianxia didn't know. He believed that the people from the outerverse would not be very strong. Everyone has already found their own cultivation path and are rapidly improving. Xianxia put away the magic mirror and began to let Taisher help him refine the divine universe gold veins. He laid on the bed and used the divine king heavenly seal to press down on his heart. I don't know how many divine universe gold stones it will consume. In short, no matter what, it will be of great benefit to you. It will help you build a solid foundation in the divine universe realm. Taisher said. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Taisher started activating the Divine King Heavenly Seal and Xianxia quickly sensed a great reaction in his body. A large amount of blood seemed to be boiling and the divine cosmos power in his body seemed to have been consumed in an instant. Old brother Taisher, what's the situation now? Xianxia hastily asked. I'll use 50 divine cosmos power to refine my blood. Taisher said. After gathering a portion of your blood with 50 divine cosmos power, use 50 divine cosmos power to stimulate your muscles. This way you can refine divine universe golden tendons. The specific process is still rather complicated. Xianxia can't help but feel heartache. He had used up 100 divine cosmos power in an instant. If he wanted to immediately replenish it, he would need 100 million divine universe golden stones. When he calculated this number, he almost jumped up. Because he wanted to refine 108 divine universe golden tendons, that would be 10.8 billion. This would completely empty him. He began to worry that more than half of the divine universe golden stones in the Ling residence's treasury would be taken away by him. If you think that you used up a lot of divine universe golden stones, you can naturally recover. However, to naturally recover 100 divine universe power, it will take several days. Taisher said. Several days of time was nothing to many old fellows. But to Xianxia, it was extremely long because if he wanted to refine 108 divine universe golden tendons and use natural recovery method, it would waste a lot of time. So what if I use it? I have a way to earn it back anyways. Xianxia earned 10 billion divine universe golden stones quite easily. In order to become stronger faster, he could only endure the pain and use it. After refining for 30 times, Xianxia successfully refined 30 divine universe golden tendons in his body. What made Xianxia gratified is that every time he refined a divine universe golden tendon, the upper limit of his divine universe power would increase a bit. Now it is already 130. There are no more divine universe golden stones in the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Xianxia took out the divine universe gold card. Thinking about how frequently he extracted divine universe golden stones, the Ling residence would definitely be quite strenuous. In just 2 days, I used up several billion divine universe golden stones. Xianxia found it somewhat unbelievable. If he added the ones he broke through earlier, it would be close to 10 billion. The heaven-splitting ancient race was also frantically fighting for business. They were selling breakthrough divine talismans and divine cosmos force detectors. The price had already fallen to 100,000 divine cosmos metal stones. Xianxia did not know how the heaven-splitting ancient clan managed to mass-produce them. In short, if he were to sell them, he would not be able to get such a price. Looks like I can only sell Xiaoxian. Xianxia has a batch of Xiaoxian that he can sell, but he can only sell them for a few 100 million. Several 100 million divine universe metal stones was only a small number in his eyes. Don't tell me I should rob the metal stone shop? Xianxia suddenly had this thought. First Elder Ling had instigated him to rob the Sun Yin Divine Tribe's metal stone shop. He shook his head. Things were not the same as before. Nowadays, there were many big shots with extremely high divine cosmos force. If he encountered them, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. To be able to become a powerhouse of a faction, there was no one to be trifled with. Their comprehension was extremely high, and once they grasped the knack, they would be able to break through quickly. Nowadays, more and more powerhouses didn't publicize their divine cosmos force. Moreover, they had tools on them to protect them, preventing others from probing them. These tools were all made by them during this period of time. Xianxia planned on waiting 2 or 3 days before heading to the vault to retrieve the Divine Universe Goldstones. He was currently in the small manner, adapting to the short-term increase in his divine cosmos force. It was indeed much stronger than before. If he encountered the evil Corpse King again, he would definitely be able to use the Heaven's Divine Saber to kill him. Just as Xianxia was circulating his divine cosmos force in the cultivation room, First Elder Ling's voice suddenly rang out. Boss Qin, is it convenient for you to come out now? First Elder Ling shouted. Xianxia immediately went out and saw that First Elder Ling's expression was somewhat strange. He hurriedly asked, Old Ling, what's wrong? What happened? Our family head is injured and from today onwards, he is no longer the Arch of the Extreme Sky Tribe. First Elder Ling let out a long sigh. Injured? Who hit him? Was it the Great Divine King? Xianxia asked anxiously. First Elder Ling shook his head. It wasn't the Great Divine King, it was the living beings of the 9 Suns Sacred Land. They are similar to humans and very strong. After the family head was injured, the other clans of the Extreme Sky Tribe took this opportunity to kick him off the throne. How much divine cosmos force does the family head have? Xianxia took a deep breath. The Arch of the Extreme Sky Tribe was not weak, but he had been seriously injured. 410. First Elder Ling frowned and said, according to him, there are many people in the 9 Suns Sacred Land with this kind of strength. Moreover, the people inside are building many passages and preparing to rush out. Xianxia's expression also changed. If even a person with 410 divine cosmos force was injured, then the overall strength of the living beings in the 9 Suns Sacred Land was simply terrifying. In the divine desolate of the heavens, there were no more than 100 people with more than 400 divine cosmos force. If a person with 1 or 200 divine cosmos force did not have a powerful divine tool, they would be instantly killed by someone with 300 or 400 divine cosmos force. The biggest disaster is coming soon. We are currently strengthening the Ling Mansion. First Elder Ling said in a deep voice, but the divine desolate of the heavens is not very safe, so I will contact the divine judge and arrange for your Ling family to move to the 4 divine suns as soon as possible. Xianxia said. The 9 Sun Sacred Palace had already moved to the 4 divine suns and even gave up on the Through Heaven sword formation. On the ground, the divine desolate of the heavens has become unsafe. For example, the Heavenly Court, Law Enforcement Realm and the Sun Yin Divine Race have already moved to the 6th Divine Sunday. It seems like they know a lot about the 9 Sun Sacred Land. First Elder Ling breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Ling Mansion could enter the 4 divine suns, they would be able to gain some time to increase their strength. I will go find the divine judge and tell them about the situation in the 9 Sun Sacred Land. First Elder Ling said. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, the 4 divine suns are quite spacious, it should be able to accommodate many living beings, right? Old Ling, I plan to transfer most of the living beings in the divine desolate to the 4 divine suns. With enough living beings joining hands, we will be able to resist the threat from the outerverse. First Elder Ling nodded in agreement. The space inside the other myriad world's divine suns is not small, can we consider it? Xianxia asked. No, apart from the 4 divine suns, the other myriad world's divine suns are not safe. First Elder Ling shook his head. Xianxia doesn't know why they are not safe. Although there are divine sun descendants inside the myriad world's divine suns, they can't enter the core. Old Ling, I still have 10 billion divine universe golden stones in my divine universe gold card. Can I take them all out? Xianxia asked. Of course you can. First Elder Ling said with smile, "Don't worry, our Ling family will have no problem protecting the golden stones. You don't have to worry about being robbed." Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website, Complete Version. The latest chapter of the 9 Sun Divine King, Great Elder Ling also knew that Qin Yun had taken out many Divine Universe Goldstones during this period of time. Now that he saw Qin Yun taking out all the Divine Universe Goldstones, he thought that Qin Yun was worried that the Ling family could not defend the vault. After all, the Ling family master was no longer the emperor of the Extreme Sky tribe and he was seriously injured. "That's not what I meant. I want to use it for cultivation. My cultivation method is special, so I need to consume a lot of Divine Universe Goldstones," Qin Yun said in a low voice. "Really? Then Boss Qin, how much Divine Universe power do you have now?" Great Elder Ling suddenly became curious. "Not much. I have not entered the first level of the Divine Universe realm yet. I need to break through as soon as possible." Qin Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about Ling family master's injuries." Great Elder Ling nodded and said, "I trust you, that's why I told you about it. Currently, only a few of us know that the family master is injured. When I have the chance, I will meet with your family master again. Send my regards to him, I hope he will get better soon," Qin Yun said. Then, Great Elder Ling brought Qin Yun to the vault to get the Divine Universe Goldstones. The Ling family had several vaults and they were all built inside the huge Divine Universe Amethyst. If such a huge Divine Universe Amethyst was cut up, it would be worth at least 1,000,000,000,000 Divine Universe Goldstones. Qin Yun had to admit that the Ling family was really rich. With this Divine Universe Amethyst, they could definitely open a goldstone shop. Of course, the Ling family had never revealed anything about the Divine Universe Amethyst. Even when Qin Yun asked, they were secretive. There were many Divine Universe Amethyst in the universe, especially after the Divine Universe Purple Sun self-destructed, it would produce a large number of them. Only a small number of Divine Universe Amethyst was absorbed into the Divine Wilderness, but even so, the entire Divine Wilderness contained billions of Divine Universe Amethyst. Whether it was Divine Universe Amethyst or Divine Universe Goldstones, if a huge piece was gradually broken, it would be the size of a grain of rice. The self-destruction of many large Divine Suns would also produce a large number of Divine Universe Goldstones. The Divine Desolate Heavens was formed by devouring all kinds of Divine Sun fragments floating in the universe, so it originally contained a large number of Divine Universe Goldstones. In addition, the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun would occasionally inject a powerful energy into the earth to nurture the Divine Universe Metal Oregon. In the Gods Desolate, there were many Divine Universe Metal Stones. Qin Yun quickly took away 10 billion Divine Universe Goldstones, which made First Elder Ling very shocked. This was because Qin Yun's storage divine artifact was just too powerful. It could actually hold more than 10 billion Divine Universe Goldstones. Qin Yun returned to his small manor and entered the cultivation room. He notified the Divine Chief Judge and asked him to discuss with Grand Elder Ling to arrange for Ling family to move into 4 Divine Yang City. Qin Yun contacted Yun Long and got the Immortal Heaven pawnshop to hide in the depths of the universe during this period of time. It was to try its best not to approach the Divine Wilderness. The Immortal Heaven pawnshop was a celestial Divine Sunday. It was a very obvious target and had to be hidden well. If the 4 Divine Suns couldn't hold on, the Immortal Heaven pawnshop would be his other path of retreat. After Qin Yun made these arrangements, he began to cultivate with peace of mind. He still had to continue cultivating the Divine Universe Golden Tendons. In the Magic Mirror, the heaven-splitting ancient clan actually spread the news that the 9 Sun sacred ground was in danger. The heaven-splitting ancient clan also knew about the 9 Sun sacred ground's crisis and seemed to be very clear about it. They even said that the Divine Wilderness would soon fall. If they wanted to stay alive, they had to leave the Divine Wilderness and head to the universe, enter the Myriad Realm's Divine Sunland, or head to Divine Moonland. When this news came out, the entire Divine Wilderness immediately panicked. Especially now, many people thought that the Myriad Realm's Divine Court had moved into the 4 Divine Suns, so they all believed that the news was true. Qin Yun lay on the bed, cultivating the Divine Universe Golden Tendons while looking at the Magic Mirror. He had already told the Divine Chief Judge and the others about the 9 Sun sacred grounds crisis. Now that the news had spread, his friends were not too surprised. What puzzled Xianxia was the intention of the heaven-splitting ancient clan releasing this news and whether they knew anything about the Nine-Sun Sacred Ground. The beings in the Nine-Sun Sacred Ground are called extraterrestrial beings by the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Many of them are in human form and there are also many beasts. They are not much different from the beings in our universe. They are born with at least 200 divine universe power. After stepping into the first level of the divine space realm, their divine universe power can soar to 270. The most powerful thing about these extraterrestrial beings is that they can directly devour divine universe golden stones and convert them into divine universe power. When Xianxia saw the news released by the heaven-splitting ancient clan, he exclaimed, "These extraterrestrial beings really eat divine universe golden stones like rice." If that's really the case, then the growth rate of these extraterrestrial beings must be very fast. You are temporarily unable to grasp the ability to quickly absorb divine universe golden stones, so you can't compare to them, Xianxia said. How does the heaven-splitting ancient clan know so clearly? Xianxia frowned. Could it be that their missing ancestors have returned? Very likely. The missing ancestors of the heaven-splitting ancient clan might have gone to the outerverse and returned through that passage. They have been missing for so long, yet they are still in the outerverse. This means that they must be very strong now. Furthermore, they have a method to quickly absorb divine universe power. It looks like the heaven-splitting ancient clan is about to rise. When Xianxia heard Xiaxia's words, he said, "The heaven-splitting ancient clan also has territory in the sixth divine Sunday. The sixth divine sun is so big that it can accommodate the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Apart from that, they also have territory in the divine moon of the heavens. In order to gather 100 billion divine universe golden stones, the heavenly moon clan's emperor had sold a lot of land in the divine moon of the heavens to the other heaven-splitting ancient clans." Xianxia immediately used the magic mirror to contact Yu Yao and asked, "Yao, have your heaven-splitting ancient clan's ancestors returned?" "Boss Qin, you really know a lot. You previously said that a group of ancestors of our heaven-splitting ancient clan went to the outerverse and will return soon." "It's true." Yu Yao exclaimed repeatedly when she mentioned this matter. "Really? How strong are they?" Xianxia asked anxiously. He was so shocked that he almost sat up. "Our ancestors are no longer around, but they have descendants in the outerverse. Their descendants are very old and can be considered our ancestors. The strongest ancestor of our Yu ancient clan has a very high divine universe power," Yu Yao replied. "Very high? How high is that?" Xianxia asked. "I also don't know. I asked but that ancestor didn't tell me. He only smiled and told me to work harder." Yu Yao said, "However, I know that the youngsters who returned with the ancestors have divine universe power. Most of them are around 700, they are at the second level of the divine universe realm." 700? Xianxia is very astonished, he doesn't dare to believe it. "Yes, they are really strong. Let's not talk anymore, the ancestors want to pass on their power to us." Yu Yao finished speaking and cut off the connection. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the Nine Suns Divine King as soon as possible. After Xianxia severed his connection with Imperial Yao, the billowing waves in his heart could not calm down for a long time. The ancestors that had returned from the outerverse had actually brought back juniors with them that had a force of 700 or 800 divine universe forces. Moreover, these were just juniors, so one could imagine just how powerful those ancestors were. Xianxia also realized that the great divine lord had kept a low profile during this period of time. He was no longer like before, when he would occasionally post all sorts of arrogant words on the magic mirror. It was not just the great god king. The law enforcers and the heavenly court had been much more low-key recently. It was clear that they knew about the return of the heaven-splitting clan's ancestor. Great Divine Lord had previously boasted that he was the one who created the divine space realm, but now that the matter had been exposed, he was also very embarrassed. Furthermore, his divine space power might not even be as good as the youths that his ancestors had brought back. The outerverse has taken the lead in the divine space realm in terms of cultivation. The people who came back from that place must have learned the cultivation methods of foreign creatures. "It's normal for them to be stronger than you guys," Xianxia said. "But, they are too strong. Any random youth has the force of several hundred divine universe realms. And on our side, those clan emperors and big shots all have around 4 to 500. Qin Yun is still somewhat unable to accept this. It had to be known that his current divine cosmos force was less than 200. If he were to face someone with 700 or 800 divine cosmos force, even if he wasn't instantly killed, he would still be severely injured. After all, that's the ancient Heaven clan. Back in the day, they were able to seal all sorts of supermassive divine suns and supermassive nether suns. Even if they don't go to the outerverse, their inheritances won't be weak. Especially now that the Gods Desolate has so many resources. Taisher said. Qin Yun recalled that the heaven-splitting ancient clan once possessed bloodline heavenly patterns. Perhaps they had several generations of bloodline heavenly patterns. What piqued Qin Yun's curiosity was whether the ancient Yu clan's lost Yu heavenly talisman would reappear. He immediately used the magic mirror to contact Yu Luanhui. Yu Luanhui, your ancestor is back. Qin Yun told Yu Luanhui about it. After Yu Luanhui heard this, he cursed in a low voice, "Those bastards, they didn't tell me such an important thing, I'm going back now." No matter what, Yu Luanhui was a part of the ancient Yu clan. Now that the ancestors have returned, the power structure of the ancient Yu clan was broken and no one could suppress Yu Luanhui anymore. As long as Yu Luanhui was good at kissing his ass, he would be able to do well in the clan. What worried Qin Yun was that the powerful ancestors of the heaven-splitting ancient clan would join forces to attack the fourth divine Sunday. The divine judge also began to arrange for people to receive the people or non-humans who were teleported to the four gods' sun from the various cities. After entering the four-god Yang realm, they had to sign a soul contract. They were not allowed to cause trouble or fight inside and had to abide by the rules. Everyone knew that there were powerful beings from the outer universe in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, and entering the Divine Sun Sacred Ground was the safest. In order to stay alive, signing a soul contract was not a problem. Following that, Xinyu also announced that they were willing to accept the various races of the Divine Wilderness. The mystic moon of the heavens was controlled by the heaven-splitting ancient clan. The mystic moon of the heavens was rich in resources and needed many people to mine it. If the various races wanted to enter the god moon of the heavens, they would definitely have to pay a price. 2 days later, Qin Yun has cultivated 108 Divine Universe Golden Tendons. His Divine Universe power's upper limit has reached 208, and he still has more than 2 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Not even stepping into the first level of the Divine Universe realm, he already has 208, this can be considered very awesome. Eat another Dragon Peach King, maybe it will increase a bit. Taisher said. Qin Yun immediately contacted Long Shu. Originally, he wanted to personally go to the Heaven's Mandate Sacred Ground, but Long Shu said she wanted to come to the Ling residence and discuss some matters with the Ling family. The Heaven's Mandate Sacred Ground has a teleportation formation that leads to the heaven-towering Divine City. Long Shu very quickly arrived at the Ling residence. She is wearing tree bark armor, her brown hair has already been tied up. The female Dragon King's expression is very solemn. Clearly, her mood is heavy because of the current atmosphere in the Divine Wilderness. The Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake is very important, the entire Heaven's Mandate Sacred Ground is very important to the dragon race. If the outer universe beings rush out of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, they will definitely target the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake. The Sun Dragon race inside the ancestral god Sun promised to accept the entire dragon race. The ancestral god Sun's core can completely accommodate the entire dragon race. However, they can't transfer the Heaven's Mandate Dragon Lake to the ancestral god Sun's core. Long Shu first saw Qin Yun. When she saw Qin Yun, a faint smile appeared on her solemn face. "Boss Qin, your relationship with the Ling family is pretty good, you even live here." The dragon race looked all around the small manor where Qin Yun is staying. "Queen Long Shu, many thanks for sending the Dragon Peach King. Tell me the price." Qin Yun said with smile. "Give me 100 boxes of King Grade Easy and Easy cigarette." While speaking, Long Shu took out a cigarette and lit it up. Then she walked into the hall. Qin Yun directly gave Long Shu a storage bag. There is a large pile of King Grade Easy and Easy cigarette inside. They are all unpacked, there are definitely more than 100 boxes. Long Shu is very satisfied. She took out one and put it on her ear. Then she took out a very large jade box. Here, the Dragon Peach King is inside. Longshu placed it on the table, crossed her legs and said, "The Dragon Peach King doesn't have a peach pit. It is said that the pit explodes and forms the Dragon Peach King. Are there many Dragon Peach Kings?" Xianxia opened the box and saw a peach that looks like a light golden crystal. A wave of fragrance floated out. He doesn't dare to let Yang know that there is such a peach here, otherwise she will immediately run out and snatch it. "Not a lot, I made a few and gave them to Sister Xiangyun." Longshu mischievously laughed and said, "This divine moon race empress is truly a rare great beauty, her whole body is so fragrant." Cough cough. Xiangyun dryly coughed and asked, "Does your All Heavens dragon race have any plans?" Speaking of this matter, Longshu's smile disappeared. She sighed and said, "I came to the Ling family this time to ask them if they have any way to help us move the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake. Because I heard that there is a very large Divine Universe Amethyst under the Ling family's mansion. That Divine Universe Amethyst even has a space inside it. There is also a space under the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake, it is very similar to the Ling family's Divine Universe Amethyst." Xiangyun heard from Longshu that there is a space inside the Divine Universe Amethyst. He went to the underground treasury several times before but did not discover this. The Ling family might not have any way. "You want to move the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake to the Ancestral God Sun Core region, this is not impossible," Xiangyun said. "Boss Qin, if you can do it, our All Heavens Dragon race will not let you off. The Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake is my route, I cannot give it up," Longshu said. "Don't say anything else, just based on our relationship, I will definitely help you," Xiangyun said with smile. "Then what is our relationship?" Longshu, who originally had a very serious expression, suddenly showed charming smile. "Of course we are friends." Xiangyun took out the devil mirror with smile and said, "You can contact the outsider race's clan emperor in Wukong, I will give him a heads up and let him talk with you. The foreign void race have spatial origin stones. Although the space of Divine Desolate is becoming stronger and stronger, they are very familiar with the changes of space. And Wukong told Xiangyun before that if they become stronger, they will be able to release even more power from the spatial origin stone. Therefore, Xiangyun believed that in Wukong definitely had a way to transfer the Heavenly Mandate Dragon Lake to the core region of the Ancestral God Sunday the foreign void race. I heard that they were once suppressed by the law enforcers. Did you release them? Those guys from the law enforcers instigated our Dragon Emperor to attack the foreign void race. Longshu only heard about the existence of the foreign void race, she doesn't know how strong they are. Because the foreign void race is very low-key. If not for the law enforcers constantly looking for them, their existence would be very low. It must be known that the teleportation formations built by the Myriad Realms Divine Court in many cities were all created by them. Moreover, the Devil Mirrors were also created by them. The Devil Mirror's foundation is inside the ancient city and it is mainly made from spatial origin stones. Not many people know about this matter. Everyone thinks that the Devil Mirror was created by the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Go talk to the clan emperor of the foreign void race, he will do his best to help you because of me," Xiangyun said. All Heaven's Dragon race has great potential, especially since they have the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake and the Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box. Relying on these things, All Heaven's Dragon race will become the strongest existence in this cosmos. Xiangyun is willing to help All Heaven's Dragon race because he wants to build trust with them. After this matter is done, I will definitely properly thank you," Longshu said with smile. "What are you thanking me for? You gave me a Dragon Peach King, I should be thanking you. Of course, if the foreign void race wants to help you transfer the Heaven's Fate Dragon Lake, it will not be free," Xiangyun said with smile. "I know, I will properly discuss with them." Longshu nodded her head, then took out the Devil Mirror and contacted in Wukong. They will also arrange a time to meet. Longshu finished smoking a cigarette and left in a hurry. Great Elder Ling found out that Longshu has arrived and immediately went to find Xiangyun. "Boss Qin, why did the female dragon queen come to find you?" "She contacted me previously and wanted to discuss something with me. Now, she suddenly said that she doesn't want to talk anymore." Great Elder Ling was also very concerned when he heard that Longshu had entered the Ling residence. Grand Elder Ling was not surprised that such a female expert would walk into Qin Yun's residence. She originally wanted to discuss the matter of moving the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake. She said that there is a large piece of Divine Universe amethyst under your Ling residence and wanted to ask how you plan to move it. Qin Yun said. Ah? Then why didn't she ask after that? Grand Elder Ling quickly said, I was just about to ask the All-Heaven Dragon race how they are going to move the Destiny Dragon Lake. I will introduce others to help them transfer. Qin Yun said with smile, Old Ling, can you transfer the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake? Grand Elder Ling immediately grabbed Qin Yun's arm and asked, Of course we can't move, that's why we have to find them. Boss Qin, who did you introduce to Dragon Queen Long Susu? Introduce them to me. They are experts in this field. Qin Yun said. Grand Elder Ling asked for An Wukong's contact information, then immediately transferred 500 million to Qin Yun. Then he quickly left to meet An Wukong. The foreign space race will naturally help, after all, this will allow them to earn some Divine Universe Golden Stones. Now that everyone lacks Divine Universe Golden Stones, the foreign space race thinks that a crisis is about to descend. Hoarding more Divine Universe Golden Stones is also good. Grand Elder Ling has already left. When Qin Yun wanted to eat Dragon Peach King, Ling Taiyun excitedly ran over. Brother-in-law, good news, good news. Ling Taiyun kept calling Qin Yun brother-in-law, he is very enthusiastic. What good news? Qin Yun secretly despised Ling Taiyun because his family master father is seriously injured, yet this guy is still very happy. Those heaven-opening ancient race want to establish a sect, they want to start recruiting disciples. Because of my father, I was exempted from the assessment and joined the Imperial Heaven sect. This is a sect established by the Yu ancient race. Ling Taiyun pulled Qin Yun and said with smile, Brother-in-law, are you going? Imperial Heaven sect? Qin Yun said with frown, do those heaven-opening ancient race each establish a sect? What kind of advantage does the Imperial Heaven sect have? Ling Taiyun said, the Yu ancient race has a very big advantage because they have a very strong Yu heavenly talisman. I heard that their Yu heavenly talisman can resist outer universe life forms. I investigated, the Yu ancient race has the most people coming back from outerverse, moreover they are also the strongest. Then apart from the Imperial Heaven sect, what other sects are there? Qin Yun did not find anything on the Devil Mirror, it means that this is only internal information. Heavenly Moon sect, Heavenly Moon ancient race. There is also the Qin ancient race's Heavenly Qin sect, Shao ancient race and Long ancient race's sects, they don't have any but they should be coming soon. Brother-in-law, you are indeed a young divine king, but to be honest, you need to learn the heaven-opening ancient race's method to quickly advance to divine space realm, as well as some pills. Ling Taiyun said. Qin Yun nodded, that's right, some of them have already reached high level of divine space realm, they have rich experience. Not only high level of divine space realm, I also heard that the heaven-opening ancient race people who came back from outerverse have surpassed divine space realm. As for what the situation is, I don't know. Ling Taiyun saw that Qin Yun also wants to go to the heaven-opening sect, he became even more excited. Ling Taiyun is very clear about his Ling family's current situation. Below the heaven-opening ancient race, his Ling family is indeed a hegemon. However, after entering the heaven-opening ancient race's sect, he, Ling Taiyun, is just a fart. If he goes with Qin Yun, he can at least take care of him. Taisher also suggested Qin Yun to go because at present, everyone is in the same camp, they all have to fight against the outer universe lifeforms. What are the conditions to go to the Imperial Heaven sect? How did you get the exemption quota? Qin Yun asked. I already said, it's because of my father has a good relationship with the Yu ancient race's emperor. Ling Taiyun mischievously laughed and said, Brother-in-law, your relationship with Yao Yao is not bad, you can ask her for the specific details and let her secretly help you. Qin Yun also plans to ask you Luanhui and Yu Yao Yao. Brother-in-law, I believe that you will definitely be able to enter the Imperial Heaven sect. When the time comes, we will go together and take care of each other. Ling Taiyun finished speaking and ran away. Qin Yun returned to his room, took out the magic mirror and contacted Yu Luanhui to ask about the Imperial Heaven sect. Boss, you want to go to the Imperial Heaven sect? That's very good. I heard that Great Divine King also wants to join a heaven-opening ancient race sect, but he won't come to the Imperial Heaven sect because not long ago, Great Divine King injured an elder of our ancient race. Yu Luanhui is very happy to know that Qin Yun wants to go to the Imperial Heaven sect. Yu Luanhui also urged Qin Yun to come to the Imperial Heaven sect and guaranteed that Qin Yun wouldn't encounter any trouble there. Yu Luanhui, after you went back, did you hug onto some golden thigh? Qin Yun curiously asked because Yu Luanhui's confidence became more and more abundant. Among the ancestors who returned from the Outerverse, there is one who is related to me by blood. He isn't too strong, but it's not a problem for him to suppress Yuan Long and the others. Boss, you have the Imperial Life Talisman in your hands. With your talent, you will definitely be able to grasp the other talismans very quickly. At that time, you will definitely be valued by the Yu family. Qin Yun is still a bit worried. After all, he is an outsider and it will be difficult for him to integrate into the Yu family. He asked, is it really alright for me to go to the Imperial Heaven sect? The situation is different now. Our Yu ancient clan needs to quickly absorb all kinds of outstanding talents. You should know the reason very well. Yu Luanhui said, the other races' emperors will also join a heaven creation sect. It's nothing, we welcome them all. Qin Yun thought about it carefully and agreed that the Heaven Creation clan really needs to improve. They have the best understanding of the Outerverse's power. They know that they alone can't resist the Outerverse. They need to unite all the other clans to resist the Outerverse invasion. Alright, I will go. Oh right, do you have any requirements? Qin Yun asked. 200 divine space power, that shouldn't be difficult for you, right? As long as you have 200 divine space power, everything will be fine. Yu Luanhui said. That's no problem. Qin Yun has already reached 200 divine universe power. After contacting Yu Luanhui, Qin Yun went to contact Yu Yaoyao but he couldn't. It is very likely that she is cultivating in seclusion. Yu Yaoyao has a powerful 9-sun Kuanping and her aptitude is also not bad, it is normal for her to be nurtured. At this time, Yu Xiangyun contacted Qin Yun through the magic mirror. Yun, I want to join the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's Heavenly Moon sect. Yu Xiangyun said. Qin Yun was immediately taken aback. Yu Xiangyun had directly revealed such shocking news, making him momentarily think that he had heard wrongly. Not long ago, Yu Xiangyun had a conflict with the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan and had her divine moon stolen. Sister Xiangyun, will the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan hold a grudge? Qin Yun was more worried about this. Don't be afraid. Among the elders of the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan that returned, there is an old lady. After she found out about our Divine Moon Clan's situation, she took the initiative to find us. She is willing to accept our entire Divine Moon Clan. This old lady is very good and very strong. Yu Xiangyun said. She had to inform Qin Yun that she was going to the Heavenly Moon Clan. After all, she knew that the Divine Moon Clan had a close relationship with Qin Yun. Furthermore, she, Yu Xiangyun, was Qin Yun's woman. She had to let Qin Yun know her decision. What about Yu Shiji? Asked Qin Yun again. That old granny signed a soul contract with me, guaranteeing that our Divine Moon Clan would not be threatened again. She was very sincere, but I did not give her a definite answer. If she wants to join the Heavenly Moon sect, I need your permission. Yu Xiangyun said again. Qin Yun was rather happy in his heart. After all, Yu Xiangyun had him in her heart. How strong is that old granny? Qin Yun asked again. Among the ancestors of the Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan that returned from the Outerverse, that old granny's strength is ranked second. The difference between her and the strongest is not that big. Yu Xiangyun said, Yun, do you agree to let me go to the Heavenly Moon sect? If you don't agree, I will immediately reject her. I agree, but you must ask her to guarantee your safety, guarantee that you will not be threatened. Qin Yun said. And this is also what I must do. Yu Xiangyun's voice became a lot more relaxed. She wanted to go to the Heavenly Moon sect but she was afraid that Qin Yun would not let her. What about Yuelan? Qin Yun asked. Yuelan wants to go to the Xiao Ancient Clan. She wants to go on her own. That old granny introduced the Xiao Ancient Clan's ancestors to take her, you can rest assured. Yu Xiangyun said. This girl, why didn't she tell me? Sister Xiangyun is still the best. Qin curled his lips and said. Those ancestors of the heaven-opening ancient clan, when they were in the outerverse, they were very united and knew the importance of unity. This time, they sincerely want to impart the cultivation experience of the divine space realm to us. Yuelan going to the Shao ancient clan sect, you don't have to worry at all. Yu Xiangyun seems to be explaining on Xiao Yuelan's behalf, afraid that Qin Yan would blame Xiao Yuelan. Of course, Qin Yan is just saying it. He knows that Xiao Yuelan will not make a rash decision. Yun, the Dark Moon and Blood Moon are still in the Heavenly Secrets sect. After I go to the Heavenly Moon sect, I will ask Granny Taiyue to help me save them. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Granny Taiyue also promised me that she will find Yu Xieji and the Heavenly Secrets sect master to discuss this matter. Yu Xiangyun said again. After Qin Yan heard this, he felt a lot more at ease. However, he absolutely could not let the Heavenly Secrets sect off. The Heavenly Secrets sect's sinister nature will not change, especially at this time. They will definitely think of causing trouble. Furthermore, the Great Divine Lord's Alliance, the matter with the evil spirit zombies previously caused the deaths of a large number of people. That's good. Qin Yan sighed with emotion and said, it has not been easy for your Divine Moon clan to come this far. Now, you have finally found a great backer. No, you are our backer. Our Divine Moon clan's 100 billion Divine Universe golden stones, we will give them all to you. Yu Xiangyun seems to have just made a decision. I'll leave it to you. The Heavenly Moon sect can't afford the cultivation resources of the entire Divine Moon clan. They will only give you directions and you will have to rely on yourself for resources. Qin Yan said with a smile, I can solve my own cultivation resources, don't worry about me. Alright then, we will keep it. Oh right, do you want me to ask Granny Taiyue to introduce you to the Qin ancient clan? You have the same surname as them, it will be easier for you to blend in. Yu Xiangyun also suggested that Qin Yan join a heaven-opening sect. I plan to go to the Yu ancient clan's Imperial Heaven sect. I can go there myself, there is no need to introduce me. Qin Yan said with a smile. Yu Xiangyun is somewhat surprised that Qin Yan actually wants to go to the Yu ancient clan. However, when she thought about how Yu Yaoyao is in the Yu ancient clan, she felt a bit relieved. Her relationship with Yu Yaoyao is not bad and she also knows that Qin Yan and Yu Yaoyao's relationship is extremely good. Yaoyao's future in the Imperial Heaven sect is boundless. She has bloodline. Heavenly rune in her body. I heard from Granny Taiyue that her bloodline heavenly rune is not simple, that's why she is so highly regarded. Yu Xiangyun said. Is that so? I can't contact her, so she might be cultivating. Qin Yan said in shock. Then let's go and reply to Granny Taiyue first, then we'll contact each other. Yu Xiangyun cut off contact with Qin Yan. Qin Yan is holding the magic mirror. He also knows that the situation has changed very quickly recently. After the ancestors of the heaven-opening ancient clan returned, they created the heaven-opening sect. All the local powerhouses of the Divine Desolate have joined one after another. Even Qin Yan and the Great Divine King want to enter a heaven-opening sect to cultivate. Only like this can they become stronger. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Qin Yan is in his room, looking at the fragrant and delicious Dragon Peach King. He originally planned to eat it but after thinking about it, he decided to eat it after entering the Imperial Heaven sect. Because even Taisher doesn't know if eating Dragon Peach King can increase Divine Cosmos power or not. If it can't, then it would be a waste of a precious Dragon Peach King. Even if no one in the Imperial Heaven sect knows, they can definitely give advice. Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and contacted Xiao Yuelan. Yuelan, you want to go to the Shao ancient clan? Why didn't you tell me? Qin Yan said with smile, Sister Xiangyun wants to go to the Heavenly Moon sect, she told me. Didn't I come to find you to tell you about this? Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile, Xiao Yun, do you want to come with me to the Shao ancient clan? I will protect you. Oh that's right, what about Sister Bingxing? Where is she? And Sister Kiru, Yu Tian and Yu Shi, they are all 9 Sun Divine Maidens, why can't I contact any of them? Qin Yan also wants to meet them. Sister Bingxing is in the core of the 6th Divine Sunday. I don't know where Sister Kiru is. Yu Tian and Yu Shi are together, they have their own things to do. Xiao Yuelan said, Yueme is coming out soon, when the time comes, she will join the Xiao ancient clan with me. Qin Yin suddenly thought of the All Heavens dragon race, maybe they will join the dragon ancient clan. When will Yueme come out? You said a long time ago that she would come out soon, but there is still no sign of her. Qin Yin curled his lips and said. Not long after, Xiao Yuelan arrived at the Ling residence and directly rushed into Qin Yin's room. Soon as soon, I also don't know when Yueme will come out. Xiao Yuelan giggled and finished speaking, then kissed Qin Yin. They have not seen each other for a while, now that they have met, they are especially intimate and affectionate. Xiao Yuelan got up from the bed, pulled Qin Yin up and let him use runes to make hot water to wash his body. Xiao Yun, your cultivation speed is really fast. Your current divine cosmos power is very strong, how much is it now? Xiao Yuelan's jade fist lightly hammered Qin Yin's chest. I won't tell you, but the next time we meet, I will definitely catch up to you. Qin Yin pinched Xiao Yuelan's cheeks. Where is Xian? Did you hide her on purpose? Xiao Yuelan pushed Qin Yin's hand away and said with hidden bitterness, I really want to meet the #1 beauty of the Nine Sun Holy Land. She is cultivating, moreover, at the most crucial moment, if there is no accident, she will be able to transmit her bloodline heavenly rune to Sister Steamed Bun and others. Qin Yin said. Is that so? That's great. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, oh that's right, Xiao Yun, give me some king-grade cigarettes. I'll go to the Xiao ancient clan to give them to people. There must be many sisters in the Xiao ancient clan who smoke. I'll use them to build a good relationship with them. Humph, you are not allowed to bully them. Qin Yin poked her waist but still gave her a lot of king-grade indifferent smoke. Xiao Yuelan put on her clothes and kissed Qin Yin's lips. Then, she hastily left the Ling residence for the Xiao ancient clan. Originally, Qin Yin wanted to invite Ling Taiyun to go to Imperial Heaven Gate together, but Ling Taiyun has already left. After Qin Yin contacted Yu Luanhui, he did not expect Yu Luanhui to rush over immediately. Yu Luanhui smiled, boss, after you come to the Imperial Heaven sect, you'll definitely be welcomed. Really? Is it because I'm too handsome? Qin Yin said with mischievous smile, oh that's right, is there any girl more beautiful than Yao Yao in your Yu ancient clan? How is that possible? That little girl Yao Yao is now the pearl in the palm of those elders of Yu ancient clan, who dares to be more beautiful than her? That's because they don't want to mingle anymore. Yu Luanhui's smile became even more vulgar. Because he knows that Qin Yun and Yu Yao Yao have a good relationship, he also hinted that they should develop further. Qin Yun said, is Yu ancient clan the least likely to reject me? After all, there were some unpleasant things that happened between us. No, you have the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Just based on this, they will welcome you very much. Boss, don't worry about them stealing your bloodline heavenly pattern box. Yu Luanhui said. Why don't I worry? I'm very worried about this. Qin Yin said. The elders who came back from the Outerverse said that the bloodline heavenly pattern box is an ominous item. Only those with a tough life won't die from it. Even if you give it to them, they might not want it, but they want to use you to study the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Yu Luanhui said as he walked out of the Ling mansion with Qin Yun. This surprised Qin Yun. The elders of Heaven Opening Clan actually have this kind of attitude towards the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Qin Yun felt a lot more relaxed and asked, is the Imperial Heaven Gate built? Where is it? Is it safe? It's near Nine Sun Sacred Ground, a bit far from here. We will first teleport to the city of Yu ancient clan in God Desolate and then to the Imperial Heaven Gate outside of Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Yu Luanhui said. What? It's built outside of the Imperial Heaven Gate? Qin Yun jumped in fright. The heaven-splitting ancient clan built this sect to guard the Nine Sun Sacred Ground and prevent them from coming out. Although many powerful races have run inside Myriad Realm's divine sun, God Desolate has a lot of resources, we can't give up. Yu Luanhui said. Qin Yun sighed, who wants to give up? Isn't this not enough to stop those foreign beings? It's still possible to stop them. It's not easy to open a passage from inside Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Nine Sun Law Spirit sealed Nine Sun Sacred Ground very well before. Now that the sixth divine son has appeared, the seal has been strengthened, so there won't be many passages. Yu Luanhui brought Qin Yin to the Yu family city. Then they walked to an even bigger teleportation formation. Qin Yin doesn't know much about Nine Sun Sacred Ground Seal because he has never been there before. Now, he is about to leave Nine Sun Sacred Ground. The former emperor of Extreme Sky Clan, who was also the patriarch of Ling family, was injured inside Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Oh right, do you know which heaven-opening sect the Great Divine Lord will join? Qin Yin is very curious. I don't know for now, but I heard that he has contact with the Yang Ancient Clan. Maybe it's the Yang Ancient Clan. Yu Luanhui said, he has already brought Qin Yin to the teleportation formation. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yin arrived outside Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Arriving here, he saw what seemed to be a very thick golden screen of light in the distance. The golden light screen is very tall, as if it connects heaven and earth. Golden mist surged inside. That is the barrier that seals Nine Sun Sacred Ground. The situation inside is very complicated. Yu Luanhui said, the elders of the heaven-opening ancient clan have already joined hands to seal several passages. They can still stabilize for a period of time. Qin Yin looked at the barrier in a daze. He can feel that several myriad realms' divine sun have released a lot of divine power and gathered on the barrier. If not for the myriad realms' divine sun, this barrier would have disintegrated very quickly. However, the Nine Sun evil spirit is extremely harmful to the myriad realms' divine sun. What do your ancestors think of the Nine Sun evil spirit? Qin Yin asked. They know about this but they didn't say anything. Yu Luanhui shook his head and said, Boss, let's go, I'll take you to register. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heaven Divine Emperor mobile version website. Qin Yin followed behind Yu Luanhui and looked around, looking at the Imperial Heaven Gate they are at. The Imperial Heaven Gate is very flat and has very dense myriad realms divine sun power. The entire Imperial Heaven Gate can be said to be almost finished. On the road, Qin Yin saw many puppets made of metal. They are currently busy with the last bit of work. The Imperial Heaven Gate's buildings are relatively short, the tallest is only around 10 floors. Moreover, there are very few tall buildings, most of them are 2 or 3 floors. Compared to those big cities that have hundreds or even thousands of floors, this is very short. Qin Yin also saw many people coming to sign up. There are humans and also other powerful races. And the majority of them are non-human races. For a true human to grow to the divine space realm, it would take an extremely long time. As for those powerful races, the majority of them were born with extremely high cultivation. As long as their aptitude wasn't too poor, they would be able to step into the divine space realm. Yu Luanhui brought Qin Yin to a very large house. The lobby here is very spacious, there are no luxurious decorations. After all, the Imperial Heaven Gate is just outside Nine Sun Holy Land. If a war breaks out, it will definitely be destroyed. So the buildings here are not very exquisite. Yu Luanhui helped Qin Yin sign up, gave him a golden crystal card and said, Boss, when the time comes, I will inform you to test your divine space power. You should have 200 divine space power, right? 208. Qin Yin said. That's pretty good, I only have 230. Yu Luanhui knew that Qin Yin's cultivation has just broken through recently. Generally speaking, the divine space power of someone who just entered divine space realm would not be very high, at most a few tens. When Qin Yin announced his divine space realm, he had just broken through. And now, not too long has passed and he already has 200. His cultivation speed can be said to be very fast. Those ancestors that came back from the outerverse, how is their divine space power? Qin Yin asked curiously. I also don't know, in short, it's very high. I only know that the youngsters that came back with their ancestors all have 780 divine space power, some even have 1000. Yu Luanhui brought Qin Yin out of the registration hall and said in low voice, they are all very strong. Moreover, their killing intent is very strong, they must have fought frequently. If they often fought with outer space beings, then it would definitely be like this. Then are they easy to talk to? Qin Yin asked again. It's all right. If you ask about foreign creatures, they'll patiently answer. Yu Luanhui said, Boss, I'll bring you to find my backer. Yu Luanhui suddenly sped up and walked towards the west side of the gate. The Imperial Heaven Gate was very big, like a giant city. It was surrounded by several circles of array pillars, and in the center of the Imperial Heaven Gate, there were also 2 circles of array pillars. The defensive barrier of the entire Imperial Heaven Gate must be very strong. Yu Luanhui brought Xianxia flying in the sky and arrived at a manor in the West District. They entered a simple decorated living room. The buildings in the manor were mainly made of stone. They looked simple and crude, but there was an inexplicable sense of security after entering the interior. Not long after, Xianxia and Yu Luanhui, who were drinking tea, saw a tall, long-bearded elder walk in with a smile. The long-bearded old man had a warm smile on his face, but his white robe was dyed with red and green liquid. Although it was completely dry, it could be seen that it was of very special blood. This old man is Yu Luanhui's backer. His name is Yu Qi. He looks like a very easy to communicate with old man. Senior, what happened to you? Yu Luanhui saw the blood on Yu Qi's robe and asked in shock. I just came back from Nine Sun Holy Land. I killed a few things and then quickly rushed back. I didn't have time to change my clothes. Yu Qi laughed, then looked at Xianxia and said, Yu Luanhui, this is the young divine King Xianxia you were talking about, right? Hello senior, this junior is indeed Xianxia. Xianxia simply greeted with a smile. Yu Luanhui promptly nodded his head, Senior, I have already helped him register. His divine cosmos power has reached 208, he should be able to pass the assessment, right? Yu Qi slightly frowned and said, 208 divine cosmos power? Senior, this is not strange, right? Boss Qin's talent is not bad, moreover he is also a young divine king. It is very normal for him to be able to step into the first layer of divine cosmos realm. Moreover, he was the one who told Great Fire about divine cosmos realm cultivation. Yu Luanhui said. No, I can sense that his divine cosmos power has not reached the first layer of divine cosmos realm. His divine cosmos power does not have a nucleus, it is very easy to sense. Yu Qi finished speaking and took out a mirror. This mirror is very similar to the one Xianxia refined and sold before, but it was not refined by him. What? His godly space without a nucleus reached 208. Yu Luanhui was shocked when he heard this. Little brother, please cooperate with the test. Yu Qi can sense that Xianxia's divine cosmos power is at least above 180. If one has not stepped into the first layer of divine cosmos realm, then having 180 divine cosmos power is very rare. Because 100 divine cosmos power is the limit. After reaching 100 divine cosmos power, one either has to step into the first layer of divine cosmos realm or continuously break through the limits of the body so that the divine cosmos power inside the body can contain even more divine cosmos power. Generally speaking, those who have not stepped into the first layer of divine cosmos realm with 150 divine cosmos power are well-known figures. They are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. But Xianxia actually reached 200. Even Yu Qi, who has cultivated for many years in the divine cosmos realm, has rarely seen this kind of case. Xianxia immediately cooperated with Yu Qi to test. The mirror shows 210 divine cosmos power. Yu Qi saw this number and his expression abruptly changed. How is this possible? Yu Qi still does not dare to believe this is true. Yu Luanhui's mouth is also wide open. He previously thought that Xianxia had 200 divine cosmos power and had stepped into the first layer of divine cosmos realm. But now he found out that Xianxia has not even stepped into the first layer of divine cosmos realm. Your testing tool is not accurate. I tested it myself, only 208. Xianxia said. How did you refine 108 divine cosmos golden tendons? Yu Qi's eyes are like lightning as he stared at Xianxia. His face is filled with ecstasy. Divine cosmos golden tendons? What? What is that? Yu Luanhui said in shock. I managed to cultivate it by accident. Maybe it is because I have super heaven divine body. Xianxia said. Yes, if you have super heaven divine body, then cultivating divine cosmos golden tendons would be much easier. But this is still inconceivable. Yu Qi sighed and said, generally speaking, only when you reach the third layer of divine cosmos realm can you refine 108 divine cosmos golden tendons. But you already completed it long ago. Yu Luanhui hurriedly said, Senior, then can Boss Qin pass the test? Yu Qi said with smile, of course he can. If he steps into the first layer of Divine Cosmos realm, he might be able to increase by 50 to 60 Divine Cosmos power. His upper limit in the first layer of Divine Cosmos realm is much higher than others. Yu Luanhui knows that Qin Yun is very awesome, that's why he pulled him to Imperial Heaven Sect. He can foresee that Qin Yun will soon shine in Imperial Heaven Sect. Boss, after you break through, won't you be stronger than me? Yu Luanhui recalled that Qin Yun has 208 Divine Cosmos power. If he breaks through and erupts with several dozen, it is very scary. So many people have 100 Divine Cosmos power and can't wait to break through. Their upper limit is also bound to be 500. Qin Yun's upper limit is 600, maybe even 700, maybe even higher. It means that he can go further than others. And he has to consume a lot of resources, otherwise how can he be stronger than others? Even if this little brother doesn't break through, with his current body strength, without relying on divine tools and heavenly talismans, he is stronger than you. Yu Qi said with smile. He has always been stronger than me by a lot. Yu Luanhui patted his head, otherwise he wouldn't call Qin Yun boss. Yu Qi is taller than Qin Yun but his body is not as sturdy as Qin Yun. He patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile, little brother, you can stay in Imperial Heaven Sect with peace of mind. With me here, no one will steal your bloodline heavenly pattern box. Really? Many people came to find trouble with me to steal my box and Divine King Heavenly Seal, I had no choice but to fight them. Qin Yun sighed and said. Whether it is Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box or Divine King Heavenly Seal, we are not interested. If they are not ours, even if we get them, we won't be able to use them, instead, we will bring disaster upon ourselves. Yu Qi's expression became serious and said, little brother, you have these things and are still alive, it means your life is tough. These things can't kill you, so they belong to you. Qin Yun did not expect that these returning ancestors of Heaven Opening Ancient Clan would not be interested in Bloodline Heavenly Pattern Box and Divine King Heavenly Seal. But they must have seen even stronger things, or maybe they are already very strong, so they don't care about these things. Senior, I have a Dragon Peach King. Qin Yun gave a simple explanation of the Dragon Peach King before asking, do you think I can increase my Divine Cosmos power after eating it? At this time, Yu Luanhui also took out the elegant smoke and gave it to Yu Qi. Yu Qi took a puff, then put the cigarette in his mouth and took the Dragon Peach King. He took out a red compass, as though he was inspecting the Dragon Peach King. Inspection. He took a deep puff and exhaled after a long time. I never expected that my bloodline heavenly runes would evolve to this level. The Dragon Peach Divine Tree indeed grew because of bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yun nodded and said, Senior, how about this Dragon Peach King? Only eat it after it's refined. According to my judgment, the unique divine power contained in the Dragon Peach King can further excavate the potential of one's body. It can strengthen one's body, and from there, increase one's divine universe energy. Yu Qi frowned and said, this kind of thing should be eaten before stepping into the first tier of the divine space realm, only then will it have the best effect. Huh? In other words, it's most suitable for me to eat it now? Qin Yun was pleasantly surprised. Not bad, do you want me to help you find an alchemist to refine the pill? Yu Qi said, after refining the pill, the effect will increase even more. Many thanks Senior, I can refine pills myself, there is no need to trouble Senior. Qin Yun said with a smile. Yu Qi nodded and said, I have a quiet room here, you can stay here. All right. Qin Yun followed Yu Qi to a quiet and spacious room. After entering, he closed the heavy door and took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Outside, Yu Luanhui said in low voice, Senior, after boss eats that fruit, how much will his upper limit of divine universe energy increase? I don't know, this person is indeed a genius, no wonder he is a young divine king, Nine Sun Law Spirit has high hopes for him. Yu Qi sighed with emotion and said, I don't know to what extent he will grow in the future. Boss said that if 9 Sun Law Spirit split into a 9 Sun Evil Spirit, will it cause harm to Divine Desolate? Yu Luanhui is also very worried about this matter, especially now that 9 Sun Holy Land is filled with foreign creatures. Nine Sun Evil Spirit is temporarily silent because it knows that if it continues to cause chaos in Divine Desolate, even it won't be able to survive. Once the foreign creatures come out, the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun will fall sooner or later. Yuchi is standing beside the window, looking at the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun in the sky. His deep eyes are filled with worry. He is smoking and staring at the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun in the sky. Yulu and Hui asked again, Senior, will my boss receive any preferential treatment in the Imperial Sky Gate? Yuchi shook his head. There won't be any preferential treatment, unless he is a descendant of the ancient Yu clan and is recognized by all the elders. In the Imperial Sky Gate, the only way to obtain resources is through strength. Then what is Xiaoya's situation now? She is boss's friend and they have a pretty good relationship. Yulu and Hui saw that Yuchi's cigarette is almost finished, so he immediately handed over another one. Xiaoya's bloodline heavenly pattern is very strong, we have never seen it before. It might be due to the mutation of the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun, or the mutation of her Kuan Peng, or all sorts of complicated factors that contributed to it by chance. Yuchi sighed, there are many changes in this world, especially in Divine Desolate. No one can predict it. I see. That means that Yu Xingyu really has a good daughter. Yulu and Hui is a little jealous. We've returned from the Outerverse, and we've been illuminated by the Myriad World's Divine Sunday. We've also sensed that something is different. This is a good change, so no matter what, we have to protect this land. The divine wilderness of the heavens and the divine sun of the myriad realms could make them stronger in the future. Institute as a result, the ancestors of the heaven-splitting ancient clan came to an agreement to guide the living beings of the divine wilderness to become stronger. They would work together to defend the divine wilderness. Yulu and Hui looked at the door of Qin Yan's room and said in low voice, even though boss is a little divine king, he is much better than that great divine king. I really don't understand why there would be a grand divine king. This was a competition between the Nine Suns Law Spirit and the Nine Suns Evil Spirit. It was because the Nine Suns Evil Spirit had the upper hand that the divine king he pushed out was called the Great Divine King. Therefore, there is no real distinction between big and small, only between strong and weak. Yuchi said, since he came to the Imperial Heaven Gate, he must be prepared to die. Let's see if he dares to enter the Nine Suns sacred ground. Yulu and Hui said in shock, Senior, boss is a little divine king, isn't letting him enter the Nine Suns sacred ground the same as throwing away his life? Yuchi's expression is solemn and cold. He said, as long as he joins the Imperial Heaven Gate and becomes a disciple, he must go. Then what? About me? Yulu and Hui shivered. I already said, as long as you are a member of the Imperial Heaven Gate, you must enter the Nine Suns sacred ground to kill the enemy. Yuchi said coldly. Yulu and Hui was still very afraid of death, especially when he knew that someone with more than 1,000 divine cosmic force could be beaten to a pulp in the Nine Suns sacred ground. The outside world was like that. Creatures from the outside world could kill undying and indestructible souls. If they went inside, they might really die. Their souls couldn't escape at all. Yu Samsara suddenly regretted entering the Imperial Heaven Gate. He couldn't help but feel nervous. He continued to smoke and no longer spoke. Yuhi sat in the hall in a daze, waiting for Qin Yan to come out. He wanted to see how much Qin Yan's divine cosmos force could increase in the end. Qin inside the room, Yun took out the refined pills and ate them. At the same time, he placed the God King Heavenly Seal into his divine universe. The Grand Prime had said that doing so would allow the Godly King Heaven Seal to release divine power to help him refine the energy of the pill. Qin at the same time Yun ate that pill, the Divine King Heavenly Seal also released a special divine power that flowed in his body. No, not long after, Qin Yun felt the 108 Divine Universe golden tendons in his body suddenly tremble. To be precise, it was as if they were breathing as they frantically absorbed the energy of the Dragon Peach King pill. Qin Yun, your 108 Divine Universe golden tendons are absorbing the Dragon Peach King pill's energy and strengthening. Taisher said. Then does this require the consumption of Divine Universe golden stones? Qin Yun still has some Divine Universe golden stones in his hands but he wants to use them sparingly. No need. After the Divine Universe golden tendons were condensed, they were extremely thin and fragile. They needed to be strengthened. However, he needed the power of the nucleus in order to make the Divine Universe golden tendons even thicker. Now, the power of the Dragon Peach King pill can thicken your golden Divine Universe tendons. This can increase the upper limit of your Divine Universe force. Yoon was secretly overjoyed. If he really succeeded, then the upper limit of his divine cosmic force would definitely reach an astonishing degree. Now, not to mention, the Dragon Peach King was truly a mystical divine fruit with shocking effects. A tiny divine fruit was able to gradually thicken the tiny divine universe golden tendons in his body. Xianxia could feel that his super heaven divine body was being connected by the thick and solid divine universe golden tendons. It was being stretched taut, making him feel that his body was becoming stronger and he could erupt with even greater strength. This Xianxia took an entire day to cultivate. Not after that, a lot of filth and impurities were expelled from his body. After Yin washed himself clean, he adjusted his state and then went to check the upper limit of his divine cosmos force. The upper limit is 300 divine universe force. Yin was shocked. At first, he thought that it would be great if he could increase it by a few dozen points. Even if it was only a dozen or 20 points, he would still be very happy. No. Thinking about it, it had improved so much. This really surprised him. The upper limit of his divine cosmos force was 300, but now he only had 180, so he was not in a hurry to fill it up. If it was instantly filled up, it would consume over 100 million divine universe golden stones. Such as since he wasn't in a rush, it would be good to replenish his energy. Xianxia changed into a set of clean white clothes and walked out of the room. Yu Qi, who has been waiting outside for a day, saw Xianxia come out. He immediately stood up from his chair in shock and arrived in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. You have stepped into the first firmament of the divine universe realm? You could roughly sense the upper limits of Xianxia's divine universe power. He estimated that the upper limit of Xianxia's divine cosmic force was 260 to 270. This growth was too shocking, so he subconsciously thought that Xianxia had stepped into the first tier of the divine space realm. Xianxia shook his head and said with smile, "No, I refined a pill according to Senior's instructions. After eating it, my divine cosmic force increased by a lot." Yu Luanhui, who was at the side, immediately smoked a cigarette to suppress his shock. Because he saw Yu's reaction, he knew that the upper limit of Xianxia's divine cosmic force was definitely higher. Yu promptly took out a testing mirror and let Xianxia test it. Xianxia placed his hand on the mirror. Only not long after, a number 302 appeared on the mirror. His mirror was not very accurate, it was a bit higher. Although Luanhui was already mentally prepared, he was still shocked and let out a strange cry. The cigarette in his mouth fell out. This is really unbelievable. Yu was shocked to the extreme. Xianxia said, "Senior, do you think it is suitable for me to step into the first level of the divine space realm?" Not even stepping into the first level of the divine space realm, he already has 300 divine universe power. If he stepped into the first level of the divine space realm, how terrifying would it be? At that time, Xianxia would have a nucleus with 300 divine universe power. Adding the increase in the upper limit, his divine cosmic force would be even more terrifying. Let's talk about it after the assessment. Yu said, during the assessment, see if the supervising elder can see that you have not stepped into the first level of the divine space realm. Ah? Why? Yu Luanhui is somewhat puzzled. Not stepping into the first level of the divine space realm means that he is a blank piece of paper. Everyone hopes to guide this kind of good seedling in cultivation. When the time comes, he will definitely be in high demand. Yu said with smile, little brother, when the time comes, you should find the strongest elder. Ah? Senior, can boss really let an elder personally guide him? Yu Luanhui said in shock, didn't they say that the teachers chosen by the new disciples are all at the third or fourth level of the divine space realm? Your boss is not an ordinary new disciple. Although he is not as good as Yao Yao, he is enough to move the hearts of those elders. Yu said with smile. Yu Luanhui already picked up the cigarette, took a drag and said with smile, boss is boss, this is too good. With Xianxia, he will definitely be able to eat and drink well if he follows Xianxia. Before you officially become a disciple of Imperial Heaven Sect, I have to tell you that once you become an official disciple, you will have to enter 9 Sun Holy Land to kill enemies. Are you afraid? Addict Yu asked with serious expression. What is there to be afraid of? Qinyan faintly smiled. I came to Imperial Heaven Sect to become stronger and enter 9 Sun Holy Land to kill enemies. Addict Yu said with smile, that's good, many people come to Imperial Heaven Sect to become stronger but they don't want to enter 9 Sun Holy Land to kill enemies. We don't want this kind of people. Senior, when the time comes, can you arrange for me and Boss to enter 9 Sun Holy Land? I will follow Boss, this way we can take care of each other. Yu Luanhui said with smile. This is your own arrangement. In short, you will have to enter 9 Sun Holy Land from time to time and kill enough foreign creatures to come back. Addict Yu said. Qinyan is even more expectant, he has long since wanted to enter 9 Sun Holy Land to investigate. Senior Yu Qi, have you heard of Granny Taiyue? Qinyan suddenly thought of this matter and asked. Of course I have, she is a big shot, one of the strongest big shots of Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan. She is a very good person, she even saved us before. Addict Yu replied. I have a friend who is with Granny Taiyue. Qinyan felt a lot relieved. What kind of friend can attract Granny Taiyue's attention? Your friend is definitely not ordinary. Addict Yu said with slight amazement. Qin, the friend Yun is talking about is Yu Xiangyun. Not only Yu Xiangyun, the entire Divine Moon clan will be taken care of by Granny Taiyue. Just as Qin Yun was about to reply, the earth suddenly shook. Not good, another passage has appeared. After Yu Qi finished speaking, he disappeared and quickly rushed out. Qin Yun and Yu Luanhui also understood why Yu Qi didn't change his blood-stained clothes because he is going to fight at any time. Seniors are really busy, it seems like they really want to protect Divine Desolate. Yu Luanhui sighed, Great Divine King and those guys from Heavenly Court don't really want to protect Divine Desolate. Qinyan nodded and said, not only do we have to guard against foreign beings, we also have to guard against Heavenly Court. I heard Senior Yu Qi say that Heaven Opening Ancient Race wants to take over Heavenly Court but they only have this idea. Yu Luanhui lit a cigarette and looked outside with melancholy. His current divine cosmos power was very low. Although he could improve very quickly after entering the first tier of the divine cosmos realm after taking some medicinal pills, he was still very weak when facing foreign lifeforms. He also doesn't know when he will be forcefully sent to fight in 9 Sun Holy Land. Just thinking about it makes him feel great pressure. 9 Sun Holy Land is full of danger, everyone knows that even people with divine cosmos power over 1000 can be killed inside. Thinking about this, Yu Luanhui can only keep smoking and use the happiness brought by the smoke to drown his worries. Qin Yan is not afraid because his divine cosmos power is already 300. If he enters first level of divine space realm, his divine cosmos power will increase by a lot. Moreover, his divine space golden tendons have been cultivated very well. After eating Dragon Peach King pill, it became even thicker. Yu Luanhui, when will the assessment begin? What is the process? Qin Yan asked. The Imperial Heaven Gate is not finished yet but it will soon accept applications. At this stage, we are only accepting applications by invitation. Are you ancient races people are inviting others to sign up? In 3 days, you will be the first batch to sign up and you will be able to participate in the assessment. Yu Luanhui said. Qin Yan thought of Ling Taiyun, he feels that Ling Taiyun is only signing up and not a true Imperial Heaven Gate disciple. Boss, I want to change my body and make myself look younger. I will follow you from now on. Yu Luanhui said with mischievous smile. Alright. When the assessment begins, inform me and bring me there. Qin Yan said with smile. Yu Luanhui brought Qin Yan away from Yu Qi's residence and arrived at the outermost area of the Imperial Heaven Gate. This area was the residence of the people who had signed up for the tournament. It was in the outer area of the east. The central area of the Imperial Heaven Gate was surrounded by a barrier formed by array pillars. It was a very core area, and Yu Qi lived in this area. Only by becoming an official disciple and possessing sufficient strength could one enter the inner area. After Yu Luanhui brought Qin Yun here, he hurriedly left. He is an official disciple, he also has a residence in the inner region, but he only has 1 room, so he cannot let Qin Yun stay. Naturally, Qin Yun can also continue staying in Yu Qi's mansion. He is afraid that it will be inconvenient to stay there, so he came out. In his room, Qinyan used the magic mirror to contact Xiao Yuelan. Yuelan, how are you doing with the Xiao ancient clan? They won't bully you, right? Asked Qinyan. I'm doing very well, I'm eating and drinking well. I am now with an old granny. She is Granny Taiyua's good sister. She loves me like a granddaughter. When Yueme comes, she will also love Yueme. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, Xiao Yun, why don't you also come to Xiao ancient clan? Qin Yun has already arrived at the Imperial Heaven sect. Moreover, Yu ancient clan is even stronger, so he doesn't plan to leave. I am at the Imperial Heaven sect, just outside the Nine Sun Holy Ground. Qin Yun said, Yuelan, is the Xiao ancient clan sect not done yet? It is being built, it is also outside the Nine Sun Holy Ground. I heard Granny say that all the heaven-opening ancient clan will guard different areas of the Nine Sun Holy Ground. When their sect is finished, I will also go outside the Nine Sun Holy Ground. Xiao Yuelan said. Then when the time comes, we will enter the Nine Sun Holy Ground and kill the enemies together. Qin Yun said with smile. Alright, you must quickly become stronger. Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. Wait until we meet next time, you will know how powerful your little husband is. Qin Yun proudly laughed. Don't be complacent, my progress is also very fast. Enough talk, I will go cultivate. Xiao Yuelan also wants to become stronger, so she no longer said anything to Qin Yun. Qin Yun contacted the Divine Judge and learned that he has already contacted many ancestors of the Heaven-Opening Ancient Clan and obtained their support. The Heaven-Opening Ancient Clan will send people to the Myriad Realms Divine Court to pass down some cultivation techniques. Furthermore, their sects will also accept the gods of the Myriad Realms Divine Court. For example, Xia Wufeng went to the Heavenly Qin sect of the Qin Ancient Clan. It is said that the Heavenly Qin sect has very strong sword cultivators, that is why he went. Qin Yan contacted Xia Wufeng and learned that he is also outside the Nine Sun Holy Ground. However, he is in a different direction, quite far from where he is. There is no teleportation formation connecting to the Nine Sun Holy Ground. Soon after, Qin Yan asked in Wukong. Long Shu and Great Elder Ling both looked for him to discuss the matter of moving. And Wukong can move the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake, but Long Shu later said that there is no need to move it. Great Elder Ling also agreed to let An Wukong help move the huge Divine Universe Amethyst under their Ling mansion. Qin Yan immediately contacted Long Shu and asked, Queen Long Shu, why don't you move the Heavenly Fate Dragon Lake? The Dragon Ancient Clan told us not to move it, they will help us settle it. Long Shu smiled and said, Boss Qin, the Ancient Dragon Clan has created a sect called the Dragon Gate. Are you coming? Come with me, I will take care of you. Qin Yan knows that the dragon race will definitely cooperate with the Dragon Ancient Clan. I am in the Imperial Heaven sect. Qin Yan said with smile. Oh? That's good. Dragon sect and Imperial Heaven sect are both outside the Nine Sun Holy Ground. Maybe we will have the opportunity to fight side by side in the future. Me and the little monkey are already in the dragon sect. Long Shu said. Long Shu, I remember there was a dragon tree fairy, where did that little guy go? Qin Yan asked. That little guy is always following me. He is just sleeping all day. Let's not talk anymore, I want to enter the Nine Sun Holy Ground with a group. After entering, I won't be able to contact the outside. Long Shu said with smile. What? You want to go in so quickly? Qin Yan said in shock. I just want to go in and take a look. There are many big shots with divine cosmos power in the group, there is no need for a small shrimp like me to take action. I want to go in and familiarize myself with the environment. Long Shu said. After Qin Yan and Long Shu ended their conversation, he promptly took out the Imperial Heavenly Talismans Atlas. He wants to quickly master these formidable Imperial Heavenly Talismans. The Yu Ancient Clan has the highest survival rate in the Outerverse, it is highly possible that they are relying on these Imperial Heavenly Talismans. Qin Yan learned from Yu Luanhui that although the ancestors of the Yu Ancient Clan have returned, there are still very few Imperial Heavenly Talismans. It can be seen that creating Imperial Heavenly Talismans is very difficult. Old brother Taisher, the runes of Imperial Heavenly Talismans shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Xianxia took out the divine mirror of primal beginning and asked. Xianxia has been studying this book for some time, but too many things happened later on, causing him to fall behind. Now that he continues to study it, he can take it up again. He knows Taisher's ability, so he asked to see if he can let Taisher help him quickly master it. Yu clan heavenly talismans runes originate from bloodline heavenly runes. However, those bloodline heavenly runes were produced by ancient Yu clan later on. They are not the earliest bloodline heavenly runes. Even I need to study them for a period of time before I can master them. Put those books into the divine mirror of primal beginning and let me study them. Really? How long will it take? Xianxia is very pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Taisher to actually be able to study these complicated runes. I don't know, it will take some time. Xianxia immediately placed the atlas into the divine mirror of primordial beginning. Several atlas of the Yu family heavenly talismans were handed over to Grand Beginning. If Taisher can master them, he can immediately pass them on to Xianxia. Xianxia thought about how he doesn't need to study those incomparably profound Yu clan heavenly talisman and feels very relaxed. He took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and placed some divine universe golden stones inside. He wants to refine some powerful divine universe golden bullets. If they were together, divine universe golden bullets could easily pierce through enemies, but now it is very difficult to deal with divine space realm experts. As long as one enters the divine space realm and tempered their body with divine power, they can block divine universe golden bullets. The previous divine universe golden bullets are too weak. I need to refine some stronger ones. Although Taisher is studying the imperial heavenly talisman, he can still communicate with Xianxia. He is not even affected. Old brother Taisher, let me tell you about the divine universe golden bullets. Xianxia took out the divine king spear and began explaining its attack method. After Taisher finished speaking, he said, if we only fuse a small amount of dragon peach stone, its strength is far from enough. Then what about evil corpse king scales? Xianxia still has many evil corpse king scales. I calculated, a divine universe golden bullet refined from 100 million divine universe golden stones can penetrate a being with 100 divine universe power. And this is not even including their armor. Taisher said. What? Xianxia is startled. He also thought that if he wanted to replenish 100 divine universe force, he would need 100 million divine universe metal stones. Can this God King spear of yours push out a bullet made from 100 million divine universe metals? I can use the God King heavenly seal to bestow upon the God King spear an even stronger ability. It can increase the might of the divine universe golden bullets by several times. In this way, a golden bullet refined from 100 million golden stones would be able to pierce through someone with a divine cosmic force of 500. But your godly monarch spear can't take it. Your weapon's attack line is good, but its strength can't keep up. Taisher said. Alright then, it seems like I can only wait until I find more good materials in the future and strengthen them before using them. Xianxia still had many divine weapons and divine tools in his hands, but if he went to the Nine Sun Sacred Land, he wouldn't be able to keep up. Not only were the extraterrestrial beings powerful, but the weapons and armors they used were also very powerful. If he wanted to fight against extraterrestrial beings, it would be impossible to use the divine weapons and divine artifacts that he currently possessed. During the battle, it wouldn't matter if those divine weapons and divine artifacts were destroyed. What was fatal was that they wouldn't be able to be used at the critical moment. Xianxia thought about it and felt that only the Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman could be of use. He already has an Imperial Life Heavenly Talisman on him. He doesn't know how long it would be able to last against extraterrestrial beings. In these 2 days, all the great heaven-opening ancient clans announced that they had established sections. If one wanted to quickly progress in the divine universe realm, one could register to participate in the assessment and join their sections. The 8 heaven-opening ancient clans guarded the 8 directions of the 9 Sun Sacred Land and established sections. They also clearly said that if one joined their sects, they would need to enter the 9 Sun Sacred Land to kill enemies. Some sects, in order to attract more people, even announced the famous experts that they had invited to register. For example, the Great Divine Lord went to the Yang Ancient Clan sect. There was also the Sun Yin Race Emperor, Law Enforcement Realm King and the Heaven Secrets Sect Master. And the Heaven's Dragon Emperor brought all the outstanding experts of the Heaven's Dragon race to join the Dragon Ancient Clan's Dragon sect. The Qin ancient clan had Sword God and the 9 Sun Sacred Lands Jian family experts. The Shao ancient clan had 9 Sun Divine Lady Xiao Yuan. The Heavenly Moon ancient clan had the Divine Moon Clan Emperor and the Bright Moon Sect Master. The ancient Beast Blood clan had recruited many famous beast-type clans. They all had clan emperors, such as the Mad Sun Tiger clan, the 9 Sun Tiger clan, the Heavenly Lion clan and so on. The Qi ancient clan had a large number of fairies joining because there was a very powerful fairy in the Qi ancient clan. On the Yu ancient clan's side, there was the Ling family patriarch, who was previously the Great Heaven clan emperor. Many people were also concerned about which sect Qin Yun went to. Some people suspected that it was in the Qin ancient clan but they did not announce it. So Ling Taiyun didn't need to take the assessment. He joined the Imperial Heaven sect with his father. Qin Yun did not expect that. Ling Taiyun did not mention it to him. It was obviously to keep it a secret. After learning about this, many people went to the major cities and used the teleportation formation to go to the major heaven opening sects. Although the heaven opening sects were located outside of the 9 Sun Holy Land, the 9 Sun Holy Land was very big. Therefore, each heaven opening sect was very far away from each other. The 9 Sun Holy Land had a very strong barrier. This was a seal placed by the myriad world divine suns. This seal was very strong at the moment. However, the creatures from the outside were not weak either. From time to time, they would open a passage. At this time, they needed to seal their passage. Those passages could not be sealed in a short period of time. A large number of creatures from the outside would come out. At this time, they needed to guard outside and exterminate them. Qin Yun now had 300 divine space power. He had not entered the first layer of the divine space realm. This kind of foundation was very rare. Therefore, he was confident that he could pass the assessment. The time for the assessment arrived very quickly. Yulu and Hui also arrived on time. He went with Qin Yun to the inner region of the Imperial Heaven sect to take the simple assessment. Although the first batch was invited in, the elder in charge of the assessment is very strict. Therefore, it is best to be serious and show your best from the beginning. Senior Yuqi also said that if you are chosen by those elders, your future will be limitless. Yulu and Hui said with a smile. Has Senior Yuqi returned? Qin Yan always wanted to know about this matter. He has returned but his injuries are not light. Yulu and Hui sighed and said, the creatures from the outside are really strong. Even a strong expert like Senior Yuqi was injured. Qin Yan asked in shock, didn't he go to seal the passage? How did he get injured? The creatures from the outside opened the passage and rushed to the front. Those guys are not weak. Now the Imperial Heaven sect doesn't have enough manpower. Senior Yuqi can only fight head-on. Luckily the elders arrived in time. Senior Yuqi can escape. Yulu and Hui said. Not only Imperial Heaven sect disciples have to risk their lives, even seniors like Yuqi have to be prepared to die when facing outer universe lifeforms. Qin Yun has never seen outer universe lifeforms so he doesn't know how strong they are. He tried his best to imagine but couldn't think of anything, after all he has never seen them with his own eyes. Not long after, they arrived at the inner region. After entering the inner region, they can see a very large building. This is also one of the few large buildings but whether it is inside or outside, it is very simple, there are no decorations. Qin Yun and Yulu and Hui entered the simple and crude but very spacious lobby and saw several hundred people here. Yulu and Hui, didn't you say you want to make your appearance younger? Qin Yun looked at Yulu and Hui and said with smile. I already found someone to help me arrange it, I will become younger very soon. Yulu and Hui said with smile. Yulu and Hui's body was destroyed by Qin Yun before but after he returned, he created a relatively young body. But now he wants to be even younger. In this lobby, the people who came to sign up are young and old. Some youngsters only have 80 or 90 divine cosmos power but they also came to sign up. Qin Yun also saw a few arrogant youths with a divine cosmos force of 100. But there are no youngsters with more than 100 divine cosmos power, there are many young, middle-aged and old people. Reaching 100 divine cosmos power at a young age, this is indeed very good. Taisher's divine cosmos voice came. Qinyan used divine mirror of primal beginning to look everywhere and saw many people's divine cosmos power. Most of the people here did not use tools to hide their divine cosmos power, so divine mirror of primal beginning can easily see through them. If they hide it, divine mirror of primal beginning also can't see it. For example, Yu Qi and Long Shu, they all hide their divine cosmos power. Qinyan saw Ling Taiyun. Ling Taiyun is wearing simple clothes, although his appearance is not bad. Right now he looks somewhat scholarly and weak, thrown in a sea of people, he is not outstanding. Qinyan used divine mirror of primal beginning to look at him and found out that Ling Taiyun's divine cosmos power is at 100, he has not entered first level divine cosmos realm. This guy, does he need to take the test or not? Qinyan greeted Yu Luanhui and said that he wants to walk around, then he quietly walked towards Ling Taiyun. Ling Taiyun was the kind of person who kept a low profile. Although he was the favorite son of the Ling family patriarch, he did not have that kind of overbearing arrogance. Instead, he was quite easy to talk to. Qinyan arrived behind Ling Taiyun and gently patted his head. Ling Taiyun turned around, seeing it was Qinyan, he smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, don't call me that." Qinyan said with smile, "If you call me brother-in-law, you are older than me. You are taking advantage of me." "Big brother Qin, you really came." Seeing Qinyan, Ling Taiyun relaxed a lot, his face filled with smile. "Do you want to take the test?" asked Qinyan. Of course. Those who had not stepped into the first level of the divine space realm would be divided into a group. "Big brother Qin, have you stepped into the first level of the divine space realm?" Ling Taiyun asked curiously. He was not like Yu Qi, who could roughly see Qinyan's divine cosmos power. "No." Qinyan said. "Ah? Then aren't we on the same level?" Ling Taiyun said with a smile, "That's great, we can take care of each other like this." While speaking, he put his hand on Qinyan's shoulder and then handed him a cigarette. Qinyan glanced at Ling Taiyun, he saw that Ling Taiyun is also smoking a high-grade elegant smoke. "I don't smoke," Qinyan said with smile. Ling Taiyun can only light his own cigarette. In this lobby, there are many people smoking, men, women, young and old. Not long ago, Qinyan gave Ming Yongtian a batch of goods, they are very popular. Ming Yongtian also sold them to Ling family. Many people are smoking elegant smoke, 30% of them are smoking, this is not bad. Time is almost up, suddenly an old man flew in, his aura is very formidable. This old man had deliberately released his powerful divine cosmos force. The moment he entered, everyone present suddenly felt an invisible force pressing down on their shoulders. Many people's knees are already bent, it is difficult for them to stand up straight. And Qinyan is also feeling a lot of pressure, Ling Taiyun beside him is feeling very uncomfortable, he even bit the cigarette in his mouth and broke it. The entire place suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone was releasing their divine cosmos force to resist the sudden power that had suddenly appeared. Qinyan secretly took out the ancient beginning divine mirror to probe the old man's divine cosmos power. Unable to accurately probe, this old man is releasing 2000 divine cosmos power, but he is only controlling it. There is even stronger divine cosmos power inside his body that he has not released yet. Taisha replied. "This is 2000 divine cosmos power? Moreover, it is scattered on so many people's shoulders, truly terrifying. Qinyan has 300 divine cosmos power. If it was 300 divine cosmos power on his shoulders, he would not feel this kind of pressure. If he is 6th or 7th level divine cosmos realm, then his divine cosmos power has 6 to 7 nuclei, it is much stronger than divine cosmos power without nuclei. Only high-level divine cosmos realm experts can compare their divine cosmos power with people of the same level," Taisha said. Qinyan thought about it and also felt that his 300 divine cosmos power is very insignificant in the eyes of high-level divine cosmos realm experts. This old man's expression is solemn and cold, his eyes are like lightning. Although his body is very small, he has an imposing aura that makes people want to bow down to him. "I am the Imperial Heaven Sect Master, Yu Yuan." After this old man spoke, everyone became startled. They did not expect that the Imperial Heaven Sect Master would appear. His strength is simply terrifying. After Yu Yuan finished speaking, he retracted his divine cosmos power, then floated in the air and said, "This assessment will be supervised by me." Elders, the assessment will be handed over to you. After he finished speaking, 10 elders flew in. When these 10 elders came in, they did not feel any pressure, but they all have a very dense killing intent. This killing intent caused people to feel fear. It is as if they just killed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Xianxia knows that this kind of killing intent must have been accumulated in the outerverse. It is clear that they must have killed a large number of outerverse creatures. The 10 elders are all old men, some of them are very cold, some of them are full of smiles. We will first divide them into groups, youths, and those who have not entered first-level divine Cosmos realm will form one group, the rest who have not entered divine Cosmos realm will form the second group. They will be judged based on appearance. An elder said. Xianxia now suddenly understood why Yu Luanhui said he wanted to make himself look younger. It is because he wants to mix with youngsters. Then there are 3 groups of first-level divine Cosmos realm youths and 4 groups of first-level divine Cosmos realm youths. Altogether there are 4 groups. After dividing them, Ling Taiyun closely followed Qin Yun. In Ling Taiyun's eyes, Qin Yun's divine cosmos power is the same as his, both just reached 100. Although in his eyes, divine cosmos power is the same, he knows that Qin Yun is definitely stronger than him. The latest chapter of the 9-Sun Divine King, in Qin Yun's group, apart from those youths, the other youths are currently observing their group. Those youths are young and arrogant. They feel that they are the most promising and have the best aptitude in their group. Although those youths are very unhappy with those arrogant youths, they did not say anything. After all, they reached 100 divine space power in their youth, so they indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. Most of the youths in the youths group are very old. However, their appearance has not aged. Even at such an old age, they have just reached 100 divine space power, so they are looked down upon by the other youths. In the youth group, most of the youths were very old. It was just that their appearances had not aged. Even at such an old age, they had only just reached 100 divine space forces, which was why they were looked down upon by the other youths. Because in the future, they will most likely enter the 9-Sun Holy Land and fight side by side. After dividing into groups, the 4 groups paid attention to the people in their own group and then looked at the people in the other groups. After dividing into groups, the people in the 4 groups paid attention to the people in their own group and then looked at the people in the other groups. The first group has more people, a total of 200. They are all youths who have just entered the divine space realm and have not yet entered the first level. The second group has 150 people who have just entered the divine space realm and have not yet entered the first level. The gap between these 2 groups is the most obvious because they have not yet entered the first level. Some are youths and some are old. The third group has more than 100 youths who have just entered the first level of the divine space realm. The fourth group also has more than 100 youths who have just entered the first level of the divine space realm. The first group stays. The second, third and fourth groups will be led by elders and will go to different areas to undergo the assessment. One of the elders said. Following that, 3 elders each led a group of people out of the hall. Now, there is only one group left in the hall. The Imperial Heaven Sect's headmaster, Yu Yuan, is still floating in the air. His eyes are filled with power as he looked at the group of youths. Now, there are still 7 elders present. The other groups are only led by 1 elder, but this group has 7 elders and the headmaster. It is clear that they attach great importance to the first group. Let's test your divine cosmos force first. A tall and sturdy bald old man shouted. The bald old man's voice was as shocking as thunder, causing the crowd to frown and cover their ears. In the great hall, apart from the youths taking the test, there were also several hundred members of the Yu clan. Some were like Yu Luanhui, while others had returned from the outerverse. The youths of the first group were all filled with confidence in their divine cosmos force because they had all tested it with instruments. As for Qin Yun, he believed that it was not that simple. It was relatively easy to reach 100 Divine Universe Goldstones as long as one had enough Divine Universe Goldstones. The Imperial Heaven Gate would definitely not only recruit mediocre disciples, so it was not enough to just meet the standard of Divine Cosmos energy. Qin Yun also found it strange because Yu Luanhui previously said that one needed 200 Divine Cosmos Force to register. But there were a bunch of youths with 100 Divine Cosmos Force here. The bald old man's voice seemed to shake the earth as he shouted, our method of testing divine cosmos force is very strict, it's not like your ordinary method. As the bald old man spoke, he took out a 2-meter-tall round crystal ball and heavily placed it on the ground. There was a mirror in the middle of the crystal ball, it was the instrument used to test divine cosmos force. This kind of instrument was very common. It was first made by Qin Yun, but later on, other great powers followed suit and made similar instruments. Even the Heaven-Opening clan members who returned from the Outerverse felt that this kind of mirror was very useful and imitated it. You have to pass your divine cosmos energy through the thick crystal ball to the testing mirror in the middle. This will test your divine cosmos energy's cohesiveness as well as your ability to use it. Only after painstakingly cultivating divine cosmos energy is the most solid and powerful. It also means that your foundation is the most solid. It was easy to cultivate the divine cosmic force to 100, but to control it freely and to have enough penetrative power, that was not a simple matter. The bald old man's voice became a bit lower as he explained the purpose of the test. Line up and take the test. If your divine cosmos energy reaches 90, then stay. If not, then go back and cultivate for a few more years. The bald old man said. The youths of the first group immediately went into an uproar. Their divine cosmos force test only required 90 divine cosmos energy. It must be known that there were many people here who had reached 100. Qin Yun now understood why they were divided into groups. If they were middle-aged or old people, their divine cosmos energy would definitely be stronger than these youths. After all, they had cultivated for many years. With a glance, Qin Yun could see that the huge crystal ball was not an ordinary crystal, it had the ability to disperse divine cosmos energy. He secretly suspected that this material might have been brought back from the Outerverse and could be used to make defensive tools that could condense divine cosmos energy into attacks. At this time, a youth with a cold and arrogant expression walked towards the crystal ball with large strides. As he walked, he said, I come from the powerful Qilin bloodline Wang family, Wang Shaolin. My divine cosmos energy reached 100 a long time ago. Qilin bloodline Wang family? A branch of the Qilin clan? Seems very strong. Someone exclaimed. This guy, he announced his name so early. If he didn't pass the test, wouldn't he lose all face? Someone mocked in a low voice. Wang Shaolin arrived in front of the huge crystal ball, placed his hands on it and then stared at the mirror in the middle of the crystal ball. He shouted loudly and released a wave of red divine cosmos force. One could see several red beams of light scattering in the crystal, and only a very weak beam of light entered the mirror. Very soon, a number appeared on the mirror, it was unexpectedly only 70, the people of the first group all cried out in alarm, because they believed that they were not much stronger than Wang Shaolin and Wang Shaolin only had 70, he would not be able to pass this test. Wang Shaolin's expression became unsightly, then he shouted again and crazily released divine cosmos energy, his face became distorted. The second time he tried, his divine cosmos energy only reached 55, it had dropped by a lot. After releasing divine cosmos energy, it would decrease by a lot. If he wanted to maintain his best condition, he must replenish his divine cosmos energy to the maximum. After resting for 3 days, he had replenished his divine cosmos energy to 300, so he is now in his best condition. Failed, the bald old man coldly said, next. Wang Shaolin, whose face was filled with arrogance just a moment ago, suddenly became dejected, he also felt that he had lost a lot of face. He lowered his head and retreated into the crowd. He did not leave immediately, he wanted to see who would be able to pass the divine cosmos energy test. Ling Taiyun, who was beside Qin Yun, suddenly became very nervous and said in low voice, Big brother Qin, do you think I can pass or not? Why don't you go up and try? Let's go. Qin Yun laughed, then grabbed Ling Taiyun's arm and threw him forward. Just like this, Ling Taiyun was thrown in front of the crystal ball. Ling Taiyun cursed Qin Yun a few times in his heart, then took a deep breath and began adjusting his condition. After Ling Taiyun went up, he felt a lot of pressure. He was very worried that he wouldn't be able to pass. His divine cosmos force increased very quickly, and he thought that his foundation was a bit unstable. Isn't that Ling Taiyun from the Ling family? His father is the former emperor of the Extreme Sky clan. He's pretty strong. So he's from the Extreme Sky Divine clan. I wonder if he has inherited a bloodline heavenly pattern. He should have, otherwise he wouldn't have come here. Even the people of the ancient Yu clan were curious about Ling Taiyun because they knew that he might have a bloodline heavenly pattern. Ling Taiyun was a junior. If he really had a bloodline heavenly pattern, it might be a second or third generation one. "Let's begin," said the bald old man. Ling Taiyun took a deep breath. After a long while, he placed his palm on the crystal ball and released his divine cosmos force with one hand. Everyone knew that this kind of test required a very strong divine cosmos force. Releasing the strongest divine cosmos force with one hand would put a great burden on that hand. Wang Shaolin had released a very strong divine cosmos force in the previous test, but he had released it with both hands. Moreover, he couldn't release it all at once. That was why he could release it a second time, but it was much weaker. He only had 100 divine cosmos force in his body. If his body was strong enough and he used a powerful cultivation technique, he could release even more divine cosmos force. The result of the test would also be higher. If he used the divine cosmos force well and used it with a cultivation technique, he could surpass 100 divine cosmos force. Powerful cultivation techniques could allow the divine cosmos force to surpass the limit. This was the meaning of cultivation techniques. Ling Taiyun shouted and released all the divine cosmos force in his body through his palms. The sleeve on his arm suddenly spurted out a bloody mist. His arm swelled up and exploded with an imposing aura, tearing the sleeve apart. A golden light shot out from Ling Taiyun's palm and into the mirror. Seeing this scene, Wang Shaolin was dumbfounded. He didn't think that someone would be so desperate to release the divine cosmos force through one arm. After Ling Taiyun released the divine cosmos force, his whole body swayed. His face was deathly pale and his palm was torn. His arm was a bloody mess. It was very frightening. It was just a test, and he was going to destroy his arm. At this moment, everyone present realized that if they wanted to enter the Imperial Heaven Gate, they must be prepared to risk it all. They all knew that they would have to enter the Nine Suns sacred ground to kill enemies in the future, and they could lose their lives at any time. If he did not have such a heart, then he was not fit to enter the Imperial Heaven sect. Although Ling Taiyun was very weak, he usually looked weak and scholarly, but at this moment, his face was calm. It was hard to tell that he was such a ruthless person. He had paid such a great price, and the result of the test was extremely shocking. He had reached 110 points of divine cosmic force. Even Ling Taiyun himself did not expect that he, who only had 100 points of divine cosmos force, would actually erupt with such a high amount of divine cosmos force when he went all out. At this moment, everyone understood the true meaning behind this test of divine cosmos force. You originally had 100 divine cosmos force, and after erupting, you had 150. However, when you passed through the crystal, you lost 40 divine cosmos force, and only 110 divine cosmos force reached the testing apparatus. This is very ordinary. The bald old man's expression did not change at all as he calmly said. Very average? This caused everyone in Team 1 to be shocked. At this time, an old man threw a pill to Ling Taiyun. After Ling Taiyun received it, he promptly thanked the old man and swallowed the pill. His complexion quickly became much better, but his arm did not immediately recover. From the bald old man's reaction, Xianxia could tell that this kind of test is very common. The Heaven Opening clan members who returned from the Outerverse must have received this kind of training frequently. They were all the kind of people who put their lives on the line. After entering the Nine Sun sacred ground, they had to put their lives on the line to face the creatures from the outside world. When facing life or death, they had to put their lives on the line to survive. There were 200 people in the youth group, but none of the following youths were able to reach 90 divine cosmos force. This caused the elders to repeatedly shake their heads. They were very disappointed. The arrogant youths were now all taught a lesson. Their previous arrogance has completely disappeared. They all stood dejectedly at the side. There were a few youths like Ling Taiyun who did not hesitate to damage their arms to erupt with the strongest divine cosmos force. Their divine cosmos force all exceeded 90. Xianxia now understood that the upper limit of one's divine cosmos force was one thing, but after releasing it, the divine cosmos force would be even higher than one's body's upper limit. He guessed that the divine cosmos force carried the strength of the physical body, and when it was released, it would cause the divine cosmos force to become even stronger. In other words, during battle, if one cooperated with the physical body and used their cultivation technique well, the divine cosmos force that could be released would be even higher than one's body's upper limit. I currently have 300 divine cosmos force. If I use it without any regard for my life, how much will it be? Xianxia decided to give it a try later. Yuqi had previously told him that he had to display his strength as much as possible. Only then would the elders teach him everything they knew. The elders wanted to nurture powerful warriors to kill their enemies. If he wanted them to spend so much effort to nurture him, then he had to display his value. Xianxia was not in a hurry to take the test. There were 200 people in his group, and only 100 or so had been tested. At this time, the third group returned. The third group was the group of youths in the first level of the divine cosmos realm. There were more than 100 of them, but only 12 had returned. Out of more than 100 people, only 12 had passed the test. This was indeed shocking. They didn't seem to have any injuries. Xianxia glanced at the 12 youths and unexpectedly recognized some of them. One of them was Wei Xuanyan. Great Heaven Divine Races Wei Family's Wei Xuanyan, a great heaven war god. Unexpectedly he also came to the Imperial Heaven sect. Wei Xuanyan was brutally beaten by Xianxia and his injuries were very serious. But now he is still in the first level of the divine cosmos realm and still passed the test. The youths who passed the test are more or less proud. They stood to the side and watched. Wei Xuanyan also noticed the injured Ling Taiyun. He couldn't help but sneer and said, Ling family's main force Ling Taiyun is actually in such a sorry state. You guys in the third group don't make sarcastic remarks. If you wanted to pass the first group's test, you would also be injured. If you were to pass the first group's test, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to pass. The bald old man said with sneer. The bald old man's voice was very loud, it was like thunder piercing the ears. After Wei Xuanyan and the others heard it, they didn't even dare to let out a fart. Because they also noticed that the few youths who passed the first group's test all had their arms injured too badly to look at. Not only Ling Taiyun and the others, there were more than 10 youths who also threw caution to the wind but still couldn't pass. From this, it can be seen that although they all have 100 divine cosmos power, there is still a gap. This group's test focuses more on potential and foundation, as well as fighting spirit. Everyone present understood that since the first group was so strictly selected, they would definitely be heavily nurtured. Therefore, they must do their best to select the best. Mobile users please visit. Ling Taiyun did not care about Wei Xuanyan, what he cared about was how much Xianxia would reach. When Wei Xuanyan saw Ling Taiyun looking at Xianxia, he also looked over and could not help but be startled. Xianxia did not disguise himself, but he was dressed more formally today and did not wear a cap, so he did not recognize him. And now, he recognized that this was the young divine king who had heavily injured him that day, Xianxia. There were not many people present who recognized Xianxia. This was because there were few images of Xianxia on the magic mirror. Some of them were rather blurry. And Wukong was in charge of managing the content on the magic mirror platform. He would purposely hide the images of some people, such as Xianxia, Xia Wufeng, and others who were close to Xianxia. Wei Xuanyan was very alarmed because Xianxia, a young divine king, actually came to the Imperial Heaven sect and not the ancient Qin clan's Heavenly Qin sect or the ancient Dragon clan's Dragon sect. Many people guessed that Xianxia would most likely go to the Heavenly Qin sect or the Dragon sect. This was because Xianxia's surname was Qin and he had a good relationship with the All Heavens Dragon race. And because the Sun Dragon Emperor had a good relationship with Xianxia. After learning that Xianxia was in the Imperial Heaven Gate, Wei Xuanyan immediately took out the magic mirror and announced this shocking news on the magic mirror platform. He did not dare to take a picture of Xianxia, afraid that Xianxia would catch him and beat him up after discovering it. Even though Wei Xuanyan knew that Xianxia had just entered the divine space realm, even if he had 100 times more courage, he still would not dare to provoke Xianxia. He was very clear that Xianxia's strength could not be judged by his cultivation realm. Previously, Xianxia's cultivation level was extremely low, but he could shake a great divine monarch. Now that he had just entered the divine universe realm, he was definitely very strong. Almost everyone in the hall has a magic mirror. They immediately learned that young divine King Xianxia is actually here. Furthermore, he is in the same group, In this way, everyone could immediately confirm that Qin Yun's cultivation had just entered the divine space realm and had not yet stepped into the first level of the divine space realm. Generally speaking, when one had just entered the divine space realm, their divine space force would be below 100. But when one registered to join the Imperial Heaven sect, it meant that their divine space force had reached 100. Even so, no one dared to look down on this little divine king. After all, the things that little divine king did previously were still fresh in everyone's memory. Wang Shaolin looked at Team 1 and asked, "Which one is Qin Yun?" Little divine king is actually in the same group, why is he cowering and not daring to show his face? Because they knew that Qin Yun was here, the test also stopped, causing a small commotion. Qin Yun said, "How am I cowering? I registered under Qin Yun's name. I didn't disguise myself or wear a mask." Hearing Qin Yun speak, everyone immediately looked at him. Even Sect Master Yu Yuan was staring at Qin Yun. Only when they are close to Qin Yun can they feel that his divine cosmos power is relatively high. It was the same for Yu Qi Sect Master, and other elders are quite far away from Qin Yun, so they don't know that Qin Yun's divine cosmos power exceeds 100. The news traveled fast, and soon, a group of people came in. Among them was Yu Xingyu. Yu Xingyu was Yu Yaoyao's father. Because of his daughter, his status wasn't low. In addition, he was quite strong. Hence, he was considered a respectable person in the ancient Yu clan. Using a space-transforming crystal to test one's divine space force? Why is it so harsh? Yu Xingyu exclaimed after he entered the room. My son worked his heart out and still didn't reach the standard. Those who can pass this test are all good seedlings. The middle-aged man who followed Yu Xingyu sighed with emotion. Just now, the third group finally understood how dreadful this test is. Even the ancient Yu clan people might not be able to pass. Wang Shaolin looked at Qin Yun and yelled, "Young divine king, go and take the test. You are a young divine king, you should be different from the others. Can you not harm yourself like others?" The bald old man looked at Qin Yun and said with smile, "I didn't expect that among the big and small divine kings, a young divine king would come to our Imperial Heaven sect. But let me tell you, even if you are a young divine king, when you come to our Imperial Heaven sect, you have to rely on your strength. We welcome famous people but only those with strength." Yu Yuan said, "Qin Yun, if you can pass the divine cosmos power test, our Imperial Heaven sect will give a famous person like you preferential treatment." Qin Yun already walked towards the space-transforming crystal. The bald old man said, "Qin Yun, if you want to pass the test, you better suffer a bit. Don't be misled by that brat's words. Our test is a multifaceted test. If you don't harm yourself, you won't be able to pass." Qin Yun said with smile, "Elder, maybe I am truly different from the others? Otherwise I wouldn't be a divine king." "You can become a divine king, you indeed have your outstanding points, I admit that." The bald old man said with smile, "However, you have just entered the divine cosmos realm. Although I don't know how you understood this realm so early, you are still a newcomer in this realm." The heaven-opening ancient clan's elders are very clear about Qin Yun's matter, they are also very curious about him. Qin Yun has already arrived in front of the space-transforming crystal, he is very close to the bald old man. The bald old man suddenly sensed that Qin Yun is somewhat different and his expression cannot help but change. He is an elder, he is even stronger than Yu Qi, he can naturally sense that Qin Yun's divine cosmos power is not normal. He is very sure that Qin Yun's divine cosmos power has no nucleus, it means that he has not entered first layer divine cosmos realm, this is divine cosmos power that exceeds the limit. Seeing the bald old man's expression, Yu Yuan hastily asked, "Elder Yu Guang, what's wrong?" "His divine cosmos power exceeds the limit, it is more than 100 in static state, no, it is more than 200. Yu Guang said in shock. Static divine cosmos power is more than 200, this caused Group 1 people to look at each other in dismay because they don't know what is going on. In their opinion, 100 divine cosmos power is the limit of initial divine cosmos realm. If they want to surpass this limit, they must enter first layer divine cosmos realm. Elder, is he not in the same group? This guy is actually so dishonest, he sneaked into the same group, a youth said in a very bad mood. No, he indeed has not entered first layer divine cosmos realm. Yu Guang said with frown, This is exceeding the limit, you guys don't understand, this is very rare. Even Wei Xuanyan and others who have entered first layer divine cosmos realm don't know what is going on. Ling Taiyun is already dumbfounded, he has also not entered first layer divine cosmos realm, but Qin Yan's divine cosmos power is more than 200, what is going on? Only Yu Luan Hui beside him knows that Qin Yan's divine cosmos power has reached 300. Qin Yan, start the test. With your current condition, you can definitely pass, moreover you don't need to harm yourself. You are indeed different from the masses. Yu Guang took a deep breath and said. Qin Yan stretched out 2 fingers, he wants to use heaven extinguishing finger to condense divine cosmos power and explode it. When other people tested, they used divine cosmos power to pass through their entire palm, causing their palm to explode. As for Qin Yan, he only used 2 fingers. This gave the people who did the self-mutilation test quite a fright. Mobile users, please visit. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. The reason why Ling Taiyun and the others had to mutilate themselves to erupt with God Cosmos Force was because their physical bodies were too weak and could not withstand the extreme eruption of God Cosmos Force. However, Qin Yun was different. He had cultivated 108 Divine Universe Golden Tendons and possessed a Super Heaven Divine body. The strength of his body was not something that others could compare with. For an elder like Imperial Light, they were all very clear that if one's divine space force could exceed 200 before stepping into the first level of the divine space realm, it meant that their corporeal body was very strong, and they had definitely tempered their divine space golden tendons. As for how many divine universe golden tendons he had refined, Yu Guang and the other elders were also very curious. Qin Yin mobilized the 200 divine cosmos power in his body. He wanted to release 200 divine cosmos power in one go. This way, he would still have 100 left. If he were to explode all at once, he was really worried that it would cause a huge commotion. Moreover, it would also make him feel weak all over, which would make him feel very insecure. Moreover, replenishing divine space energy required time. If he wanted to quickly replenish it, he would need to consume divine space goldstones. If he used 200 points of divine space force to erupt, he would definitely be able to reach the standard. Moreover, the divine space force that came out of the test would be very high. 300 divine space force bursting forth was also a great burden on his fingers, so he felt that 200 was just right. Qin Yan's heart is that energy body, it is also the divine universe in his body. The heart of Imperial Heaven has already fused with it. With just a thought, the 200 light dots in his divine universe immediately gathered together and rushed out from his divine universe. When it surged out, it would fuse and collide with the divine cosmos force, causing the divine cosmos force to explosively increase. This was the reason why when one used a cultivation method to revolve the divine cosmos force, their divine cosmos force would increase by a great deal. Qin Yin immediately felt a slight pain in his arm. After all, a large amount of fused ferocious divine universe power was rushing out. Soon, the divine cosmos energy surged towards his fingertips. Heaven severing 9 fingers, piercing the heavens, this was a divine technique that had an extremely strong penetrative power, and it also had an obvious effect on divine cosmos force. It could condense divine cosmos force and release an extremely strong penetrative power. Qin Yan's finger shot out a blue light. What was surprising was that the blue light did not scatter to other parts of the crystal ball. Instead, it tightly condensed together and shot towards the mirror in the middle of the crystal ball. Everyone stared at the mirror in the center of the crystal ball, thinking that they would be able to see the test results immediately. However, to everyone's surprise, after the mirror was struck by a blue ray of light, it was penetrated. The crowd was silent for a moment when they witnessed this scene, and then exclamations of surprise resounded successively. The testing mirror has been pierced by Qin Yan's divine cosmos power and the entire mirror has been destroyed. Yu Yuan and the other elders were moved. Their eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. Qin Yan frowned slightly as he secretly despised the poor quality of the testing equipment. In fact, this kind of detection device was not meant for defensive purposes, nor was it made for such an extreme test. Qin Yan's attack just now was equivalent to a very strong divine cosmos power attack. If this kind of cheap examination mirror could block it, it would be abnormal. One must know that the power of Qin Yan's sky-piercing finger is equivalent to a very strong attack. Furthermore, it has a strong penetrating power. Only a defensive tool can block it. Elder, how should we calculate this? Do you want to try again? Xianxia is rather calm because this is not the first time he destroyed someone else's testing equipment. Xianxia, you passed the test. Although Elder Yu Guang was already mentally prepared, he is still scared by Xianxia's divine cosmos power. Elder, did he really not step into first-level divine cosmos realm? Yu Xingyu suddenly asked. To be able to pierce through the testing equipment, he would need at least several hundred divine cosmos power. Yu Guang said, this is not strange, the testing equipment was originally not specially made to withstand high burst of divine cosmos power. Xianxia's divine cosmos power just now was high burst. I estimate it to be around 200 divine cosmos power. After high burst, it might be around 300. Xianxia's divine cosmos power is actually 200, high burst can reach 300. Doesn't this mean that even a first-level divine cosmos realm expert would be insta-killed by Xianxia? Xianxia still has at least several tens of divine cosmos power inside his body. Yu Yuan's eyes are filled with admiration, a smile appeared on his solemn old face and he said, I want this disciple, you don't have any objection, right? I have an objection, the choice is in Xianxia's hands, not in Sect Master's hands. Yu Guang immediately shouted. Everyone is stunned, Sect Master and elders actually want to fight over Xianxia. That's right, Xianxia knows nothing about Sect Master and us, we have to give him the right to choose, let him choose the best teacher. Another round-faced elder said with mischievous smile, Xianxia, within Imperial Heaven Sect, Sect Master is not the most awesome, actually. Sect Master is very busy, there is no benefit for you to follow him. As for me, I am a relatively idle elder. Seeing that these elders and Sect Master are about to quarrel, Xianxia promptly said, Sect Master and elders, let's wait for Group 1's assessment to finish first. Group 1's youths are incomparably envious of Xianxia, now they finally know why he can become a young divine king. Both of them have not stepped into divine space realm yet. Xianxia's divine space power is as high as 200, and after erupting, it can reach more than 300. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Ling Taiyu knows that Xianxia is very awesome but he did not expect him to be so terrifying. Yu Luanhui is also the same. Both of them are very happy at this moment because after entering Nine Sun Holy Ground, with Xianxia by their side, they will not be in so much danger. Xianxia is also at a loss, he does not know which big shot he should follow. Now it seems that Imperial Heaven Sect Master Yu Yuan is stronger, but Yu Guang's strength is also not bad, he just did not show it. As for the other elders, they must have their own strong points, otherwise they would not be able to become elders of Imperial Heaven Sect. It must be known that Imperial Heaven Sect elders have to go to battle at any time to resist the foreign creatures from Nine Sun Holy Ground. At the crucial moment, they have to stand at the forefront and fight with their lives on the line. Without some ability, they cannot become elders and Sect Master of Imperial Heaven Sect. After careful consideration, Xianxia also decided on a direction to take. At this moment, Group 1's assessment has also ended. The test was a test. Out of 200 people, only 15 could pass. It could be said to be a very small number. Apart from Xianxia, the others who passed were taken away by Imperial Heaven Sect's instructors. And the strength of Imperial Heaven Sect's instructors is also not bad, like Yu Qi, he is one of the instructors, usually he also needs to kill enemies. What the elders want are good seedlings like Xianxia, who has not entered first-level divine space realm but has divine space power over 100. Xianxia, have you thought about who you want to follow? Make your decision, no matter who you choose, you will be my Imperial Heaven Sect's disciple, don't be afraid of offending anyone, we will not blame you. Yu Guang said with smile. I am an inscription master, I am not good at fighting, so it is best for me to focus on inscription, I want to learn Yu Clan's heavenly talisman. Xianxia looked at the elders, then looked at Sect Master Yu Yuan. Not good at fighting? Ling Taiyun, Wei Shuangyan and Yu Xingyu do not believe it, they have seen Xianxia's ferocious fighting appearance. Hearing that Xianxia wants to learn the Yu Clan's heavenly talisman, everyone looked at each other in shock. Are you stupid? The Yu Clan's heavenly talisman is a secret of the Yu Clan. Someone shouted, this person is here to take the test. Every major power in Divine Desolate knows how powerful the Yu Clan's heavenly talisman is. Moreover, There are rumors that the ancestors of the Yu clan were able to maintain a certain level of superiority after entering the Outerverse because of the Yu clan's heavenly talisman. If the Yu clan's heavenly talisman cannot be divulged, then everyone would think that it is normal. So even if the Yu clan's heavenly talisman is very strong, their Imperial Heaven sect doesn't have many famous people. Everyone knows that the Imperial Heaven sect's strongest point is the Yu clan's heavenly talisman. But if they can't learn it, then their attraction will be greatly reduced. The sects of the other heaven-splitting ancient clans all had generous conditions, and the cultivation techniques they passed down were all very powerful. Speaking about the Yu clan's heavenly talisman, the sect master and elders' expression became even more solemn. If it's not possible, then forget it, it is understandable. Xianxia has already obtained the diagram of many Yu clan's heavenly talisman. If he has some time, he can also make it. What he needs is the lost Yu clan's heavenly talisman. The Yu clan's heavenly talisman is indeed not divulged, but there is an exception. Yu Yuan said. Everyone is shocked. There is actually an exception, even Yu Xingyu and the other Yu clan members don't know about this. Although Yu Luanhui secretly gave the diagram to Qin Yun, he doesn't know about the Yu clan's heavenly talisman being divulged. Then there are some conditions? Do I need to sign a soul contract to not divulge it? Qin Yun asked. No, we are not afraid of divulging it. If you want to divulge it, you must first master it. This process is very difficult. If you can master it, then there is no need to divulge it. Yu Yuanzhang suddenly sighed. No one knows why he sighed. Yu Guang said, Qin Yun, if you want to learn the Yu clan's heavenly talisman, then you are not following us elders. You seem to be very suitable for battle, but instead of following us, you are wasting a lot of time on the Yu clan's heavenly talisman. What if you don't learn it? Everyone immediately understood that the Yu clan was willing to teach Qin Yun, but they were afraid that he wouldn't be able to learn it. It was obvious how difficult it was to learn the Yu clan's heavenly talisman. How about this, if I really can't learn it, I will retreat in the face of difficulties, I will stop as soon as possible and cultivate battle god technique with you. Qin Yun said. We respect your choice, but we are not the ones who taught you the Yu clan's heavenly talisman. You have passed the test and are now a disciple of the Imperial Heaven sect. But you did not pass that person's test, so whether or not he is willing to teach you the Yu clan heavenly talisman depends on whether or not you can pass that person's test. Yu Yuan said. Sect Master Yu Yuan and the other elders were all filled with killing intent. They often fought with foreign beings, so they would not make the Yu clan heavenly talisman. The person who passed the heavenly talisman to the Yu family was someone else, and it seemed like that person had a very high status. Let me try. Qin Yun said. In his eyes, the Yu heavenly talisman was the way to go. This. You better prove that you have potential in inscription Dao. If we send you over but you don't have talent in this aspect, he will curse you to death. Yu Yuan seems to be somewhat afraid of that person. Everyone is secretly apprehensive, even the sect master of the Imperial Heaven sect is afraid of being cursed. How do I prove it? Qin Yun said with frown, everyone knows about my inscription level. Yu Yuan shook his head and said with sigh, our Yu ancient clan has many talented inscription masters. These inscription masters can instantly release complex totem runes, but none of them can learn the Yu clan heavenly talisman. I have studied the Imperial Heavenly Talisman. It seems to me that it is not difficult. Qin Yun suddenly said. The Imperial Heavenly Talisman you have seen are the simplest kind. A true Imperial Heavenly Talisman can transfer thousands upon thousands of divine cosmos power. Yu Yuan's words caused many people present to be shocked. When one is attacked by a formidable divine cosmos power, being able to transfer the divine cosmos power to attack the opponent, just thinking about it is very scary. I have inscription spirit. Qin Yun said, this should be fine, right? Having inscription spirit doesn't mean anything. Our Yu ancient clan also has a few geniuses who have inscription spirit. Yu Yuan shook his head and said. I have Wild Hua, Star Lord, Yu Ji, and Sun Emperor, these are all inscription spirits. Qin Yun said again, is this fine? He did not say much. If it is not enough, it is not too late to say more. Everyone is dumbfounded. These inscription spirits are all very famous, especially Sun Emperor inscription spirit. It is a legendary inscription spirit. Even Yu Yuan's face is filled with disbelief. He said with frown, "How is this possible? How did you get them?" "I am a divine king, isn't it normal for me to have inscription spirits? Not to mention inscription spirits, I even have bloodline heavenly pattern box, there is nothing strange about it," Qin Yan said with smile. It is very difficult for others to have even one, but Qin Yan is saying that there is nothing strange about it. This caused many people to feel very jealous. "Alright, I will take you to try it out, whether or not you can pass his assessment will depend on yourself." Yu Yuan recalled that Qin Yan has bloodline heavenly pattern box, maybe he can pass. Qin Yan nodded his head and asked, "Sect Master, what is his assessment like? If he thinks it is fine, then it is fine. You just stand there and let him see." Yu Yuan slowly flew out of the lobby and said, "Follow me." Qin Yan hurriedly flew over and left the hall together. After they left, many Yu ancient clan people started discussing. They don't understand why Yu clan heavenly talisman can be given to outsiders. "Elder Yu Guang, Yu clan heavenly talisman is in the hands of outsiders, is this good?" Yu Xingyu ran over and asked in low voice. "If it was not given to outsiders, Yu clan heavenly talisman would have been lost long ago. Do you know that the person who has the most Yu clan heavenly talisman is not from our Yu ancient clan, it is an outsider?" Elder Yu Guang coldly groaned. Everyone is shocked. The person who has the most Yu clan heavenly talisman is actually an outsider. "Is that the person Sect Master brought Qin Yan to see?" Yu Xingyu said in amazement. "Indeed, that person is very important to our Yu ancient clan, he is not an imperial heaven sect. As for where he is, you don't have the qualifications to know. All of you disperse, go back and cultivate properly, there are more and more foreign creatures in Nine Sun Holy Land." Elder Yu Guan shouted. Everyone's heart is filled with amazement and curiosity. They left together. After Qin Yan and Yu Yuan left the lobby, they arrived at a teleportation formation. Yu Yuan stood on the teleportation formation and asked in low voice, "Qin Yan, what is the upper limit of your divine cosmos power now?" 300. Qin Yan truthfully replied. "What? How is this possible? Even if you managed to refine 108 divine universe golden tendons, you would only be able to refine 208 divine universe golden tendons at most. Adding on the others, you would at most reach 250 or 260 divine universe golden tendons. How did you reach 300? After activating the teleportation formation, Yu Yuan arrived at a city. This city seems to have been built by ancient Yu clan and God Desolate. Qin Yan has never been here before. This city is not very big, but it is protected by many formation pillars. Moreover, after arriving here, Qin Yan can clearly sense that there is a lot of divine cosmos power all around. Qin Yan did not ask where this place is, he just followed behind Yu Yuan and walked on the empty street. "This is a secret city that we built. It is very far away from Nine Sun Holy Land, moreover, it is located in a very desolate and remote area. Even if outerverse lifeforms come out and occupy God Desolate, they won't come here in a short period of time," Yu Yuan said. God Desolate is very big. However, most of the people are gathered in the areas with abundant resources. Therefore, there are many places that are uninhabited and no one will go to those places. This city is built in the uninhabited area. Qin Yan sensed that the divine cosmos power gathered here is very dense, there must be some resources deep underground. "Sect Master, you are the ancestors of the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Do you know if there are any other powerful beings in our universe apart from you?" Qin Yan believed that there were, but he had yet to find any traces of them. "Yes, but they won't interfere in this matter because the outerverse invasion of the divine desolate realm has not affected them at all. However, they have still given us a certain amount of help," Imperial Yuan said. "There really are. How strong are they?" Qin Yan is very pleasantly surprised and asked. "We don't know about that. In short, God Desolate is nothing to them. They are not in God Desolate. We only had some contact with them and they knew that we are facing some difficulties, so they gave us some help." Yu Yuan shook his head. "Even if God Desolate falls, it won't affect those people. That means that they have reached a certain level of strength and won't be affected by the environment. There are very few people in this city." Qin Yan walked on the street and didn't see anyone. After asking, he found out that only core members of ancient Yu clan have the qualifications to stay here. Yu Yuan brought Qin Yin to the southern district of the small city and entered a large residence. After entering, Qin Yin sensed that this place is somewhat different. Although the hall of the residence is very simple, it is filled with all kinds of complicated runes. Qin Yin looked at those runes and secretly exclaimed in his heart. They are all heavenly rune grade. Someone extracted complex heavenly runes and fused them into all kinds of sceneries and murals. It looks as if they are formed by nature itself. If one doesn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell that these runes are actually runes. Let's just sit here and wait, someone will come out to see us. Yu Yuan said. Sect Master, can you tell me more about that senior? This way I can understand him in advance. Qin Yin asked. He comes from the Xiao family, his name is Xiao Qihong. This name is definitely unfamiliar to you, but in the ears of us, who have returned from the Heaven Opening clan, it's a very frightening name. Yu Yuan smiled. It was obvious that he was proud that the ancient Yu clan had such a big shot. Xiao family? Why is it in the Yu ancient clan? Qin Yin was very curious about this. Let's talk about it later. Yu Yuan was about to say something, but he suddenly stood up. Xiao Qihong had already arrived. By the time Qin Yin reacted, he saw an old man dressed in red standing in front of the hall. Please take a seat. Xiao Qihong extended his hand and made a gesture, indicating Qin Yin and Yu Yuan to sit down. At the same time, he also indicated that they don't need to greet each other. Xiao Qihong's hair and eyebrows are all white, he doesn't have any beard, he looks very young. If he dyed his hair and eyebrows black, he would be a handsome middle-aged man. Senior, this little guy is called Qin Yin, his divine cosmos power is 300, he has not entered first-level divine cosmos realm. Moreover, he wants to learn the Yu clan heavenly talisman. Yu Yuan immediately explained. Xiao Qihong looks younger than Yu Yuan, nobody expected him to be Yu Yuan's senior. Hearing that Qin Yin has 300 divine cosmos power, Xiao Qihong's expression did not change at all. A Yuan, do you approve of his inscription talent? Xiao Qihong asked in calm tone. I approve. Yu Yuan replied. Is he from the Qin ancient clan? Xiao Qihong asked again. No, he is a human from Divine Desolate, he has the Divine King Heavenly Seal of Divine Desolate, he is the young Divine King of Divine Desolate, he has obtained the approval of the 9-Sun Law Spirit. Yu Yuan has a good understanding of Qin Yin. After learning about Qin Yin, Xiao Qihong's eyes revealed a trace of surprise and said, Alright, I will discuss and study the Yu clan heavenly talisman with him. Discuss and study? Qin Yin doesn't understand. Even I have not completely mastered the Yu clan heavenly talisman, moreover I don't have the ability to teach others. What I can do is pass down my experience to you, whether or not you can master it will depend on your perception. Xiao Qihong said. Xiao Qihong finished speaking, took out a very large book, placed it on the ground and said, This is the foundation of the Yu clan heavenly talisman, if you can completely understand it, you will be able to quickly master all 1-star Yu clan heavenly talisman. 1-star Yu clan heavenly talisman? Yu clan heavenly talisman is divided into several stars? Qin Yin said in amazement. Xiao Qihong nodded and said, The highest is 10 stars, if you can master 1 star, it means that you have talent and enough perception. Then I will share more experience with you. I heard that Yu ancient clan has 5 book of Yu clan heavenly talisman, what is the difference between them and this one? Qin Yin asked again. They're 5 Yu clan heavenly talisman can't even be considered as 1-star Yu clan heavenly talisman, it is only superficial knowledge, moreover it is very messy, therefore its power is very low. Yu Yuan said, What Senior Xiao has mastered is the most orthodox. It is also not the most orthodox because the Yu clan heavenly talisman is constantly evolving. This is a very strange process, only by mastering the runes of the Yu clan heavenly talisman can one feel that the Yu clan heavenly talisman is constantly evolving. Xiao Qihong patted Qin Yin's shoulder and said, Youngster, you don't need to be too anxious to master it, this kind of thing cannot be rushed. Qin Yin put away the book, he knows that whether or not he can master it will depend on his own talent. If Xiao Qihong can teach others, then he will not be the only one in the entire Yu ancient clan who can master it. Alright, you can make a breakthrough now. First, step into the first tier of the divine space realm, and then cultivate the divine battle technique in the Imperial Heaven Gate. If you want to use the runes of the Yu Clan Heavenly Talisman, your own strength must also keep up. Xiao Qihong's face revealed a trace of smile. I truly hope that you can learn it. Yu Yuan coughed dryly, then said to Qin Yun with smile, Qin Yun, you will have to return to Imperial Heaven Sect in the end. You can choose one of us elders to be your teacher. After all, Yu Yuan was the sect master, even if his strength was not the strongest, but as the sect master, his quality in all aspects was definitely higher than those elders. However, Qin Yun feels that Elder Imperial Light is pretty good. Although that bald old man looks very sturdy and fierce, he is actually a warm-hearted old man. He is also very straightforward. Qin Yun really did not understand the sect master and elders. Senior Xiao, why don't you help me make a choice? I know very little about the sect master and the elders, so I don't know which one is suitable for me. Qin Yun said to Xiao Qihong with a smile. Do you like fighting? If you like to fight, then choose Imperial Light. If you really aren't good at fighting, then choose another elder. This way, you'll have more life-saving means. Xiao Qihong directly gave a suggestion. Qin Yun, didn't you say you are not good at fighting? Yu Yuan said with mischievous laugh, then don't choose Imperial Light. I'm not good at fighting, but that doesn't mean I don't like fighting. To be honest, I really want to enter the Nine Sun Sacred Ground to kill enemies. I'm not afraid of fighting. Qin Yun spoke from the bottom of his heart. Alright then. If you're really not afraid, then choosing Royal Light is definitely the right choice. Royal Yuan didn't insist. He nodded and said, Royal Light is very experienced when it comes to fighting extraterrestrial beings. The number of extraterrestrial beings he has killed is the highest among us. Then it's settled, I choose Elder Yu Guang. Qin Yun said with smile. Remember, don't die. Entering the Nine Sun Sacred Ground is not to send you to your deaths, but to familiarize yourselves with the environment inside. Familiarize yourselves with how to sense the creatures outside and how to defend against them. Xiao Qihong instructed. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. Qin Yun nodded. After bidding farewell to Xiao Qihong, Yu Yuan left with Qin Yun. Before long, Qin Yun returned to the Imperial Heaven Gate. As soon as he returned, Royal Yuan immediately contacted Royal Light. Knowing that Qin Yun wants to follow him, Imperial Light is very happy, he excitedly flew over. Just like that, Qin Yun was considered the first batch of disciples to enter the Imperial Heaven sect with a different surname. Many of the ancient Yu clansmen had already become disciples of the Yutian sect, but not all the youths in the clan could join. Even for the ancient Yu clansmen, the Yutian sect would conduct a strict test. After Qin Yun became a disciple of the Imperial Heaven Gate, the news quickly spread. The entire Divine Desolate knows that the young Divine King is already a disciple of the Imperial Heaven sect. As a result, even the great Divine Lord did not dare to cause trouble for Qin Yun. The Yu ancient clan was very strong among the heaven-creating ancient clans. Moreover, their Yu heavenly talisman was very strong. This was something that the other heaven-creating ancient clans didn't have. Qin Yun was currently at the east side of the Imperial Heaven Gate's inner region. He and the other disciples had a small building here, so there was plenty of personal space. Ling Taiyun chose a pretty strong instructor who was at the 5th level of the Divine Space Realm. And Qin Yun did not ask Elder Yu Guang what his cultivation level is. In short, he is definitely stronger than those instructors. Yu Lu and Hui's instructor was Yu Qi. Qin Yun also contacted Yu Lu and Hui. They were all new disciples of the Imperial Sky Sect and would enter the Nine Sun Sacred Ground together in the future. Qin Yun wanted to contact Xiao Yuelan and tell her that he has become a disciple of the Imperial Heaven Sect, but he could not contact her. He suspects that Xiao Yuelan has already entered the Nine Sun Sacred Land. Yuelan shouldn't be much stronger than me. If I step into the first level of the Divine Space Realm, my Divine Space power will definitely increase by a lot. Qin Yun is now a disciple of the Imperial Heaven Sect, so he can also break through and step into the first level of the Divine Space Realm. Qin Yun took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal in his small building's secret room. Taisher said that if he uses the Divine King Heavenly Seal to break through, Divine Space power can erupt even more. First fill up the Divine Space power and then use it to the extreme, Taisher said. Qin Yan took out a small bottle. This is a divine pill given to him by Elder Yuguang. It is called Space Returning Divine Pill. Eating one can replenish 50 divine space power. Qin Yan still lacks 200 divine space power to replenish, so he only needs to eat 4 pills. If he uses the Divine King Heavenly Seal to absorb the Divine Space Golden Stones, he would need 200 million Divine Space Golden Stones. Elder Yuguang said that one Space Returning Divine Pill only costs 20 million. If he eats 4, it would be less than 100 million. Of course, this kind of Space Returning Divine Pill is not eaten normally. It is eaten when he goes out to fight and urgently needs to replenish divine space power. Qin Yan can't wait to break through. Moreover, he wants to give it a try and see the effect of the space-returning divine pill. Qin Yan took out 4 pills and ate them. His divine space power is recovering bit by bit. It seems a bit slow. Qin Yan frowned. If he used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to absorb the divine space golden stones, it would only take an instant. Although the space-returning divine pill is a bit slow, it is still not bad. If he used the natural recovery method, he would need to go into seclusion for half a day. Qin Yan previously thought that the more divine space power he had, the longer the recovery time would be, but that is not the case. As the divine space in his body continuously increases, his recovery speed also becomes very fast. Generally speaking, he can recover 10% in 2 hours and completely recover in 20 hours. And Qin Yan is much faster than others. He can recover 10% in an hour. After Qin Yan's divine space power is full, he lies on the bed and placed the Divine King Heavenly Seal on his heart. Qin Yan, I want to use at least 2 billion divine space golden stones to attack your divine space. This way, you can erupt with an even higher upper limit of divine space power. Taisher said. What? Why do you need so much? Qin Yan cried out in alarm because he only has 2 billion divine space golden stones. If he uses 2 billion, he will only have a few 100 million left. Believe me, this 2 billion is definitely worth it. Taisher said. Alright, let's begin. Qin Yan thought that since it has come to this, 2 billion it is. The Divine King Heavenly Seal suddenly trembled slightly. Qin Yan felt his heart becoming hot. It's about to begin, there won't be any pain. Taisher's voice came over, comforting the somewhat nervous Qin Yan. After all, he is about to break through. Qin Yan is very excited and also a bit nervous. Qin Yan closed his eyes, he can feel the divine space in his body slowly pulsating. After stepping into the first level of divine space realm, the divine space in his body will pulsate weakly, just like a heart. Has it begun? Qin Yan thought in his heart. Along with his heart becoming hotter and hotter, he can also feel the divine space power in his body swelling up. The divine space power in his body is becoming stronger. After becoming stronger, it will spurt out a kind of energy. This is something that did not exist before. Qin Yan can feel that when the divine space power is flowing through his body, it makes his flesh and blood feel a kind of tight feeling. This is mainly because his flesh and blood and bones have not adapted to this kind of suddenly becoming stronger divine space power. Success, the upper limit of your divine space power has increased by a lot. Moreover, your divine space power already has a nucleus. You are now at the first level of divine space realm. Taisher said. Qin Yan promptly took out the divine mirror of primal beginning to check. He can't wait to see what the upper limit of his divine space power is. Qin Yan looked at the number displayed by the divine mirror and grinned in satisfaction. The upper limit is 380, very good. Qin Yan said with smile. He only has 80 divine cosmos power left. Breaking through consumes a lot of it. Those 2 billion divine cosmos golden stones were well spent, but Qin Yan still doesn't know how it was used up. After all, it was 2 billion divine cosmos golden stones and it was used up in such a short time. This made him very surprised. You are now at the first tier of the divine space realm. When your divine space energy is unable to increase anymore, it means that you will have to make a breakthrough and step into the second tier of the divine space realm. As for when that will be, I am not sure. Taisher said. Under normal circumstances, many people can no longer increase after reaching 500 divine cosmos power and will have to break through to second level. And Qin Yan definitely has more than 500. After all, before he entered first level, he already had 300. Forget it, I will go find Elder Yu Guang now. Qin took a bath and then contacted Yu Guang with the magic mirror. Yu Guang is still in the Imperial Heaven sect. He told Qin before that if he breaks through, he can go find him. Qin immediately left the disciples' dormitory area and went to Elder and Instructor's residence. It is not far. Elder and Instructor's residence is also a building, but they are a bit bigger than disciples. Qin arrived at Yu Guang's stone building. It looks like it has 3 floors from the outside and 2 floors underground. Yu Guang knows that Qin has arrived and directly opened the door to let him in. Elder, I broke through, guess how much divine cosmos power I have? Qin said with smile. At least 350. Yu Guang opened the door and sensed that Qin's divine cosmos power is not weak, it is divine cosmos power with nucleus. 380. Qin said with mischievous smile. How can it erupt so much? Yu Guang is very experienced in divine cosmos realm cultivation, but he has never encountered a situation like Qin's. Qin said with smile, I also don't know, maybe it's because my constitution is different from others. Yu Guang still doesn't believe it. He took out some tools to test and believed Qin. In the hall, Qin looked at the white-robed bald old man, rubbed his hands, and asked, Elder, I've stepped into the first tier of the divine space realm. Don't tell me there's no reward or something? Of course. Imperial Light patted his bald head, took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Qin. He said with smile, this is Great Universe Divine Pill. Ah? What's the difference between this and the space-returning divine pill from before? Qin hurriedly took it. He was in dire need of such items. He did not have many divine universe golden stones on hand, so he could not rely on a large number of divine universe golden stones to make a crazy breakthrough in his cultivation. Especially when it came to replenishing his divine cosmos power, he didn't need the divine cosmos goldstones to quickly replenish it. The bottle of space-returning divine pills I gave you before can only replenish 50 divine space force per pill. One great universe divine pill can replenish 100 divine space force, and the speed must be even faster. Imperial Light warned, don't eat it carelessly, only eat it when you are in urgent need. Qin opened the bottle cap, there were only 10 pills inside. If I were to buy it with divine universe goldstones, how much would it cost? Asked Qin. It requires 80 million divine universe goldstones for one pellet. This great returning space divine pellet is only suitable for those at the first, second, and third level of divine universe goldstones, because it can only restore 100 divine universe force each time. Imperial Light said. There are even more. Qin said in shock, what kind of pill is that? Great returning space divine pill, it can restore 500 divine universe force each time. The price is very high, they are not usually sold. Imperial Light said with smile, don't think about this kind of thing now, wait until you step into the 4th level of divine universe realm, then you will need to use great returning space divine pill. Elder, what is your current cultivation level? Qin asked curiously. I am at the 7th level of divine universe realm. Sect Master and we are both at the 7th level of divine universe realm. Don't think that we are very strong just because we are at the 7th level of divine universe realm. After entering 9 Sun holy ground, we can still lose our lives at any time. Qin put away the bottle of pills and asked again, after I step into the 1st level of divine universe realm, my divine universe force limit is 380, then how high do I need to be to break through to the 2nd level of divine universe realm? This? I am not too sure, because I have never met a monster like you. Imperial Light laughed a few times and said, but generally it is your divine universe force limit after you step into the 1st level of divine universe realm, plus 400 or 450, some people need 500 more. So I need more than 800 to step into the 2nd level of divine universe realm? Is this good or bad? Qin only feels that this way he will be slower than others. Of course it is good. This means that at the same stage, your divine universe force will be higher than others by a lot. Don't think that this little bit of divine universe force is useless, it will be hard to break through later stage. If you want to compare who is stronger, look at the difference in divine universe force. While speaking, Imperial Light took out a book and threw it to Qin and said, this is my fighting god technique, study it yourself first, If there is anything you don't understand, come ask me. Many thanks, Elder. After receiving the fighting god technique, Xianxia promptly expressed his thanks. No need to be polite. This is what I should do. Of course, I won't give it to you for free. Next, you need to fight for it yourself. Imperial Light's expression suddenly became serious. Fight for it? Do you want to go to Nine Sun Holy Ground to kill enemies? Xianxia hastily asked. Of course not, with your current strength, you won't even be able to deliver food. Imperial Light shook his head and said, next, you will have to compete with all kinds of bloodline descendants of heaven-opening ancient clan. Do I have to fight? Xianxia is somewhat startled. He naturally knows what bloodline descendants are. They are people who have bloodline heavenly rune, moreover they are second or third generation bloodline heavenly rune. That's right. But don't worry, whether it is you or them, all of you can take a beating. Even if you are beaten to death, no one will come to cause trouble for you. Your first step is to compete with the bloodline descendants of our ancient clan. Imperial Light said. No problem, I will certainly do my best. Xianxia nodded and said. Do you know why we became sect masters and elders? When Yu Guang spoke of this matter, a trace of sorrow flashed past his resolute and old eyes. Xianxia shook his head. Because our descendants are all dead, killed by those foreign beings. We are all single, we will nurture disciples with foreign surname and then pass on our lifetime's worth of knowledge to them. Imperial Light's entire person seems to have aged a bit. Xianxia now understands and nodded his head. Imperial Light said again, as long as you work hard enough, the higher-ups of heaven-opening ancient clan will give you good resources. They also need geniuses from outside to stimulate the young and vigorous geniuses of the clan. Only letting the geniuses of the clan know that the foreign beings are very strong is not enough. Because they are still in their growth stage, they cannot directly face those dangerous foreign beings. At this time, they need to bring in foreign geniuses to compete with them, make them feel nervous, and stimulate them to work hard. The youngsters who returned from the Outerverse are working very hard to increase their strength. What worries the heaven-splitting ancient clan's elders the most are the young geniuses who stand aloof from worldly affairs. Although they have powerful bloodline heavenly rune inheritances, they don't know the dangers of the Outerverse. If they enter the Nine Sun sacred ground and remain arrogant and complacent, they will most likely die inside. That's why the heaven-splitting ancient clan's elders need geniuses from the outside to join them. On one hand, it's to nurture powerful warriors, on the other hand, it's a cruel competition to stimulate the growth of their geniuses. Elder, do you have bloodline heavenly rune? Xianxia asked about this rather secretive matter. Yes, I have a second-generation bloodline heavenly rune. The third and fourth generation are even stronger. Imperial Light said. The second-generation heavenly patterns on our bodies can evolve into the third or even the fourth generation. This can also be evolved? Xianxia has many bloodline heavenly rune boxes, but he still hasn't figured out the inheritance method of bloodline heavenly rune. It can be evolved, but the conditions are very harsh. We need a third-generation bloodline heavenly rune possessor to guide us. The third-generation bloodline heavenly rune possessor must first be of the same origin as us. Then they must be strong enough and have a deep understanding of bloodline heavenly rune. Imperial Guang said helplessly. Then are there any examples of successful evolution? Xianxia asked. Our Yu family doesn't, but the Heavenly Moon ancient clan and Xiao family do. The main problem is that our third-generation bloodline heavenly rune possessors haven't matured yet. Their talent is not good enough and many of them died. Xianxia suddenly recalled Yu Yaoyao. He suspected that she might have a third-generation bloodline heavenly rune in her body. Then what about Yaoyao? Does she have a third-generation bloodline heavenly rune? Xianxia asked. Correct. Moreover, her talent is very high. She might be able to help a second-generation bloodline heavenly rune become third-generation. At that time, our strength will increase by a lot. Imperial Guang said excitedly. Xianxia finally understood why the Imperial Demon was so highly regarded. It was because of this reason. Not only Yaoyao, anyone with a third-generation bloodline heavenly rune is highly regarded. Imperial Light said. Then what about my bloodline heavenly rune box? Are you interested? Asked Xianxia with a smile. I'm not interested. To us, that is an inauspicious item. If one's fate is not strong enough, whoever touches it will be unlucky. Only you can live well until now. Royal Light repeatedly shook his head and said, "Don't take it out, I don't want to see this kind of thing." Xianxia was very surprised that the heaven-splitting clan members who had returned from the Outerverse were so afraid of the bloodline heavenly pattern box. Alright, go back and take a look at the universe explosion divine technique I gave you. If you feel that it's not suitable, I'll help you find other battle divine techniques. Imperial Light smiled and said, I also have some matters to attend to. I'm preparing to bring people into the Nine Sun sacred ground. Alright. Xianxia nodded. I will return in 3 days. If I don't return, don't wait for me. If something happens to me, Sect Master will inform you. Elder Yuguang patted Xianxia's shoulder. Elder, you will definitely come back. Xianxia said with smile. Elder Yuguang did not say anything and sent Xianxia out. After Xianxia left, he immediately returned to his residence. He entered the small building and took out the universe explosion divine technique. Xianxia handed over the Yu clan heavenly talisman Xiao Qihong gave him to Taisher to study. Taisher will organize it and then impart it to Xianxia through the Divine King heavenly seal. Xianxia looked at the universe explosion divine technique. After reading a few pages, he became very happy because this universe explosion divine technique is very suitable for him. Universe explosion divine technique can release divine cosmos power in an explosive manner. This technique has very high requirements for the body. Without a strong enough body, when this kind of explosive divine cosmos power surges out from the divine cosmos, it will definitely tear the body apart. The divine cosmos power inside the divine cosmos inside the body is like many spheres. Each sphere has a nucleus. The cosmic explosion divine art causes the nucleus to become irritable, and after the nucleus becomes irritable, it will be able to release an even stronger divine space force. Xianxia only looked at the first layer and it is also the most basic. As for the second layer, it can only be used when the divine cosmos power has 2 nuclei. As long as he can master the first layer, the rest will become very easy. Next, Xianxia began to rest and let his divine cosmos power recover to its peak. Only then can he start practicing. After recovering to its peak, it is already night time. Xianxia is in the underground chamber. He is using the universe explosion divine techniques method to activate the divine cosmos power. He first released the divine mirror of primordial beginning to test the eruption of his divine cosmos power. This way, he can see the results of his practice. Xianxia controlled a divine cosmos particle from the divine cosmos in his body to come out. When it comes out, he followed the divine techniques mantra. When the divine cosmos particle came out, it exploded and transformed into even stronger divine cosmos power that surged out from his finger. Old brother Taisher, did my divine cosmos power change? Xianxia looked at his finger. A bit stronger, but it wasn't obvious. You didn't grasp the timing of the explosion, causing the divine cosmos power produced by the divine cosmos nucleus to be absorbed by your body. You have to restrain your body from absorbing the divine cosmos power. Taisher said. Xianxia can only continue practicing. This indeed needs to be tried many times before he can master it. Every time Xianxia practiced, he would use a divine cosmos particle. After practicing for more than 300 times, he was finally able to erupt with twice the divine cosmos power. And the exploding universe divine technique's first layer says that it can at most increase by 2 times. Xianxia can increase the divine cosmos power by 2 times. In other words, if he uses 100 divine cosmos power, it can become 200. Although the other battle god arts could also do it, the universe explosion god art had a very strange aspect, and that was that it could stack with his battle god art. It could use the universe explosion god art to activate the divine universe power as a foundation and multiply it. For example, when Xianxia used the heaven-piercing 9 fingers before, he could erupt from 200 divine cosmos power to 300. If he used the exploding universe divine technique, it would become 400 divine cosmos power and then use piercing heaven, it would become 600 divine cosmos power. This is something other battle god techniques don't have. Of course, this has a very big drawback. If the body is not strong enough, it can't withstand the explosive divine cosmos power that far surpasses the body. Elder Yuguang is tall and sturdy, he is a very valiant old man. In order to make his body very strong, he doesn't even want his hair. He has undergone extreme tempering of his scalp. Just thinking about it makes Qin Yin feel how terrifying the exploding universe divine technique is. If the body is not strong enough, then superimposing it is simply suicide. Qin Yin can now be considered to have grasped the initial stage of the exploding universe divine technique. He only has a few tens of divine cosmos power left. He plans to rest and recover fully before using more divine cosmos power and superimposing other divine technique martial skills to test their might. Early in the morning, the 6 myriad realms divine suns released a strong light, forming a super dome that enveloped the 9 suns sacred land. Although the 9 suns sacred land, which occupied most of the divine desolate land, was sealed, the powerful foreign creatures inside were still thinking of ways to rush out. After Qin Yin got up, he went to the roof. The small building was very short, but standing on the roof, he could see the 9 suns sacred land shrouded in golden light. He could feel the powerful divine power aura of the 6 myriad realms divine suns gushing out fiercely. Brother Taisher, where do you think the miracle brought by the appearance of the 6th divine sun is? Qin Yin had been thinking about this matter. Before you have enough strength, I won't guide you. Also, I only know a general direction. I can't be sure where it is exactly. Taisha replied. Qin Yin had just stepped into the first level of the divine space realm and felt that his strength was not weak. As long as he did not enter the 9 suns sacred land, he was not afraid of the divine desolate land. Hearing Taisher's words, he suddenly felt that the miracle brought by the 6th divine sun was very likely in the 9 suns sacred land. Qin Yin looked at the 6th divine sun for a while and was about to return to the underground training room to cultivate when he suddenly sensed someone nearby. After he turned around, he saw a person wearing a black mask. This person was wearing a black robe and his feet were floating off the ground. Gas gushed out from under the black robe, causing the black robe to flutter. It looked very imposing. The black robe's ghost mask was very frightening, especially where the 2 eyeballs were. There were 2 blood-red eyeballs that were filled with blood vessels. Qin Yin, I am the evil corpse king. I have come to take revenge on you. Ha 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 ha, you never thought that I would be able to enter the Imperial Heaven sect, right? As long as you shout for mercy and be willing to be my little brother, you will be able to escape today. The black-robed man laughed loudly and waves of black wind surged out from his body. Qin Yin's expression was calm and without any ripples. He said indifferently, escape? Do you think you are the Heavenly Emperor? That's right, I am the Heavenly Emperor. Quickly call me Big Brother. The black-robed man raised his hand, holding a black longsword. Qin Yin rolled his eyes and then used the divine mirror primal beginning to shine on the black-robed man, using the mirror's ability, star-fixing divine art. As Qin Yin's strength increases, he can use the star-fixing divine art to freeze people for a longer period of time. After the black-robed man was frozen, Qin Yin immediately went over and took off the mask. He saw a beautiful woman with a face full of hidden bitterness under the mask. Yuemei, you sure know how to act. Have you seen the evil corpse king before? Qin Yin pinched Xiao Yuemei's face and said with a mischievous smile. Xiao Yuemei finally came out of Ancestral God Sunday. She is still the same as before, she loves to play pranks. The only difference was that Qin Yin felt that her face was a bit rounder than before. He liked it very much. Because he already likes to pinch Xiao Yuemei's face. Now that her face is round and plump, pinching it feels even better. Brother, when did you see through it? I clearly acted very well. Xiao Yuemei pouted her small mouth, thinking about where she exposed a flaw. Qin Yin kneaded Xiao Yuemei's face a few times with both hands, he is still unwilling to stop. He said with smile, after entering the ancestral god sun's inner core, your face has become round, pinching is even better. Brother, quickly tell me, how did you see through me? Xiao Yuemei believes that her disguise is very perfect. She charmingly smiled and lightly pounded Qin Yin's chest. Because I had a kind of intuition that you came. Moreover, my hands suddenly had a kind of feeling, I really want to pinch your face. Qin Yin said with laugh. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Xiao Yuemei leaned on Qin Yin's bosom and hugged him. Qin Yin hugged Xiao Yuemei, kissed her forehead and said with smile, Yuemei, did you meet the evil corpse king? That little evil corpse king was wandering around outside Ancestral God Sunday. After I came out, he said that he wanted to eat me. Then I beat him up like a dog. Xiao Yuemei giggled and said, later I heard that he hated you to death. After knowing our relationship, he vomited blood and anger. Then what about this guy? We can't let him go, he is a scourge. Qin Yan said with frown. Of course I know he is a scourge. Elder sister told me that back then you joined hands with great difficulty to get rid of this guy's body, but you were not able to completely exterminate him. Xiao Yuemei spoke and took out her small mirror. Her mirror and Qin Yan's mirror are very similar. Because Qin Yan's Gemini treasure mirror was made based on Xiao Yuemei's mirror. Your small mirror has a storage space inside? Qin Yan stretched out his neck and looked at her blue mirror. Xiao Yuemei shook her mirror, then pointed it at the ground and shot out a blue light. He saw a very small black paparazzi jumping up and down on the ground, howling loudly. This black puppy is very cute, but the evil aura on its body is very dense. Qin Yan sensed the dense evil aura and immediately determined that this is the evil corpse king. Xiao Yuemei said that she could beat the evil corpse king up like a dog in a few moves. He did not expect that she would really beat the evil corpse king up like a dog. Qin Yan naturally knows that Xiao Yuemei has mastered a transformation technique. Not only she can transform herself, she can also transform other people. She often thought of turning Qin Yan into a little girl. Moreover, she even turned Qin Yan into a little youth, little Baldy and so on. That evil corpse king was turned into a puppy by her and even subdued. I did not expect that the evil corpse king would turn into a puppy. Qin Yan lifted the puppy up and said with loud laugh, Yuemei, you are truly something. Brother, I want to go to Xiao Ancient Clan together with elder sister. Don't worry, we will be outside Nine Sun Holy Ground, we will be able to meet each other frequently. Later we can also enter Nine Sun Holy Ground and join hands to kill enemies. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Qin Yan used the primal beginning divine mirror to look at Xiao Yuemei, but he cannot see how much divine cosmos power she has. Yuemei, is this the 9 divine soul on your wrist? Qin Yan suddenly saw a white bracelet on Xiao Yuemei's wrist. Indeed, Sister Kira gave it to me, she copied it. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, she also said that she wants me to cooperate with you to cultivate my ability. We will talk about this later. First go to Xiao Ancient Clan, they have many delicious divine pills, you must remember them well. Qin Yan spoke, took out 2 dragon peaches that he secretly hid and gave them to Xiao Yuemei. Here. These are dragon peaches, they are very delicious. Yang and Momo love them the most, they don't even know that I hid them. Qin Yan lowered his voice and said with smile. Thank you, old brother. Xiao Yuemei sweetly ate one, it is indeed very delicious, causing her to praise it unceasingly. Alright, you go find Yuelan first, we will meet again very soon. Qin Yan caressed Xiao Yuemei's face. Xiao Yuemei nodded and then disappeared without a trace. It is unknown what ability she used. Old brother Taisher, how did Yuemei leave? Did she travel through space? Qin Yan asked. Qin Yan is not sure whether or not Xiao Yuemei used spatial power because he did not sense any spatial fluctuation. His mastery of space force wasn't bad, so it was impossible for him not to sense the spatial fluctuations. He thought that Xiao Yuemei came to the Imperial Heaven sect to sneak in. After all, she can change into someone else's appearance and is so good at deceiving people. Sneaking in must be very easy. And now that he saw Xiao Yuemei suddenly disappear, it is very likely that she used this method to enter. It's not the power of space. It seems to be a very brilliant concealment technique that allows one to merge with the sunlight. Taisher said. Qin Yan looked at the divine mirror of primordial beginning and saw a speck of light rapidly moving. It is Xiao Yuemei's movement trajectory. This little girl has indeed become a lot stronger after running out of Ancestral God Sun. Qin Yan is secretly happy, after all Xiao Yuemei has become stronger. Xiao Yuemei becoming so strong is very normal. Because in the 9 Sun Divine Maidens ranking, this mischievous little girl is the big sister. Qin Yan returned to the basement to continue cultivating. Seeing how strong Xiao Yuemei has become, he is not willing to fall behind. Old brother Taisher, how much divine cosmos power do you think my current body can withstand? Asked Qin Yan. 700 shouldn't be a problem. Taisher said, your divine universe golden tendons still have a lot of room for improvement. You can still temper it further. Through the divine universe goldstone? Xianxia could not help but sigh when he realized that he needed the divine universe goldstone. Right now, he did not have a way to quickly obtain divine universe goldstones. Yes, while the divine universe golden tendons are powerful, they can also increase the upper limit of the divine universe energy. Taisher said, right now, if you want to raise the upper limit of your divine cosmos power, you have to consume a certain amount of divine cosmos power to strengthen the divine cosmos in your body. As for how much, I'm not sure. Before stepping into the first tier of the divine space realm, the amount of divine space force required was not much. Only 20 points were needed to increase the upper limit of the divine space force by 1 point. Now that he had stepped into the first tier of the divine space realm, he needed to test it out in order to be sure. Let's give it a try at 50 points first. Right now, his divine cosmos force was 380, completely maxed out. It was enough for him to test it out. Out in the training room, Xianxia went through many tests. He actually needed to expend 200 divine cosmos forces to strengthen the divine cosmos in his body and raise the upper limit of 1 divine cosmos force. Why are there so many? Before, it was only 20, but now it's 200. Xianxia's face turned green. One had to know that if he used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to replenish 200 Divine Universe power, he would need 200 million Divine Universe Goldstones. Using 100 million to increase the upper limit of 1 point of Divine Cosmos Force was just too extravagant. Xianxia immediately dispelled this thought. If he continued spending like this, no matter how many Divine Universe medals he had, it wouldn't be enough. If he used the natural replenishment method to replenish 200 points of Divine Space Force, it would still take 4 to 6 hours. He could increase his upper limit by 1 point every 6 hours. In a day, he could increase his upper limit by 4 points without doing anything but cultivating. This was not considered slow. But it was impossible for him to do nothing. If he were to sit here all day cultivating and raise the upper limit of his divine cosmic force, that would take up a lot of time. Old brother Taisher, we can't go on like this, our cultivation speed is too slow. Xianxia could only ask Taisher for help. The Divine King Heavenly Seal can evolve. If it successfully evolves, then the amount of Divine Universe Gold Stones needed to replenish the power of the Divine Universe will be greatly reduced. Grand Prime said again. What? Then why didn't you tell me earlier? How does the Godly King Heavenly Seal evolve? Xianxia asked in pleasant surprise. It requires a large amount of Divine Universe Gold Stones. About 10 billion. Taisher's voice transmitted over, causing Xianxia to rejoice for nothing. Xianxia suddenly felt that it was not the Godly King Heavenly Seal that needed Divine Universe Gold Stones but Taisher that needed it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Taisher might be thinking of a way to obtain Divine Universe Gold Stones from him, but he didn't know what he wanted to do. What he could be sure of was that Taisher would not harm him, he was just doing some things behind his back. Xianxia did not expose this matter because Taisher had indeed helped him a lot. Now, he was even helping him read books. I can't borrow it from big sister Xianxia, she has many little sisters to raise. Xianxia shook his head. He still had some divine space returning pills but they were urgently needed and they were also very hard to buy. Especially now, they were very out of stock. I have a way to let you earn Divine Universe Gold Stones faster. Taisher suddenly said. What way? Old brother Taisher, don't hide it. Xianxia hurriedly said with smile, if I can obtain a large amount of Divine Universe Gold Stones, it will be good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Refining. Currently, we are lacking divine weapons and divine tools made from bloodline heavenly rune materials. If you can refine them, selling them for several 100 million won't be a problem. You have myriad heaven divine saber and bloodline heavenly rune box, you don't need these things. Taisher said. Xianxia indeed has bloodline heavenly rune materials, they are evil corpse king scales. But Dragon Peach has too few seeds, it is basically impossible to make anything. Weapons made from bloodline heavenly rune materials might have a miraculous effect on outer space life forms. You can go. Ask the Imperial Heaven Sect Master. Taisher said again. Qin Yan immediately took out the devil mirror and contacted Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan is the Imperial Heaven Sect Master. Although he has to enter 9 Sun Holy Ground, he doesn't need to go there frequently because he still has to take care of Imperial Heaven Sect's trivial matters. Sect Master, divine weapons made from bloodline heavenly rune materials will have a good effect on outer space life forms? Qin Yan asked. Of course. People with bloodline heavenly rune have great destructive power against outer space life forms. If it's a material, it will be very good. Do you have it? Yu Yuan promptly asked. If it is made into a weapon, how much can it be sold for? Qin Yan also did not reply. I will have to take a look to see the quality of the materials, as well as the strength of the weapon etc. However, it should be worth at least 200 to 300 million Divine Universe golden stones. Yu Yuan said with smile. Qin Yan, do you have materials? If you want to make a move, I will take it. I have a bit, but I want to make it into a divine tool. That way I can sell it for a bit more. Qin Yan said. You can already refine this kind of material? This requires a very strong bloodline heavenly rune flame. Yu Yuan said in amazement. Qin Yan can release this kind of flame through Divine King Heavenly Seal, so it is not difficult. I don't know, but it should be possible. Qin Yan said this, but he is very confident that he can make it. I will go find you, we will talk when we meet. Yu Yuan did not expect that Qin Yan can actually refine this kind of material, so he wants to see it with his own eyes. Evil Corpse King scales are not a good material. Qin Yan also does not expect to sell it for a good price. If it is refined into a divine tool and matched with good runes, the price will increase by a lot. Yu Yuan quickly arrived at Qin Yan's residence. They were not far from each other. Qin Yan is waiting for Yu Yuan in the living room. There are a few palm-sized black scales on the table. This is indeed a bloodline heavenly rune material, but it is very weak. But it can still be sold for a good price. Do you want to sell it? Yu Yuan said with frown. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, Sect Master, first you said my heavenly rune materials are too poor and then you said they can be sold for a good price. Isn't this contradictory? He can tell with a glance that Yu Yuan wants to lower the price. It means that his materials have some value. Yu Yuan said with smile, Qin Yan, I will tell you the truth, your materials are very poor, they cannot be used to refine tools, you still need to add other heavenly rune materials. How about this, I will take 2 million Divine Universe golden stones. Qin Yan took out 5 scales, Yu Yuan wants to buy them for 2 million, this price is very low. These 5 scales of the Evil Corpse King weighed dozens of kilograms, enough to refine a relatively small divine armament. Only 2 million? If it is refined into divine weapon, it will be worth at least 200 million, right? Qin Yan said with smile, Sect Master, I don't want to sell them, I want to refine tools. Yu Yuan promptly waved his hand and said with smile, Little brother, I know that you are very good at refining tools with inscription, but you might not be good at refining heavenly rune materials. You don't know, not only the process is very complicated, it is also very troublesome to process them. I know. Qin Yan refined Dragon Peach Pit before, it is indeed very difficult to process. At that time, his condition was very limited, his strength was also far from what it is now, but he could still process Peach Pit, there is no need to mention now. Now that he has fused Divine King Heavenly Seal with Grand Prime, he has a small universe inside his body, plus he has 400 Divine Cosmos power, it will be very easy for him to process materials. If you process these materials, there won't be much left, you won't be able to refine divine weapon, you might as well sell them to me. Yu Yuan said with smile, how about this, sell them to me for 5 million. Qin Yan can see that Yu Yuan wants these materials very much, heavenly rune materials are very rare. 10 million. Qin Yan doesn't want to suffer a loss, he also wants to sell them to Yu Yuan. Alright, 10 million it is. Yu Yuan took out his Divine Universe gold card and said, I will transfer the money to you. Qin Yan has an Imperial Heaven Sect Disciple Identity card, it is also a Yu Ancient Clan's Golden Stone Branch card, it can be used to transfer Divine Universe Golden Stones. 10 million was very little to Qin Yan and it was nothing to Yu Yuan. However, the two of them still wanted to haggle over every ounce. It was obvious that they were people who shared the same rotten tastes. Sect Master, where do we have more heavenly pattern materials? How do you usually obtain large amounts? Asked Qin Yan. I need a bloodline heavenly pattern. The process is rather complicated. Their bones can be used to refine bloodline heavenly rune materials. Yu Yuan said as he put away the scales. If the bones of extraterrestrial life forms could be refined into materials for bloodline heavenly patterns, it meant that the extraterrestrial life forms were also related to bloodline heavenly patterns. How can an alien have bloodline heavenly rune? Qinyan said in amazement. This is also what puzzled us, which is why we entered the Outerverse all those years ago. Yu Yuan sighed. We've been in the Outerverse for so many years, but we still haven't figured out what's going on. All we know is that they have very powerful bloodline heavenly patterns. Qinyan suspected that the Outerverse was formed by the bloodline heavenly pattern box, just like how there was a pocket universe inside the Grand Prime. Enough talk, I will go back first. Yu Yuan quickly left after obtaining the materials. Qinyan confirmed from Yu Yuan that the heavenly pattern materials have great destructive power against the extraterrestrial life forms. He hastily went into the basement and took out 5 evil corpse king scales. Then he took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and said, "Old brother Taisher, can the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron endure this kind of flame? With the help of divine king heavenly seal, it won't be a problem. First, we need to process the materials and remove the impurities. Then we need to obtain a pure heavenly pattern material, only then can we refine a divine weapon." Sect Master said that after processing, there won't be much left, is that right? Qinyan was worried that 5 pieces would not be enough, but Taisher said it was enough. Taisher said, that's because their flame is not strong enough, they can't completely refine the materials. That's why they can't separate the impurities from the materials, so they can only discard them. Qinyan said with smile, in that case, old brother Taisher, you have a very good method. Of course. But we need divine king heavenly seal to borrow the power of a bloodline heavenly pattern box. Taisher said. Borrow the power of a bloodline heavenly pattern box? Which one? Qinyan is somewhat doubtful because Taisher did not say anything about devouring. Logically speaking, every bloodline heavenly pattern box has the ability to condense bloodline heavenly pattern flame. We need to try them one by one to know which one is suitable to refine the evil corpse king scales. Qinyan took out all the bloodline heavenly pattern boxes in his hand. There are a total of 7 boxes. He used divine king heavenly seal to seal them one by one. Finally, Taisher said that he wants to use the one from the White Sun divine realm, the one that Bai Suxin's father used to have. He shrunk the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and placed the scales inside. Then he placed the White Sun bloodline heavenly pattern box under the divine king heavenly seal. The divine king heavenly seal can absorb the White Sun bloodline heavenly pattern box. As Qinyan poured in his divine cosmos power, the white bloodline heavenly pattern box also spewed out a flame and entered the cauldron. The flame is controlled and floated at the center of the cauldron. As long as it doesn't touch the cauldron's walls, it won't burn the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The scales are now being enveloped by the white flame and are being melted. Moreover, they are overflowing with black mist. Qinyan can feel that his divine cosmos power is being rapidly depleted. Soon, he only has 50 left. Taisher knows that Qinyan doesn't have much divine cosmos power left, so he stopped. The flame in the cauldron is still very strong and is enough to continue smelting. If Qinyan hadn't stepped into the first level of the divine cosmos realm and cultivated the divine universe golden tendons, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of terrifying flame. The material is quickly smelted. The speed is so fast that Qinyan is surprised. He rested for half a day. After recovering his divine cosmos power, he continued to forge. He has already obtained a white heavenly pattern material the size of a drill. The color of the heavenly pattern material is related to the color of the flame when smelting. Qinyan used white flame, so the material produced is also white. This material is worth at least 50 million, right? Qinyan suddenly felt that selling the 5 scales to Yu Yuan for 10 million was a loss. Next, he began the next step of his work. He used the 9 Sun divine hammer to forge the material into a thin white sword. This process is rather difficult. He still needs to continue using the divine king heavenly seal and the White Sun bloodline heavenly pattern box to release white flame to soften the heavenly pattern material. Xianxia doesn't have a lot of materials now, so he can only forge a thin and short sword. This is also for practice. The forging took 3 days. After finishing, Xianxia began to carve runes. Because this is a cheap item, Xianxia didn't put much effort into carving runes. He directly used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to imprint on it and bestow the sword with its ability. The ability is also very ordinary, it just makes the sword more sturdy. After crafting the sword, Xianxia waved it a few times and felt that it is very light and weak. It's a bit short and very thin, I wonder if I can sell it for a good price. Xianxia spent 3 days to make it, the divine cosmos power consumed is not that much. He is very puzzled, it would be great if divine cosmos power could be converted into divine cosmos golden stone, but it is not possible. And divine cosmos golden stone needs to consume a lot of divine cosmos power, it is not worth it. Elder Yuguan has returned, he tried to contact Xianxia but Xianxia said that he is in seclusion so they did not meet. Elder Yuguang returned 2 days later and immediately left, saying that a passage has appeared. Xianxia contacted Ling Taiyun and Yu Luanhui, they are now working very hard in seclusion. The disciples who just entered the Imperial Heaven sect are still growing, they don't need to enter 9 Sun Holy Ground to kill enemies or compete with the geniuses of Ancient Yu clan. But Xianxia already found out that the geniuses of Ancient Yu clan have arrived at the Imperial Heaven sect. Most of these young geniuses grew up in this cosmos and those who returned from the outerverse have already entered 9 Sun Holy Ground to kill enemies. It can be said that the geniuses who returned from the outerverse have understood the outside world's lifeforms since they were young. They knew that when they grew up, they would have to fight against the outside world's lifeforms to survive. Therefore, most of these returning geniuses are very calm, they only have a bit of arrogance but they are not very arrogant. Xianxia is aiming at those returning geniuses, they are the target of his divine weapon. He is not familiar with those geniuses yet, if he starts selling divine weapon now, no one will believe him because Xianxia has not even seen the outside world's lifeforms. I can only look for that stingy sect master. Xianxia thought about it, only the sect master is easy to communicate with, he can get the sword from him. Moreover, only the sect master is willing to buy the divine weapon he refined. Xianxia contacted Yu Yuan and found out that he just returned from 9 Sun Holy Ground. Sect Master, I have something to sell, help me appraise the price, I am afraid of being cheated by others. Xianxia did not directly say that he wants to sell it to Yu Yuan. You have heavenly rune material? Just give it to me. Yu Yuan laughed, could it be that our last cooperation wasn't pleasant? Xianxia is indeed very unhappy because he feels that he lost several tens of millions. He promptly said with smile, of course not, this time I made a finished product, it is a sword, I refined it with heavenly rune materials. What? It's only been a few days and you've already refined it? What good things can come out of it? Yu Yuan was full of doubt, but he also said that he would come over immediately. Soon Yu Yuan arrived, Xianxia is waiting for him in the hall. Yu Yuan, who had just entered the hall, saw a white light shooting towards him. He could naturally tell that it was a sword, so he suddenly reached out and grabbed the sword. Xianxia said with smile, Sect Master, please help me take a look at this sword. This is the first time I am refining a tool with heavenly rune material. When Yu Yuan grabbed the sword, he was quite surprised. According to his experience, he didn't need to look too closely to be sure that the sword was made from pure heavenly pattern materials. Although the sword is not very good, Xianxia was able to refine it in just a few days. Moreover, he learned it without any teacher, he relied on his own experience. This kind of talent is very rare even in the entire heaven-opening ancient race. Before, Yu Yuan did not believe that Xianxia was not good at fighting. But now that he saw Xianxia's proficiency in inscription and tool refining, he truly believes that Xianxia is an amateur. Yu Yuan poured in divine cosmos power and said with frown, it's not bad, not very good but not very bad either. It's your first time refining such a good thing, it's very rare. He is sincerely praising Xianxia. How much can you sell it for? Xianxia asked again, Sect Master, I know that many senior brothers and sisters who just returned from Outerverse have arrived at Imperial Heaven Sect. Can you help me? I want to sell it to them, 150 million. Yu Yuan said with smile, just sell it to me, 200 million. Xianxia instinctively increased the price. 180 million. Yu Yuan is also willing to back down. Alright. Xianxia nodded his head and agreed to sell the sword to Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan warned repeatedly, Xiao Qin, you better not go around saying that you know how to refine this kind of thing. If Senior Xiao knows that you are busy doing this kind of thing, he will be very angry. I know, low profile, low profile. Qin said with smile. Alright, I will introduce you to some senior brothers and let them guide you. Yu Yuan said with beaming smile, no, I should introduce you to some senior sisters. Qin promptly waved his hand and said with embarrassed smile, Sect Master, I am not that kind of person, just introduce me to some senior brothers. Xiao Qin, a straightforward person will not resort to insinuations. We all know about the matter between you and Yao Yao. We also know that your wife is Nine-Sun Divine Maiden. You are a man, it's not a big deal, I will introduce you to some pretty good senior sisters. But remember, if you have any good stuff in the future, contact me first. Yu Yuan said with mischievous smile. Yu Yuan finished speaking and ran away. Qin secretly despised this old and frivolous man, he actually thought of him as that kind of person. Senior sisters are also pretty good, senior sisters from Yu ancient clan who came back from Outerverse must be the kind with explosive battle power. I hope they won't be subdued by my charm. Qin thought with a deadpan expression. He began calculating how to use more materials to refine better bloodline heavenly rune divine weapon. Otherwise, he would have to spend 3 days to exchange for 200 million divine universe golden stones, that would be a great loss. While Qin is planning how to earn more divine universe golden stones in the future, the magic mirror suddenly shook. It's Yao Yao, she finally came out of seclusion. Qin is very happy. Yu Yao Yao said with smile, Boss Qin, I will arrive at Imperial Heaven Sect very soon, don't run around, I will come to find you immediately. I really didn't expect that you would actually join our Yu ancient clan's Imperial Heaven Sect, you really have good eyesight. Tell me, is it because of me, Yu Yao Yao, that you joined Imperial Heaven Sect? Of course not, I joined Imperial Heaven Sect because of your Yu clan heavenly talisman, it has nothing to do with you. Qin said with smile, oh that's right, how is little Kuanpeng? Qin, you are thinking about my Kuanpeng again? I am warning you, don't even think about abducting my little Kuanpeng, you better forget about it. When Yu Yao Yao heard Qin ask about the Nine-Sun Kuanpeng, she suddenly became vigilant. Hurry up and come over, I need you to help me with a small matter. Qin now knows that Yu Yao Yao is doing very well. He wants to borrow some divine universe golden stones from this rich woman to help him evolve his divine king heavenly seal. He originally wanted to borrow from Ling family but he felt embarrassed, after all it is a very large amount. Qin's plan is to sell divine tools to earn some and then borrow some from other places. This way he can gather enough in a short period of time. Since Yu Yao Yao was at the Imperial Sky Sect, it meant that she was also going to enter the Nine-Sun sacred ground to kill enemies. The ancient Yu clan actually wanted to send a prodigy like her in. Weren't they afraid of accidents? Old brother Taisher, using 10 billion divine universe gold stones to let the godly king heavenly seal evolve, is that worth it? I'll directly use 10 billion divine universe golden stones to cultivate. Wouldn't that be better? Qin suddenly felt worried that he would suffer a loss. If the effects of the divine king heavenly seal's evolution did not reach his expectations, then wouldn't he suffer a great loss? If you use the divine universe gold stones to cultivate, it will only allow you to break through quickly in a short period of time. If you let the godly monarch heavenly seal evolve, it will benefit you in the long run. As for which is more worthwhile, you can choose for yourself. Grand Prime did not say that he had to let the godly monarch heavenly seal evolve. Then, after the godly king heavenly seal evolves, what are the benefits? Qin curled his lips and said, you should know, right? The amount of divine universe metal stones needed to replenish the divine universe power will be greatly reduced. 100,000 divine universe gold stones replenish some divine universe power, answered Grand Prime, allowing Qin to clearly understand the abilities of the godly monarch heavenly seal after its evolution. If Qin used the divine king heavenly seal to replenish 1 point of divine cosmos power, he would need to consume 1 million divine cosmos gold stones. Replenishing 100 points would cost 100 million. After the god king heavenly seal evolved, he would be able to replenish 100 points. That would be 10 million divine universe golden stones. It was actually 10 times less. Then why didn't you let me evolve the God King Heavenly Seal earlier? Xianxia recalled that he had previously smashed many Divine Universe medals into the Godly King Heavenly Seal. It was far more than 10 billion. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. The Divine King Heavenly Seal will only have the opportunity to evolve as your cultivation increases. Only when you step into the first tier of the Divine Universe realm will you obtain a chance to evolve. Taisher's mechanical voice was filled with coldness. Alright, if 10 million can be used to replenish 100 Divine Cosmos power, then that's pretty good. If Xianxia can truly replenish it, then he doesn't need any space returning Divine Pill. In the future, when he obtained cosmic returning Divine Pills, he could sell them directly and exchange them for Divine Universe Golden Stones. He could use the Godly King Heavenly Seal to replenish his reserves. That would be even more cost-effective. This made Xianxia eager to evolve the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal. Soon, Yu Yaoyao arrived. It was Yu Yuan who sent her over. This demoness was still the same as before. She had a head full of dazzling bright red hair and a pair of pink eyes. Xianxia thought that she would dress herself up a little more, but he didn't expect her to still look the same. Yu Yaoyao was dressed in a black outfit. She was very beautiful and had a good figure. Otherwise, she would not be able to control her weird outfit. Xianxia, why are you looking for me? After Yu Yaoyao bade farewell to Yu Yuan, she hastily entered the house. When Sect Master Yu Yuan brought Imperial Yaoyao over, he winked at Xianxia, frantically hinting at something and then hastily flew away. Naturally, Yu Yaoyao did not see Yu Yuan's expression. Otherwise, she would have thought of something. Yaoyao, I'm a bit short on cash. Lend me some Divine Universe Goldstones. Xianxia's face was plastered with a hypocritical smile. Sure, how much do you want? Say it. Yu Yaoyao also readily agreed. It could be seen that her purse was indeed very fat. 5 billion. Xianxia said with a smile. Yu Yaoyao thought that she had misheard. She frowned and said, what? How much do you want? Xianxia said seriously, 5 billion Divine Universe Goldstones. Yu Yaoyao jumped in fright and shouted in low voice, Xianxia, do you think I am a moving goldstone? How can I have 5 billion Divine Universe Goldstones? I heard that those older generation have high hopes for you. I thought you had struck it rich. Xianxia curled his lips and said, alright, then how much can you lend me? 500 million. Yu Yaoyao mumbled to herself, why do you lack Divine Universe Goldstones so much? I heard that you made a lot of money by selling the mirror for testing. Xianxia promptly gave her a cigarette and said, I used it all up. In order to break through, I consumed a lot of energy. I don't have that much, I can only lend you 500 million. Yu Yaoyao took a drag, then took out her gold card and transferred 500 million Divine Universe Goldstones to Xianxia. Xianxia can go to Ancient Yu Clan's Goldstone shop to collect it. Thanks. Xianxia promptly took out a few boxes of King-grade light cigarette and gave them to Yu Yaoyao. I don't know when you will return it to me. Yu Yaoyao immediately accepted the boxes of cigarettes. From her expression, it seems that she can't get it back. Xianxia said with smile, I am a very honest person, I will definitely return it to you in the future. Xianxia, how much Divine Universe power do you have now? Yu Yaoyao is very curious. Almost 400. What about you? Xianxia asked. Ah? You already have 400? I heard that before you stepped into first level of Divine Universe realm, you already have more than 200. You just entered Imperial Heaven sect for a few days, how can you already have 400? Yu Yaoyao opened her pink eyes wide. Xianxia said with smile, this is the reason why I lack Divine Universe Goldstones. Oh that's right, how much Divine Universe power do you have? 900, I am now second level Divine Universe realm, I am currently refining Divine Universe Golden Tendons. I am preparing to enter 9 Sun Sacred Ground. You are first level, you don't need to enter for the time being. Yu Yaoyao flicked the cigarette ash and faintly sighed, when I was in the clan, I heard many things about the Outerverse. I found out that many of my ancestors died tragically. Don't worry, you have young Kuan-pun to protect you, nothing will happen. Xianxia said with smile, wait until I reach second level Divine Universe realm, then we will enter together. Oh that's right, where is Sister Xianxia? I heard she is with you. Yu Yaoyao asked. She is currently cultivating, she also has bloodline heavenly rune, it might be third generation bloodline heavenly rune. Don't go around talking about this. Qin Yan said in low voice. Are you sure it's third generation bloodline heavenly rune? Yu Yaoyao's face is filled with shock. She never knew Ling Daixin had bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yan is still not sure whether it is second or third generation. In theory, it is second generation, but it might also be third generation because her father has second generation bloodline heavenly rune. Shoo. I am still not sure. Qin Yan said in low voice, what is it? Why are you so nervous about this matter? If she is third generation, then I am also third generation. If we combine, maybe we can evolve to fourth generation. This is what the elders said, I don't know the specifics. Yu Yaoyao said with solemn expression, with fourth generation bloodline heavenly rune, all aspects will be greatly improved. Qin Yan is startled, he asked in low voice, combine? How? You are both women. Yu Yaoyao rolled her eyes and said, how would I know? In short, there is a way. When Sister Daixin has time, remember to let me see her. Qin Yan nodded and said, all right, I will surely let her see you. All right, I will enter Nine Sun Holy Land, I will come out in about 3 days. Yu Yaoyao said. Yaoyao, help me buy some good bloodline heavenly rune materials, I will give you a good price. Qin Yan suddenly pulled her hand and said in earnest, this is a chance to get rich, you must believe me. I will help you. Yu Yaoyao rather trusts Qin Yan, she also nodded in agreement. Qin Yan sent off Yu Yaoyao and pondered whether or not he should contact Great Elder Ling and borrow some Divine Universe golden stones. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the Nine Sons Divine King as soon as possible. The Ling family had a goldstone business. Qin Yan had previously gone to the Ling residence's basement and there was a large number of Divine Universe goldstones inside. Therefore, he was in urgent need of Divine Universe goldstones, so he wanted to borrow some from Grand Elder Ling. He didn't want to borrow from Great Elder Ling. After all, not only would he be borrowing the Divine Universe golden stones, but he would also owe a debt of gratitude. The Ling family was also doing Qin Yan a favor, so they would definitely lend it to him without hesitation. Qin Yan hesitated for a long time before deciding to borrow some money from Grand Elder Ling. Elder Ling, I'm Qin Yan. I'm a little tight on cash recently. Can I borrow some Divine Universe metal stones from your metal stone merchant? The amount is quite large, I will pay it off as soon as possible. Qin Yan said straightforwardly after contacting Grand Elder Ling, how much do you need? Grand Elder Ling knew that Qin Yan had previously used many Divine Universe goldstones. He didn't expect that not long after, Qin Yan would take it again. He really wanted to know how Qin Yan spent it. Do you have 10 billion? Asked Qin Yan. Great Elder Ling also sucked in a deep breath. 10 billion wasn't a small sum. If it was in the past, he would have been more straightforward. However, the current situation was different, and the Divine Universe golden stones were in short supply. Mr. Qin, it's not that I don't want to lend you money, but I really don't have that much. The Divine Moon clan originally had 100 billion with us, but they have already taken away 80 billion. Great Elder Ling was also in a difficult position as he sighed. Really? When Qin Yan heard this, he knew that the Divine Moon clan is now using large amounts of Divine Universe goldstones to increase their strength. Recently, due to the crisis of the Nine Suns Sacred Ground and the imminent invasion of foreign life forms, as well as the fact that more and more people have stepped into the Divine Space Realm, we need to consume large amounts of Divine Universe golden stones to increase our strength. Thus, many people have taken away the Divine Universe golden stones, and we don't have many of them left. Great Elder Ling also revealed his difficulties. Understandable, I will think of another way. Qin Yan thought about it and knew that Great Elder Ling would not lie to him. I can lend you 5 billion without charging you any interest. I only hope that you can pay me back as soon as possible. Great Elder Ling knew that Qin Yan was selling elegant smoke. Every once in a while, he would be able to sell a batch, so Qin Yan's ability to repay his debts was very strong. If Qin Yan bought a batch of elegant smoke every month, he would be able to sell it for hundreds of millions of Divine Universe goldstones. In a year, he would be able to pay off 5 billion. Thank you. I'll go get it now. Qin Yan was extremely grateful to Great Elder Ling for lending him so many Divine Universe Goldstones at such a crucial time. Don't mention it. We're family. Grand Elder Ling said with a smile, Little Qin, don't forget us when you become awesome. Qin Yan said with smile, I am not that kind of person. Originally, he had planned to borrow some from Yu Xiangyun, but after knowing that the Divine Moon Clan had taken away 80 billion, he knew that the Divine Moon Clan was definitely short of it, so he gave up on the idea. However, he still contacted Yu Xiangyun and asked her about her recent situation. After contacting Yu Xiangyun with the magic mirror, Qin Yan asked, Sister Xiangyun, are you doing well in the ancient Heavenly Moon Clan? Very good, Granny Taiwei has taken good care of us. My divine space power has increased very quickly, and now it's already more than 900. I'm already in the second tier of the divine space realm. Yu Xiangyun said, I just returned from the Nine Sun Holy Land. I'm now at the Heavenly Moon sect, outside the Nine Sun Holy Land. How did your divine space power increase so quickly? Qin Yan said in astonishment. He felt that he was already fast enough, but Yu Xiangyun was even faster. My second-generation bloodline Heavenly Rune evolved to third generation, the upper limit of my divine space power increased by a large amount. Granny Taiwei gave me many divine pills, that's why I can be so fast. Yu Xiangyun said, Yun, how much is your divine space power now? Almost 400. Qin Yan said. You're also very fast. Did the Imperial Heaven sect give you any help? Yu Xiangyun is somewhat curious. Nothing much, just gave me battle god technique and some divine pills. Qin Yan is very happy for the Divine Moon Clan. After all, they can obtain the great support of the ancient race's ancestors. Yuelan and Yuemei came to my place before. They are also doing very well in the Xiao ancient race's Xiao heavenly sect. Yu Xiangyun said. I'm in contact with them frequently. Qin Yan is indeed not in contact with the two sisters. Xiao Yuemei also sent him many pictures of delicious food from time to time. Sister Xiangyun, I heard that the Divine Moon Clan took away 80 billion divine space golden stones. What are they going to do with it? Qin Yan wants to understand the Divine Moon Clan's recent situation. He suddenly felt that the 100 billion he asked the Heavenly Moon ancient race was too little, he should have asked for a bit more. Because now it seems that 100 billion is simply too little for the Divine Moon Clan, especially after they entered the Divine Space Realm. Granny Taiwei guided our Divine Moon Clan to plant medicinal ingredients and let us develop the path of pill making. This requires investment in the early stage, we need a large amount of space returning divine pills in the Divine Space Realm. And the 4 divine sons are very suitable for planting space returning divine pills medicinal ingredients. Yu Xiangyun herself knows pill refining, so she has very good judgment in this aspect. Space-returning divine pill is indeed a good thing. If the Divine Moon Clan can master the planting of medicinal ingredients and pill refining method, it is indeed worth investing. Qin Yan also believes that the Divine Moon Clan is very suitable for this matter. Yun, do you need divine space golden stones? Yu Xiangyun asked. Although she is ice-cold towards Qin Yun on the surface, she is very concerned about Qin Yun in her heart. She also has some understanding of Qin Yun. No. Qin Yun said with a smile, I made a fortune not long ago, I'm not lacking for the time being. The Divine Moon Clan's current need for divine space golden stones is not very big. As long as we plant a batch of medicinal ingredients and refine a batch of space-returning divine pills, we will be able to develop very quickly. If you need divine space golden stones, just say it. Yu Xiangyun really wants to help Qin Yun. Qin Yun doesn't want to speak. After all, the Divine Moon Clan doesn't have much wealth right now. Do we still need to be so polite? Yu Xiangyun lightly snorted, how much do you need? Just say it, don't dawdle. Alright, I need 5 billion. Qin Yun said, my Divine King Heavenly Seal is very strange. It needs to absorb a lot of divine space golden stones, and this is very helpful to me. No problem, I'll transfer it to you immediately. Yu Xiangyun did not say anything and quickly transferred 5 billion to Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked at the 5 billion on his gold card and felt warm in his heart. He sighed at how good his woman was to him. Take it, I'm going to rest. I just came back from the Nine Sun Sacred Land, I'm a bit tired. Yu Xiangyun said. After Qinyan cut off the connection, he immediately rushed to the heaven-reaching divine city and went to the Ling mansion to retrieve the divine space golden stones. Great Elder Ling has been waiting for Qinyan for a long time. When he found out that Yu Shengyun transferred 5 billion to Qinyan, he was not surprised. Qinyan took the 10 billion divine space golden stones and immediately returned to the Imperial Heaven sect. He could not leave for too long. After returning, he immediately placed the 10 billion divine space golden stones into the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Qinyan, don't worry. After the Divine King Heavenly Seal evolves, you will benefit endlessly. Taisher said. Old brother Taisher, then when I step into the second level of the Divine Space Realm, how many Divine Space Golden Stones will I need to evolve the Divine King Heavenly Seal again? Qinyan is quite happy to know that the Divine King Heavenly Seal can continuously evolve. Complete version. Update 9 Sun Divine King's newest chapter as soon as possible. Taisher did not immediately answer Qinyan's question, it is unknown why. Tell me, I can bear it. Qinyan can see that he needs a lot. 100 billion. Taisher said, after evolving, Divine King Heavenly Seal will be very helpful to your future growth, it is worth evolving. Qinyan sighed and said, alright. I hope that after I enter second level Divine Space Realm, I will have enough ability to earn 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. At that time, he won't be able to borrow that much and can only rely on himself to accumulate Divine Universe Golden Stones. Divine King Heavenly Seal needs a period of time to evolve, Qinyan also doesn't know how long it will take. In short, he is not in the mood to increase the upper limit of Divine Space Power. Divine King Heavenly Seal cannot be used during evolution. Qinyan originally wanted to use Divine King Heavenly Seal to release Bloodline Heavenly Rune Flame to refine some Bloodline Heavenly Rune Divine tools, but now he can't do anything. While he is feeling gloomy, good news came from inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Ling Daixin successfully passed down her Bloodline Heavenly Rune to Long Tianji, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi. They obtained the same Bloodline Heavenly Rune ability as Ling Daixin. They can release a very strong Bloodline Heavenly Rune Flame. Their cultivation is very low now, but the flame they can release is enough for you to refine tools. Taisher said. Qinyan shook his head and said with sigh, in Divine Space Realm, to advance requires a great amount of Divine Universe Golden Stones. If they follow me, I won't have enough Divine Universe Golden Stones for them to advance. Even he is worried about Divine Universe Golden Stones. If Zi Qingqing and the others continue to stay in the 9 Sun Divine Soul, their cultivation will definitely stagnate. If they stagnate for too long, their lifespan will not be able to be extended and they will start aging. After letting them out, Qinyan talked about how Divine Moon Clan obtained the protection of Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan's Granny Taiyue. Then he talked about many things regarding Divine Space Realm cultivation. Little brother Yun, do you want us to go to Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan? Charming and seductive Shui Tianzi leaned on Qinyan, she is very reluctant to part. Qinyan caressed her charming face and said with smile, you are only temporarily going there to gather some resources. After you have enough, I will let you come back. I will be reluctant to part with you. He touched Shui Tianzi's face with one hand and pinched Zi Qingqing's face with the other. Ling Daixin did not mind. She listened to Qinyan's arrangements. Long Tianji was the same. Little brat, don't worry. We will definitely seize the opportunity to increase our strength and come back to you as soon as possible. Zi Qingqing faintly smiled at Qinyan. She had known Qinyan for a very long time and had accompanied him for many years. Now that they were separated, she felt very reluctant. Sister Steamed Bun, take good care of them. Qinyan kissed Zi Qingqing's face and then kissed Shui Tianzi. He also couldn't bear to part with these two beauties. From time to time, he would let them come out to accompany him and play with them. It was also very happy. He wasn't the only one who couldn't bear to part with them. Yang, Momo, and the others all pursed their lips and teared up when they learned that Zi Qingqing and the others were going to leave for a period of time. Qinyan contacted Yu Shengyun and said that there are a few women with bloodline heavenly runes. He asked Granny Taiyue if she wants them. Even Taisher couldn't determine which generation their heavenly patterns were from, because the appearance of their heavenly patterns wasn't normal. They can only be appraised by experienced people. After Yu Shangyun contacted Granny Taiyue, she received a very definite answer that she would accept them. Heavenly Moon Sect is also outside Nine Sun Holy Ground. There is some distance between them and Imperial Heaven Sect. Moreover, there is no teleportation formation between them. So Yu Shangyun came to take them to Heavenly Moon Sect. Yun. Is your God King Heavenly Seal closely related to your bloodline Heavenly Pattern? I heard from Sweet Star that because of your Divine King Heavenly Seal, bloodline Heavenly Runes appeared in her body. She can sense that your Divine King Heavenly Seal bestowed bloodline Heavenly Runes on her. Yu Shangyun saw that both Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi have bloodline Heavenly Runes, that's why she recalled this matter. Sweet Star is a star god, her star god divine seat has a connection with the Divine King Heavenly Seal. When she was inside the Star Dome Divine Mirror, she indeed sensed the power of the Divine King Heavenly Seal. It is somewhat related but I can't be sure. In short, I am studying those bloodline Heavenly Rune boxes. Qin Yin said, oh that's right, Yunyue and Princess Luo, have their bloodline Heavenly Runes awakened? They have awakened. There is also Suxin, her bloodline Heavenly Rune is very strong, so Granny Taiyue attaches great importance to us. Yu Shangyun said. She is also on the way, she will rush to Imperial Heaven Sect as soon as possible. There are many people in Divine Moon Clan who have bloodline Heavenly Rune. Mu Jin's bloodline Heavenly Rune is from the 3rd generation. The birth of those few Moon Clan in Divine Moon Alliance is related to bloodline Heavenly Rune boxes. For example, Bright Moon Sect Master Wang Haoyue also has bloodline Heavenly Rune. Heaven Opening Ancient Race has a method to awaken bloodline Heavenly Rune and identify which generation it is. After waiting for a whole day, Yu Shangyun arrived at night. Moreover, there are many old grannies accompanying her. These old grannies are very strong. When Qin Yin saw them, he is so scared that he doesn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yu Yuan also arrived. After all, Heavenly Moon Sect's experts came to find Qin Yun. He naturally came to see the situation. Yu Yuan secretly despised Qin Yun. He said earlier that he is not that kind of person, but now there are many great beauties in his room and they have been taken away by Heavenly Moon Sect. After Zi Qingqing, Long Tianji, Shui Tianzi, and Ling Daixin were taken away by Yu Shangyun, Yu Yuan said to Qin Yun with mischievous smile, Xiao Qin, you are truly capable, you even managed to flirt with Tai Yu Granny's girls. Don't talk nonsense, they are all my friends. None of them have joined Heavenly Moon Sect. I saw that they are girls, so I introduced them to Tai Yu Granny through my friends. Qin Yin said. What? You introduced them to Tai Yu Granny? She is willing to accept those girls? Yu Yuan said in amazement. Earlier he felt very doubtful because Zi Qingqing and the others are very weak. They all have bloodline Heavenly Rune, could it be that Tai Yu Granny won't accept them? Qin Yin asked. What? Yu Yuan placed his hands on Qin Yin's shoulder and continuously shook him. He shouted loudly, you stinky brat, why don't you introduce people with bloodline Heavenly Rune to our Imperial Heaven Sect? What kind of treatment can you give them? Tai Yu Granny gave them very high conditions. Qin Yin curled his lips and said. We will give them whatever conditions Tai Yu Granny gives them. Don't look down on our Yu ancient clan. You stinky brat, why didn't you tell me earlier that they have bloodline Heavenly Rune? If I knew earlier, I would not have let them go. I should have known that Tai Yu Granny sent a few experts to pick them up. This matter is not so simple. Yu Yuan looks like he lost a piece of flesh, he bitterly sighed. Qin Yin did not expect that the heaven-opening ancient race would attach so much importance to people with Heavenly Rune bloodline. This made him see a new path to wealth. Sect Master, don't be upset. I grew up in God Desolate, I know many friends, some of them have bloodline Heavenly Rune. I will introduce them to Imperial Heaven Sect, what do you think? Qin Yin said with smile. Good, good. Yu Yuan was very sad just a moment ago but now his face is filled with smile. Well, it won't be easy for me to rope them in. I'll need some resources to do so. Qin Yin scratched his head and said with smile, how about this, I will bring a person with Heavenly Rune into Imperial Heaven Sect and you will give me some Divine Universe Golden Stones as a reward. How about it? Yu Yuan knew that Qin Yin would not be so kind as to rope in people with Heavenly Rune for free. But he can understand, after all, everyone is lacking Divine Universe Golden Stones. The Imperial Gate also lacked people with bloodline Heavenly Patterns, which was very important to them. If there was a genius among these people with bloodline heavenly patterns, they might be able to help the elders evolve their bloodline heavenly patterns. If you can rope in one, I will give you 200 million divine universe golden stones. Yu Yuan said. 300 million, how about it? Qin Yin said with smile, I think Heavenly Moon Sect can afford 300 million, right? Yu Yuan cursed in his heart, but he could only nod and say, if you can rope in a person with a bloodline heavenly pattern, then as long as you pass my test and confirm that the bloodline heavenly pattern is qualified, we will immediately give you 300 million divine universe gold stones. Oh, that's right, Ling Taiyun also has heavenly rune bloodline. Qin Yin suddenly recalled this matter. Is that so? How come we don't know about it? We only know that his father has it. Yu Yuan said in amazement, why didn't he say anything? Qin Yin said, you go find him first, I will go find my friends and ask them who has bloodline heavenly rune inheritance. Yu Yuan immediately went to find Ling Taiyun. Qin Yin thought for a bit, then used the teleportation formation to arrive at Ling Tian Divine City. On the way, he asked Great Elder Ling to gather all the youngsters of Ling family. Grand Elder Ling did not know what Qin Yin wanted to do, but he still did as he was told. He quickly gathered all the youngsters. The Grand Prime had previously said that the Great Sky Divine Race's members were descendants of the Grand Prime's bloodline heavenly patterns. They all had second and third generation bloodline heavenly patterns in their bodies. And through the Godly Monarch heavenly seal, it was possible to awaken the bloodline heavenly pattern in their bodies. Previously, Ling Daixin had obtained the bloodline heavenly pattern through this method. When Qin Yin arrived at the Ling residence, he asked, Old Ling, how many youths are there in the Ling residence? Only slightly more than 100, and they all have the bloodline of our Ling family. Great Elder Ling hurriedly asked, Little Qin, why did you ask me to gather them? What about them? We'll talk when we see them. Qin Yin lowered his voice and said, when the time comes, I will need to sign a confidentiality contract with you. You can't leak this matter out, only then can I tell you what it is. Ah? Is it that important? Grand Elder Ling said in shock. If everything goes smoothly, I might be able to select a few of them to enter the Imperial Heaven Sect and receive the Imperial Heaven Sect's nurturing. Qin Yin said with a smile, Old Ling, don't worry. Is that so? That's great, thank you very much Little Qin. Great Elder Ling is very happy to hear this. They all know that the conditions to enter the Imperial Heaven Sect are rather harsh. Only Ling Taiyun's foundation is pretty good, so he was able to enter smoothly. Great Elder Ling brought the group of youths to a spacious underground secret room and made them sign a confidentiality contract with Qin Yin. Even Great Elder Ling has to sign this contract. All the youths here know Qin Yin's great name because Qin Yin is the person who dared to fight against the Great Divine King, and their Ling family now hates the Great Divine King very much. Qin Yin took out the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal and said seriously, my Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal has the ability to awaken the bloodline heavenly rune within your body. After the youths present heard this, their bodies immediately trembled. To possess bloodline heavenly rune, it is usually bestowed by an elder. For example, the Great Heaven Bloodline Heavenly Rune that Qin Yin obtained was taken out by Great Elder Ling. Bloodline Heavenly Rune is very difficult to obtain, especially now that the Ling family has separated from the Great Heaven Divine Race and the family patriarch is not the clan emperor. They can no longer obtain the Great Heaven Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Little Qin, is this true? Great Elder Ling very excitedly said. I tried it on Xianxia and succeeded. She has now been accepted by the Heavenly Moon Sect. I can't guarantee that they will all succeed, so I need to give it a try. This matter can't be known by others, so that they won't snatch my Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal. Great Elder Ling repeatedly nodded his head, he understands why they have to sign a confidentiality contract. Then let's begin. Great Elder Ling said with smile, as long as one or two of these youths can awaken Bloodline Heavenly Rune, we will be satisfied. Qin Yin said with smile, Great Elder Ling, the Imperial Heaven Sect is lacking people who can fuse with Bloodline Heavenly Rune. When I have time in the future, I will help everyone in your Ling family to try. Good. Great Elder Ling knows that having a good relationship with Qin Yin will give him great benefits. Next, Qin Yin began to try and put a seal on those youths. There are both men and women among the Ling family's youths, but there are more men. If they awaken bloodline heavenly rune, they will have a reaction not long after they put a seal on it. And in the following tests, a total of 7 people awaken bloodline heavenly rune. 2 of them are women. Their bloodline heavenly rune attribute is fire, but it is a bit weaker than Ling Daixin's. Maybe it is because Ling Daixin is the daughter of the family emperor. 7 people, very good. Very good, Great Elder Ling is very excited. Qin Yun is also very happy because if he brings these 7 people to the Imperial Heaven sect, he will get 1 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. In order to thank Qin Yun, Great Elder Ling is willing to give Qin Yun 1 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qin Yun originally owed Ling family 5 billion, now he only has 4 billion left. If he can get the recommendation fee, he will be able to repay more than half of the debt. Qin Yun immediately brought these 7 Ling family youths to the Imperial Heaven sect. Yu Yuan just returned from Ling Taiyun's place and confirmed that Ling Taiyun has 3rd generation bloodline heavenly rune. He is very happy and directly allowed Ling Taiyun to cultivate with him. Ling Taiyun believes that this is all because of Qin Yun's connections that allowed him to cultivate with the sect master. He is very grateful to Qin Yun, this cheap brother-in-law. After Yu Yuan learned that Qin Yun brought 7 youths, he hastily rushed to Qin Yun's residence while holding a tool in his hand. When he entered and saw the 7 young men, without saying a word, he directly used the mirror-like device to look at their bodies. Those 7 Ling family youths all know that this is the sect master of the Imperial Heaven sect. They can also sense how powerful this sect master is. Therefore, they are standing in the living room and don't dare to move, they are very nervous. Qin Yun is just standing at the side, he doesn't know what is going on with the mirror in Yu Yuan's hand. In short, he used the primal beginning divine mirror to confirm that all of them have awakened their bloodline heavenly runes, but he can't confirm which generation they are. This is the bad point of the primal beginning divine mirror, some of its abilities can't keep up with the times. Yu Yuan is very excited, he kept using the mirror to look at those few Ling family children. Very good, they are all 3rd generation bloodline heavenly runes. Yu Yuan grinned and said, moreover they are other kinds of bloodline heavenly runes. Sect master, let's talk in private. Qin Yun suddenly said, then signaled Yu Yuan to follow him into the room. Yu Yuan immediately followed him, took out his gold card and said with smile, each person has 300 million, 7 of them will be 1 billion. They are all 3rd generation bloodline heavenly runes. Sect master, can't you give me a bit more? Qin Yun also took out his divine space gold card and said with sigh, I am truly an honest person, if I bring them to Heavenly Moon sect, I might be able to sell them for 500 million each. Yu Yuan laughed a few times and said, 500 million it is, 7 people, 5 billion, is that okay? He is afraid that Qin Yun will really bring them to Heavenly Moon sect next time and their Imperial Heaven sect will suffer great loss. Yu Yuan also thought it through, the divine space golden stones are not his, they belong to the entire Yu ancient clan. As long as he can rope in people with bloodline heavenly runes, the Yu ancient clan won't say anything. Qin Yun quickly obtained 5 billion divine universe golden stones. In addition to the 2 billion divine universe golden stones that Imperial Demon Yao had previously lent him, as well as his own 2 billion divine universe golden stones, he has a total of 6 billion divine universe golden stones. With several billion divine space golden stones, Qin Yun immediately felt a lot more at ease. Although he still owes a lot, he is not in a hurry to pay them back. Sect master, don't talk nonsense about this matter. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. I know, if you meet people with bloodline heavenly runes, sell them to me. No, introduce them to me and I will give you a good price. Yu Yuan patted Qin Yun's shoulder with smile and said again, you are truly worthy of being divine desolate's young divine king, your ability is not small. After Qin Yun and Yu Yuan left the room, Yu Yuan immediately took out some space returning divine pills and distributed them to the few Ling family disciples. Knowing that it was a space restoring divine pill, the Ling family disciples were all very happy and hurriedly expressed their thanks. After Yu Yuan led the Ling family members away, Qin Yun sat on a chair and held the magic mirror in his hand. He was thinking about how to find people with heavenly runes and introduce them to the Imperial Heaven Gate. 500 million for 3rd generation heavenly rune and 300 million for 2nd generation heavenly rune. If those middle-aged and old men of Ling family awakened heavenly rune, they must have awakened 2nd generation heavenly rune. Xianxia touched his chin and contacted Great Elder Ling. Grand Elder Ling was overjoyed to learn that their Ling family disciples were valued by the Imperial Heaven Gate sect master. Elder Ling, actually you elders can also enter the Imperial Heaven sect, Xianxia said. But we can't leave, we need to leave some experts to oversee the Ling residents to do business. Grand Elder Ling sighed. He also wants to go, but he can't leave the Ling family. How about this, you gather all the elders who can leave, I will go and see if they have any heavenly rune that can be awakened, Xianxia said again. Alright. Grand Elder Ling naturally hopes that his Ling family members can enter the Imperial Heaven Gate to further their studies. After all, the Imperial Heaven Gate controls a lot of resources. Although they will have to go to Nine Sun Holy Ground to kill enemies in the future, they won't go there often. At least they can become stronger faster in the Imperial Heaven Gate and grasp more cultivation techniques related to Divine Space Realm. As long as they can enter, everyone wants to go. Xianxia rushed to the Ling residence to try to awaken heavenly rune of a few hundred middle-aged and old men of Ling family. Before using the Divine King Heavenly Seal, Xianxia made them sign a confidentiality contract. There are a lot of 2nd generation heavenly rune. After using the Divine King Heavenly Seal, there are about 20 people who can awaken heavenly rune. Xianxia is very happy in his heart. This is 6 billion Divine Universe golden stones. Of course, he did not immediately send them to the Imperial Heaven Gate, he planned to send them tomorrow. He is afraid that Yu Yuan will suspect why they are all from the Ling family. Although the Ling family is a great heaven divine race, a powerful race with bloodline heavenly rune, suddenly having so many of them is very suspicious. Xianxia and Grand Elder Ling have a very good relationship. Although the strongest person in the Ling family is the Ling family patriarch, the head of the Ling family is Grand Elder Ling. Grand Elder Ling can govern the entire Ling family, his decisions do not need the approval of the patriarch. Xianxia introducing the Ling family members to the Imperial Heaven Gate is also reasonable. No, if I introduce them to the Imperial Heaven Gate, they will definitely be suspicious. After all, this transaction involves nearly 10 billion Divine Universe golden stones. Xianxia is also afraid of attracting more attention. After pondering for a while, he took out the magic mirror to contact Xiao Yuan. He plans to introduce these 20 people to the Xiao Heaven Gate. Those heaven-opening ancient clan are all overflowing with wealth. Xianxia is not afraid that they can't afford the price. Xiao Yun, I will ask Grandma Xiao Hong, wait a moment, it will be very soon. Xiao Yuan heard that Xianxia wants to introduce people with bloodline heavenly rune into the Xiao Heaven Gate to earn Divine Universe golden stones. Xiao Yuan immediately replied to Xianxia, saying that the Xiao Heaven Gate is willing to accept but they will only give 200 million as introduction fee. Yuan, why is your Xiao Heaven Gate so stingy? The ancient Yu clan is willing to pay 300 million as a referral fee. Xianxia said disdainfully. The Xiao Heaven Gate said that they are too old. Originally they only wanted to give 100 million, I haggled and they only gave 200 million, they are indeed very stingy. Xiao Yuan also complained. Then I can only introduce them to the Imperial Heaven Gate. Xianxia sighed. Xiao Yun, introducing a 2nd generation bloodline heavenly rune costs 300 million? That is very profitable, but how do we find so many people? Xiao Yuan also wants to earn some money. Yuan, do you think Xiao ancient clan people can enter the Imperial Heaven Gate? Xianxia's eyes lit up, he saw another way to earn money. It is not forbidden, Xiao ancient clan people already went to the dragon sect. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun, you want to sell Xiao ancient clan people to the Imperial Heaven Gate? Stop dreaming, Xiao ancient clan people who have awakened bloodline heavenly rune are already treated like treasures, how can it be your turn to sell them? Xianxia knows that even among heaven-opening ancient clan people, there are many who cannot awaken bloodline heavenly rune. And maybe his Divine King Heavenly Seal can help them awaken? Yuan, do you want to earn Divine Universe golden stones with your little husband? Let's join hands, shall we? Xianxia said with mischievous smile. Of course I want to, it feels very good to swindle people with you. Xiao Yuan said with charming smile, quickly tell me, how do you want to do it? I will cooperate with little husband with all my strength. Qin wants to introduce Ling family's 20 people to the Imperial Heaven Gate first and see Yu Yuan's reaction. Then he will ask Yu Yuan how many bloodline Heavenly Rune people his Yu ancient clan can accept. After Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan finished talking, he took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and checked the internal situation to see how the evolution is going. If the Divine King Heavenly Seal evolves well, then he will have a large amount of Divine Cosmos Goldstones in his hands. At that time, he will be able to quickly increase his Divine Cosmos energy and reach the second level of the Divine Space Realm. Once he reaches the second level of the Divine Space Realm, he will have to enter the Nine Sun Holy Ground to kill enemies. Qin Yan is not afraid, instead, he is looking forward to it. Because he heard Great Elder Ling say that the Nine Sun Holy Ground still needs a lot of resources, especially after those powerful races were forced to leave the Nine Sun Holy Ground. The passage to the Outerverse is getting stronger and stronger, so there are more and more good things coming from the Outerverse. Moreover, when the Nine Sun Holy Ground appeared, the Nine Sun Dharma Spirit invested a lot of resources in order to make the powerful races inside stronger. But before those powerful races could find the good things inside, the alien lifeforms came. Qin Yan stayed in the Ling residence for a day, then he couldn't wait to bring the 20 people to the Imperial Heaven sect. He contacted Yu Yuan, so he directly brought them to the residence of the sect master. The Imperial Heaven sect's buildings are very simple, even the sect master's residence is only a bit big, there is nothing special about it, so it looks very shabby. The 20 people Qin Yan brought are all middle-aged and old people of the Ling residence. When they saw that the sect master's residence is very simple, they were disappointed at first. But after they entered and sensed Yu Yuan's dreadful divine cosmos energy pressure, they immediately became very nervous. Yu Yuan is not stupid, he can guess that there is something fishy about this matter. Because the 7 people Qin Yan brought before were all from the Ling family. Now he brought 20 Ling family members with awakened bloodline heavenly runes, there is no need to think too much to know that there is something fishy about this. Yu Yuan used his examination mirror to look at the Ling family's middle-aged and old people, they indeed have bloodline heavenly runes, but they are all second generation. The Ling family's middle-aged and old people are very reserved in front of Yu Yuan, after all they have never come into contact with such powerful people. Xiao Qin, let's talk in private. Yu Yuan brought Qin Yan to a room and said in low voice, tell me honestly, do you have some secret technique that can let people awaken bloodline heavenly runes? Qin Yan knew that he could not hide it from these old foxes. He said, Sect Master, if you sign a confidentiality contract with me, I will tell you clearly. People with bloodline heavenly patterns in their bodies will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in the divine space realm, and they will need much less resources. That's why we attach great importance to them. After Yu Yuan finished speaking, he signed a confidentiality agreement with Qin Yan. Sect Master, to tell you the truth, Ling family once gave me a great heaven bloodline heavenly rune. I used this bloodline heavenly rune along with my godly king heavenly seal to help them awaken their bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yan took out his godly king heavenly seal. No wonder their bloodline heavenly runes look like they have just awakened, it was really done by you. Yu Yuan is very shocked, he sighed and said, your divine king heavenly seal is really a good thing. Inside my godly monarch heaven seal, there is a very large storage space. It can hold large amounts of divine universe goldstone. If I want to press out the runes, I will need large amounts of divine universe goldstone. Qin Yan sighed and said, that's why I also need to spend a lot of money. From start to finish, I have helped several hundred people of Ling family, the consumption is very great. Yu Yuan knows that Qin Yan is a crafty person, but he doesn't doubt Qin Yan's words at all. Because their Yu ancient clan also has a similar method to help people awaken bloodline heavenly rune. It indeed requires a lot of resources and it is not guaranteed to succeed. Those 20 people outside are very old, they are not worth 300 million per head. But seeing that your loss is not small, I will still pay you 300 million. Yu Yuan patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, you should encourage Ling family to have more children, this way they can provide us with more bloodline heavenly rune warriors. Qin Yan took out a gold card and accepted the 6 billion divine universe goldstone. Then he said with smile, Sect Master, I have a bloodline heavenly rune box, I am currently studying it. You should know that my wife is with Xiao Hong's grandmother. Oh? Yu Yuan's eyes lit up. He has already guessed what Qin Yun wants to do. I plan to let my wife get the bloodline heavenly rune source of Xiao ancient clan and then use it with my own bloodline heavenly rune to try to awaken bloodline heavenly rune for the Xiao family members. If it succeeds, can I introduce them to Imperial Heaven Sect? Qin Yun said with smile. That's possible, but the prerequisite is that they have to sign a contract with our Imperial Heaven Sect. Otherwise, they will run away after eating our resources and becoming stronger. That won't do. Xiao Qin, can you help our Yu ancient clan awaken bloodline heavenly rune? Yu Yuan said with mischievous smile. I will need you to provide me with a bloodline heavenly rune source. If it succeeds, then the cost. Qin Yun said. The fee can be negotiated. Wait for a while, I will ask the higher-ups to give you a bloodline heavenly rune source. Yu Yuan said in low voice, this matter is confidential, I won't tell the higher-ups, you and I will know. Both Sun Yin divine race and Great Heaven divine race can produce bloodline heavenly rune, but it is their own creation, not ancestral bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yun left Yu Yuan's residence and returned to his small building. He already has nearly 10 billion divine universe golden stones. Divine Moon Clan and Ling family are not short of divine universe golden stones, so he decided to save them and use them to increase his strength. Yu Yuan and other elders have always been worried that Imperial Heaven Sect does not have many bloodline heavenly rune disciples. Now with Qin Yun's help, they can quickly get a batch. These newly recruited disciples belong to them. As for the geniuses of Yu ancient clan, they only entered Imperial Heaven Sect to compete. They are not people the sect master and elders can manage. Although Qin Yun has nearly 10 billion divine universe golden stones, he still owes a lot. Moreover, the next evolution of Divine King Heavenly Seal requires 100 billion, so he still needs to earn more Divine Universe Golden Stones. He thought of the other young people of Heaven Opening Clan. If he can find more young people with third-generation bloodline heavenly runes and introduce them to Imperial Heaven Sect, he might be able to earn enough Divine Universe Golden Stones for the next evolution of Divine King Heavenly Seal. Ancient Dragon Clan should be easy to deal with. I have to send someone to infiltrate them. Ancient Qin Clan. Do I have to go alone? Qin Yun is already in Imperial Heaven Sect, so it will not be easy to sneak in. Oh right, Boss Xia is in Tianqin Sect. Xia Wufeng went to Ancient Qin Clan's Tianqin Sect and Qin Yun still keeps in touch with him. What about Ancient Qi Clan? What a coincidence, our Qin, Xiao, and Qi empires all have people in Ancient Heaven Opening Clan. Qin Yun thought of Qi Malian. She is now in Divine Moon Clan and is working under Granny Taiyue. Qin Yun, the Divine King Heavenly Seal has evolved. You can try it out. Taisher's voice sounded, interrupting Qin Yun who was thinking of getting rich. After Qin Yun learned of the Divine King Heavenly Seal's evolution, he suddenly became excited. This means that he can immediately increase the upper limit of his Divine Cosmos power. Let's go to Metal Stone Division to retrieve the Divine Universe Metal Stone first. Qin Yun had 2 cards, one of which belonged to the Imperial Heaven Gate. The Divine Universe Goldstones inside could only be obtained from the Goldstone Department of the Ancient Yu Clan. It was said that the Heaven-splitting Ancient Clan would create a Metal Stone Alliance in the future. At that time, all the Metal Stone shops in the Divine Wilderness could be used. I wonder if I can take away all the Divine Universe Goldstones in this Goldstone Department. Qin Yun's Divine Universe Gold card already had 10 billion Divine Universe Gold stones, but they were all stored in the Heaven Imperial Chapter's Goldstone section. In order not to attract attention, he planned to wait for a period of time before retrieving it. Moreover, he still had over 2 billion Divine Universe Gold stones on him. He now had a total of more than 12 billion Divine Universe Golden stones. There were more than 10 billion in the Divine Universe card and more than 2 billion in the 9 Yang Divine Spirit. He could now use the Divine Universe Golden Stones to cultivate. Brother Taisher, is it true that 10 million can replenish 100 points? Qin Yun still found it hard to believe. If that was the case, then it would be worth it. You'll know once you try. Taisher said. Qin Yun immediately used 200 Divine Cosmos Force to attack the Divine Cosmos in his body to raise his upper limit. After using 200 points of God Universe power, he placed 10 million God Universe Goldstones into the God King Heavenly Seal. Then, he pressed it against his chest, allowing his God Universe to sense the energy that the God King Heavenly Seal sent in. The energy injected by the God King Heaven Seal instantly entered the Divine Universe in his body. Alright. Xianxia used the primordial beginning Divine Mirror to check. Indeed, his Divine Cosmos power had increased by 100. After confirming that he only needed 10 million Divine Cosmos powers to replenish 100 Divine Cosmos powers, Xianxia placed more than 2 billion Divine Cosmos Goldstones into the Heavenly Seal's space and began raising his Divine Cosmos powers. Spending 20 million Divine Cosmos Goldstones could raise the upper limit of his Divine Cosmos powers by 1 point. It was not very expensive, especially with Xianxia's current ability to earn Divine Cosmos Goldstones. In just one night, the upper limit of Xianxia's Divine Universe force had risen to 500 points. The more than 2 billion Divine Universe Goldstones he had placed in the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal had nearly been used up. There were only a few tens of millions left. What made him depressed was, after reaching 500, the upper limit of Divine Cosmic Force could no longer be increased. For others, once the upper limit of their Divine Space Force reached 500, they would be able to step into the second tier of the Divine Space Realm. Xianxia did not sense that he had reached his limit, but he was unable to increase the upper limit of his Divine Cosmos power. You need to temper your Divine Universe Golden Tendons. Taisher said, your 108 Divine Universe Golden Tendons need to be strengthened further to increase the upper limit of your Divine Universe power. I know. They want to spend the Divine Universe Goldstone, right, said Xianxia with a sigh. Using 1 billion to strengthen a Divine Universe Golden Tendon. As for how much it can increase the upper limit, I'm not sure, but my guess is that strengthening a Divine Universe Golden Tendon can increase the upper limit of your Divine Universe force by 3 points. Taisher said. 3 o'clock? Once those 108 Divine Cosmos Golden Tendons are tempered, wouldn't the upper limit of my Divine Cosmos force increase by more than 300? In addition to the previous 500, it would be more than 800? Xianxia took a deep breath. He felt that it was worth it. This was because after the Divine Universe Golden Tendons were strengthened, not only would the upper limit of Divine Universe energy increase, but it also meant that his physical body would also become stronger. That is indeed the case, but you don't have any more Divine Universe Golden Stones now. Taisher said. Xianxia still has 10 billion in his Divine Universe Gold card, however, it is not easy to take it out. He took out the magic mirror and contacted Yu Yuan. After asking, he found out that each person has a daily limit of 1 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones in the Imperial Heaven Gate. 1 billion is 1 billion, it's better than nothing. Xianxia immediately went to the Golden Stone store in the Imperial Heaven Gate and took away 1 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. Then he rushed back to the small building to strengthen his Divine Universe Golden Tendons. After strengthening one, his upper limit of Divine Universe power increased by 3 points. Now his Divine Universe power is 503. Xianxia doesn't have any more Divine Universe Golden Stones. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He can only stop for the time being and cultivate the Exploding Universe Divine Technique. Imperial Light came back. He found out that Xianxia's Divine Universe power has reached 500 and jumped in fright. Elder, my current Divine Space Force is 500. If I were to use the Exploding Universe Divine Art to erupt in one go, would my Divine Space Force be able to erupt to 1000? But according to the first level of Exploding Universe Divine Technique, I should be able to reach 1500. Xianxia didn't try to use all of his Divine Universe power in one go because it is very risky. If his body can't bear it, he will suffer serious injury. Your mastery of Exploding Universe Divine Technique's foundation is pretty good, but you still haven't learned the first level's quintessence. Imperial Light said. Is that so? What quintessence? Xianxia took out a booklet, opened it and said with frown, I don't have it, I have learned everything I can. You need to use Divine Universe Golden Tendons. Have you tempered all 108 Divine Universe Golden Tendons? Imperial Light said with mischievous smile, the quintessence of Exploding Universe Divine Technique is to coordinate with Divine Universe Golden Tendons. This is what I comprehended. Xianxia didn't think about it, he promptly asked, how do I coordinate with it? Imperial Light said, let's go to the cultivation room. Use your mirror to look at my divine universe power, I will show you. Xianxia is at Imperial Light's residence. He followed Imperial Light to the underground cultivation room and took out the divine mirror of origin. Now I will use 100 divine universe power, moreover I will use the first level of exploding universe divine technique. You see how much divine universe power I can erupt with. Imperial Light finished speaking and punched the ground. His divine universe power is very strong, it reached 300, 100 divine universe power can erupt with 300, this is still without adding in other battle skills. Your divine universe power doesn't circulate in your 108 divine universe golden tendons, so you can't cultivate the first level to the peak. I thought you would be able to comprehend it. Elder Imperial Light said with smile. Xianxia curled his lips and said, my divine universe golden tendons are still very weak, I don't dare to use it. Speaking of which, with my current divine universe golden tendons, can they really endure such a high level of divine universe power eruption? Next is another crucial point. That is to let the divine universe power leave the body and erupt in an instant, this way it won't cause too much harm to the body. I will use exploding universe divine technique to circulate 100 divine universe power inside my body, increase it to 200, then instantly erupt with 300. Elder Imperial Light said. Xianxia understands that this requires very strong control, he must be very familiar with how to use it, only then can he grasp this exquisite opportunity to exert force. You now have 500 divine universe power, you are not invincible among first-layer divine universe realm. Many geniuses of you ancient clan are also first-layer divine universe realm, they are tempering divine universe golden tendons and cultivating battle god technique at the same time. You have exchanged pointers with them, you will know how strong they are. Imperial Light looks very tired, he just came back not long ago, he did not have time to rest, he is already guiding Xianxia in cultivation. Xianxia already wanted to compete with those geniuses to see their level. He also heard from Sect Master Yu Yuan that there are many geniuses from Yu ancient clan who are trying a new cultivation path. It is to cultivate beyond the limit at peak first layer of divine space realm and surpass the normal limit of divine space power. Many people need to break through to second layer at first layer of divine space realm, but those geniuses who pursue the limit and have large amount of resources do not. Every time they break through, they surpass the limit. When the geniuses of the heaven-splitting ancient clan were at the first stage of the divine space realm, their divine space power's upper limit was more than 500. There were quite a few who had 600, and there were even a few who had 700. Then when will I have a chance to compete with them? Xianxia is already itching to try out his exploding universe divine technique. In the near future. You first layer divine space realm cultivators need to properly fight because when you reach second layer, you will have to enter 9 Sun Holy Land to kill enemies. You need to build a solid foundation before entering 9 Sun Holy Land so that you won't be flustered. Yu Guang said with smile. Elder, do you have any bloodline heavenly rune materials? Xianxia suddenly asked. I exchanged all the materials I got from 9 Sun Holy Land for divine pills, I also need resources to cultivate. Yu Guang said with smile. Elder, you should go and rest. I will go back to practice exploding universe divine technique. Xianxia also wants to quickly go back and practice exploding universe divine technique. If there is an opportunity to compare notes inside Imperial Heaven Sect, I will contact you. Yu Guang nodded. After Xianxia returned, he took out the magic mirror and contacted Yu Yaoyao. Yu Yaoyao has already returned, so he asked her to come over. The red-haired beautiful demon woman saw Xianxia and said in annoyance, Boss Qin, I didn't get any materials. I really didn't expect those bloodline heavenly rune materials to be so precious, us juniors can't even touch them. No problem, I will return you 500 million divine universe golden stones. Xianxia took out his golden card and said with mischievous smile. You got rich? You are returning my divine universe golden stones so quickly? Yu Yaoyao is very surprised. Yaoyao, I want to take out divine universe golden stones, I can give you 1 billion and then you can help me take them out, is that okay? Xianxia said with smile. Imperial Heaven Sect's Golden Stone Guild limited him to 1 billion a day, it made him very angry. That won't do. The Golden Stone Guild will investigate the transfer. If you transfer 1 billion to me today, then after I withdraw it, your limit for today will be gone. Imperial. Demon Yao shook her head and said. Is that so? Qin Yin sighed. Then, he returned 500 million Divine Universe Goldstones to Imperial Yao Yao and transferred it to her card. After that, Qin Yin went to the metal stone shop to withdraw 500 million. Indeed, it is as Imperial Yao Yao said, he transferred 500 million to Imperial Yao Yao. Then, his limit for today is only 500 million. The transfer was also included in his quota for the day. Qin Yin needed the Divine Universe Goldstones on him. That way, if he were to encounter any unexpected situations, he could rely on the Divine Universe Goldstones to rapidly replenish his Divine Universe powers. Qin Yin contacted Xiao Yuelan and asked her to establish an organization with Xiao Yuemei. They want to recruit all the youngsters of Xiao ancient clan who have not awakened their bloodline heavenly rune. Xiao Yuemei likes to do this kind of thing the most. After all, she is a natural big sister. Moreover, she has the identity of Nine-Sun Divine Maiden, she can definitely do this very well. The heaven-opening ancient clan sects are operating very well. Because of the invasion of the outer universe beings, all the sects and factions of Divine Desolate are no longer fighting. They are all entering the heaven-opening ancient clan sects and cultivating outside the Nine-Sun Holy Land. What made Qin Yin depressed is that the Imperial Heaven sect's restriction on withdrawing Divine Universe Goldstones is becoming more and more severe. Now he can only withdraw 200 million every day. After several days, he has withdrawn a total of 1 billion. Adding the 500 million from before, he now only has 1.5 billion. He wants to keep a little bit, so he doesn't dare to use it all in one go. I still have 8 billion on my card, when will I be able to take it out? Qin Yin feels very uncomfortable, but he has no other choice. These past few days, Qin Yin has been practicing the Exploding Universe Divine Art. He has already mastered it quite well. From 100 Divine Universe power, he can erupt with 270, 70 of which can only erupt after leaving his body. He is only a little bit away from the best condition of the Exploding Universe Divine Art's first layer. After Qin Yin entered the Imperial Heaven sect, he did not have any contact with other disciples. At most, he would contact Yu Luanhui and Ling Taiyun from time to time. Ling Taiyun has been uncontactable for several days. He only knows that the sect master and a few elders brought him to a place to cultivate. Because he is a third-generation heavenly rune disciple, he is highly valued. The other 7 Ling disciples are the same. They all have third-generation heavenly runes and have been taken in by the elders. Qin Yin learned from Yu Yuan that the disciples in the first layer of the Divine Universe Realm are preparing for battle. The first layer Divine Universe Realm disciples in the Imperial Heaven sect are preparing for the battle. This battle will put a lot of pressure on Yu Yuan and the other elders. The Imperial Heaven sect's resources are mainly given to outsiders. Especially during this period of time, they have spent a lot of resources on their disciples. If the results are not good, then the ancient Yu clan will reduce the resources and put more effort on the Yu disciples. The reason why the ancient Yu clan let Yu Yuan and the others take charge of the Imperial Heaven sect is that they hope they can make the outsiders stronger and increase the pressure on the Yu disciples. If the gap between the outsiders and the Yu family's geniuses is too big and they can't create pressure on the Yu family's geniuses, then the ancient Yu clan doesn't need to give them too many resources. That is why the sect master and the elders will not enter the Nine-Sun Holy Land during this period of time. They will mainly help the disciples increase their strength. The ancient Yu clan's requirements are too harsh. Disciple has only entered the Imperial Heaven sect for less than a month, how much can I improve? Qin Yin took out the devil mirror and talked to Yu Yuan. True geniuses can grow very fast in such a short period of time, otherwise they are not true geniuses. Xiao Qin, you don't need to fight. You specialize in runes, you can help people awaken their bloodline heavenly rune, you are also a little money grubber, your battle power can't be that high. Qin Yin is startled, the sect master actually did not consider him as his main battle power, this is a bit looking down on him. How can I do that? I have been training hard in the Exploding Universe Divine Technique, I have been waiting for a chance to practice. I want to fight. Qin Yin groaned. I heard from Yu Guan that your upper limit of Divine Cosmos power is 500, right? Let me tell you, the geniuses of the ancient Yu clan's first line have more than 700 Divine Cosmos power. If you fight, you will surely be beaten up by them. Yu Yuan said with smile. Xianxia is startled. The first line of the ancient Yu clan is actually so dreadful. Sect Master, is the first line of the Yu family the people who returned from the outerverse? Xianxia asked. Yes, moreover, they are all youngsters. They did not enter the second level of divine cosmos realm to give you pressure. After this time, they will break through. And the second line has more than 600 divine cosmos power. They grew up in God Desolate. They are all youngsters. They are all very strong. Yu Yuan said. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heaven Divine Emperor mobile version website. Xianxia heard that all the heaven-opening ancient race people who returned from outerverse have very high divine cosmos power. Even a youngster can crush a large number of divine desolates elders with divine cosmos power. How can their divine cosmos power increase so fast? Are these guys all monsters? Xianxia feels that his speed is very fast, but then he heard that a youngster can increase his divine cosmos power to more than 700, moreover it is beyond the limit. Yu Yuan feels that this is very funny because Xianxia is exactly this kind of monster. The elders of the ancient Yu clan all have a set of secret techniques that are specially used to nurture their descendants. Yu Yuan said, the instructors and elders of our Imperial Heaven sect don't have any descendants, so we will nurture you like disciples. Xianxia curled his lips and said, but you guys didn't use any resources on me. You only gave me a few broken pills. Yu Yuan looked at Xianxia with disdain. He knows that Xianxia has been busy earning divine cosmos golden stones. Xianxia introduced people with heavenly rune into Imperial Heaven sect and earned a lot of divine cosmos golden stones. So long as you work hard enough, Imperial Heaven sect will give you resources. We will not give them to you for free. Properly work hard. Yu Yuan said with smile. Xianxia pulled Yu Yuan's arm and said with smile, Sect Master, I also want to participate. Let me compete with your ancient Yu clan's geniuses. No way, no way. You are a special genius. It is not worthwhile to risk your life for this kind of thing. Yu Yuan promptly shook his head. You should know that outstanding inscription tool refiners are even rarer than fighting geniuses. Xianxia mumbled. Senior Shao also said that he wants me to increase my strength. Only with enough strength can I make even stronger Imperial Heaven Heavenly Talisman. Don't even think about fighting, I will not allow it. If I injure you, my Imperial Heaven sect will suffer great loss. Yu Yuan is determined to not let Xianxia fight. Xianxia still wanted to speak but was driven away by Yu Yuan. This caused him to feel very unhappy. Elder Yu Guang will surely let me fight. Xianxia immediately ran to find Yu Guang. During this period of time, Yu Guang has been guiding other disciples. Those who can be personally guided by elders and sect masters are all third-generation people with heavenly rune. Xianxia didn't find Imperial Light. He only knew that Imperial Light was using a secret technique to help a disciple temper their bloodline heavenly runes. However, he could use the magic mirror to contact Royal Light. Elder, Sect Master doesn't want me to fight. What should I do? Xianxia asked, feeling wronged. Is that so? If he doesn't let you fight, it means that the Yu family battle team from the ancient Yu clan has sent all the top prodigies. With your current divine universe power, it's not suitable for you to fight. Yu Guang said. Ah? Then will disciples like Ling Taiyun be able to reach the upper limit of divine cosmos force? Xianxia was very dissatisfied. He now had 500 divine cosmos force. Among the disciples who had just entered the Imperial Heaven Gate, his divine cosmos force should be considered the highest. For people with third-generation bloodline heavenly patterns, we have a way to increase their divine space energy beyond the limit. This is also the reason why we need people with bloodline heavenly patterns, said Imperial Light. Ah? That Ling Taiyun and the others haven't stepped into the second level of the divine space realm, how much can they improve? Xianxia asked. He indeed heard Yu Xiangyun say before that her divine cosmos power can increase very quickly because of the bloodline heavenly patterns inside her body. Around 650. Imperial Light's words made Xianxia dumbstruck. There are only a few days left until the battle exchange. If Xianxia has a large amount of divine universe golden rocks, it won't be a problem for him to reach 600-something. But the problem is, even if he reaches 600-something, he might not be able to defeat the geniuses of the ancient Yu clan. The ancient Yu clan has a first and second tier team. As long as we can force a tie with the second-tier team, the ancient Yu clan will acknowledge our Imperial Heaven Gate and won't block our resources anymore. Yu Guang said, so this battle is very important. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. Qin Yan can't participate in the battle, he feels somewhat regretful. But there will definitely be opportunities. What he needs to do now is to increase his divine cosmos power limit. He is not becoming stronger for the battle exchange, but to enter 9 Suns sacred ground to kill enemies. The creatures from the outside are only temporarily sealed, but no one can guarantee that the seal of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun will not be broken. Once the seal is broken, the creatures from the outside will definitely invade 9 Suns sacred ground. Qin Yan finally knows why the Imperial Heaven Gate's Golden Rock Department does not allow others to extract large amounts of Divine Universe Golden Rocks. It is because the Sect Master and Elders need it very much. Then I won't take it for a while, let them properly increase their strength. Qin Yan still has 8 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks in his card and 1.5 billion in his hands, it is enough for him to maintain. Qin Yan left the Imperial Heaven Gate and gave Ming Yongtian a batch of elegant smoke to sell. Ming Yongtian also gave him 500 million Divine Universe Golden Rocks, this is what he earned last time. Qin Yan has 2 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks but he did not use them immediately. He wants to keep some to protect himself. Zi Qingqing and the others are not in the 9 Sun Divine Soul, only Ling Yin'er is enough to control those large automatic tools to make elegant smoke. At night, Qin Yan is in the Imperial Heaven Gate's inner region disciple residential area. He is practicing exploding universe divine art in the basement of his small building. In the middle of the night, he exhausted all his divine cosmos power and began to rest to recover. At this time, Imperial Demon Yao contacted him. This demon girl, why is she looking for me in the middle of the night? Qin Yan is holding the currently vibrating magic mirror. Boss Qin, in 5 days, the Imperial Heaven Gate will hold an exchange battle. It's a pity that you can't participate. Imperial Demon Yao tenderly smiled and said, it must be because your divine cosmos power's upper limit isn't enough, so you weren't selected. Yao Yao, don't look down on people. It's the sect master who thinks I'm too precious and is afraid that I'll be beaten badly, so he didn't let me participate. Qin Yan said in a bad mood. This exchange battle is very important. If your Imperial Heaven Gate's foreign disciples win against our Yu family battle team, you will obtain an additional amount of resources. The total value is about 50 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks. If you lose, not only will you lose 50 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks, the Yu Ancient Clan will also reduce their support for you next year. Imperial Demon Yao's tone is very serious. That means it's also related to me. Qin Yan very anxiously said. Yes, this time you have to go all out, otherwise you who already lack the support of powerful clans will not be able to win against the Yu family battle team in the future. And from now on, you foreign disciples can only become the Yu family warriors' followers. Imperial Demon Yao said. Qin Yan analyzed for a bit and realized that the Yu Ancient Clan is exerting pressure on both teams. If the Yu family youth battle team loses, their resources will also be less, so when the time comes, everyone will go all out. Boss Qin, if you participate and win, you will obtain great returning universe divine pills, moreover 100 pills. Imperial Demon Yao said again, if you participate and win, you will obtain a large amount of wealth. Qin Yan naturally wants those divine pills. He also doesn't want to use them to recover his divine cosmos power, he wants to sell them for divine universe golden stones. Wait. Qin Yan suddenly felt strange and asked, Yao Yao, you contacted me in the middle of the night and told me about this, do you have some intention? Nothing much, as your friend, I am just reminding you not to miss this opportunity to obtain wealth. Imperial Yao Yao said with smile. I don't believe you are so kind. Qin Yan snorted and said with smile, quickly tell me, why are you telling me about this? You seem to want me to participate. Imperial Yao Yao sighed and said, alright, because I bet on you to win, I bet all my wealth. Did you know that our ancient Yu clan people don't think highly of the Imperial Heaven Sect's disciples? Then why do you think so highly of them? Indeed, even the sect master and elders don't think highly of them. Qin Yan sighed. Because you are here, Qin Yan. But I just found out that you are not participating and have been excluded. Imperial Yao Yao said very vexedly, Boss Qin, you must participate. If I win, I will give you a bit. If you win, how many divine universe golden stones will you get? Xianxia's eyes lit up. This is a small fortune. I bet 3 billion, I borrowed it from many people. If I win, I will get 30 billion and I will give you 10 billion, how about it? Imperial Yao Yao said. Xianxia originally regretted not being able to participate, but now he knows that if he wins, he will get 10 billion divine universe golden stones and also many great universe divine pills. Added together, it is a large fortune. Sect Master doesn't want me to participate. Xianxia is also very puzzled about this matter. Then think of a way to make him recognize your strength. The Imperial Heaven Sect Master and Elders all hope that their disciples can win, that way they can obtain even more resources. Imperial Yao Yao said, "Don't worry, you are only facing the Yu family's second line battle team, not the ones that returned from the Outerverse." Xianxia is not afraid of the second line battle team. If he were to face the first line battle team, he would not have any confidence. "Alright, I will go find the Sect Master tomorrow." Xianxia replied. "Mr. Qin, I'm going to rest first." Moi. Yu Yao Yao smiled and cut off the connection. Xianxia put away the demonic mirror and said with a light snort, "That my ass. Do you know how desperate I'm going to be?" In the basement, Xianxia estimated his current strength. If I attack with my full strength and use 500 divine universe force, and then use the exploding universe divine art, I can erupt with 1500 divine universe force. If I combine it with other battle skills, I should be able to erupt with 2000 divine universe force. How could 2000 divine space forces not be able to defeat a second-rate battle team from the Yu family? It was definitely enough. Not to mention 2000, even 1000 might be enough. Xianxia is quite confident in his divine universe power. In addition, his physical body is very strong. His divine universe golden tendons are much stronger than others. Moreover, the divine universe in his body was very powerful. He had fused with his energy body, as well as the 10 powerful images. If he used his powerful divine cosmos force to release supergravity, he would be able to catch people off guard. Although he had entered the divine universe realm, he could still put his previous fighting techniques to good use. In the worst-case scenario, he still has his inscription battle technique. After entering the divine universe realm, Xianxia's 10 images have already fused with the divine universe inside his body. If he wants to use the divine universe power, he can still erupt with very strong might. He will now start practicing, either using his own Tao images to exert power or using divine universe power together with inscription battle technique to fight. This is his basic skill. It is also an effective battle skill that he has accumulated through hundreds of battles. I, Xianxia, am after all a divine king. In the divine desolate, I once commanded the wind and clouds, my name shook all directions. This kind of small fight is not a problem for me. Xianxia also did not rest. He used Divine King Heavenly Seal to quickly replenish his divine universe power and diligently familiarize himself with how to use it. After daybreak, he hastily went to find the sect master. Yu Yuan is inside his residence. He is giving pointers to Ling Taiyun in cultivating battle god technique. Ling Taiyun is very happy to see Xianxia. However, in front of the strict Yu Yuan, he can only greet him from far away and then start attacking a transforming space crystal ball. Ling Taiyun, how much divine universe power do you have? Xianxia asked. Only 560. Before the battle begins, I can help him get 650. Yu Yuan said with smile, Xiao Qin, you seem to be very free. You are not researching Yu clan's heavenly talisman? Xianxia said with smile, Sect Master, let me join the battle team. Let me stay in the second line team. When our first line team can't hold on anymore, I will go up. Ling Taiyun also knows that Xianxia is not going to fight, but he doesn't know that Yu Yuan is not letting him. Now that Xianxia is earnestly asking him to join the battle team, he is very amazed. No, I already said that you won't be of any use. Yu Yuan sighed and said, this battle is very important, but even if you join the battle, it will be useless. I can erupt with more than 1000 divine universe power. If I use it properly, I can defeat a guy with 700 to 800 divine universe power in one move. Xianxia very confidently said. Ling Taiyun is secretly amazed hearing this. He doesn't know what the upper limit of Xianxia's divine universe power is. Alright then, I will let you join the second line team. When the time comes, there will be 2 teams. Ling Taiyun will be the captain of our first line team, you will be the captain of the second line team. Yu Yuan found out that Qin Yun can erupt with more than 1000 divine universe power and feels that his battle power is pretty good. That's great. Oh, that's right, sect master, did you secretly open a bet? I heard Yao Yao said that she bet a lot of divine universe golden stones. Qin Yun suddenly asked. I also bet 1 billion divine universe golden stones. Yu Yuan curled his lips and said. Then do you bet on our side or the other side? Qin Yun hastily asked. It's a secret. Yu Yuan did not directly say it, that means he is betting on the other side. Qin Yun's expression is immediately filled with disdain as he said, Tell me, how should I bet? I bet 5 billion on our side. I can only bet 3 billion at most. Yu Yuan said, I will take you to bet tonight. You are really confident, if you win, it will be 30 billion. Qin Yun thought that if he wins, he would have such a big harvest, so he has to go all out. At night, under Yu Yuan's arrangement, Qin Yun went to Golden Stone Shop to place a bet and bet 3 billion divine universe golden stones. It is Golden Stone Shop, this caused Qin Yun to be somewhat surprised. After returning from Golden Stone Shop, he began cultivating again. At daybreak, Xiao Yuan contacted Qin Yun and said with smile, Xiao Yun, Imperial Heaven Sect's exchange battle is about to begin, our Xiao Heavenly Sect will also go and watch. You also want to watch? Qin Yun said with frown. Imperial Heaven Sect invited us to watch, they said that they want us to watch your exchange of pointers, they also said that we can place bets and whatnot. Not only us, disciples of other sects will also go. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun, will you participate in the exchange battle? If you participate, I will bet that you will win. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Qin Yun finally understood that behind the battle exchange, there were huge benefits involved. As for who would profit greatly in the end, it was unknown. Yuan, of course I will participate. It's just that I still don't know the specific rules. Qin Yun said, maybe someone will secretly manipulate this battle exchange. No, I believe that you will definitely win. Xiao Yuan is filled with confidence in Qin Yun. I am just the captain of a second-tier battle team. Qin Yun sighed and said. A second-tier team? Is it for the finale? Xiao Yuan said with a smile. Of course not, the sect leader doesn't think highly of me. Qin Yun's current divine cosmos power is too low. Moreover, Yu Yuan really doesn't want him to go on stage because he is afraid that he will get injured. Xiao Yuan encouraged Qin Yun and said with a smile, as long as it's a second-tier team, you still have a chance to fight. I think highly of you. Qin Yun asked, Yuan, in the Xiao Heaven Sect, is there a battle similar to our Imperial Heaven Sect? No, your Imperial Heaven Sect separated the disciples of the Yu family from the outsiders, forming 2 camps to compete with each other. Our Xiao Tian sect did not do that. I don't know the specifics because I am following Grandma Xiao Hong. Xiao Yuan said. The main purpose of the ancient Yu clan establishing the Imperial Sky sect was to increase the pressure on the geniuses of the Yu family. As for foreign geniuses, if they performed well, they would also receive resources from the ancient Yu clan. The other heaven-splitting sects were invited to watch the battle and place bets. At the same time, they could see the difference between the geniuses of the divine wilderness and the heaven-splitting ancient clan. There was also the matter of the young geniuses who had returned from the outerverse. Many people paid close attention to how strong they were. Yuan, how is it going with you and Yuemei? Qin Yun asked. It's being carried out in secret. Don't worry, Yuemei and I will definitely do it well. Xiao Yuan said with a smile, as for you, you have to put in more effort to cultivate. Don't worry so much. Alright, I'll go find Yuemei, we'll bet on your side to win. Qin Yun did wish to raise the upper limit of his divine universe power, but his divine universe goldstones were far from enough. If he wanted to raise his upper limit, he had to strengthen the divine universe golden tendons. Strengthening one of them would require 1 billion divine universe golden stones. Of course, after the divine universe golden tendons were strengthened, the benefits he obtained were still very great. After the godly king heavenly seal evolved, although he could reduce the amount of Divine Universe Goldstones needed to replenish his Divine Universe power, it wasn't of much help in raising the upper limits of his Divine Universe power. The advantage was that he could use a small amount of Divine Universe Goldstones to quickly replenish his Divine Universe energy, which was very useful in this aspect. Everything he did now required Divine Cosmos Force. If he could quickly replenish it, then his efficiency would greatly increase. After ending the call with Xiaoyuan, Xianxia began cultivating. You are currently unable to rapidly raise your Divine Cosmic Power through the Godly King Heavenly Seal. I know you have grievances, but if you think that the Godly King Heavenly Seal's evolution is of little use, then you are wrong. Grand Prime's voice suddenly sounded. I don't have any resentment, although Xianxia said so, he felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. This was because he had used 10 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones to evolve the Godly King Heaven mark, but now, he could not use it to raise the upper limit of his Divine Universe power. If the God King Heavenly Seal does not evolve, it will not be able to strengthen your Divine Universe Golden Tendons. After the Divine Universe Golden Tendons are strengthened, the Divine Universe power will come out of your body and you will be able to erupt with even higher Divine Universe power. Grand Prime said, at the first level of Divine Universe Explosion technique, you can only erupt with 3 times Divine Universe power. But if your Divine Universe Golden Tendons are strengthened, you can erupt with 4 times. 4 times? 500 Divine Universe power can erupt to 2000? Xianxia said in astonishment. That's right, combined with other Divine Technique battle skills, it is not a problem to erupt from 500 Divine Universe power to 3000. Grand Prime said, this is the advantage of the Divine Universe Golden Tendons. If Xianxia wants to strengthen all 108 Divine Universe Golden Tendons, he will need more than 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. This is simply a bottomless pit. But if he can obtain even stronger power, it is still worth it. In the next few days, Xianxia immersed himself in bitter cultivation. He wants to familiarize himself with using Divine Universe power to fight, which caused him to consume a lot of Divine Universe power these past few days. In order to be able to practice continuously, he used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to quickly replenish his Divine Universe power, which consumed more than 500 million Divine Universe Golden Stones. The Divine King Heavenly Seal still has 1 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones. He plans to put the Divine King Heavenly Seal into his Divine Universe during battle. At the critical moment, he can recover his Divine Universe power, which will allow him to fight longer. Xianxia told Grand Prime his idea. After Grand Prime heard it, he said, I don't recommend you do this because it is a very obvious act of cheating. When the time comes, there will be many seniors watching, they will definitely be suspicious. Then how will you explain the reason why your Divine Universe power recovers so quickly? This, Xianxia also doesn't know how to explain. During battle, when his Divine Universe power is exhausted, he needs to eat Divine Universe returning pills to recover. In a situation where he didn't eat pills, he was able to quickly recover his Divine Cosmos Force. This was indeed very suspicious. If I don't cheat, I might not be able to beat the first-line teams. Xianxia sighed and said, in this exchange battle, the first-line teams will definitely appear. Although we can win resources if we beat the second-line teams, the casino will definitely beat the first-line teams. Your cheating is too obvious. I have a method that can make it not so obvious, but it will make you feel more pain and also have a certain risk. Grand Prime said again. Tell me. Xianxia bet 3 billion, he doesn't want to lose. Also, Xiaoyuan and Xiaoyuemei might also bet a lot. It is to make the Divine Universe Golden Tendons grow and then come out from your back. This way, you can absorb the Divine Universe power released by the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun through the Divine Universe Golden Tendons. It looks like you can quickly recover Divine Universe power, but in fact, you can use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to quickly recover Divine Universe power. No one will suspect this. Grand Prime said. Is that so? There is this kind of operation? Then what should I do? Xianxia feels that this method is pretty good. Under Grand Prime's guidance, Xianxia controlled the Divine Universe Golden Tendons to expand and extend. Sure enough, it can come out from his back. 108 Divine Universe Golden Tendons transformed into a pair of small golden wings. It can indeed absorb a lot of Divine Universe power. However, this divine universe power is very impure, it needs to be refined by the divine king heavenly seal, it cannot be immediately transformed into divine universe power. However, it can confuse others and make them think that he is using this method to quickly recover divine universe power. The disadvantage of doing this is that the divine universe golden tendons are very dangerous and can easily be attacked. If you are hit, you won't be injured, but it will be very painful. After you release the divine universe golden tendons, wander around the battlefield for a period of time and use the heavenly seal to recover divine universe power. Then take back the golden tendons. When you fight, the divine universe power will erupt through the divine universe golden tendons, so the divine universe golden tendons must return to your body. Can anyone do this? Xianxia asked after withdrawing the golden tendons. Without super heaven divine body, it is very difficult. Having super heaven divine body is only a prerequisite, other than that, the divine universe golden tendons must be tempered to a certain degree. Furthermore, the divine universe golden tendons and the divine universe power within the body must be extremely compatible. This is not something anyone can do. Xianxia is secretly apprehensive. He thought that as long as someone has tempered the divine universe golden tendons, they would be able to do this. Tomorrow is the start of the exchange. People from other heaven opening sects have arrived to watch the battle. Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei have already arrived, they are with Xiao Tian's sect's team. Xianxia contacted Xiao Wufeng but he did not come. However, Violent Sun Tiger Emperor, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, Long Tianyan and others have arrived. Long Shu and Monkey King are with Dragon Sect, they arrived at Imperial Heaven Sect at noon. Yu Xiangyun, Wang Haoyue and many other people Qinyun is familiar with have arrived at Heavenly Moon Sect's side. Qinyun secretly contacted them, he knows how much they will bet. The older generation they followed all bet a lot. Most of them bet on Yu family battle team. The people from the Heaven-splitting clan were very sure that the team formed by the disciples from outside the Imperial Sky Sect would definitely be defeated. First, Yu ancient clan's foundation is very deep, even if they are local disciples, their growth speed is very fast. Second, Yu family's first-line battle team is made up of young geniuses from Outerverse, their strength is very dreadful. Not to mention the disciples who just entered Imperial Heaven Sect, even other heaven-opening clan youths from Outerverse cannot guarantee that they can win against Yu family's first-line battle team. At night, Qianyan was called to a large hall by Yu Yuan. The 10 elders and Yu Yuan were all in the hall. Apart from Qianyan, there are 9 other young disciples, half of them are from Ling family, they are all third-generation bloodline heavenly rune people. Including Qianyan, there are 10 disciples in total. Qianyan, you are the captain of the second-line battle team, you should familiarize yourself with your teammates before the exchange battle. You should now take them to stroll around. Yu Yuan waved his hand and said. Ling Taiyun is the captain of the first-line battle team, the other 4 are all Ling family disciples, their divine cosmos power is very high. Qianyan is very amazed, he did not expect that Yu Yuan and those elders would be able to help Ling family's 5 youngsters grow so fast in such a short period of time. It can be seen that Imperial Heaven Sect Master and elders have invested a lot in this. Qianyan's battle team has 2 men and 2 women, they do not seem to be very strong. Qianyan does not recognize them. He also did not see them when he first came here, they must be people with heavenly rune bloodline that Yu Yuan and the others found a long time ago. Let's go, their first-line battle team still has important tasks. Let's find a place to have a good spar. Qianyan said to his teammates with a smile. These teammates had naturally heard of Qianyan's great name. They were all very puzzled. Why would someone as awesome as Qianyan be the captain of a second-string team? These teammates were from second-tier teams. They were well aware of their own strength. There was a large gap between them and first-tier teams. Before, they often trained with Ling Taiyun and the others, but they didn't expect Qianyan to also be in a second-tier battle team. Qianyan brought the 4 of them out of the hall and arrived at a spacious underground plaza in the Imperial Heaven Gate. The plaza here was very spacious, and there was a powerful barrier around it. If one placed the Divine Universe Golden Stone inside, the barrier would be activated, and then they could fight in the plaza. Captain, I am from 9 Sun Thunder Clan, my name is Lei Li Hui, my Divine Cosmos power upper limit is 585, a black-clothed youth with eyes flickering with thunder and lightning said. I am Xianxia, from the Earth Fire God race. I was born deep underground, and the upper limit of my divine universe force is 590. The young man who spoke was tall, but his voice was exceptionally pleasant and magnetic. His squarish face looked very amiable. Qin Yan has never heard of Nine Sun Thunder Clan and Earth Fire God race. There are many strong races in Divine Desolate, but Qin Yan has never heard of most of them. These races are very low-key, so it is normal that he has never heard of them. Following that, the two women introduced themselves. I am Xianxia, from the ocean at the edge of Divine Desolate. I was born at the bottom of the ocean, from the Sea Demon God race. My upper limit of Divine Cosmos power is 588. Xianxia looks very lively and beautiful, her hair is tied in 2 braids, her round face is filled with a bright and beautiful sweet smile. I am Xianxia, from the Flower Universe Divine race. I was born in the Flower Universe Treasure Land. My upper limit of Divine Cosmos power is 585. This woman from the Flower Universe Divine race looks very robust. She doesn't have a beautiful appearance and her clothes are rather coarse. However, her aura is very strong. It is clear that she is the kind of person who can fight very well. Qin Yan nodded and said, the upper limit of second-tier battle team's Divine Cosmos power is less than 600. In that case, the upper limit of first-tier battle team's Divine Cosmos power must be more than 200. I heard that Ling Taiyun's upper limit of Divine Cosmos power is 680. Xianxia said, I fought with him before, I was not his match. Captain, your strength should not be weak, why are you in the second-tier battle team? Lei Lihui asked, he is also a straightforward person. Qin Yan said with a smile, my upper limit of Divine Cosmos power is only a bit more than 500. But you don't have to worry, in battle, upper limit of Divine Cosmos power is not everything. When Qin Yan stated his upper limit of Divine Cosmos power, his 4 teammates revealed looks of shock. They did not expect that Qin Yan's upper limit of Divine Cosmos power would be lower than theirs. Of course, they don't dare to look down on Qin Yan. Because in Divine Desolate, although Qin Yan is a little Divine King, he has the Divine King Heavenly Seal in his hand. Moreover, he is a person that all the powerful races in Divine Desolate revere. Most of the powerful races in Divine Desolate appeared after Divine Desolate was formed. These races are more reliant on the myriad realms' Divine Sun, they have more or less interacted with the Nine Suns Law Spirit. Qin Yan is a Divine King recognized by the Nine Suns Law Spirit. Moreover, his character is very good, he is not like the great Divine King, who is hated by many powerful races. Captain, since the sect master made you our captain, we will definitely trust you. Xianxia said. Maybe our second-tier battle team is just there to make up the numbers. Lei Lihui said with bitter smile, if we can't beat first-tier battle team, then we can't beat them even more. Xianxia said with smile, not necessarily. We must look at a positive direction. For example, after your family battle team is exhausted by our first-tier battle team, our opportunity will come. Xianxia said, no matter what, we must fight with our lives on the line. If we don't fight with our lives on the line, the resources Ancient Yu clan gives to us outer disciples will be reduced by a lot. We must do our best to display our potential. Xianxia is right, when the time comes, we must fight with our lives on the line. You family battle team's geniuses are usually pampered and spoiled, they are not as good as us when it comes to bitter fighting. Qin Yan said. Captain, your upper limit of Divine Cosmos power is only a bit more than 500. Are you really alright? I heard you are an inscription genius, if you get injured when the time comes, it won't be good. Xianxia asked with some worry. Qin Yan laughed and said, Sect Master is also very worried about me, but I guarantee you that I, Qin Yan, will not drag you down. The 4 teammates are very concerned about Qin Yan and suggested that if it is a team battle, they will do their best to protect Qin Yan. Captain, if the 4 of us are crippled, then so be it. But you are different, you are an inscription genius and also a young Divine King. When the time comes, we will definitely do our best to protect you. Lei Lihui said. Even if we can't beat them, we can't let them kill our captain. Xianxia shouted. Xianxia and Xianxia nodded, they agreed to protect Qin Yan as the core. Qin Yan is very touched in his heart, he said with a smile, don't think like that, I can protect myself. As for the battle plan, you have to listen to me, what you say doesn't count. Since we are divided into teams, there will definitely be team battle coordination. In a team battle, they will definitely attack the captain first. Lei Lihui said, plus captain, you are a young divine king, the Yu family's geniuses might want to take you down from the start. Qin Yan shook his head and said, when the time comes, just listen to me. Lei Lihui, when you fight with Di Zhongxai, use up all your divine cosmos power and then stop. I want to familiarize myself with your battle skills. Lei Lihui and Di Zhongxai immediately arrived at the battle platform. Qin Yan, Ding Qiaoli, and Li Shiqian are watching from below. Qin Yan is holding the divine mirror of primal beginning in his hand, paying attention to Lei Lihui and Di Zhongxai's divine cosmos power. Their divine cosmos power is close to 600, if used properly, they can definitely erupt to 1000. 1000 divine cosmos power, if concentrated on attacking a defenseless first-level divine cosmos realm, they can definitely defeat the opponent. The premise is that the opponent doesn't defend and doesn't dodge. During the battle, it is also impossible to use all the divine cosmos power from the start, unless one has absolute confidence in defeating the opponent in one move. Lei Lihui and Di Zhongxai just started fighting. They often fight, so they are very familiar with each other. From the start, they fought very fiercely. Through the divine mirror of primal beginning, Qin Yan knows that Lei Lihui and Di Zhongxai's divine cosmos power eruption is not bad. When they use battle skills, they release 50 divine cosmos power and can erupt to 120 or 130, which is pretty good. Lei Lihui mainly uses thunder and lightning battle skills, which have very strong penetrating power and explosive power. Although the flames Di Zhongxai uses are not fierce, they are very strange. He comes from the earth-fire god race. This kind of earth-fire is like mud, it can stick to people. After the two of them used up all of their divine cosmos force, they were equally matched. Then, they walked down from the battle platform to rest. Next up was Li Shiqian and Ding Qiaoli's match. Ding Qiaoli was petite, while Li Shiqian was tall and strong. In terms of physique, Ding Qiaoli was at a disadvantage. Ding Qiaoli came from the sea demon god race and was a sea demon. Her divine cosmos force was of the water attribute and her attacks were more feminine. This kind of soft and feminine divine cosmos force did not have enough explosive or destructive power, but it had one advantage, and that was that once her divine cosmos force entered someone else's body, it would cause a great disturbance to their body. After Ding Qiaoli's divine cosmos force hit Li Shiqian, it could be clearly seen that Li Shiqian's speed and explosive power, as well as her divine cosmos force, had dropped by a great deal. Li Shiqian came from the flower universe god race, and her divine universe power was also very strange. The battle skill she used looked ordinary, but it allowed her body to become extremely powerful, allowing her to fight in close combat. Ding Qiaoli and Li Shiqian's divine cosmos power is very outstanding. They can erupt with more than 200 divine cosmos power from 100. When they were fighting, they held back a lot, so they did not injure each other. They only stopped fighting after exhausting their divine cosmos power. Because Qin Yan only wanted to understand his four teammates. You are all very good, properly rest first. When fighting, just listen to my command. Qin Yan said. Captain, do you think we will have the chance to fight? If first-line battle team loses and Sect Master sees that we are too weak, he is afraid that we will be crippled and won't let us go up. Lei Lihui is somewhat worried. He actually wants to go up and exchange pointers with the Yu family geniuses. Qin Yan said, we will definitely go up. If Sect Master doesn't let us go up, we will fight to the death with Sect Master. Fight to the death with Sect Master? This caused his teammates to be horrified. Only Qin Yan is not afraid of Sect Master Yu Yuan and other elders. Sect Master Yu Yuan is very strict in front of his disciples. If they do not do well, they will be punished by Yu Yuan. Many disciples have been punished by Yu Yuan. Qin Yan and Yu Yuan have done business many times. Although there is a great disparity in their strength, they can always bargain in a friendly manner. I heard that Yu family's first-line battle team have more than 700 divine cosmos power. Moreover, they are all youngsters who have killed outer universe life forms. They are truly dreadful little monsters. Ding Qiaoli also feels some fear just thinking about it. Ding Qiaoli, you yourself are just a little sea demon, yet you say others are monsters. Lei Lihui said with loud laughter. Li Shiqian looked at Qin Yun and asked, Captain, how strong is your divine cosmos power? I don't doubt you, I just want to know the disparity between us. Ding Qiaoli, Lei Lihui, and Di Zhongcai also looked at Qin Yun with expression full of expectation. Do you all have divine cosmos power testing mirrors? Qin Yun said. In order to give his teammates confidence, he must show off a few tricks. His 4 teammates immediately took out divine cosmos power testing mirrors and looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun took a deep breath and then mobilized 500 divine cosmos power. Now he is not hiding his divine cosmos power, so Lei Lihui and others can see the upper limit of Qin Yun's divine cosmos power. The divine cosmos power tested by their 4 mirrors is not the same, the error is within 1 to 3. Begin. Qin Yun finished speaking and punched forward. He used burst cosmos divine technique and stimulated divine cosmos power to erupt. After the divine cosmos power rushed out from his body, it exploded to 1,000. The moment it left his fist, it increased by another 500. In total, it is 1,500 divine cosmos power. Boom, Qin Yun's fist energy exploded on the ground and created a large crater. The entire underground plaza also fiercely trembled. This time, his 4 teammates are scared silly. Qin Yun can release 1,500 divine cosmos power in one breath. Not only is his explosive power terrifying, his body is also very dreadful, he can endure it. This is 3 times explosive power. Without a strong enough body, without enough divine cosmos golden tendons, it is impossible to achieve this. Captain, you should go to the first line battle team. Lei Lihui exclaimed in admiration. 1,500 divine cosmos power should be enough to defeat the Yu family first line battle team members. Di Zhongcai said. Qin Yun shook his head and said, this is my full strength attack, I used up all my divine cosmos power. So even if it is me, it will be very difficult to defeat their first line battle team members. The gap between the upper limit of divine cosmos power is too big. Although Qin Yun said this, his 4 teammates can see a glimmer of hope. They are now starting to recover their divine cosmos power. By daybreak, they will be able to fully recover their divine cosmos power. After daybreak, the battle exchange will begin. As for how it will be fought, they don't know, they only know that there will be many people watching. Captain, have you placed your bet? Which side do you bet on to win? Ding Qiaoli took out her bet note and murmured, I bet 100 million on our side. If we lose, consider it a lesson. Di Zhongcai learned that Ding Qiaoli bet 100 million and smiled. Girls, why gamble? Aren't you just wasting divine universe goldstones? Ding Qiaoli smiled. I already said, if I lose, then I will teach you a lesson. At the same time, I will motivate myself to become stronger. 9 out of 10 gambles lose. Lei Lihui shook his head. Gambling is not good. Whether you win or lose, you will always want to gamble. I bet 200 million this time. I bet 100 million. Di Zhongcai said in surprise, Old Lei, you always advise us not to gamble, but you bet so much. Right, which side are you betting on? Lei Lihui smiled, of course I bet on you family's team to win. Di Zhongcai said angrily, you look down on us too much. You actually bet on the other side to win. Lei Lihui spread his hands, I just have self-awareness, if I bet wrong, then as my teammates, you will win a lot, I will also be happy to lose. Li Shiqian said, I bet 500 million on our team to win. Big sister, you are a werewolf. Lei Lihui gave Li Shiqian a thumbs up, he really admired Di Zhongcai's team from the bottom of his heart. Even though they knew the odds were not big, they still bet on them. Old Lei, you bet on the other side, if they win, how much will you get? Di Zhongcai asked. I bet 200 million on the Yu family team to win, if I bet correctly, then I will get 250 million in the end, only a small profit of 50 million. There is no other way, the Yu family team's odds are too big, so I can only win this little. Lei Lihui said. I bet 100 million on us, if we win, then I will get 1 billion. I really hope we can win. Di Zhongcai said. Ding Qiaoli smiled, do you think the Yu family team will bet on us to win, and then they will purposely throw the game, so that they can get a lot of money? Lei Lihui shook his head and said, stop dreaming. I heard that every member of the Yu family battle team placed a heavy bet on their team's victory. Not only them, even the instructors and mentors behind them all bet on the Yu family team to win, and their bets are very big, starting from 1 billion. If that's the case, then we are dead for sure. Ding Qiaoli let out a long sigh. If they don't fight with all their might, not only will they lose, but they will also lose resources in the future. Knowing that the Yu Jia squadron had bet on them winning, Di Zhongxai and the others' faces turned ashen. Only Li Shiqian remained calm. Captain, did you place a bet? Lei Lihui suddenly asked. Yes, I bet that our side will win. I bet 3 billion Divine Universe gold stones. As Qinyan spoke, he took out his own wager. Lei Lihui and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect their captain to be so generous. Qinyan said with smile, I originally wanted to buy 5 billion but the highest I can go is 3 billion. Di Zhongxai was overjoyed and said with a smile, Captain, does that mean you have a high chance of winning? That's great. We're going to be rich. No. Qinyan still smiled and said, I played so much to motivate myself, forcing myself to risk my life to fight. Di Zhongxai and the others re-evaluated their captain's strength in their hearts. A guy who can casually bet 3 billion must have a lot of Divine Universe gold stones. This means that his strength is not weak. Because in Divine Space Realm, the more Divine Universe gold stones one has, the stronger one will become. When dawn is about to break, Yu Yuan contacted Qin Yun and asked them to give their battle team a name. Ling Taiyun's battle team will be called Ling Tian Battle Team because they are made up of Ling family disciples. Sect Master wants us to discuss and give our battle team a name. What should we call our battle team? Qin Yun said, Ling Taiyun's battle team will be called Ling Tian Battle Team. They are still in the underground plaza, Yu Yuan has not contacted them, so they don't need to go there for now. Ding Qiaoli said, they are Ling Tian, then we are Imperial Heaven Sect's disciples, we will be called Yu Tian Battle Team. Alright. Di Zhongxai has no objection. Qin Yun and the others also agreed. Sect Master, our battle team will be called Yu Tian Battle Team. Qin Yun told Yu Yuan about the name they came up with. If you come up with such a name, people will think that your second-line battle team is the main force. If you get beaten up, it will also make Imperial Heaven Sect lose a lot of face. Yu Yuan laughed and said, he did not object. What are the names of you family's 2 battle teams? Qin Yun asked. First-line battle team will be called Invincible Battle Team, second-line battle team will be Undefeated Battle Team. Yu Yuan said with smile, these are very stupid names, they should be made up by those little guys. After deciding on the battle team's name, Qin Yun and the others were notified to prepare to go to the battlefield. The battlefield is inside a barrier plaza in the northern part of Imperial Heaven Sect's outer region. The circular plaza is 10,000 meters wide, it almost occupies the entire outer region's northern part. When Qin Yun and the others arrived, 6 myriad realms divine suns have already risen. Many people are floating in the air around the spacious battlefield, they are all here to watch the battle. Many people are betting a little. Qin Yun found out that Xiao Yuelan, Xiao Yuemei, and Yu Xiangyun each bet 1 billion on Outer Sect disciples. Imperial Heaven Sect has already divided the disciples into factions. Outer Sect disciples are called Outer Sect disciples and Yu Ancient Family disciples are called Inner Sect disciples. This battle is a battle between Inner and Outer Sect disciples. Yu Ancient Family wants to give Outer Sect resources but many older generation believe that Inner Sect disciples are more outstanding and should be given priority to their Yu family disciples. The ones in charge of Outer Sect disciples are Yu Yuan and other elders who have no descendants. They want to cultivate Outer Sect disciples to pass down their inheritance. In order to satisfy everyone, the ancient Yu clan organized this battle exchange. Then, they could also see what kind of potential the powerful clans and humans apart from the ancient Heaven Opening clan would display in this extreme battle. Inner Sect, Undefeated Battle Team, go up. Yu Yuan loudly shouted. Undefeated Battle Team is a second-line battle team, all of them are Yu family disciples, they only grew up recently, their starting point can be said to be the same as most people in Divine Desolate. Outer Sect, Ling Tian Battle Team, go up. Yu Yuan shouted again. Ling Tian Battle Team is made up of Ling family disciples, Ling Taiyun is the captain. After the 2 battle teams went up, they began to test the upper limit of Divine Cosmos power. After the test, many people will place their bets according to the result. Qinyan and others are at the side of the battlefield. He noticed that Great Divine Lord's group did not come. Great Divine Lord and Law Enforcement Realms group had grudges with Yu family before. It is normal that they did not come. However, they will definitely watch through the magic mirror. Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei are floating in the air. They saw Qinyan. An old granny beside her said with smile, "Outer sex first line battle team is first line battle team and inner sex first line battle team is second line battle team. It seems like inner sex first line battle team doesn't even need to go up to win. Outer sect is far inferior to inner sect. You two girls are going to lose everything." After Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei entered the Xiao Heaven sect, they knew how terrifying those guys who returned from the Outerverse are. They have encountered them before and they are all outstanding in every aspect. The ancient Yu clan's young geniuses were very famous among the heaven-splitting ancient clans. They received the attention of the big shots. As long as these young geniuses didn't die, they would become the strongest in the ancient Yu clan. Qinyan stood outside the arena and looked at the invincible battle team from afar. This is the Yu family's first-line battle team. They are 3 young men and 2 young women, all wearing white soft armor. Although their faces are still childish, when they stand at the edge of the arena, they have a kind of calmness that doesn't match their appearance. There is no arrogance or conceit in them. These young men and women have restrained their divine cosmos power to the extreme, so much so that it is difficult to sense their aura. They are now seriously watching the arena. Although this is a battle with a great disparity in strength, they are still watching very seriously. Qinyan sized up the members of the invincible battle team from afar and secretly felt apprehensive. He can't imagine what these young men and women have experienced. They are all very young, around 15 years old. If they want to cultivate their state of mind, it will take at least 10 years. In other words, they have been undergoing cruel training since they were children. At this time, a slightly taller young man from the invincible battle team also looked at Qinyan from afar. This young man is wearing the captain badge on his chest. He is the captain of the invincible battle team. This captain is on the other side of the arena, 10,000 meters away, floating in the air. However, his gaze from afar made Qinyan feel a chill. This guy, how many outerverse creatures has he killed? Qinyan can feel the captain's killing intent. The captain of the invincible battle team knew that someone is watching, so he locked on to Qinyan. Qinyan not only looked, he also took out the divine mirror primal, beginning to look at the young men and women of the invincible battle team. No one has the guts to do so. The upper limit of the divine cosmos power is being tested repeatedly. There are also other big shots of the heaven opening sect going up to test. After all, they have to place their bets, so they have to be sure. The captain of the invincible battle team said, "The captain of the Imperial Sky battle team seems to be that Qinyan. He was staring at us just now." Qinyan? A young god king from the deity Desolate? Before he stepped into the first level of the divine space realm, his divine space power already surpassed the limit. I wonder what the upper limit of his divine space power is now. A young girl at the side said in a low voice, also looking at Qinyan. I heard that he has lived for many years and is a genius who specializes in inscription. Isn't the sect master afraid that he will bump into something when he lets him go up on stage? Another youth laughed. We have to be careful when dealing with this old fox. We're not afraid of young people, but we're afraid of this kind of old fox. The captain laughed and said, if he really goes on stage, all of you have to be serious and use all your strength to fight with him. Qinyan did not know that he was being watched. He turned his attention to the arena. After testing the upper limit of the divine cosmos force, Ling Taiyun and the others' divine cosmos force were between 620 and 650. As for the undefeated battle team of the Yu family, the upper limit of their divine space force was 650 to 680, the difference was not very big, both were within 600. Good, Ling Taiyun and the others have a chance. Lei Lihui said with a smile. Even if they won, they would have won against a second-tier team. Their opponent's first-tier battle team has more than 700 divine cosmos power. Di Zhongxai said with sigh. Ding Chali also sighed and said, the disparity is still very big, our first-tier battle team is not even comparable to their second-tier battle team. After testing the upper limit of the divine cosmos power, All the big shots went to a large house on the side of the arena to place their bets. Xianxia is very concerned about the rules, they have not been announced yet. How to fight and how to win. After everyone finished placing their bets, Yu Yuan floated above the arena and said in a clear voice, "Inner sect and outer sect battle is about to begin. Outer sect battle team is first tier Ling Tian battle team, inner sect battle team is first tier undefeated battle team. The first round will be decided by their captain playing rock paper scissors, whoever wins will decide whether to fight in team battle or one-on-one." Ling Taiyun walked over and started playing rock paper scissors with the captain of undefeated battle team, Yu Zhihua. Ling Taiyun won. "Captain, there is a choice between team battle and one-on-one. Do you think Ling Taiyun will choose team battle or one-on-one?" Lei Lihui asked. "One-on-one." Xianxia said, "Team battle is very disadvantageous for them because the other side is much stronger than them." Sure enough, Ling Taiyun chose one-on-one. The rules of one-on-one is also very simple. Each battle team only has one chance to fight. If they lose, they will be eliminated from the competition. Whichever battle team still has a member left on the stage will be the winner. Ling Tian battle team sent out a short and robust youth, his name is Ling Hu. Xianxia remembers this youth, he is the one who helped Ling Hu awaken his bloodline heavenly rune. Ling Hu entered the Imperial Heaven sect not long ago, but his upper limit of divine cosmos power has increased to 630. This made Xianxia very curious. What kind of technique did Yu Yuan and others use? He only heard that because they have third-generation bloodline heavenly runes, their divine cosmos power can increase very quickly. Undefeated battle team's captain is also not the first to fight. Their captain is a small woman, her name is Yu Lanying. Her upper limit of divine cosmos power is 660, 30 higher than Ling Hu. Ling Hu should be the type with rough skin and thick flesh, but lacked agility. Yu Lanying, on the other hand, looked very agile. As for what kind of battle god technique both of them have mastered, nobody knows. This competition is very important for both of you will do your best. So even if you get seriously injured, you can't blame your opponent. If you lose here, at least your soul will be preserved. But if you fight against alien life forms, you will die without leaving anything behind. Yu Yuan said. Hearing Yu Yuan's words, those who have never fought against alien life forms are secretly terrified. Alien life forms can completely destroy those undying and indestructible souls. And in Heavenly God Desolate, there are many powerful races whose souls are hard to destroy. Following Yu Yuan's attack, Ling Hu and Yu Lanying quickly rushed towards each other. Attacking from the very beginning, it can be seen that their battle strategy is the same. The difference is, Ling Hu's speed is a lot slower and Yu Lanying's body is as light as a swallow, she is very nimble on the stage. Yu Lanying wants to circle behind Ling Hu and attack when his defense is off guard. This way, she will not waste her divine cosmos power. Both of them have limited divine cosmos power, so they have to carefully calculate how much divine cosmos power they use. If they use all of their divine cosmos power, if the opponent dodges or blocks it, they will be finished. Ling Hu knows that she won't fight him head-on, so he is already prepared. He guessed that she will use the tactic of circling around him. Yu Lanying's speed was very fast, coupled with her ingenious footwork. In the blink of an eye, she flashed behind Ling Hu who was dashing forward. She is not very far away from Ling Hu, but also not very close. At this distance, she can ensure that her divine cosmos power will hit Ling Hu quickly and also ensure a safe distance. Ling Hu knows that Yu Lanying wants to attack him from behind, so he hastily circulated divine cosmos power inside his body. As long as divine cosmos power doesn't explode out of the body and circulate inside the body, it won't quickly dissipate. Circulating divine cosmos power inside the body can make the body's muscles and bones more powerful and have stronger defense. If one can master this aspect well, they can use a very small amount of divine cosmos power to coordinate with their body to defend against extremely strong divine cosmos power attacks. Yu Lanying attacked, she shot out a golden divine cosmos power like a light beam. This kind of light beam attack also contains very strong divine cosmos power, it is very difficult to dodge. If one doesn't defend early, they will definitely be hit. Ling Hu was hit in the waist. When the light beam landed on his body, the divine cosmos power fiercely shook and exploded, followed by intense light and loud explosion that resounded in the battlefield. It seems that Yu just casually shot out a light beam, but its power is so dreadful. If there was no barrier to protect it, the range of impact would be even larger. Ling Hu is already prepared to defend, adding his body is not weak. After being hit, he was only sent flying by the strong impact. Everyone is watching the battle from all around the battlefield. Even if they use Divine Cosmos power testing equipment, they can't detect the situation inside the battlefield because there is a barrier that prevents the Divine Cosmos power from leaking out. At this moment, the spectators were all guessing how much Divine Universe power Yu had used when she attacked just now. Yu attack is around 200 Divine Cosmos power, but she can erupt with 400 to 500. Yu Guang suddenly arrived beside Qin Yun and said, "That's very good. More than double the power." Qin Yun said. Yu Guang shook his head and said, "Not qualified." Lei Lihui and others beside Qin Yun are secretly speechless. More than double the Divine Cosmos power eruption is still not qualified. Ling Hu, who was sent flying, quickly jumped up from the ground and rushed towards Yu Lanying. He still has lingering fear in his heart, he seems to be fine. But just now, his body had been shocked to the point of pain from the impact of that Divine Universe energy. Fortunately, he circulated 400 points of Divine Cosmos energy within his body, allowing him to have a sufficiently strong defense. Only then was he able to withstand the 400 to 500 points of Divine Cosmos energy that his opponent had unleashed. Because the Divine Cosmos energy was circulating in his body and he had good control over it, he had only used a little more than 100 Divine Cosmos energy. Yu Lanying, on the other hand, had used 200 Divine Cosmos force and erupted with nearly 500 Divine Cosmos force, yet she still hadn't been able to injure Ling Hu. This was very different from what she had expected. She had thought that she would be able to kill Ling Hu in a single move. The first battle of the undefeated team might be defeated. The young captain of the Invincible Squad shook his head and said with a smile, "Sister Yu Lanying underestimated her opponent. She underestimated her opponent very much. She shouldn't have done that. Looks like the sect leader and the others have put in a lot of effort. Their first-line team is really not bad. Our second-string battle team's overall strength is higher than the Lingtian battle team's. If we lose to the Lingtian battle team, it will prove that it is feasible to nurture outer disciples." Another youth said. As long as an undefeated battle team loses even one match, they don't deserve to be called an undefeated battle team. I really don't know why they chose this name in the first place. We don't even dare to say we won't lose. The captain said. Isn't our Invincible Squad a little arrogant? If we also lose, we will definitely be laughed at. A young girl said in a low voice. If we really lose and are laughed at, then we deserve it. The captain's expression suddenly became serious and said, "If any of you lose, as long as you are still alive, you will bark like a dog 10 times on the spot, and then loudly say that you are a stupid dog." This. Captain, what if you lose? The young girl's expression changed. If I lose, I will do the same, the captain said very seriously. The members of the Invincible Squad did not say anything. They were not worried about losing because their upper limit of Divine Cosmos power was over 700. Even the geniuses at the first level of the Divine Cosmos realm from the other heaven-opening ancient race might not dare to say that they could defeat them. Yu Lanying couldn't hold back. She attacked Ling Hu 3 times, the first time using 200 Divine Cosmos power, the second time also using 200, and the third time using 100. She only has 660 Divine Cosmos power. Now she has already used 500 and only has 160 left. And Ling Hu still has 400 Divine Cosmos power left. The members of the Invincible Squad are all anxious to death. When they named the Invincible Squad, it was because they heard that the other first-line squad was called Invincible Squad. That's why they named it Invincible Squad. They wanted to compete with the other first-line squads. But now, they might lose the first battle. Qin Yun is very seriously watching from outside the battlefield. He muttered in low voice, "It seems like in battle, reckless attack is not good. And having strong enough defense is also very important. Ling Hu specializes in defense, he uses defense as offense. Ling Hu's weakness is that he is slow but his offense is not weak. He is very strong in both offense and defense, his only weakness is speed." Yu Guang said, "In comparison, although Yu Lanying is fast, that's all, she doesn't have much advantage." Yu Laning doesn't have much divine cosmos power left, this greatly affected her mentality. And now Ling, who is closing in step by step, crazily running around on the battlefield, like a mad tiger counterattacking, being chased by this kind of mad tiger. Moreover, this tiger's divine cosmos power is higher than hers. Yu Laning immediately became flustered. She is very worried that he will catch up to her because with the remaining divine cosmos power left in her body, if she is caught by this rough and large man, she will surely be hung up and beaten. Other heaven-splitting sex elders and juniors are now secretly admiring Yu Yuan and other elders for being able to teach such outstanding disciples who just entered the Imperial Heaven sect not long ago. Ling, who is a member of Ling family, his divine cosmos power also increased in a short period of time. Now he is not weaker than the geniuses of ancient Yu clan, instead he is a level higher. What they don't know is that Ling, who is also a third-generation heavenly rune bloodline person, this is very important. If it was someone else, even someone with second-generation heavenly rune bloodline, they might not be able to reach Ling Hu's state. I concede. Yu Laning suddenly shouted. This caused an uproar among the spectators, they are all very shocked. Ancient Yu clan's disciples all have very unsightly expression, their Yu family's people are actually terrified, they did not even bleed before admitting defeat. Young captain of Invincible Battle Team shook his head and said, if this was Nine Sun sacred ground, there would be no chance to concede. Our Yu family's brothers and sisters grew up in a very comfortable environment. The heaven-splitting ancient clan disciples who returned from the Outerverse all sighed when they saw Yu Laning surrender. The elders of the ancient Yu clan were also speechless. Yu Laning still has nearly 200 divine cosmos power left, moreover she is not injured and does not look tired. Yet she surrendered just like that. If it was inside the Nine Sun Holy Land, surrendering is equivalent to giving up resistance, the result would be death. Ling, whose condition is still very good, he also took this opportunity to eat space returning divine pill to recover his divine cosmos power. In the interval between the end of a battle, one could eat space restoring divine pills. This was allowed by the rules, but one could not eat it during battle. Otherwise, it would be a competition to see who had more space restoring divine pills. Qin Yan is also analyzing and thinking about how to better display divine cosmos power in this kind of battle. Ling, whose tactic just now was very good, it was clearly taught by Yu Yuan and those elders, it can be seen that they are very experienced. Ling, who can still continue fighting, so he doesn't need to go down. If he can defeat one more opponent, the pressure on his battle team will be greatly reduced. For outer sect disciples, as long as they can defeat inner sect disciples, they will obtain recognition and resources. And for gambling, only outer sect disciples can obtain absolute victory and make all inner sect disciples lose, then they can win 10 times the amount of divine cosmos golden stones. Outer sect disciples won the first battle, this greatly encouraged Imperial Heaven sect's outer sect disciples. After Xiao Yuan saw this, she said with smile, Grandma Xiao Hong, we bet on outer sect to win, this is the right bet. That's right, outer sect will definitely win. Xiao Yuanmei is also very confident because Qin Yun is here. Xiao Hong shook her head and said with smile, then you are wrong. After outer sect first line and inner sect second line battle, there are not many outer sect disciples who can continue to fight. And outer sect second line battle team's upper limit of divine cosmos power is less than 600, can they defeat battle team with divine cosmos power over 700? Just watch, outer sect will definitely lose to inner sect, this is already a foregone conclusion. Xiao Yuanmei muttered, my brother is the captain of outer sect second line battle team, he will definitely win. Even if our Xiao Heavenly Clan drew 5 of their strongest first-tier Divine Space Realm cultivators, we might not be able to defeat the Imperial Heaven Sect's Invincible Battle Team. Xiao Hong shook her head. You should know the standard of our Xiao Heavenly Clan's first-tier Divine Space Realm, right? Xiao Yuan and Xiao Yuanmei no longer spoke. On the undefeated team's side, the next person to go up was a tall man. He was as strong as Ling Hu, and he was taller than Ling Hu. In terms of aura, he suppressed Ling Hu. Ling Hu was under a lot of pressure at the moment. However, he was still able to maintain his composure and fight fiercely with his opponent. The battle in the arena was very intense, and it was all close combat. Fists landed on flesh, and both of them were beaten until their skin was lacerated. On the undefeated team's side, because they lost the first match, they were looked down upon by many people. They also realized that this exchange battle was very important. If they didn't perform well, they might be marginalized in the future. It wouldn't be that easy to obtain resources then. Ling Hu had lost this round, but his opponent wasn't much better off. Ling Hu had actually torn off one of his arms, and his entire body was covered in injuries. The tall youth from the undefeated battle team was also unable to continue fighting, so he could only send out the next person. They only had 3 capable fighters on their side. And Ling Tian battle team still had 4. Ling Tian battle team's next person on stage was a very delicate-looking young man. This type of person looked very weak. The undefeated battle team sent out another tall and sturdy young man. Because from the previous 2 battles, the taller and sturdier the better, everyone thought that the delicate youth from the Ling Tian battle team was going to lose. However, what no one expected was that the delicate youth from the Ling Tian battle team had a very strange movement technique. He had mastered a very high-level divine technique and disappeared from the beginning. When there was movement, a very strong ball of light flew out and struck the body of the tall and sturdy man from the undefeated battle team. The arena instantly exploded with a very strong movement. Strong light shot out in all directions and airwaves churned. The loud noise was deafening. After the arena calmed down, the tall and sturdy man from the undefeated battle team had his abdomen burst open. His body was filled with terrifying divine cosmos power, almost causing his body to explode. Many juniors were secretly alarmed. This delicate-looking youth used a lot of divine cosmos power in one attack, at least 500. If he used it, it would definitely reach 1,000, even if the tall and sturdy man from the undefeated battle team used divine cosmos power to defend, his defense was still broken. This meant that his divine cosmos power could not defend against this kind of attack. Ling Tian battle team won another round. The delicate youth immediately took out a space-returning divine pill and ate it, quickly replenishing his divine cosmos power. And everyone could see that one of the delicate youth's arms had already cracked, even the bones could be seen. This arm could be said to be crippled. This was caused by the arm not being able to withstand the extreme power after using it. It could quickly increase the upper limit of the divine cosmos power in a short period of time, but to let the body keep up with the pace, it was very difficult to do. Xianxia now once again realized the importance of divine cosmos golden tendons. Whether it was the undefeated battle team or the Ling Tian battle team, they did not temper many divine cosmos golden tendons. The delicate youth from the Ling Tian battle team ate the space-returning divine pill and quickly replenished his divine cosmos power. If he wanted his arm to recover quickly, it would take a few days. The undefeated battle team only had 2 people left and one of them was the captain, and on the Ling Tian battle team's side, there were still 4 people who could fight. The next person to go up from the undefeated battle team was not the captain. It was a very handsome young man. He had delicate features and tender skin. With one look, it was obvious that he lived like a prince. Although this youth from the Ling Tian battle team was delicate, he had a ruthless spirit, the kind that was ruthless to himself. After this battle started, the delicate youth from the Ling Tian battle team actually won. He didn't even need to use his other arm. He just used his legs to cripple his opponent. Ling Meng, as expected, he is very fierce. Qin Yan remembered this delicate youth's name. Don't look at Ling Meng like this. He is the kind of person who doesn't even blink when he stabs himself a few times. Yu Guang smiled faintly and said, I have to say, the Ling family is quite good at nurturing young people. The Ling family members that Qin Yan had interacted with were indeed not bad. This was also the influence of the entire family. One of Ling Meng's arms was crippled but he could still fight. He fought 2 consecutive battles and won quickly. The undefeated battle team on the other side only had 1 captain left. After the undefeated battle team's captain went up, he looked very calm. He was a young man with 2 strokes of mustache. He looked slightly older. You still have 1 arm. Is it to defeat me? The undefeated battle team's captain, Yu Zhihua, had a relaxed smile on his face and said, Your 1 arm is not enough. If you had 2 arms, you might be able to defeat me. You are wrong. Other than 1 arm, I still have 1 life. Plus my life, do you think I can defeat you? Ling Meng also had a faint smile on his face. The latest chapter of the 9-Sun Divine King, the fact that Ling Meng said this meant that he was prepared to sacrifice his life. Yu Jihua looked at the handsome youth in front of him. He suddenly felt a trace of fear when he heard such ruthless words. Yu Jihua shook his head and said, "It's just an exchange. Is there a need to fight to the death? It's just a sparring match, is there a need to fight to the death?" Yu Jihua shook his head. "Only by winning can we outer sect disciples obtain more resources and quickly increase our strength. Only by defeating all of you will we, outer sect disciples, be able to obtain more resources and increase our strength as quickly as possible." Everyone understood Ling Meng's thoughts. If they couldn't become stronger, it meant that they would be killed by the creatures from the outerverse. Everyone understood Ling Meng's thoughts. If they couldn't become stronger, it meant that they would be killed by the creatures from the outerverse. No one could guarantee that the barrier of the Nine Sun Holy Land was absolutely stable. Once the creatures from the outerverse broke through the barrier, the weaker people would be doomed. The Lingtian battle team had a strong sense of danger. That's why they fought so hard. The undefeated battle team had the strength, but their momentum was far inferior to the Lingtian battle team. This was the reason why the Lingtian battle team could defeat the strong. Their hearts were stronger than their opponents. Through the battle between the Lingtian battle team and the undefeated battle team, everyone understood that mentality was very important in battle. Yu Jihua said, "I admire the spirit of the Lingtian battle team. But no matter what, I will not let you win." If the undefeated battle team lost this battle, it meant that the resources that belonged to them in the future would be used on the Lingtian battle team. The losers would be spat on. Yu Jihua made a loud sound, announcing the start of the battle. Right from the start, Yu Jihua's God Universe energy aura was rising rapidly. He was circulating all the God Universe energy in his body, circulating it around his body to protect himself. Ling Meng's upper limit was 650 Divine Universe power while Yu Jihua's was 680. There was a difference of 30 Divine Universe power between them, so the difference wasn't that big. Normally, only a difference of 50 or 60 Divine Universe power would show. Of course, if one's body was extremely strong and had tempered the Divine Universe golden tendons, then even if there was a difference of 100 or even 200 Divine Universe power, they would still be able to fight. Xianxia invested so many Divine Universe golden stones to cultivate his Divine Universe golden tendons, so his body was now extremely strong. Yu Jihua was going to adopt a defensive strategy. It seemed like he was going to use a delaying strategy to exhaust Ling Meng's divine cosmic force before launching a counterattack. This was similar to Ling Hu's strategy from before. "Attack," Yu Jihua said indifferently. It was clear that he was very confident in his own defense. Naturally, Ling Meng could see through Yu Jihua's strategy. He smiled faintly and disappeared from the battlefield. Yu Jihua's expression changed slightly. He couldn't sense where Ling Meng was, and he hurriedly circulated his godly space force in his body, forming a powerful defense. Ling Meng had appeared, and he had actually appeared right in front of Yu Jihua. At the same time that everyone let out a cry of shock, Ling Meng also made his move decisively, throwing a punch towards Yu Jihua. Ling Meng released an extremely ferocious Divine Universe force, only to see his arm suddenly explode into a bloody mist. After that, a strong golden light exploded out, rushing towards Yu Jihua. Boom, waves of qi howled and surged within the battle arena, and the repercussions were extremely violent. Ling Meng used up all his Divine Universe power in one breath. His fist's Divine Universe power reached 1500, even though Yu Jihua defended with all his strength. His ribs were still shattered and he was heavily injured. After the intense light disappeared, everyone saw Yu Jihua lying on the ground at the edge of the battlefield. His whole body was twitching and vomiting blood. Ling Meng stood at the same spot, his handsome face was filled with coldness. One of his arms had just exploded, while the other had been crippled and was hanging down powerlessly. Yu Jihua has lost his ability to fight. Lingtian battle team wins. Yu Yuan finally relaxed and shouted. Lingtian battle team won. Their Divine Universe power upper limit was not as high as the undefeated battle team, yet they won with absolute superiority. This caused many heaven-splitting ancient clan disciples who just entered the Divine Universe realm to feel that it was inconceivable. Divine Universe power upper limit was higher than others, but it did not mean that they were stronger. The undefeated battle team's older generation all shook their heads and sighed. The undefeated battle team lost miserably. They were defeated by 2 against 5, they lost all their face. Even though Ling Hu and Ling Meng are heavily injured, they still defeated 5 people. This kind of battle result is very praiseworthy. Ling Tian battle team spirit is worth everyone to learn. Yu Guang said to Qin Yun and others. Qin Yun's battle team's other people have already made up their minds to fight with their lives on the line. Ling Tian battle team still has 3 people who can fight. Yu Yuan shouted, intersect, unparalleled battle team, go up. Unparalleled battle team is made up of youngsters and their divine universe power is above 700. Even if this battle team is placed in the entire heaven-splitting ancient clan, it is still a very strong battle team among first-level divine universe realm. Grandma Xiaohong floated in the air and said with beaming smile, Yuelan, Yueme, this is the publicly acknowledged first-level divine universe realm unparalleled battle team of the heaven-splitting ancient clan. Publicly acknowledged unparalleled? My little husband can definitely defeat them. Xiao Yuelan curled her lips and said. Xiaohong shook her head and said, what you don't know is that our heaven-splitting ancient clan often organize battle teams to exchange pointers with the unparalleled battle team and in the end, we always lose. Xiao Yueme muttered in low voice, these little brothers and sisters have very strong aura. It looks like they have killed many people before, their killing power is very terrifying. Xiaohong nodded and said, they've all fought against extraterrestrial beings, and it's been since they were young. As soon as the unparalleled battle team appeared, it caused many heaven-splitting ancient clan youngsters to cheer. On the other side, Yu Shangyun who is floating in the air is talking to an old granny beside her. Granny Taiyue, last time the unparalleled battle team injured our Heavenly Moon Sect's inner sect disciples but none of them were injured. How can the Heavenly Moon Sect's first-level Divine Universe Realm battle team be so much weaker than them? The unparalleled battle team could have broken through long ago and entered second-level Divine Universe Realm but they never did so because they were bitterly cultivating Divine Universe Golden Tendons. This is a new experiment of the Yu ancient clan, it can indeed make them unparalleled in the same cultivation level but it is hard to say how much meaning it has. Granny Taiyue said. Isn't the Divine Universe Golden Tendons cultivated in stages? Refining 108 Divine Universe Golden Tendons was done in the 3rd level Divine Universe Realm, right? I have only refined 30 Divine Universe Golden Tendons. Yu Shangyun said with frown. The new experiment of the Yu ancient clan is to let those little demons refine 108 Divine Universe Golden Tendons at 1st level Divine Universe Realm. Granny Taiyue sighed and said, I don't know if this will harm those little demon geniuses. The Yu ancient clan is really reckless. What she doesn't know is that Qin Yun has already refined 108 Divine Universe Golden Tendons and has already started to strengthen them. Ling Taiyun and his 2 teammates entered the battlefield and shook hands with the young men and women of the unparalleled battle team. On the stage, Ling Taiyun felt great pressure. He can clearly feel that every member of the unparalleled battle team is like a ferocious giant beast. Ling Taiyun and his 2 teammates shook hands and greeted the invincible battle team in the arena. They looked very friendly. But after this, they might fight to the death. What shocked Ling Taiyun the most was that these youths in front of them were clearly much younger than them, and they all looked quite modest, yet they were as frightening as ferocious beasts. Invincible battle team, begin testing the Divine Universe power. Royal Yuan shouted. Everyone present was very curious about the Divine Universe power of the youths from Invincible battle team. The other heaven-splitting ancient clans all knew that the Invincible battle team was an experiment by the ancient Yu clan. He had to use a large amount of resources to allow them to refine the Divine Universe Golden Tendons at the 1st tier of the Divine Universe Realm and see how strong they could be at the limits of the 1st tier of the Divine Universe Realm. More than anyone else, Qin Yin wanted to know the divine cosmic powers of these youths from the Invincible battle team. This was because the 3 from the Ling Tian battle team had a very slim chance of winning. Once the Ling Tian battle team was defeated, the Imperial Sky battle team would take over. As the captain of the Imperial Sky battle team, Qin Yin had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. If he could really lead his team and defeat the Invincible battle team, he would also be able to win a large number of Divine Universe Goldstones. For the sake of that Divine Universe Goldstone, he would definitely risk his life. Wild Charge, 730. Yu Rosewater, 730. Yuan Chen, 740. Vice Captain Yu Ting, 750. Captain Yu Ming, 760. Yu Yuan reported the upper limit of the divine cosmic energy of each member of the invincible battle team. Captain Yu Ming's divine cosmos force had the highest upper limit, reaching 760. Moreover, he was only a youth. When one was at the first tier of the divine space realm, it would be very difficult to raise the divine space force to 500 points. When the upper limit of many people's divine cosmos force reached 500, they could only break through and step into the second level. Only when there were two nuclei in the divine cosmos force particle could the two nuclei continue to expand the divine cosmos within the body. Only when the body was tempered by the divine universe power of the second nucleus could it continue to grow stronger. On the Ling Tian battle team's side, Ling Taiyun's divine cosmic energy limit was the same as Ling Meng's. Both of them were at 650, which was also the highest in the entire team. Ling Meng was the vice-captain, but he was unable to participate in the battle. As the captain, Ling Taiyun's strength was about the same as Ling Meng's, or maybe a bit stronger. However, his divine universe power was only 650. The invincible battle team's lowest divine universe power was 730. Furthermore, they had tempered multiple divine universe golden tendons. After testing the upper limit of the divine cosmic energy, the captain of the invincible battle team, Yu Ming, smiled at Ling Taiyun. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You guys have already shown your potential in the previous battle. You guys have already gained the recognition of the ancient Yu clan. There's no need to work so hard. No matter what, we will do our best. We can't relax just because we won at the beginning. Moreover, fighting with you is also a rare opportunity to gain experience. Ling Taiyun said with a smile. It's good that you have this kind of awareness. We will be merciful and try our best not to injure you too heavily so that you can recover as soon as possible. Yu Ming said with a smile. Next, the two captains played rock-paper-scissors to decide on the method of battle. Yu Ming won the rock-paper-scissors game. He chose to fight one-on-one. If it was a team battle, the Ling Tian battle team would lose even more miserably. Yu Ming was also giving them a chance to fight one-on-one, allowing them to display their full potential on the battlefield. Only then would the ancient Yu clan and the Imperial Sky sect value these outer sect geniuses more. The invincible battle team sent out Mad Imperial Charge, who had the lowest upper limit of the divine universe power. He was an average-looking young man dressed in a clean white shirt. Although his expression was slightly cold, he greeted the members of the Ling Tian battle team very politely. The Ling Tian battle team sent out a powerful young man named Ling Wei. His upper limit of the divine universe power was 630. He greeted the other party boldly. Yu Yuan, who was hosting the battle in the air, looked at the young man below with a solemn expression. His eyes revealed a trace of sorrow as he thought of his dead descendants. Next, the outer sect disciples would soon find out how strong the inner sect's first-line battle team was. The Ling Tian battle team would definitely suffer a heavy blow, but it would be very beneficial for them. Yu Yuan made a loud sound. The Ling Tian battle team and the invincible battle team were finally going to fight. From the beginning, Ling Wei used the same tactic as Ling Hu. Although he took the initiative to rush over, he used more of his divine universe power for defense. He wanted to force Mad Imperial Charge to attack wildly and exhaust his opponent's divine universe power. Mad Imperial Charge was a young man, but he was as steady as a mountain on the battlefield. He was like a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Using mysterious footwork, he went around Mad Imperial Charge in an instant and lightly struck out a few palms. Mad Imperial Charge's palms turned into air waves. The aura looked very weak, but these palms landed on the same spot, hitting Ling Wei's left shoulder very accurately. Several waves of divine universe power landed on the same spot one after another. It was equivalent to layers stacking on top of each other. When the first two waves of divine universe power stacked on top of each other, it had already penetrated Ling Wei's defense. The next few layers of divine universe power followed closely and pierced through Ling Wei's shoulder. Seeing this scene, other than the older generation, everyone present gasped in shock. Mad Imperial Charge's palms looked as light as a feather and did not cause any big movement. However, they pierced through Ling Wei's shoulder and crippled one of his arms. Their cohesion is very strong. They have very good control over divine universe power and can use it cleverly. Qin Yin said with frown, this invincible battle team really has some skill. Yu Guang nodded and said, because they often fight with outside world creatures in dangerous situations. They know that divine universe power is very precious, so they won't waste it. They know how to use the least amount of divine universe power to unleash the greatest power. Xianxia immediately took out the magic mirror, contacted Ling Taiyun and said, "Taiyun, can you grind down the two invincible battle team members?" "Yes." Ling Taiyun's voice was powerful and heavy. Ling Taiyun grew up very quickly, he is also very calm. Hearing Xianxia's question, he knew that their outer sect battle team has hope of defeating inner sect battle team. Therefore, their Ling Tian battle team must grind down the other two no matter what. This way, Xianxia will lead Imperial Sky battle team to fight 5 against 3. Their hope of winning is very high. Xianxia put away the magic mirror, he did not say too much to Ling Taiyun. He is very clear that Ling Taiyun and others will definitely do their best to grind down the other two. Although Ling Wei lost an arm at the beginning, he is very tenacious. As long as the divine universe power inside his body is not exhausted, he will continue to fight. Even if he can't win, he will do his best to exhaust the other side and injure them. This way, the next team member will have a chance to defeat the other side. Mad Imperial Charge saw that the other side has the thought of fighting with their lives on the line. He also wanted to end this battle quickly, but he underestimated Ling Wei's tenacity. Ling Wei dragged his injured body and still tenaciously fought. He wants to create an opportunity to fight and kill. Mad Imperial Charge has fought with many heaven-opening ancient clan first-layer divine universe realm experts, but this is the first time he met someone like Ling Tian battle team who doesn't care about their lives. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heaven Divine Emperor mobile version website. The ancient Yu clan's invincible battle team was indeed a first-rate battle team. It hadn't been long since they started, but they were already forcing Ling Tian battle team's Ling Wei to fight with his life on the line. Ling Wei knew it would be difficult to defeat his opponent, but he wouldn't admit defeat so easily. He still had a lot of divine universe power left. If he admitted defeat before he used up all his divine universe power, he would only be laughed at. Mad Imperial Charge was a youth. From his name, one would think he was an impulsive and violent person, but it was the exact opposite. He was fighting very steadily, and his attacks were very elegant. Every time he attacked, he would suddenly send out several bursts of energy that would stack together to break Ling Wei's defense. Mad Imperial Charge planned to use the least amount of divine universe power to break Ling Wei's tough internal shield. Previously, Mad Imperial Charge had easily pierced through Ling Wei's shoulder, but he couldn't do it now. After learning the characteristics of Mad Imperial Charge's attacks, Ling Wei thought about it and quickly thought of a way to deal with it. The divine universe power flowing in Ling Wei's body could be manipulated at will. Mad Imperial Charge had attacked his abdomen earlier, wanting to break the defense of his abdomen muscles, and had sent out 5 bursts of divine universe power. These 5 bursts of divine universe power would attack his abdomen one after another. It might look like they arrived in an instant, but there was a sequence to them. This way, they would stack one after the other, and the impact would be very powerful. When the first 2 bursts of divine universe power arrived, Ling Wei hurriedly used large amounts of divine universe power to attack his defensive abdomen, strengthening his abdomen muscles. This way, when the 3 stacked bursts of divine universe power hit his abdomen, they would be repelled by the divine universe power in his body. Unless he continued to use large amounts of divine universe power to attack a single point at once, he wouldn't be able to break through Ling Wei's defense. Ling Wei was already injured, but his attacks were still ferocious. His reckless fighting style, coupled with his extremely strong defense, even those with a higher divine cosmos force would feel a headache at this moment. Mad Imperial Charge still had 600 points of divine universe power left. He hadn't expected that he would still be unable to defeat Ling Wei after using up so much divine universe power. Ling Wei still had more than 500 points of divine universe power left, and there was still a gap between them. Moreover, he had already lost an arm. In close combat, Mad Imperial Charge was also afraid of Ling Wei. Because Ling Wei was reckless, Mad Imperial Charge could only attack from a distance. If he attacked from too far away, after the divine cosmos power left his body, he would have to attack from a great distance. That would require even greater cohesion. Moreover, the divine cosmos force would weaken a little after flying out a certain distance. At the same time, the other party would also be able to take the opportunity to dodge. After Ling Wei saw through this, he tried to lean on Imperial Charge. This won't do. If Mad Imperial Charge continues like this, his divine cosmos force will be exhausted. Attacking from afar isn't a long-term plan. He needs to find a chance to get close to his opponent and then use even more divine cosmos power to defeat him. Yu Ming, the team leader, also saw what Ling Wei was thinking. Why are the disciples of the Ling family so terrifying? Their physical bodies were very strong. Could he have tempered a lot of divine universe golden tendons? Yu Ting murmured. She had also tempered some divine universe golden tendons, but her fleshly body wasn't very strong. It could be said that their physical bodies were their shortcoming. Even if they had a lot of divine universe golden tendons, they were still helpless against those fellows whose physical bodies were already very strong. Those fellows from the Ling family battle team all have third-generation bloodline heavenly patterns. Yu Ming said solemnly. Moreover, they are different from our third-generation bloodline heavenly patterns. Third-generation bloodline heavenly patterns are also different? Yu Ting said in shock. Could it be Sister Yao Yao's level of third-generation bloodline heavenly patterns? That's because they have been strengthened by ancestral bloodline heavenly patterns. We have been in the outerverse for too long and are no longer in this cosmos. Our connection with ancestral bloodline heavenly patterns has long been severed. It is said that the formation of the 6 myriad realms divine sons is related to ancestral bloodline heavenly patterns. That's why Sister Yao Yao's third-generation bloodline heavenly patterns are very rare. Yu Ming said. The other girl, Yu Rosewater, said in a low voice, "Sigh, we know very little about bloodline heavenly patterns. But then again, how did the sect leader find so many outstanding people with third-generation bloodline heavenly patterns? No wonder they are so strong." On the arena, there was already a lot of blood dripping down. It could be said that Ling Wei and Mad Imperial Charge were pestering each other. For a moment, Mad Imperial Charge couldn't do anything to Ling Wei. In the end, Mad Imperial Charge was forced to close in on Ling Wei and had no choice but to engage in close combat. After close combat, Mad Imperial Charge became even more cautious. This was because this was something he wasn't good at. Although his divine cosmos force was a bit stronger and he could punch a bloody hole in Ling Wei's body, his own situation was even more dangerous. Finally, Mad Imperial Charge was forced into close combat. Sure enough, Ling Wei grabbed an opportunity and pounced on Mad Imperial Charge. Then, he erupted with all the divine cosmos force in his body and attacked wildly. Yu Cheng's body was punched several times in a frenzy, and those punches were caused by the eruption of the mighty divine universe force. Mad Imperial Charge, who had a relatively slender body, also felt waves of pain after being hit. However, he had fought against otherworldly beings since he was young, so he didn't panic in the face of danger. While circulating his divine cosmos force to protect his body, he struck Ling Wei with his palm. Ling Wei's divine cosmos force was exhausted, and his body was ruthlessly attacked several times. He collapsed to the ground and lost the ability to fight. Mad Imperial Charge had won. He still had more than 200 units of divine cosmos force left, but he had been punched several times by his opponent. His body was secretly aching, but fortunately, he hadn't lost. Ling Wei has lost. Yu Yuan shouted. Although Ling Wei lost, many older generation thought that his performance was pretty good, at least he was able to hold on until the end. As soon as he came down, Qin Yin went over and used Bai Shenyang's power to heal him. Mad Imperial Charge also hastily ate a space-returning divine pill to recover his divine cosmos force. Otherwise, he might lose the following battle. Ling Tian battle team still have 2 people. The next to go up is Ling Xing. He is also tall and big, moreover, his face is somewhat similar to Ling Wei. With one look, it is clear that they are brothers. It's this kind of ruthless guy again. Mad Imperial Charge tightly clenched his fists. He knew that the following battle is going to be a bitter fight. The battle started, Mad Imperial Charge really fell into a bitter fight. He was already injured in the last battle and is unable to quickly recover. During the battle, he dragged his injured body, which greatly affected his performance, causing his reaction speed to be a lot slower. What made people surprised is that Mad Imperial Charge is also this kind of ruthless guy, just that he was not forced to this extent before. Now he is forced to fight head-on with his opponent in close combat. Both of them are badly battered and bleeding, their entire body is filled with scars. In the end, Mad Imperial Charge still won, he is also heavily injured. But Lingxing is lying on the ground, unable to crawl up. Mad Imperial Charge won, he is still standing because of the many divine cosmos golden tendons on his body. In the end, he was carried off the battle stage. After Lingxing was carried off the stage, Xianxia also went over to help heal him. Invincible Battle Team is very strong, but they are not truly invincible. They did not manage to defeat 3 people from Ling Tian Battle Team. Of course, Mad Imperial Charge did not lose and defeated 2 people from Ling Tian Battle Team. This is also very rare. After all, those 2 people are ruthless people who don't care about their lives. Ling Tian Battle Team only has Ling Taiyun as their captain. Yuan Chen, you go up. The opponent is a captain, don't lower your guard. Yu Ming warned. A complete copy. I will update the latest chapter of the 9 Sons Divine King as soon as possible. Yuan Chen was a rather cute-looking youngster. His hair was tied up in a bun. When he smiled, his smile was very bright. Coupled with his white teeth, he looked very good. After the youth jumped onto the arena, there were many young ladies chattering and laughing as they discussed this cute little youth. After Ling Taiyun stepped onto the stage, his handsome appearance caused many women to scream in excitement. Because of the pressure, Ling Taiyun did not smile as sweetly as Yuan Chen. The Ling Tian Battle Team only had Ling Taiyun left. In many people's eyes, if he could not defeat the entire Invincible Battle Team, then the Imperial Sky Battle Team would just be going through the motions. After all, the Imperial Sky Battle Team was a second-tier battle team. Even if the Invincible Battle Team only had 1 person, it would not be a problem for them to defeat them. Of course, this was only what others thought. Xianxia does not think so. Xiao Yuelan, Xiao Yuemei, and Imperial Yao Yao also do not think so. Xianxia had previously contacted Ling Taiyun and asked them to grind down the 2 members of the Invincible Battle Team. Invincible Battle Team's Mad Imperial Charge had already been worn down. Next, it was hard to say whether Ling Taiyun could wear down Yuan Chen. The upper limit of Yuan Chen's Divine Cosmos Force was 740, while Ling Taiyun's was only 650, a difference of more than 90. If Yuan Chen was defeated, then there would only be 3 people left in the Invincible Battle Team. Captain Yu Ming and Vice Captain Yu Ting would be extremely difficult to deal with. As for Yu Rosewater, her Divine Cosmic Force's upper limit was only 730. This was relatively easy to deal with. Captain Ling Tian will be the last to go up, I think his strength must be very strong. Yuan Chen laughed. No matter how strong they are, they can't be stronger than you guys. Ling Taiyun also had a smile on his face at this moment, his whole body relaxed a lot. If we had the same upper limit of Divine Cosmos Force, I might not be your match. I am stronger than you, only the upper limit of my Divine Cosmos power is higher than yours. Yuan Chen said, this battle was originally unfair. Ling Taiyun said with a smile, in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground, if we encounter foreign creatures, they won't talk about fairness at all. The reason we cultivate is to become stronger, to fight against alien life forms. In the future, when we encounter alien life forms that are stronger than us, this kind of situation is unavoidable. Therefore, to be able to exchange blows with outstanding warriors that are stronger than us is an opportunity to train. Not bad, very right. Yuan Chen nodded repeatedly. For example, if the Ling Tian Battle Team entered the 9 Sun Sacred Ground in the future and cooperated well with each other, even if they encountered foreign creatures that were stronger than them, their chances of survival would be higher. In comparison, the previously undefeated battle teams might have been killed by alien life forms that were weaker than them. Below, Xianxia said with smile, this guy Ling Taiyun is growing up very fast. I have to say, Sect Master and Elders are really something. Actually, they have great potential. We're just guiding them to unleash it on their own. Royal Light smiled. The sect leader and elders of the Imperial Sky sect were much more relaxed at this moment. It was enough for the Ling Tian battle team to defeat the undefeated battle team of the inner sect. Xianxia and Imperial Light are helping Ling Wei and Ling Xing heal. Imperial Light is amazed to discover that Qin Yan's healing technique is very brilliant. This kind of peculiar divine power has very strong recovery power. Qin Yan has mastered a very formidable white god sun totem. He can quickly carve runes on Ling Wei and the other's body and then pour in a large amount of white god sun power to strengthen their regeneration power. Imperial Light truly believes that Qin Yan is an expert in inscription and not an expert in battle. Now he is somewhat worried that Qin Yan will be injured. After all, this kind of inscription genius should be hiding behind the scenes, he doesn't need to fight on the battlefield. Ling Taiyun and Yuan Chen's battle has begun. This is a battle that everyone is paying attention to. Everyone believes that this will be the last exciting battle of the exchange competition. Because Ling Taiyun is currently the strongest among the outer sect disciples, first-level Divine Universe realm, Ling Taiyun is really the same as other Ling family disciples, very brave, very desperate and not afraid of death. Although the Ling Tian battle team members are not afraid of death, they are not reckless. During the battle, they will adjust their tactics according to the sudden situation. Yuan Chen's battle was not easy. Although he knew that this captain is not easy to deal with, he still underestimated him. He has 90 Divine Universe power higher than Ling Taiyun, but the advantage is not too big. Under normal circumstances, this kind of advantage is still there, especially when everyone is at their limit. The reason why Yuan Chen can have 740 Divine Universe power is because he is refining Divine Universe golden tendons. And Ling Taiyun's Divine Universe power also far exceeds the 500 limit, he certainly refined Divine Universe golden tendons. But the strength of their body is not worse than the invincible battle team members. Many of the older members of the Ling Tian battle team were curious about this. They had discussed it in secret. They suspected that the members of the Ling Tian battle team all had powerful third-generation bloodline heavenly patterns, which made their bodies stronger and their divine cosmic energy slightly stronger than others. Of course, Ling Taiyun was promoted in a short period of time, so his foundation was not very stable. Compared to Yuan Chen, he was still lacking a lot. After they exchanged more than 10 moves, Ling Taiyun's body is full of injuries, there are several bloody holes on his body. Yuan Chen is also not at ease, one of his arms was broken by Ling Taiyun, he can no longer use it. For Yuan Chen, being forced to this point by Ling Taiyun is already considered a loss because his Divine Universe power is 100 times higher than Ling Taiyun's. In the end, Ling Taiyun still lost, but he destroyed one of Yuan Chen's arms and even broke his left knee. What made the young sisters feel relieved is that Yuan Chen's cute face is not injured. Ling Taiyun lost, Invincible Battle Team wins this round. Yu Yuan shouted. Yuan Chen can no longer fight, Invincible Battle Team only has 3 people left. Ling Taiyun was carried on Qin Yan's shoulder and brought down the stage to heal. Qin Yan already made a few talismans with white Godyang totem and stuck them on Ling Taiyun's injured body. Yu Yuan shouted, Outer Sect still has Imperial Sky Battle Team, but their Divine Universe power is much lower than Invincible Battle Team, so Imperial Sky Battle Team can choose to withdraw. Sect Master, we will not withdraw, we will go up. Di Zhongcai shouted. I ask Imperial Sky Battle Team's captain to make a decision. Yu Yuan said, he is also frantically hinting Qin Yan to withdraw. Qin Yan feels that Yu Yuan's brain has gone haywire. It was Yu Yuan who brought him to bet 3 billion Divine Universe golden stones, how can he admit defeat without even fighting? We will not withdraw, continue to fight. Qin Yan shouted. Finished speaking, he led his 4 teammates and walked onto the stage. Qin Yan went on stage, moreover, he is not the least bit stage fright. Ling Taiyun looked at the back of Qin Yan and others, let out a long sigh and said, I bet a lot, whether or not I can make a big profit, it all depends on you guys. Qin Yan brought his teammates to the arena and shook hands with Yu Ming and the others. Seeing Qin Yan appear, many of the spectators began to shout. After all, he is a famous person in the Divine Desolate Land, a young Divine King. What made people puzzled is that Qin Yan is actually from a second-line battle team. Although he is the captain, this second-line battle team is clearly not as strong as the first-line battle team. On the Invincible Battle Team's side, there are only 3 people left. They are Yu Ming, Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater, 1 young man and 2 young girls. Among the 3 of them, Yu Rosewater is the weakest and Yu Ting is the vice-captain, her strength cannot be underestimated. Captain Yu Tian, I hope that you will show mercy when we fight. We are your younger brothers and sisters, the future hope of the Imperial Heaven Sect. Don't break us. Yu Ming said with a smile on his face. Captain Invincible, you really know how to joke. Our divine space power limit is not even 600, how can we break you? But you little brothers and sisters who are monstrous like little brothers and sisters, give us big brothers and sisters a way out. How about this, you guys just directly admit defeat? Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Yu Ming laughed a few times and said, if we didn't bet a lot, we would definitely give face to big brothers and sisters. But there's no other way, we were forced by our elders to bet more than 1 billion Divine Universe golden stones, we have no choice but to win, that's all we saved up by saving up. Yu Rosewater lightly snorted and said, those elders are really something, they want us to bet our entire family's wealth. Yu Ting said with smile, I heard that the elders bet 2 to 3 billion. What's more, if we win, we can still earn a bit. Hearing this, Qin Yan and the others are secretly shocked. Other than Lei Li Hui, they also bet on themselves to win. Unexpectedly, the other side also bet a lot on themselves, starting from 1 billion. Brothers and sisters, why don't we discuss it, you guys just admit defeat and we will give you our winnings, how about it? Yu Ming said, if we fight with our lives on the line, it will definitely be like before, everyone will be heavily injured. Qin Yan shook his head and said, I bet 3 billion on myself, if I win, it will be 30 billion. If you can give me 30 billion, then I won't fight. The young men and women of Invincible Battle Team are immediately startled. You are a werewolf, I admit defeat. Yu Ming had nothing to say, even in such a disadvantageous situation, he still dared to bet 3 billion on himself. In his eyes, Qin Yan was even more ruthless than the members of the Ling Tian Battle Team. When Ling Taiyun heard Qin Yan say that he bought 3 billion Outer Sect disciples, he was also shocked. Members of the Imperial Sky Battle Team, begin the Divine Cosmos Force test. Yu Yuan shouted. Qin Yan and company immediately went over to check. Lei Li Hui, 585. Di Zhongxai, 590. Ding Qiaoli, 588. Li Shiqian, 585. Qin Yun, 503. After the outer court second-rate battle squads finished testing the upper limit of the Divine Cosmos Force, they were all stunned. Not a single member of the Imperial Sky Battle Team had an upper limit of 600 Divine Cosmos power. Furthermore, the captain, Qin Yun, only had an upper limit of 500. What the hell is going on? Why is Qin Yun only around 500? I thought he was at least 1,000. After all, he had a slow start. But then again, why is he the captain? Could it be that he hid part of his strength? It must be, this guy Qin Yun is famous for being sinister. He must have used some secret technique to hide a large portion of his Divine Universe power. Then he made people look down on him so that he could plot against others. Among the people present who are familiar with Qin Yun, no one believes that Qin Yun's upper limit of Divine Cosmos power is only around 500. Many people guessed that Qin Yun's upper limit is at least 750. Outer Sect deliberately placed him in the second-line battle team to trick people. Many people present secretly despised this old scoundrel Qin Yun. Qin Yun is very helpless, his upper limit of Divine Cosmos power is only around 500. Little husband, this is a bit excessive, the other side are all little brothers and sisters, I hope he won't break them. Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. Old brother is really something, why do you always like to hide? If it was me, I would definitely show off my super high upper limit of Divine Cosmos power in a domineering manner. Xiao Yuemei said, she also doesn't believe that Qin Yun's Divine Cosmos power is only around 500. Yu Yuan and other elders are also somewhat dumbstruck, they did not expect that everyone would think so highly of Qin Yun. And they are very certain that Qin Yun's Divine Cosmos power is only around 500, because they are suspecting that Qin Yun's Divine Cosmos power is fake. Many older generation people who bet a lot came down one after another to examine Qin Yun. A few middle-aged women with yellow hands are touching and pinching Qin Yun's body, causing Xiao Yuelan and Yu Shangyun to gnash their teeth in anger. They did not discover Qin Yun's Divine Cosmos golden tendons and finally confirmed that Qin Yun's upper limit of Divine Cosmos power is only around 500. What? Xiaoyun really only has 500 divine cosmos power? Xiao Yuelan saw Xiaohong return, she nodded her head with certainty and mumbled. Old brother, I bet a lot of divine cosmos golden stones, I will lose everything. Xiao Yuemei pouted, her expression is filled with worry. Xiaohong chuckled and said, I told you not to look down on Imperial Heaven Sect's unparalleled battle team, if you don't listen to the elders, you will suffer losses right before your eyes. When everyone found out that Qin Yun's upper limit of divine cosmos power is only around 500, they all sighed one after another. From their point of view, the young divine king who once shook the wind and clouds has completely fallen behind, he is far inferior to the Yu ancient clan's youngster. He is even inferior to Ling family's Ling Taiyun. Yu Ming said with frown, Yu Ting, Yu Rosewater, don't lower your guard. Even though the opponent only has 500 divine cosmos power, he is a genius inscription master. Have you ever fought against a genius inscription master? No, genius inscription masters rarely go out to fight, moreover they are not good at fighting. And those inscription battle saints have very high cultivation, they are also very rare, it is very difficult to have a chance to fight them. Yu Ting shook her head and said. That's right, Qin Yun is a very difficult guy to deal with. That's why he is leading the second line battle team. Remember, we must use our strongest attack from the very beginning, don't underestimate his strength. Yu Ming said with serious expression. Qin Yun is secretly amazed, he did not expect that this melon baby before him would know that he wants to use inscription battle technique to fight. He also wants to use inscription battle technique because he expected that these little demons of the unparalleled battle team have never fought against an inscription battle saint before. Qin Yun and Yu Ming play rock-paper-scissors to decide the method of battle. Yu Ming wins the rock-paper-scissors. I choose group battle. Yu Ming shouted. The previous two battles were one-on-one, now it is group battle. Unparalleled battle team is fighting 3 against 5, even though they only have 3 people, each of them have very high upper limit of divine cosmos power, their superiority is very clear. Yu Ming then said to his teammates, we will join hands from the very beginning and concentrate our attacks on Qin Yun. As long as we can get rid of him, we will have won half the battle. Qin Yun cursed Yu Ming in his heart, this clever little demon, however on his face he revealed a smile, group battle is not good for you, instead it is very advantageous for us. I was worried that you would choose one-on-one, now we will win for sure. Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater are scared by Qin Yun, their faces are filled with worry. Yu Ming laughed loudly and said, Big brother, it's not good to scare people. Don't be so sure if you haven't fought before. Yes, we will know after we fight. Qin Yun said with beaming smile, little brothers and sisters, don't worry, big brother is a good person, I will definitely be lenient. You are the flowers, the future of Imperial Heaven Sect, it is not good to break them. Yu Ming knew that Qin Yun is a very sinister guy but he is still very confident. After all, Qin Yun's divine cosmos power is only around 500, no matter how strong he is, he can't be that strong. Seeing Qin Yun so confident, Yu Yuan and Yu Guang slightly frowned. They are worried that Qin Yun will risk his life to win. If he is injured, it will have a great impact on Qin Yun. But there is no other way, Qin Yun bet 3 billion, in order to win a large amount of divine cosmos golden stones, he will definitely risk his life in this competition. Qin Yun secretly communicated with his team members. Lei Lihui, Li Shiqian, you two go deal with Yu Ting. Ding Chaoli, Di Zhongxai, you two go fight Yu Rosewater. Yu Ming, leave him to me. This is a team battle and the other side only has 3 people. According to Qin Yun's arrangement, there will be 3 battles at the same time. Qin Yun and Yu Ming will fight one-on-one. The other 2 battles will be 2-on-1, this way, as long as Qin Yun can suppress Yu Ming, the Imperial Heaven battle team will fight 2-on-1. Even if they can't win in a short period of time, they won't lose. Qin Yun believes that if he and Yu Ming fight one-on-one, his chances of winning are very high. As long as his team members can suppress Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater, it will be fine. The spectators are also guessing how Qin Yun will guide them. Because no matter how they look at it, Qin Yun is the person with the lowest upper limit of divine cosmos power, he is the weakest in this battle. Moreover, he is the main target. Yu Yuan made a loud sound, the last battle of the battle has begun. From the beginning, Qin Yun quickly rushed to the side to avoid being focused fire. Lei Lihui and Li Shiqian were in a team. They were both very explosive. If they worked together to deal with Yu Ting, the vice captain, they would definitely be able to hold on for a while. Ding Qiaoli was a disruptive type. Her explosive power was not very strong, so when it came to fighting, she could only rely on Di Zhongxi. Of course, with Ding Qiaoli interfering with Yu Rosewater, Di Zhong would have a much easier time. Hence, their team was very suitable to deal with Yu Rosewater, who was weaker in invincible battle team. They formed groups of 2 and spread out from the very beginning, looking for opportunities to entangle their targets. Surprisingly, even though Qin Yun had dodged far away, he was still being chased by the 3 of them. The members of the invincible battle team were indeed at the pinnacle of the first tier of the divine space realm. They were all extremely fast. Lei Lihui and the others couldn't catch up at all. But what shocked everyone the most was that Qin Yun was frantically fleeing around the battlefield. His speed was even faster than Yu Ming and the other 2 who had an upper limit of 700 divine cosmos force. Qin Yun used gravity to make his body very light. Then he skillfully used divine cosmos power to circulate within his body. Whether it is jumping or flying, he is very fast. This won't do. If this goes on, they'll catch up to me. Once they surround me, they'll definitely beat me up until I vomit blood. Qin Yun saw that Lei Lihui and the others couldn't catch up, so he could only use his consummate skill ahead of time. He used the nether sun within his divine space to transform 200 divine cosmos power into supergravity. Then he used exploding universe divine technique to release it. Like this, he could erupt with 600 divine cosmos power. He suddenly stopped and pushed out with his palms. 2 streams of divine cosmos power condensed into supergravity. Each stream had 300 divine cosmos power and shot towards Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater. Qin Yun's sudden attack caught everyone by surprise. Because looking at his posture, it seems like he wanted to fight 1 against 3. But his upper limit of divine cosmos power was only a bit more than 500. Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater were enveloped by 2 supergravity forces. Supergravity forces are very strange. After approaching, it would envelop an area and then form gravity forces. The gravity forces released by Qin Yun did not press down on them. Instead, it made them weightless and their bodies suddenly floated up. Seeing Qin Yun stop, Yu Ming quickly used divine cosmos power to greet him. The divine mirror of primal beginning inside Qin Yun's divine cosmos secretly provided Qin Yun with power. This way, Qin Yun could see the divine cosmos power that Yu Ming was using. Good fellow, he used 150 divine cosmos power in one go. It should be at least 300, right? Through his heavenly eye, Qin Yun can see that the divine cosmos power condensed by Yu Ming's fist is 150. Yu Ming is not fighting in close combat. Instead, he is still several tens of meters away from Qin Yun when he punched out with lightning-fast fist energy. When the fist energy exploded out, it reached 400 divine cosmos power. This little demon's attack is quite ruthless. Qin Yun immediately used 100 divine cosmos power. Through the nether sun, he released a kind of space distortion power, distorting the space around him. The advantage of doing this is that he doesn't need to face the formidable divine cosmos power head-on, he only needs to divert the divine cosmos power. Sure enough, that very strong fist energy was originally going to hit Qin Yun, but after coming into contact with the spatial distortion field, it very strangely went around and smashed into the ground behind Qin Yun, causing a ferocious explosion of air. Immediately, violent winds howled. Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater are currently entangled by Lei Lihui and the others. They simply can't catch up to Qin Yun. Yu Ming suddenly feels that the situation is very thorny. Because when Qin Yun attacked, he simply can't sense Qin Yun's divine cosmos power. Qin Yun's divine cosmos power is a special ability released by the nether sun, it is indeed not very obvious. This way, even if he secretly cheats, it won't arouse anyone's suspicion. Just now Qin Yun used 300 divine cosmos power, he immediately used the divine king heavenly seal inside his body to replenish it, but he only used 30 million divine cosmos golden stones. Little demon, I am after all a divine king, you are still too inexperienced to defeat me. Qin Yun mischievously laughed in his heart. Seeing Qin Yun's sinister smile, Yu Ming's complexion became even more dignified. He knew that this kind of old fox is very difficult to deal with. During a battle, estimating the opponent's divine cosmos power consumption is very important. If you can't estimate it, you basically don't know how much divine cosmos power your opponent has left. Yu Ming can't estimate how much divine cosmos power Qin Yun has left. Both of them are first-level divine cosmos realm, they only have one nucleus. When they erupt with battle skills, their might is about the same. If Qin Yun uses several hundred divine cosmos power and Yu Ming doesn't have enough divine cosmos power to defend, he will definitely be injured. After taking care of this little demon, I will go help Lei Li Hui and the others. Very soon I will get 30 billion, and the 10 billion Yao Yao gave me will be 40 billion, ha 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 ha. Seeing that Yu Ming is not as difficult to deal with as he imagined, Qin Yun's heart suddenly bloomed with joy. Yu Ming began to have doubts in his heart because Qin Yun used a strange technique to obstruct Yu Ming and Yu Rosewater. He must have used a lot of divine cosmos power. Then in order to block his fist energy, he also distorted space. He must have used a lot of divine cosmos power. But now, Qin Yun seems to have an abundance of divine cosmos power. What made Yu Ming most puzzled is that his speed is not as fast as Qin Yun's. Qin Yun's footwork is very awesome, especially when combined with his divine cosmos power. It is very difficult to catch up to him at the same cultivation level. He can use Void Crossing Step to shuttle through space. Nether Sun provides him with power that can easily distort space, allowing him to travel through space with very little consumption. Qin Yun is flashing here and there, suddenly appearing behind Yu Ming and then appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye. There is no trace of movement. And with Yu Ming's current strength, he is unable to interfere with space. Yu Ming is very cautious. He did not casually attack because Qin Yun can easily dodge his attacks. Without absolute certainty, he does not dare to use a lot of divine cosmos power, it would only be a waste. Yu Ming often fights with other universe life forms. Although they are powerful and savage, they are not sinister at all, unlike Qin Yun who has mastered many strange techniques. Qin Yun originally wanted to waste Yu Ming's divine cosmos power and then easily defeat his opponent. But now Yu Ming is holding back his divine cosmos power to defend. At the same time he is wandering around, he has no intention of attacking. This guy's defense is quite strong. Qin Yun used Heavenly Eye and saw more than 600 divine cosmos power flowing inside Yu Ming's body. If this 600 divine cosmos power is used together with divine golden tendon and his body is strong enough, he can defend against 1500 divine cosmos power attacks. Then I will take the initiative to attack. Qin Yun quickly condensed a very strong dragon tree totem through the Imperial Heaven Divine Rune image. The dragon tree totem is like a dragon formed from tree roots. It drilled into the ground and rushed towards Yu Ming. At the same time, Qin Yun approached Yu Ming and released gravity pressure on him, making it impossible for him to dodge. The dragon tree totem also drilled out from the ground. It transformed into a tree root dragon claw and grabbed Yu Ming's legs. Qin Yun immediately used 400 divine cosmos force and released it together with the universe explosion divine art. Then, through the heaven-severing 9 fingers, the 400 divine cosmos force exploded to 1500 and hit Yu Ming's back shoulder. Yu Ming's legs were entangled, but he did not use his divine cosmos force to struggle. Instead, he mobilized all of his divine cosmos force to defend himself. He knew that Qin Yun was deliberately entangling his feet in order to disrupt his control of the divine cosmos force and weaken his defenses. A sky-penetrating finger force pierced through, releasing a sharp whistling sound. It was extremely terrifying, landing on the back of Yu Ming's shoulder. Bang! After the finger energy hit Yu Ming, an explosion sounded out. Everyone can see that Qin Yun's divine cosmos power is extremely strong, at least 1000. And what caused people to be astonished is that after Yu Ming's shoulder was hit, his entire body was pushed forward by a powerful force. Qin Yun's attack did not injure Yu Ming at all. This guy's defense is indeed very strong. Qin Yun still underestimated Yu Ming. His battle experience is very rich. That move just now should have had 1500 divine cosmos power. Yu Ming turned around, rubbed the place where he was hit by Qin Yun and said, "Your divine cosmos power is only a bit more than 500 and you consumed a lot of it before. Now you burst out with 1500, you should not have much divine cosmos power left, right?" Qin Yun only had 500 divine cosmos power, but after using a technique, he could burst out with 1500. What kind of battle god technique is this? Why is it so dreadful? and what caused people to be most astonished is that Qin Yan's body can withstand such dreadful burst of divine cosmos power. That is Yu Guang's divine cosmos explosion technique. If he cultivates the first layer, he can burst out with divine cosmos power by 3 times. This is very harmful to the body, Xiao Hong said with frown, but Qin Yan seems to be fine. Just how strong is this guy's body? No matter what, this brat is going to lose soon. His divine cosmos power is almost completely consumed. I have to say that his move just now was very beautiful. But this little demon Yuming's defense is very strong, he is looking down on Yuming. Granny Taiyue brought you Xiangyun and Mu Jin and flew over. Yuming finally forced Qin Yan to use a big move and consume a large amount of divine cosmos power. Now he is a lot more relaxed. The older generation who bet on the inner sect victory all let out a sigh of relief because Qin Yan is indeed a threat. The current Qin Yan's divine cosmos power is definitely less than 100, so he can't raise any waves. Losing to Yuming is just a matter of time. Qin Yan secretly used the Divine King Heavenly Seal and consumed 40 million Divine Cosmos Golden Stones to replenish the 400 Divine Cosmos power he consumed just now. After replenishing the Divine Cosmos power, he will have a strong enough defense to avoid being killed by Yuming's big move. Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater are both being suppressed. They also don't dare to use their strongest Divine Cosmos power. They can only wait. If one of them loses, then the invincible battle team will have lost half. Qin Yan, it's my turn to attack. Yu Ming laughed. Just as he was about to rush over, Qin Yan suddenly flashed and dodged Yu Ming, who was rushing over. When Qin Yan dodged, he immediately released his divine cosmos golden tendons. Everyone can see golden light suddenly appear on Qin Yan's back. Many golden threads came out from Qin Yan's back and finally turned into a pair of wings. This is the release of divine cosmos golden tendons. It can be used to quickly absorb the divine cosmos power of the myriad realms' divine suns. After Qin Yan released the divine cosmos golden tendons, the sunlight visible to the naked eye are all absorbed by the wings on his back. That is divine cosmos golden tendons. How can this guy have so many divine cosmos golden tendons? And he even dares to release them. What is he doing? You ancient clan's older generation suddenly cried out in fear. Those old guys from the heaven-opening ancient clan are very familiar with divine cosmos golden tendons. They also know the purpose of Qin Yan releasing them. It is to quickly absorb divine cosmos power. The 6 myriad realms' divine suns seem to be cooperating with Qin Yan, releasing even stronger sunlight that shone on the battlefield. He is recovering divine cosmos power. Releasing divine cosmos golden tendons can indeed quickly absorb divine cosmos power, but this kind of divine cosmos power is not pure, it is also very turbid and not refined. If it explodes inside the body, it will be very harmful. Xiao Hong said in shock. Moreover, once the divine cosmos golden tendons are attacked, the pain is like heart tearing and lungs tearing. This guy is truly crazy. Taiwei Granny repeatedly shook her head. Yu Ming gritted his teeth. His expression is grave as he looked at the wings on Qin Yan's back. He is very sure that Qin Yan has more divine cosmos golden tendons than him. My divine cosmos power is quickly recovering. Qin Yan said with smile, little brother, if you want to defeat me, it will not be that easy. Using this kind of method to recover divine cosmos power, can it really be used? Yu Ming asked. Don't forget who I am a divine king, my constitution is very special. I can absorb divine cosmos power from myriad realms' divine suns. Naturally it will not be too turbid. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Qin Yan is not lying, the divine universe power he absorbed through the divine universe golden tendons is indeed very pure. However, he cannot refine it quickly, he needs to refine it inside his body for a period of time before it can fuse with his body. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Yu Ming and the others also recalled that Qin Yan, as a divine king, will be taken care of by the myriad realms' divine Sunday. Many people did not think of this point, they thought that after the divine kings of divine desolate joined the heaven-splitting sect, they would become ordinary people. Only now did they remember that as a divine king of divine desolate, he will definitely receive special care from the 9th Sun Dharma spirit. Qin Yan began to walk around the battlefield. He wants to pretend that he is recovering his divine universe power through his divine universe golden tendons. Yu Ming began to panic, he cannot keep up with Qin Yan's speed. Once Qin Yan recovers his divine universe power, he will suffer Qin Yan's berserk attacks again. Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater are very anxious, they can't leave now. It is very strenuous for them to face 4 people who do not care about their lives. For a moment, the people who bet on inner sect victory are extremely anxious, especially the older generation who bet big. All of their expressions are ugly. Some even accuse Qin Yan of violating the rules by recovering divine universe power. Xiao Hong said with frown, I thought only Yu Nine Sun Divine Maiden can quickly absorb divine universe power from myriad realms divine sun to recover. I didn't expect that this brat can also do it. Of course, he is a sun god, if he can't do it, then who can? Xiao Yuelan said with smile, very good, we are about to win. Qin Yan shuttled back and forth on the battlefield, from time to time he would use sky-piercing finger power to attack Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater. These 2 girls feel very wronged. Qin Yan is clearly fighting with Yu Ming, but from time to time he would use dirty tricks on them. Not only that, Qin Yan also used gravity and tree claws to disturb the 2 girls, creating opportunities for his teammates to attack. Because of Qin Yan's sudden interference, Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater were attacked by Lei Li Hui and the others and are already injured. Once Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater are defeated, 4 members of the Imperial Heaven Battle Team will cooperate with Qin Yan to beseech Yu Ming. Yu Ming's upper limit of divine universe power is very strong, but a strong man cannot fight a pack of wolves. Not to mention Qin Yan has so many divine universe golden tendons, and he also has all kinds of techniques that can give people a headache. At that moment, Yu Ming only wanted to go to the 9 Sun sacred ground to face those alien creatures. At least they wouldn't give him such a headache. Yu Ming closely chased after Qin Yan, then suddenly rushed towards Yu Ting to help her. Qin Yan also attacked at that moment. He jumped in front of Yu Ming and punched him. Yu Ming expected that Qin Yan would be worried about Lei Li Hui and company. After all, with Lei Li Hui and company's strength, they are not Yu Ming's match. Yu Ming is not afraid of close combat, he immediately dodged Qin Yan's fist, at the same time he chopped down with his palm towards Qin Yan's arm. Qin Yan could not dodge in time and was hit by Yu Ming's palm. Boom! After Qin Yan's arm was hit, a fierce thunder fire burst out and enveloped Qin Yan and Yu Ming. After that, Qin Yan immediately jumped out from the lightning fire. His arm's skin and flesh are lacerated, it is charred black. It was nearly broken by Yu Ming's palm strike. Qin Yan tightly frowned, he can no longer use his arm. His skin and flesh have been split open and his bones have been shattered. The only reason it has not been broken is because it is connected by divine universe golden tendons. Yu Ming erupted with at least 1500 divine universe power, but he was not able to break Qin Yan's arm. Xiao Hong said in shock, Qin Yan's body is truly terrifying. Qin Yan looked at Yu Ming's divine universe power, he only has 300 left. Yu Ming originally thought that the palm strike could not only break Qin Yan's arm, it could also injure Qin Yan. But he still underestimated the strength of Qin Yan's body. This brat's divine universe power is truly terrifying. If I did not use a lot of divine universe power to protect my body just now, I might have suffered a setback. Qin Yan still has lingering fear in his heart. He once again rushed over and released super gravity, enveloping an area. Yu Ming sensed something pressing down on him. He wanted to dodge, but he did not expect that the pressure would cover such a large area. This supergravity is something Qin Yan erupted with exploding universe divine technique, it has more than 1000 divine universe power. This is not an attack type, but it can bring along a very strong gravity that instantly attacked Yu Ming's body. Yu Ming's knees bent from the pressure, then he quickly used 100 divine universe power to break this supergravity. However, Qin Yan immediately attacked again, a supergravity came down and completely pressed Yu Ming to the ground. Not good. Yu Ming's expression suddenly changed. Qin Yan already arrived beside Yu Ming, he attacked Yu Ming's back with his palm, he used Heaven Extermination 9 Styles Heavenly Shake. Divine Universe power released through Exploding Universe Divine Technique, not only can it increase the power of Divine Universe power by several times, it can also make the Divine Universe power become very berserk. Using this kind of Divine Universe power to release Heavenly Shake, its might is very astonishing. After it landed on Yu Ming's back, Yu Ming's entire body was smashed into the floor tiles. Yu Ming is lying on the floor tiles, his body is motionless, his consciousness is still clear but his body suffered from the fierce shock-wave attack, his injuries are very serious. Seeing that Yu Ming is not moving, those people who bet on Inner Sect to win all have ashen complexion. Qin Yan immediately attacked Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater. They were previously disturbed by Qin Yun and were already injured. Now that Qin Yun joined in, it didn't take long for the two girls to be heavily injured and fall to the ground. The moment Yu Ming was defeated by Qin Yun, the outcome was already decided. They also knew they couldn't win but they still fought to the end. It can be seen that they are not afraid of pain. Until the end, they fought with all their strength, causing Lei Lihui and Li Shiqian to be heavily injured, Di Zhongxai and Ding Qiali to be also heavily injured. Imperial Sky Battle Team wins. Yu Yuan is also startled, only then did he announce Imperial Sky Battle Team's victory. Even he, the sect master, didn't expect Imperial Sky Battle Team to win. The exchange battle is over, the outer sect actually won, the inner sect had such a big advantage but they actually lost like this. The elders of Ancient Yu clan are starting to doubt their lives because of this result. Invincible Battle Team is outstanding but they fought 3 against 5, that's why they ended up like this. Also, they didn't expect Qin Yun's strength to be so terrifying. It's all Invincible Battle Team's fault, if they weren't swept by Ling Tian Battle Team, Yu Ming and the others wouldn't have to bear such a big pressure. Invincible Battle Team is made up of young generation geniuses of Ancient Yu clan, how can they only have this kind of standard? Someone has to take responsibility. What should we do? We lost miserably. When we go back, we need to properly train those brats. The elders of Ancient Yu clan are all criticizing Invincible Battle Team. Qin Yan's arm was crippled, he took out a talisman and stuck it on his arm to heal. Then he took out some other talismans and stuck them on Ding Qiali and the others. Even the injured Yu Ming was dug out from the pit by Qin Yun and stuck talismans on him to heal him. After the battle, although Qin Yan's arm was crippled, he is still very energetic. Not only did he heal his teammates, he even stuck healing talismans on Yu Ming, Yu Ting and Yu Rosewater. If it was only the undefeated battle team that lost, the older generation of the Yu ancient clan could still accept it. Because the undefeated battle team had only recently risen up, their starting point was about the same as Ling Tian battle team. At most, the upper limit of their divine cosmos power was a bit higher than Ling Tian battle team. But the undefeated battle team is different, no matter in which aspect, they are incomparable to those rookies. Because the youths of the undefeated battle team are all battle-hardened and experienced many battles. They have almost been killed by outer universe creatures several times. The undefeated battle team is very famous in the heaven-opening ancient clan, they are publicly acknowledged to be unparalleled in the first level of the divine cosmos realm. Not only do they have many divine universe golden tendons, their usage of battle god technique and control of divine cosmos power are also very outstanding. Even if they fought 3 against 5, they should be able to win. But they had lost, and they had lost quite miserably. Even though the older generation put the blame on the undefeated battle team, everyone knows that the main reason for their defeat was not because of the undefeated battle team. First, Yu Ming chose the wrong method of battle. If he did not choose team battle, it might have been a different ending. The second was Qin Yun, the variable. Yu Ming's upper limit of divine cosmos power is more than 200 higher than Qin Yun's but he still lost. Yu Ming did not handle Qin Yun very well. Even though he did not underestimate his opponent, he was not smart enough when dealing with Qin Yun. Of course, Yu Ming did his best, everyone can see that. Qin Yun's healing talisman is very effective. After all, it is made from white divine sun totem and has white divine sun power inside. Yu Ming has been stuck with 2 talismans and can now stand up. White Divine Sun's regenerative ability is very strong. Although Qin Yun's broken bones are recovering very slowly, it is mainly because his body is very strong. Many thanks. Yu Ming has recovered a lot and thanked Qin Yun. Qin Yun said with smile, "You're welcome." He is very happy now because he has profited greatly. Yu Ming and the others were immediately taken away by the elders. Originally, they wanted to bark like dogs on the stage, but after the elders found out about their previous agreement, they scolded them for not losing enough face. The Imperial Heaven Sect's inner and outer sect competition has ended. Originally, most of the older generation of the Yu ancient clan thought that the Imperial Heaven Sect's outer sect was not good enough and was far inferior to the inner sect. Now that the outer court had won, then Yu Yuan and the others would be filled with confidence in the future. Yu Yuan knew very well that Qin Yan's contribution was indispensable for the outer sect to win. Qin Yan had introduced the Ling family's suicidal fellows. If it hadn't been for Qin Yan, they wouldn't have been able to win the battle against Yu Ming. After winning the sparring battle, the two outer sect battle teams directly received 12 billion Divine Universe Metal Stones as rewards. They were the Ling Tian battle team and the Imperial Sky battle team. The two captains received 2 billion each, while the other members received 1 billion each. At that moment, Qin Yan also saw that there were quite a number of Divine Universe Gold Stones on the Imperial Heaven Sect's gold card. He still had more than 5 billion on his card. He had won 30 billion from betting, and with the reward of 2 billion, it was 37 billion. Yu Yaoyao promised that as long as Qin Yan wins, she will give 10 billion to Qin Yan. She contacted Qin Yan through the magic mirror and asked about Qin Yan's injuries before transferring 10 billion to Qin Yan. Qin Yan had 47 billion on his Heavenly Imperial Gates golden card. He did not know when he would be able to withdraw all of it. He only has 1 billion Divine Universe Gold Stones in his Divine King Heavenly Seal. Cultivating those battle god technique consumed a lot of them. Because Yu Xiangyun won a lot this time, she contacted Qin Yan and told him not to return Divine Moon Clan's several billion. Moreover, she also helped him pay off Ling family's debt. Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei both won a lot, they each transferred 5 billion to Qin Yan. Qin Yan's golden card from Ling family's golden stone shop has 10 billion Divine Universe Gold Stones. Adding the Imperial Heaven Sect's golden card, he has about 70 billion Divine Universe Gold Stones. This is truly getting rich in one battle. Qin Yan is inside his room, looking at the two golden cards, he chuckled. At night, Yu Yuan finished his business and came to find Qin Yan. And Yu Guang and the other elders are helping the two battle team members heal. They are all heavily injured, they need the elders to watch them from the side, they are worried that something might happen to them. Only Qin Yan is not seriously injured, he is counting how much he won. Qin Yan opened the door and invited Yu Yuan into the hall. You stinking brat, why didn't you tell me earlier that you could release Divine Universe Golden Tendons? Yu Yuan grumbled as soon as he entered, if I knew earlier, I would have bet on you to win, my losses are disastrous. You are clearly our outer sex boss, yet you bet on other people to win, you deserve it. Qin Yan laughed loudly and said. Ling Tian battle team's victory is already set in stone. Who knew that you were so sinister, you were still hiding such a trick. A3, my heart hurts so much, if I knew earlier, I would have also earned 20 to 30 billion. Yu Yuan touched his chest, he has a very painful expression. Qin Yan grinned and asked, Sect Master, my performance this time was so good, don't tell me you don't want to reward me with something? You won so much, what kind of reward do you want? I lost miserably. Yu Yuan unhappily said, he cursed Qin Yan in his heart. This old man lost so miserably, yet he is still thinking about rewards. I also don't need you to give me any reward, just give me permission to take out all the Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qin Yan took out Imperial Heaven Sect's Divine Universe Gold card, this matter is giving him a headache. Imperial Heaven Sect's Golden Stone Department has a limit to take out Divine Universe Golden Stones, he can only take out a few 100 million every day. Even if he could take out 1 billion, it would take him several dozen days to take out all the Divine Universe Golden Stones. Of course Yu Yuan knows that Qin Yan won a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones, he just doesn't know that Yu Yaoyao transferred 10 billion to him. The cultivation of the Divine Space Realm indeed requires a large amount of Divine Universe Gold Stones, but they are mainly used to buy medicinal pills. Yu Yuan frowned and said, Brat, what do you use your Divine Universe Gold Stones for? Don't you want to buy pills? Qin Yan said with smile, why should I buy pills? I have my own methods. Don't forget that I am a divine king. Imperial Heaven Sect's Golden Stone Department indeed has a limit, but you can use the gold card to buy a large amount of pills, there is no limit. Yu Yuan said with smile, don't tell me your own method of recovering Divine Universe power is better than space returning Divine Pill? When cultivating, one needs to consume a large amount of Divine Universe power to strengthen one's Divine Universe or use it to temper one's body and Divine Universe Golden Tendons. Space-returning divine pill can quickly recover divine universe power, so from Yu Yuan's point of view, Xianxia wants divine universe golden stones to recover divine universe power. I don't only use it for cultivation, I also want to buy other things. Xianxia sighed and said, Sect Master, you don't know, I have many people to feed, moreover I also want to buy materials. Space-returning divine pill can recover divine universe power very quickly, but it is far inferior to divine king heavenly seal. Moreover, the price is also very expensive. It is better to use divine king heavenly seal to consume divine universe golden stones. Xianxia now wants to strengthen the divine universe golden tendons, so he must use divine king heavenly seal to consume divine universe golden stones. After strengthening all the divine universe golden tendons, he can step into second-level divine space realm. This is not too long for him, he just needs divine universe golden stones. Imperial Heaven Sect's golden stone department has a lot of divine universe golden stones. Alright, I will make an exception for you. Just this once, you should know that even I don't have the authority to interfere with golden stone department. Yu Yuan thought about it and agreed to Xianxia's request. Mainly because Xianxia's performance in the exchange battle was very good. He turned the tide and allowed Outer Sect to win. This made Yu Yuan and the others feel proud and elated. Adding a genius like Xianxia, if he becomes stronger, it will only be good for their Imperial Heaven Sect. Sect Master, thank you. When can I go get divine universe golden stones? Xianxia said with smile. Are you in a hurry? It's the middle of the night, if you are in a hurry, I will take you there. Yu Yuan patted Xianxia's shoulder and said with smile, Little Qin, I came to find you so late because I have something else to discuss. Xianxia knew that Yu Yuan must have something to discuss with him in the middle of the night. What is it? Xianxia said and walked out of the hall. He is in a hurry to go to Golden Stone Department to get Divine Universe Golden Stones. This. During the exchange battle, the healing talisman you used was very effective. How did you make it? I heard Elder Yu Guang and the others say that there is a large amount of white divine sun power inside. Yu Yuan said. Imperial Heaven Sect also has healing talismans, but they are very precious. Xianxia's talisman is also very expensive. They mainly use medicinal pills to heal. It is made by pouring in a large amount of white divine sun power together with divine universe golden stone. White divine sun power fuses with divine universe golden stone to obtain special divine universe power. Combined with white divine sun totem inside, it can produce very strong regenerative power. Xianxia said, took out a white sun divine talisman and handed it over to Yu Yuan. He knows that business is coming. Not bad, it is useful for second or third level divine universe realm. Yu Yuan looked at it and repeatedly nodded. How much do you plan to sell this talisman? I don't have much and the difficulty of making it is not low. During the exchange battle, the injured disciples were all from our sect, so I took it out to help everyone recover faster. Xianxia said with a difficult expression, Sect Master, if you want a large amount, then I will have to spend a lot of energy. Did you make this kind of talisman? Yu Yuan asked in surprise. Where did you get so much divine white sun power from? I have a friend who has a white divine sun in her body. She will pour her white divine sun power into the power storing pearl and give it to me so that I can make a white sun divine talisman. Yang Yu Yuan Yin white talismans can increase the talisman. Sect Master, this kind of talisman has an advantage. It can be used repeatedly. Furthermore, the white divine sun totem carved into the talisman can absorb the power of the myriad realms divine sun and quickly transform it into white divine sun divine space power. Xianxia said again, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try. 500,000 divine universe golden stone for one, are you selling? Yu Yuan directly asked. 1 million. Xianxia said with smile, but I don't have many, I wonder how many Sect Master want. After some haggling, Yu Yuan finally agreed to buy White Sun Divine Talisman for 1 million. 1 million it is, I want 2,000, total price is 2 billion. Yu Yuan said, when can you deliver the goods? I will do it as soon as possible. Xianxia said with smile. This kind of talisman is very easy to make, as long as you get talisman paper, draw out divine sun power from white divine sun inside the 9 sun divine soul, then use divine king heavenly seal to seal the talisman paper. Alright, I will take you to the golden stone shop. Yu Yuan naturally knows that White Sun Divine Talisman is very useful, especially for healing injuries. Even if an arm is severed, as long as it is placed on the severed arm, it can quickly regrow. To him, 1 million is very worth it. Sect Master, does the heaven-opening ancient clan have a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stone? Xianxia asked curiously. Of course. As for why we have so many Divine Universe Golden Stone, that is a secret, I won't tell you. Yu Yuan said with smile, not only Divine Universe Golden Stone, we also have a large amount of space-returning Divine Pills. As long as you work hard, you will definitely have pills. Xianxia said with frown, Sect Master, we won this time, aren't we going to be rewarded with space-returning Divine Pills? Elder Yu Guang will give it to you. If he doesn't give it to you, it means he is embezzling it. Yu Yuan said with mischievous smile. Xianxia never asked Yu Guang for it. Not long after, Xianxia arrived at the Golden Stone Shop's basement with Yu Yuan. This Golden Stone Shop's manager is an elder of the Yu ancient clan. When he saw Xianxia, his face became very black because he lost a lot. This unlucky brat, he caused me to lose miserably. Manager's face is filled with bitterness as he asked, how many Divine Universe Golden Stone do you want? Xianxia took out the Imperial Heaven Sex Gold card and said, 47 billion. Hearing Xianxia's words, both manager and Yu Yuan are dumbstruck. Brat, how can your gold card have so many Divine Universe Golden Stone? Didn't you win 30 billion? How can there be more than 10 billion? Yu Yuan is quite clear about Xianxia's wealth, he did some calculations before. Yao Yao gave it to me. She was the one who did her utmost to beg me to participate in the exchange battle. She even said that as long as I win, she will give me 10 billion Divine Universe Golden Stone. Xianxia said with beaming smile, is this allowed? Those are all our Divine Universe Golden Stone. Manager said with a pained expression. They all gambled a lot but in the end, only a few people pocketed it. It was this Golden Stone shop that opened the bet. If you win, you have to pay a certain fee to the Golden Stone shop. But because Xianxia is a participant, he is exempted from the handling fee. Little Qin, can your storage magic tool hold so many Divine Universe Golden Stone? If you can't, you can leave it with me. I promise I won't swallow you. Yu Yuan asked. Xianxia said with smile, don't talk about tens of billions of Divine Universe Golden Stone, even hundreds of billions is not a problem. When Yu Yuan came, he told the manager that he wants to withdraw a large amount of Divine Universe Golden Stone. This manager and Yu Yuan's friendship is not bad, so he agreed to Yu Yuan's request. Xianxia followed them to a very large warehouse. The Divine Universe Golden Stone inside is like a sea of sand. After entering, Xianxia discovered that this warehouse should be inside a very large storage divine tool. This kind of storage divine tool with a large space is very expensive. Using this kind of method to store Divine Universe Golden Stone is better than Ling family's basement. If they encounter any unexpected situation, they only need to put away the storage divine tool and run away. It is very difficult to sneak into a storage divine tool like this, it will definitely be discovered. Xianxia wants to withdraw 470 Divine Universe Golden Stone. In order to make it a round number, he asked Yu Yuan to borrow 3 billion. This way, he has 50 billion. After Xianxia obtained several billion Divine Universe Golden Stones, he left in a hurry. He said that he wants to go back and continue recuperating. His arm has indeed not fully recovered. After returning to Imperial Heaven Sect's residential area, Xianxia began recuperating in his room. Ling Yin'er also came out of the Nine Sun Divine Soul and chatted with Xianxia. Many of the tasks inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul are done by her. Most of them are done automatically. She just looks around and is not very tired. Xianxia discovered that Ling Yin'er's divine cosmos power has increased very quickly, it is already more than 500. After asking, he found out that her cultivation method is very special because she is the spirit of Nether Sunday. Now that she has a nether sun inside her body, she often enters those divine suns to obtain divine cosmos power to cultivate. Xianxia and Ling Yin'er affectionately kissed for a while. After daybreak, Ling Yin'er returned to the Nine Sun Divine Soul. She also told Xianxia that elegant smoke has accumulated quite a lot. Qin Yin used to earn several 100 million Divine Universe Golden Stones by selling a batch of elegant smoke. But now it is not possible because the production of elegant smoke has decreased by a lot. The main reason is because growing medicinal ingredients is very slow. Previously, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi were here, they used their own divine power to make the tobacco grow faster. Now only Ling Yan'er is here and Qin Yun is using White Divine Sun Totem to hasten the growth. He still needs some time to familiarize himself with it. Heaven Opening Ancient Clan has a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones, I wonder how they got them. Qin Yun wants to know very well, so he contacted Yu Yao Yao. She also doesn't know. Then he contacted Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan. They only said that they will try their best to find out. Qin Yun has been recuperating for 3 days and his arm injury has already healed. However, the other members of Ling Tian and Imperial Heaven Battle Team have not completely recovered. However, it is not a big problem and won't affect them in the future. In these 3 days, Yu Yuan contacted Qin Yun several times, urging him to quickly hand over the White Sun Divine Talismans or return the Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qin Yun is very helpless. It has only been a few days and Yu Yuan is already very anxious. He only promised to quickly return it. Qin Yun borrowed Yu Yuan's Divine Universe Golden Stones and planned to use the White Sun Divine Talismans to repay the debt. After taking care of those injured disciples, Yu Guang gave Qin Yun 100 great cosmic divine pills. If sold, they would be worth at least 7 to 8 billion. These 100 great universal divine pills were a reward from the ancient Yu clan and the Imperial Sky sect. Every member of both teams had one. Since Qin Yun was the team leader and his performance was not bad, Imperial Light gave him an additional 20 pills. Imperial Light had previously given Qin Yun such pills. Qin Yun now had 130 great cosmic divine pills. After Qin Yun obtained the great cosmic divine pills, he immediately contacted Grand Elder Ling. He planned to sell them from him and see how much he could sell them for. 130 pills? I'll take all 10 billion. Grand Elder Ling was also rich and overbearing, so he directly accepted it. Elder Ling, has your Ling family recently struck it rich? Qin Yun said with a smile, why are you so extravagant? Our Ling family's foundation is very solid. Don't underestimate us. Grand Elder Ling was also very happy when he found out about the performance of Ling Taiyun and the other Ling family disciples. He secretly rewarded the Ling Tian battle team with a lot of Divine Universe metal stones. Qin Yun suddenly recalled that there was a very large piece of Divine Universe amethyst beneath the Ling Manor. It was even better than Divine Universe Goldstone, so it was hard to estimate its value. Qin Yan's Zhongling clan's metal stone line gold card suddenly had an additional 10 billion. Before he could send the great cosmic divine pills over, the Divine Universe metal stone had already transferred them over. During this period of time, Mingyong Tian helped Qin Yun obtain a lot of Divine Universe metal stone. Therefore, Qin Yan's Ling clan gold card would increase Divine Universe goldstones every day. Now, it added up to nearly 30 billion. Qin Yun went to the Ling Manor and sent the great cosmic divine pills over. Then, he contacted Mingyong Tian. He wanted to ask him how he earned so many Divine Universe metal stone. After asking, he found out that Mingyong Tian had talked to many shop owners. He said that he would set up a shop called Yongtian Building. He would mainly sell light tobacco but he wouldn't expand his business. He would only be responsible for selling the goods. Other people could get the goods from him. If they paid in advance, they would be the first to get the goods. Ming Yongtian received several billion in advance because Qin Yun told him that he urgently needed Divine Universe metal stone and asked him to think of a way. What surprised Qin Yun was that Ming Yongtian joined the Heavenly Moon sect. It was Ming Yunyue who pulled him in. Brother Ming, I am at the Ling Manor. Come over. Qin Yun recalled that the Bright Moon disciples were born because of the Moon Bloodline Heavenly Rune. This meant that some of them had Bloodline Heavenly Rune. After Ming Yongtian came to the Ling Manor and met with Qin Yun told him about the Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Ming Yongtian smiled and said, Boss Qin, if you help me awaken the Bloodline Heavenly Rune, I can help you earn even more in the future. With my identity as a disciple with Bloodline Heavenly Rune, I will definitely prosper in the Heavenly Moon sect. In the secret room, Qin Yun helped Ming Yongtian awaken the Bloodline Heavenly Rune in his body. It was the third-generation bloodline heavenly rune. Mingyong Tian was overjoyed because if he had the third-generation bloodline heavenly rune, his treatment in the Imperial Sky sect would suddenly increase by a lot. Brother Ming, I can help a small portion of the Heaven Opening Clan awaken bloodline heavenly rune. Awaken a youth with the third-generation bloodline heavenly rune and introduce him to the Imperial Sky sect. I can get 500 million and 300 million for the second-generation bloodline heavenly rune. Xianxia told Mingyong Tian about this path and asked him to help him think about how to use it in the future. Boss, 500 million might be too little. Those who have the third-generation bloodline heavenly rune will have a higher upper limit of divine cosmos force. Moreover, it will be easier to refine the divine cosmos golden tendons. In short, cultivating in the divine cosmos realm will yield twice the result with half the effort. Mingyong Tian now has a great understanding of the divine cosmos realm. But I have to keep this matter a secret. I can't let anyone know that I used the God King heavenly seal. Moreover, I have to test it first to know whether or not it can help awaken the bloodline. This means that I have to test it on many people. Xianxia also trusts the Ling family, that's why he tried it on them. I know that boss is afraid that someone will set their eyes on the God King heavenly seal, but the Heaven Opening clan doesn't really care about your God King heavenly seal and bloodline heavenly rune. The outerverse is what they care about the most. Mingyong Tian said. Xianxia nodded, he can indeed feel it. Your relationship with the Divine Moon Clan is very good. The Divine Moon Clan and even the entire Divine Moon Alliance are now under the Heavenly Moon sect. The Heavenly Moon Ancient Clan has the backing of the Divine Moon Alliance. That Granny Taiyue is very strong, she is very trustworthy. Mingyong Tian said, there is no harm in discussing it with Granny Taiyue through the Divine Moon Clan's emperor. I can indeed test it on a large number of Divine Moon Clan women and see if any of them have bloodline heavenly rune. Xianxia also had this idea before. But because he wanted to participate in the exchange battle, he didn't discuss this matter with Yu Shengyun. You can lower the price. After you help them awaken their bloodline heavenly rune, you can have Granny Taiyue pay you divine cosmos golden stones. According to the information I have, these Heaven Opening Clan elders who returned from the outerverse have a lot of divine cosmos golden stones. Mingyong Tian said with mischievous smile. Xianxia was persuaded by Mingyong Tian. If he could obtain a large number of divine universe golden stones and become stronger, even if the matter of him using the godly king heavenly seal to awaken his bloodline was exposed, he would not need to worry about being in trouble. The Heavenly Moon sect and the Imperial Sky sect can cooperate. Mingyong Tian smiled. If you really lack divine universe metal stones, you can talk to the ancient Xiao clan, the ancient Qin clan, or even the ancient Long clan. They don't lack divine universe metal stones, but they lack talent. Xianxia was more familiar with the ancient Yu clan. As for the ancient Heavenly Moon clan and the ancient Xiao clan, he needed Xiao Yuelan and Yu Shengyun's help. There was also the Dragon clan. Xianxia knew Long Shu and the Sun Dragon clan, so it should be possible. The next evolution of the Godly King Heavenly Seal required 100 billion Divine Universe Golden Rocks. And if Xianxia wanted to strengthen all the Divine Universe Golden Tendons, he would need more than 100 billion. Mingyong Tian took the batch of elegant smoke that Xianxia gave him and returned to the Heavenly Moon Gate to report. Xianxia contacted Ming Yunyue and asked her to take care of Mingyong Tian. At the same time, he learned that Mingyong Tian is the same as Imperial Yao Yao. She is being nurtured as a priority. The main reason is that she has a third-generation bloodline heavenly rune. She can help others evolve. Xianxia remembered that Bai Suxin also had a third-generation bloodline heavenly pattern. Furthermore, she had fused with Long Shu's bloodline heavenly pattern. In that case, Long Shu's status in the dragon sect must be very high. Not to mention them, even Ling Taiyun and the other members of the Ling Tian battle team had their status raised by a large margin. This was because Yu Yuan and the other elders were planning to use Ling Taiyun and the others' third-generation bloodline heavenly patterns to evolve their second-generation bloodline heavenly patterns. This matter was also told to Qinyun by Ling Taiyun. After Qinyun took out 20 billion Divine Universe Goldstones from the Ling residence, adding the amount he took out from the Imperial Heaven Gate, he had 70 billion. He hurriedly returned to the Imperial Heaven Gate and began to strengthen the Divine Universe Golden Tendons. These 70 billion would soon be used up by him. At that time, he would have to think of a way to obtain more Divine Universe Goldstones. Although Grand Prime had not said anything, Qin Yan had always suspected that a portion of the Divine Universe Goldstones had been embezzled by Grand Prime after they entered the Godly King Heavenly Seal. He didn't say anything, because Taisher had always been helping him. He might need the Divine Universe Goldstone to do other things. Old brother Taisher, after I finish strengthening the Divine Universe Golden Tendons, will I be able to step into the second tier of the Divine Universe realm? What will I need to cultivate when the time comes? Qin Yan was in a secret chamber. He took out the Godly King Heavenly Seal and was transferring the Divine Universe Goldstones inside. When the time comes, I will naturally guide you in your cultivation. In short, follow my method and you will definitely become stronger and stronger. Taisha replied, after you enter the second level of the Divine Space Realm, you can go to the 9 Sun Sacred Land and look for the miracle brought about by the appearance of the 6th Divine Sun. The miracle is in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground? Qin Yan exclaimed. You should know that there are a large number of Divine Universe Goldstones in the Divine Desolate Heavens. A lot of them have been dug out in a short period of time. However, the 9 Sun Sacred Ground occupies a large area of the Divine Desolate Heavens. Taisher said. The 9 Sun Sacred Ground has more treasures than the Divine Wilderness? Including Divine Universe Goldstone? Qin Yan was alarmed. Of course. I'm guessing that there should be a group of mountains formed from Divine Universe metal stones in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. In other words, it is possible that every mountain in the mountain range is formed from Divine Universe Goldstone. Now you know why the heaven-opening ancient race is risking their lives to enter, right? Taisher's voice seems to have a bit of emotion. Qin Yan previously wanted to know why the heaven-opening ancient race had so many Divine Universe Goldstones. So it turns out they were all taken out from the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. And he also thought that if the 9 Sun Sacred Ground's foreign lifeforms were stronger, wouldn't they, the materials from the foreign lifeforms could be used to refine tools. It is very likely that they were refined from living in an environment with too many Divine Universe Goldstones. Therefore, you must quickly grow up in the early stages and build a solid foundation. Your Divine Universe Golden Tendons must become even stronger. Only then can your body not be destroyed. Taisher said again. Qin Yan recalled his battle with Yu Ming. If he didn't have the Divine Universe Golden Tendons, his arm would definitely have been separated from his body. Even his entire arm would have been destroyed. Then what is inside the miracle? Qin Yan became even more curious because he felt that it was something that Taisher cared a lot about. The cultivation method of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun. The cultivation of these 9 Myriad Realms Divine Sun is very rare, and in the future, they might even be able to dominate the entire universe. Me and the other bloodline heavenly rune boxes also cultivated from super large Divine Sun back then, but our cultivation method is very backward. Qin Yan said in shock, old brother Taisher, you want to cultivate? Then what will you become in the end? The main reason why I let you obtain the cultivation method of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun is to let you cultivate the Divine Sun within the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and cultivate your own Divine Sun. Taisher said. Alright, then I will start strengthening the Divine Universe Golden Tendons now. Qin Yan lied down on the bed and used the Divine King Heavenly Seal to press on his heart. He began consuming Divine Universe Goldstones to refine the Divine Universe Golden Tendons in his body. This way, he can simultaneously expand and strengthen the rest of his body and increase the upper limit of the Divine Universe power. The Imperial Heaven Sex Exchange battle caused a great reaction among the other heaven-opening sects. The other heaven-opening sects all held their own exchange battles one after another. Their sects are divided into inner and outer sect. The inner sect is formed by the disciples of the heaven-opening ancient clan, and the outer sect is formed by those who joined later. When Qin Yan was strengthening the Divine Universe Golden Tendons, Xiao Yuelan contacted him and asked if he would like to watch the Xiao Heavenly Sex Exchange battle. Qin Yan said that he is cultivating, so he did not go. However, Imperial Yao Yao went to watch. Imperial Yao Yao originally wanted to pull Qin Yan along, but after knowing that Qin Yan is cultivating, she did not say anything. Both Imperial Yao Yao and Imperial Guang called Qin Yan. They also called Lingtian Battle Team and Imperial Heaven Battle Team. The 2 battle teams from the inner sect will also go watch. It is worth mentioning that the undefeated battle team and the invincible battle team have already changed their names. After all, they lost miserably. Xia Wufeng also went to watch. He is already a member of the Tianqin Outer Sect's first-line battle team. He told Qin Yin this and also asked if Qin Yin would like to go to the Shao Heavenly Sect to watch. What surprised Qin Yin the most is that Ming Yongtian actually became a first-line member of the Heavenly Moon Outer Sect battle team. He asked Qin Yin to go to the Shao Heavenly Sect long ago. Ming Yongtian is from the Heavenly Moon Sect. Their exchange battle has not started yet, so they all went to the Shao Heavenly Sect to watch the show. Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei are now second-level Divine Space Realm, so they cannot participate in the battle. They somewhat regret breaking through too early, otherwise they would also be able to participate. I took out 70 billion Divine Universe Golden Stones and used them all to strengthen the Divine Universe Golden Tendons. I can strengthen 70 Divine Universe Golden Tendons. Strengthening 1 Divine Universe Golden Tendons can increase the upper limit of Divine Universe power by 3 points. In total, I can increase the upper limit of Divine Universe power by 210 points. At that time, his upper limit of Divine Universe power will reach more than 700 points. A first-level Divine Space Realm cultivator will definitely be beaten up by him. Even if he faces a weaker second-level Divine Space Realm cultivator, he can still defeat them. Furthermore, he can use the Divine King Heavenly Seal to quickly recover Divine Universe power. This is very terrifying. Qin Yin learned from Yu Yuan that both the Lingtian battle team and the original Invincible battle team were preparing to break through to the second level of the Divine Space Realm. Yu Yuan even asked Qin Yin when he would break through and said that if he did, he would get 20 great cosmic divine pills as a reward. And as Qin Yin's mentor, Elder Yu Guang would also give Qin Yin a reward. Stepping into the second level of the Divine Space Realm meant entering the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. With 2 nuclei inside the Divine Space Force particle, the strength of the Divine Space power was enough to kill some of the weaker outer space creatures. Of course, Qin Yin wanted to break through quickly, but he still needed to strengthen all the Divine Space Golden Tendons. That was the best way to break through. It could be said that he wanted to enter the Nine Sun Sacred Ground more than anyone else because there was the miracle that Taisher was looking for, which was the cultivation method of the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Qin Yin's 9 Sun Divine Spirit had divine suns, but if he wanted them to grow quickly, he needed the cultivation method. The number of divine suns in his 9 Sun Divine Spirit is not enough. It is not enough for 9 and there are still 2 pearls that have not been opened. He had to open all the pearls to make 9 divine suns. The exchange battles of the various heaven-splitting sects were only internal exchanges. These heaven-splitting sects did not hold a joint exchange battle. This made Qin Yin very disappointed. Qin Yin had thought that he could exchange pointers with the geniuses of the first level of the Divine Space Realm from other sects so that he could gain wealth from it. He had asked Yu Yuan why the other heaven-splitting sects did not exchange pointers, and Yu Yuan had replied proudly that the other heaven-splitting sects thought that they could not beat the Imperial Sky Gate. Yu Yuan had also said that there would be opportunities for the disciples of the various heaven-splitting sects to exchange pointers in the future, but they would mainly be at the second or third level of the Divine Space Realm. Qin Yin cultivated in seclusion for 3 days. He took out 70 billion Divine Space Golden Stones and stuffed them all into the Divine King Heavenly Seal for cultivation, which was used up in 3 days. His current upper limit of Divine Space power was 713, and he had strengthened a total of 71 Divine Space Golden Tendons. He still needed to strengthen 37 more before he could completely strengthen all the Divine Space Golden Tendons, and then he would be able to break through. That would require 37 billion Divine Space Golden Stones. Qin Yin took out the Ling Clan Metal Stone Store's gold card, which had more than 8 billion Divine Space Golden Stones on it for emergencies. I'm about to master the 1-star Imperial Talisman. Taisher suddenly told Qin Yin. Is that so? There are a total of 10 Yu Clan Heavenly Talismans in the booklet that Senior Shao Qihong gave me. Will he only give me the 2-star Yu Clan Heavenly Talisman after I master all of them? Or do I only need to learn one of them? Qin Yin suddenly felt excited. If the Grand Prime grasped the Imperial Transfer Heavenly Talisman and could easily produce it with the Godly King Heavenly Seal, he would be able to earn Divine Universe Gold Stones by selling the Imperial Heavenly Talisman. I will master it all. When the time comes, I will be able to teach you very quickly. Taisher said, the Heavenly Talisman is extremely useful, it should be able to sell for a good price, but it will consume a lot of Divine Universe golden stone as the foundation to make it. Xianxia took out a large stack of talisman papers and began stamping them frantically. He used the Godly King Heavenly Seal to make White Yang divine talismans. Yu Yuan has already returned from the Desolate Heaven sect. When he urged Xianxia to hand over the goods, he proudly told Xianxia that Desolate Heaven sect's inner and outer sect are weak chickens, they are far inferior to Imperial Heaven sect. Xianxia is not at the scene, but he learned from Ling Taiyun, Lei Li Hui, Imperial Demon Yao and Xiao Yuan that this is indeed the case. Xianxia very quickly made 3,000 White Yang divine talismans and handed them over, otherwise Yu Yuan would be chasing him all day long. Soon after, Xianxia went to find Yu Guang to exchange Burst Universe Divine Technique with him and learn even more from him. Yu Guang is about to enter Nine Sun Holy Land again. This time he will be gone for more than 10 days and he will be bringing new second-level Divine Universe Realm disciples. Ling Tian and Imperial Heaven Battle Team members have already broken through and entered second-level Divine Universe Realm. There is also Yu Ming's Youth Battle Team, they have also broken through to second-level Divine Universe Realm. This time, inner and outer sect disciples formed a large group, they followed a few elders and Yu ancient clan elders to enter Nine Sun Holy Land. Xianxia also learned that after they broke through, their upper limit of Divine Universe power increased by a lot. Imperial Heaven Battle Team members now have at least 700 to 800 Divine Universe power upper limit. Ling Tian Battle Team and Yu Ming's group have around 800 to 900 Divine Universe power, some even reached 1000. Xianxia is secretly envious. Now he wants to obtain Divine Universe Golden Stone and strengthen all his Divine Universe Golden Tendons. So long as he breaks through, he can go to Nine Sun Holy Land with everyone. I should contact Grandpa Mia Tian and see what's the situation on his side. Xianxia contacted Yun Long and asked about their recent situation. However, he is unable to contact Yun Long, including the few big shots of Imperial Heaven Pawnshop, they have all lost contact. Imperial Heaven Pawnshop is inside a very small Heavenly Universe Divine Sunday. That Heavenly Universe Divine Sun has long been targeted by Law Enforcement Realm and Heavenly Court. Xianxia previously warned Yun Long and others to be careful and guard against Law Enforcement Realm and Heavenly Court. Now that they suddenly can't contact them, it is very likely that they have encountered a situation. Xianxia took out the soul-chasing talisman to lock onto Yun Long and others' location. Then he took out a teleportation pearl. Many people from Heavenly Court and Law Enforcement Realm have joined Heaven-splitting sect. After they become stronger, Imperial Heaven Pawnshop will indeed find it difficult to resist them. Xianxia did not call anyone else. If it is only Law Enforcement Realm and Heavenly Court, he can handle it himself. Even if he meets Great Divine King, he is not afraid. Imperial Heaven Pawnshop is in Heaven's God Desolate, not in the deep space of the universe. Xianxia quickly locked onto the location of the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop. During this period of time, because of the appearance of the Heaven-splitting sect, the Heaven's God Desolate had become much more peaceful. The reason why the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop came to the Heaven's God Desolate was to absorb the divine power of the Myriad Realms' Divine Sun because Yun Long and the others also needed to cultivate. Great Divine King, these guys, I didn't go find trouble with you but you actually took the initiative to find trouble. Don't think that just because you joined a heaven-splitting sect, I, Xianxia, don't dare to provoke you. Xianxia had never been afraid of them. Now that he had lost contact with the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop, he realized that the Law Enforcement Realm and Heavenly Court had to be eliminated. Otherwise, they would cause trouble every 2 or 3 days. It is extremely likely that the Heavenly Rules sect is in the Heaven Secrets sect. I have to capture the Law Enforcement Realm King and interrogate him. He activated the teleportation pearl and teleported. The teleportation pearl and the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop had a spatial connection. As the Heaven's God Desolate became stronger and stronger, the spatial wall would also become stronger and stronger. With the help of the Little Queen Ant's divine power, Xianxia did not need to consume anything. Of course, the Divine King Heavenly Seal could also help him travel through space but it required a lot of Divine Universe metal stones. Very quickly, Xianxia arrived near the Imperial Heaven Pawnshop. The blue heavenly divine sun emitted an intense multicolored light as it landed in a desolate desert. This area was the border of the heavens god desolate. From here, one could even see the dark void at the border. In this kind of place, even if the imperial heaven pawnshop was destroyed, the commotion would not reach the vicinity of the Nine Sun sacred land. Xianxia did not directly go over. He carefully observed from afar. The imperial heaven pawnshop was a small-scale heavenly universe divine Sunday. Its energy was still very strong, and it would also become stronger under the influence of the myriad realms divine Sunday. Right now, this small heavenly universe divine sun was unable to communicate with the outside world. It was obvious that it had been sealed by a powerful force. Xianxia could not see anything from afar, so he could only approach invisibly. Although the heavenly universe divine sun was small, when it landed on the ground, it was extremely huge. It was like a huge sky blue pearl. Even though Xianxia was very far away from this small heavenly universe divine sun, he still felt that he was like a grain of sand compared to this colossus. However, such a big thing was sealed. Did the law enforcement realm and the heavenly court do it? In that case, the great divine lord is behind them? If it's just the great divine lord and the others, can they really seal this heavenly universe divine sun? Xianxia took out the divine mirror of primal beginning and shone it at the huge heavenly universe divine sun in front of him. He asked Taisher to help him see if there was any powerful seal. After a while, Taisher's voice entered Xianxia's mind. There is a very strong seal. I haven't seen through it yet. It's extremely likely that it's a secret technique grasped by the heaven-splitting ancient clan. The great divine lord seems to have joined the young ancient clan's sect. This young ancient clan seems to know a lot about all kinds of divine suns. Xianxia suddenly thought of this. He secretly suspected that the great divine lord might have received the secret help of the young ancient clan. Otherwise, with the abilities of the great divine lord and the others, it would be very difficult for them to take down the imperial heaven pawnshop so quietly. Yunlong and the others did not send a distress signal to Xianxia, which meant that it was extremely likely that they were captured. In an instant. This seal is very difficult to break, but I can let you pass through it and enter the interior. Taisher said again. Xianxia was currently unable to contact Yunlong, Mog, and the others. He really needed to go in and understand the situation. Following that, Xianxia used the divine mirror primal beginning to illuminate the surroundings. Furthermore, he released the heavenly eye clone to float in the sky to see if there was anyone nearby. After some investigation, he did not discover anyone nearby. There's actually no one guarding nearby. Are they that confident? Xianxia had already arrived at the outer door of the barrier. Then, he took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and placed it behind the Divine Mirror of Primordial Beginning. The Divine Mirror of Primal Beginning released a strong light that shone on the barrier, opening up a crack. After Xianxia entered the rift, he felt like he had traversed another space, but it was not exactly the same. This seal could block the magic mirror's connection. Clearly, it was done deliberately to prevent Yunlong and company from contacting Xianxia. Xianxia passed through the seal and took out the magic mirror to contact Yunlong. Boss, you're finally here. Yunlong's surprised voice sounded. I will go in now. After Xianxia replied to Yunlong, he was teleported to a large hall inside the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. Xianxia saw Netherworld Great Emperor, Mog, Yunlong, Dongfang Ying and Dongfang Bingbing. Who sealed my immortal heaven pawnshop here? After Xianxia entered and saw that everyone was fine, he felt a lot more at ease. We don't know either. The Imperial Heaven pawnshop was floating at the edge of the divine wasteland, but it was suddenly suppressed by a very powerful force. In the end, it uncontrollably fell to the ground. Yunlong shook his head. When the Imperial Heaven pawnshop was suppressed, we cut off contact with the outside world. Mog said, Xiao Fuyun, you came in from the outside, did you not see anyone else outside? Xianxia shook his head and said, I didn't see anyone. In short, the people who attacked the Imperial Heaven pawnshop must have been from the law enforcement world. Only they know that I have the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. The law enforcement world has this kind of strength? Dongfang Ying said in astonishment, it's not the first or second time we've met people from the law enforcement world. They've been tracking us many times and even wanted to attack. In the end, they were all beaten away by the pawnshop's attack formation. Mog nodded and said, the law enforcement world shouldn't have this kind of ability. Among the powers of the divine wasteland, only the great divine king and the others can join hands and use all their strength to suppress the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. Boss, the Imperial Heaven pawnshop doesn't have the slightest bit of power to resist. Moreover, it lost contact with the outside world in an instant. Dongfang Bingbing also said. They don't believe that it was done by the law enforcement world. They are even certain that even the great divine king wouldn't be able to do this. Qinyan also had this kind of doubt before. Therefore, when he found out that the seal was very strong, he guessed that the heaven-splitting ancient clan was helping them from behind. Many of the seniors of the heaven-splitting ancient clan who returned from the outerverse are very strong. They can indeed do this. Xiao Fuyun, it's difficult to mobilize the energy of the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. It's like we've suddenly lost control of the heavenly universe divine sun. The Netherworld Great Emperor's expression was grave as he said, the guy who attacked us clearly understands the heavenly universe divine sun very well. It's as if he directly sealed the heavenly universe divine sun's energy circulation. Taisher had said before that the seal was very strong and it would be very difficult to break it. It's possible that an expert from the young ancient clan is helping the great divine king and the others from behind. Qinyan said with a frown, don't worry, the pawnshop and the heavenly universe divine sun will be fine for the time being. Boss, is there really no way to break this seal? Yun Long is very worried that the pawnshop will not fall. They have a rather good understanding of the young ancient clan. They are a powerful clan that understands the divine sun very well. If their heavenly universe divine sun was targeted by the experts of the young ancient clan, it would be dangerous and they might even be taken away. That's not it. I will enter the core to take a look. I can activate the core to erupt and then break the seal. Qinyan said. With the help of Taisher, this is not a problem. What he is worried about is whether or not the experts of the young ancient clan will appear to obstruct them after breaking the seal. Because it was sealed, Yun Long and the others were unable to leave the pawnshop and could not see the situation outside. For the past few days, they have been waiting here uncomfortably. They are very worried that the pawnshop will be destroyed and they will not be able to explain it to Qin Yun. Just as Qin Yun was about to go to the core, the heavenly eye avatar he placed outside suddenly saw someone appear. Someone is coming. Qin Yun frowned and cursed in a low voice, it's that tramp law enforcement realm king. He even brought a group of law enforcement realm fellows to approach. Not only did he see the law enforcement realm king, he also saw Yu Shiji. However, he did not see the heavenly secrets sect leader. Yu Shiji should be in the heavenly moon ancient clan but now she is mingling with the law enforcement realm. She was originally very old but now she looks much younger. This is mainly because after stepping into the divine space realm, she has become much younger. Qin Yun is really an idiot. He let such a good thing float outside. Isn't this just giving it to others? That senior from the young ancient clan easily obtained it with a few moves. It's good to have strength. Law enforcement realm king floated in the air and looked at the heavenly universe divine sun on the sand inside. What reward did that senior from the young ancient clan agree to give you? Yu Shiji asked. This is what the great divine king and that senior discussed. As for what the reward is, I don't know either. Law enforcement realm king let out a long sigh, as if he was somewhat unwilling. When Qin Yun heard the law enforcement realm king's words, he knew that his previous guess was correct. As expected, the great divine lord was behind this and he had the help of an expert from the young ancient clan. What puzzled Qin Yun was that the law enforcement realm king had joined the young ancient clan and the heavenly universe divine sun had been given to the young ancient clan by the great divine lord, so why did he still bring Yu Shiji here? Just as Qin Yun was feeling puzzled, Yu Shiji asked, Realm king, then do you have any other intentions for bringing me here? Yu Shiji could hear the unwillingness in the law enforcement realm king's tone. It was obvious that he could not get much of the benefits of the heavenly universe divine Sunday. Although the law enforcement realm king and many of the big shots of the divine desolate land were loyal to the great divine lord on the surface, once the benefits were unevenly distributed, they would betray him at any time. Especially for a force like the law enforcement realm, they were already weak and the so-called heavenly rules orthodoxy had already lost its former status. To them, they only hoped to obtain more benefits so that they could quickly increase their strength. Most of the people in the law enforcement realm were descendants of the Divine Sun. They were very afraid of foreign life forms because they could completely kill them. The law enforcement realm king floated in the air and looked at the blue heavenly universe Divine Sunday. He sighed and said, I originally didn't want to betray the great Divine Lord, but he has gone too far. You want to sell this heavenly universe Divine Sun to the heavenly moon ancient clan? The corners of Yu Xieji's mouth curled up slightly as she laughed sinisterly. This is indeed a good deal, but are you really not afraid of the great Divine Lord's revenge? Furthermore, there is a senior from the young ancient clan behind the great Divine Lord. This heavenly universe Divine Sun originally belonged to our law enforcement realm, but it was embezzled by the heavenly Tao back then. Yu Xieji, you were once the Mother Moon, so you should be clear about this. Now that it has fallen into Qin Yan's hands, aren't you jealous? The law enforcement realm king said. Of course I'm jealous. Yu Xieji said coldly, that damned bastard Qin Yan, he entered the Imperial Heaven Sect and is highly valued by the Imperial Heaven Sect Master. We can't do anything to him. In his hands, there are many things that belong to us. Qin Yan, who was in the Imperial Heaven pawnshop, became angry when he heard this. He cursed in his heart, what belongs to them? What do I have that belongs to them? What infuriated him the most was that the heavenly universe divine technique had nothing to do with the law enforcers. If you can persuade the ancient heavenly moon clan, then I will represent the law enforcement world and sell the sky divine sun to the ancient heavenly moon clan for a total of 50 billion divine universe golden stones. This is already a very cheap price. The law enforcement world king said. 50 billion? Could it be that great divine lord and the others can't give you that much reward? Yu Xieji asked. They only gave me 10 billion. The law enforcement world king revealed anger between his eyebrows. To him, 10 billion was no different than sending away a beggar. If you sign a contract and agree to sell this heavenly cosmic divine sun to the ancient heavenly moon clan, we will give you 30 billion. Yu Xieji said. Yu Xieji, your ancient heavenly moon clan has a divine moon of the heavens, and its strength is also very formidable. 50 billion shouldn't be difficult for you, right? The law enforcement realm king hurriedly said, a displeased look on his face. He didn't expect that even though he and Yu Xieji had been friends for so many years, she would still stab him. Qin Yan can also see that Yu Xieji plans to embezzle 20 billion from the 50 billion and only give 30 billion to the law enforcement realm king. Realm king, it won't be easy for me to convince the ancient heavenly moon clan. Yu Xieji sighed. Don't tell me that with our friendship, you still want to profit from helping me? The law enforcement realm king sneered, it's not strange. After all, you have climbed up the tree that is the ancient heavenly moon clan. I, the law enforcement realm king, am weak and not as glorious as I used to be. I am no longer worthy of your deep friendship. The appearance of the heaven-splitting ancient race and the various powerful races of the divine wilderness had indeed weakened the law enforcement world. Yu Xieji must have found some kind of big shot in the ancient heavenly moon clan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have looked down on the law enforcement realm king. King Kai, I have helped you a lot over the years, right? You should know that Xianxia is being treated like a daughter by Granny Taiyue, causing me to be unable to develop in the ancient heavenly moon clan for long. Yu Xieji said, if I didn't help you deal with Xianxia and Qin Yan, I would be much more relaxed now. The law enforcement world king sneered, this is what the Heaven's Secret Sect Master told you to do, what does it have to do with me? What's more, protecting the heavenly rule orthodoxy will also bring you many benefits. Otherwise, how could you, Yu Xieji, be here today? Humph, after the weakening of the heavenly rule orthodoxy, you want to forget how you kneeled and licked the heavenly rule orthodoxy? The heavenly rule orthodoxy bestowed you with a true body, that's why you are here today. How about this, I'll give you 35 billion, I'll take 15 billion. Yu Xieji's voice became colder and colder. 40 billion. The law enforcement realm king said coldly, if you don't want to, I'll think of a way to find other heaven-splitting ancient race. Even if I don't want any benefits, I won't let you and the great divine king eat this piece of meat. I mean what I say, 40 billion it is. Yu Xieji chuckled. Seeing Yu Xieji's sinister smile, the law enforcement realm king became somewhat angry and asked, Don't tell me you want to transfer the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun to the ancient Heavenly Moon clan at a higher price? You said that you only need 40 billion, so I'll give you 40 billion. How much I can sell for is up to my ability. Shiji said. Then give me 50 billion. After that, however high you can sell it for, it's all yours. The Law Enforcement Realm King became even more furious. What if I can't sell it? Shiji said, 50 billion is the base price. What if the ancient Heavenly Moon clan only accepts this price? If they only accept this price, then I only want 40 billion. If you can sell it for 60 billion, 70 billion, or even 80 billion, then the rest will belong to you. The Law Enforcement Realm King is also not willing to suffer a loss. Xianxia never expected that these two would actually quarrel over benefits. He has thoroughly seen through this group of people. There is no friendship between them, only benefits. Realm King, this Heavenly Universe Divine Sun has the seal of the ancient Yang clan. Do you think it's that easy to open? Moreover, if the ancient Yang clan discovers it, there will be a fight. So, don't expect to sell it for a high price. Shiji said, unwilling to back down. 40 billion it is, give it now. I will sign a contract with you not to leak this matter. The Law Enforcement Realm King said, if you trade now, then you can sell it for as much as you can. Alright, but you have to wait. I want someone to transfer the Divine Universe Golden Stones over. Do you have the golden card of the ancient Heavenly Moon clan? Shiji asked. I don't need the golden card. My storage divine tool can hold tens of billions of Divine Universe Golden Stones. I want real Divine Universe Golden Stones. The Law Enforcement Realm King said very firmly. It can be seen that if Shiji is unwilling, then there is nothing to talk about. Shiji is only buying a legitimate one from the Law Enforcement Realm. As long as the Law Enforcement Realm King truly agrees to sell this Heavenly Universe Divine Sun and also has his contract, the ancient Heavenly Moon clan will have reason and confidence to fight with the ancient Yang clan. End of chapter 2885. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.